Legend of the Great Sage Chapter 725 to Chapter 780. Several days later, Chrysanthemum Fragilis obtained what she wanted. She fiddled with the azure field, constantly releasing her true chi to test it. However, with her strength as a chi practitioner, it was clear that she could not make an arcane treasure react at all. She could not even tell that it was an arcane treasure. That was just too far away from the world she resided in. "Mother, just what is this?" Xianxia asked curiously. On the way back, she had made guesses the entire way, but she could not figure it out. "This item is very extraordinary. It's definitely not something an ordinary person can wield. The secret of the mysterious sorcery should be hidden within. Otherwise, it's better to let your elder sister take a look." "Elder sister is thousands of kilometers away, so how can I give it to her? The rules of the White Lotus sect are very strict. I can't have her rush back just for a random item. If mother is useless, it's better to bestow it to me." Xianxia's eyes spun. When it came to her elder sister, Xianxia Hong, even if it was a piece of trash, she would still fight for it. "This? Since you brought it back, you should take it." Chrysanthemum Fragilis considered it. Her elder daughter, Xianxia Hong, was already a disciple of the White Lotus sect. She had a great future ahead of her, so she did not lack this item. In the past few years, it had been her second daughter, Xianxia, who had been running errands for her. Both her hands were flesh, so she could not favor one over the other. After all, her second daughter would enter the White Lotus sect sooner or later. She would eventually be able to unravel the secret of this item and obtain the mysterious sorcery within. Xianxia happily accepted the azure field. In the hot spring 300 meters away, Xianxia closed his eyes in relief. Although he could consider stealing the azure field right now, the risk was too great, so there was no need. He would have a good sleep, recover 10 to 20% of his strength, and take it in front of everyone. A few hours later, Xianxia Man noticed that her guess was completely wrong. The mysterious shaman art had nothing to do with this flower print bag. She frowned as she looked at the young man in ragged clothes that seemed like a beggar, and asked, "You're from Huangliang Beach?" "Why yes. You're saying that you were ambushed by Goldie Bao and an infant. Everyone died, and you were the only one who escaped? Why would they let you go? And why did you flee back to Fragrant Flower Market instead of Huangliang Beach? Explain everything clearly to me. If there's even a single lie, humph." The young man recounted the nightmarish experience again as he constantly trembled. After Goldie Bao and Xianxia left, he set off as well. His luck was very good. The bone-eating tribe had been drawn away from the main path, allowing him to escape. He spent a few days before fleeing back to the Fragrant Flower Market. He was furious, so he purposefully announced how Goldie Bao had killed their people in the bustling market. He wanted the various tribes to know what Goldie Bao was like. However, not long after, he was targeted by the people of the Fragrant Flower clan. After careful questioning, he was brought to the Fragrant Flower house, reported to Xianxia, and finally brought to Chrysanthemum Fragilis. A baby with red hair and red eyes. Is it the fire devourers? Chrysanthemum Fragilis frowned deeply. Xianxia, who was beside her, asked, "Has Fragrant Flower City ever seen a baby like this?" Xianxia said, "Definitely not, or I would definitely know about it. That baby is anything but simple. He only used a few days to turn a mortal into such a vicious monster. He might be hiding somewhere. Send people to search carefully. Don't miss a single corner. I'd like to see him." "Yes, mother." "Then what do we do with this kid?" "Just kill him." Chrysanthemum Fragilis spoke as if she was crushing a bedbug. "He was just an insignificant little barbarian anyway. If we let him spread this nonsense, who knows what kind of trouble he'll cause. The flower beds just happen to be in need of some fertilizer." The young man completely failed to respond. A beautiful, noble female matriarch like her actually wanted him dead so casually. Xianxia clapped her hands, and two bare-chested, sturdy guards immediately walked in. They did not give him the opportunity to beg for mercy or curse at all, cleanly slicing through his neck. With a crack, his neck bone snapped, and they dragged the corpse away. Xianxia ordered people to search through the city, but the result was nothing. Perhaps the baby had already left the fragrant flower market, or perhaps he was already dead, eaten clean by the rats in the gutters. It was also possible that he had been roasted by unscrupulous merchants. Time passed quickly, and Chrysanthemum Fragilis gradually cast this matter to the back of her mind. After who knew how long, Li Qingshan opened his eyes again. The light in his scarlet eyes was withdrawn, and his scarlet hair fell to his shoulders. It had already hardened. As his body grew, the space in the fake mountain became rather narrow. He glanced at his hand that had grown much larger, smiled, and clenched it firmly. He no longer felt so weak and powerless. He exhaled deeply. He had finally recovered some strength. He could go out and do some things he needed to do. He sucked in another deep breath, but it was not just air that gushed into his mouth. There was also surging spiritual chi of the world. Under the impetus of the spiritual chi, the demon core began to spin slowly. Although he had only recovered to the realm of demons, he could already use 3 abilities, which were the spirit turtle's profound shell, the tremors of the ox demon, and the tiger demon's breath. Of course, theoretically, there was also the phoenix's nerva, but he probably could not use it a second time in his current state. But that was enough. Li Qingshan strode over. Before the rocks of the fake mountain could even touch his skin, they were all reduced to dust. His usage of the power of tremors was becoming more and more flexible. Ah! A woman's cry rang out by his ear. She was nearby. Li Qingshan smiled. He could see the person he wanted to see as soon as he woke up, and he could even enjoy some benefits. As it seemed, after so many days of bad luck, his luck was finally turning for the better. Apart from cultivating, the thing that Chrysanthemum Fragilis loved to do the most was soak in the hot spring. The large hot spring in the courtyard was designed for her alone. Apart from her, no one was allowed to pollute the water, or only death awaited them. They would be buried in the flower beds and used as fertilizer. Beautiful purple and red flower petals floated on the surface of the water. She was standing comfortably in the water, her graceful figure faintly discernible in the mist. Her hands were gently caressing her delicate skin, plump and smooth lower abdomen. Although she already had 3 daughters, she was still able to make any man go crazy. Not only was she a beauty, but she was also the matriarch of the fragrant flower clan, who stood above all but one. She was very satisfied with her life, but just as she was admiring herself, she suddenly felt the surface of the water ripple. The fake mountain trembled slightly, and the surging spiritual chi of the world surged into it madly, as if something was trying to break free. Even though she was experienced and knowledgeable, she couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. However, she immediately calmed down, and true chi coiled around her hands. She stared fixedly at the fake mountain. What is it? Come out. Just as she finished speaking, a figure walked out from the fake mountain. At first glance, it was only a child about 5 or 6 years old. His red hair hung down to his shoulders, and his face was handsome. There was an innocent smile on his face, revealing 2 small canine teeth. He didn't seem to be the least bit threatening. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that his forehead was slightly bulging. His 10 fingernails were not ordinary nails, but rather, sharp claws. His pair of crimson-red eyes were incomparably deep. His gaze seemed to have substance as it swept across her naked body. His gaze was filled with aggression, and it was definitely not the gaze of a child. Who are you? Li. Qingshan's response was a frivolous whistle, but when he glanced at his own reflection, it turned into a sigh. Chrysanthemum Fragilis leapt over to the edge of the pool. She picked up her clothes and twirled them around, wrapping them around herself. She stared at Li Qingshan coldly and suddenly found him rather familiar. Her heart skipped a beat. Scarlet hair and scarlet eyes. Don't tell me. Didn't they say he was an infant? Li Qingshan asked with a crisp, childish voice. I have 2 questions for you. First, where is your daughter? The one you sent to Blackwater Cave a few days ago. The second question is. Before he had even finished speaking, a fragrant gust of wind assaulted him. Chrysanthemum Fragilis had struck out with a palm strike from afar. A hexagonal spirit turtle's profound shell flew out automatically, blocking the attack. However, the fragrance permeated Li Qingshan's surroundings. He wrinkled his nose. How fragrant. Since it's fragrant, then smell some more. Chrysanthemum Fragilis giggled gently and struck out with her palms strike again and again. Bang! 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 Pillars of water rose up from the hot spring, and all the steam was swept away, all blocked by the spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan stepped over the water and made his way towards her steadily. You better stop right now, or I'll teach you a vicious lesson. Humph, how do you want to teach me a lesson? I'll spank your bottom first. If it really doesn't work, I'll spank your face. If there really isn't any other way, I'll just kill you. Really? Just because you're a brat who hasn't even grown hair yet. I'd like to have a son like you. Come, call me mother. Chrysanthemum Fragilis shivered inside. She was quite powerful among shamans, but she was not as powerful as those who had undergone the heavenly tribulation. She actually could not get through the thin defense. But no matter how powerful you are, you'll be at my mercy later. The fragrance grew heavier and heavier. She had already activated the fragrant flower goo in her body. The wind from her palm strike contained many tiny specks of pollen. As long as someone came in contact with it, they would definitely become limp and powerless, completely at her mercy, let alone directly inhale it. Do you know what it means to curse someone without exposing their shortcomings? If I don't beat you up until you call me father, I'll write my name backwards. With a flash, Li Qingshan appeared before Chrysanthemum Fragilis and casually slapped her flat abdomen. It was not that he wanted to act like a hooligan, but he was limited by his height. Chrysanthemum Fragilis did not fly away. Instead, she shuddered and directly collapsed on the ground. She felt every single bone in her body tremble, and the true qi in her dantian had been shaken to pieces. She had clearly inhaled his pollen, yet there was no response at all. She immediately understood the unimaginably great disparity between their strength. Actually, from the perspective of cultivation alone, Li Qingshan had only just condensed his demon core. If it were many years ago when he had just condensed his demon core, even if he could defeat Chrysanthemum Fragilis, it would still be a bitter struggle. It would never be as easy as it was now. During the past few days of hiding in the fake mountain, he did not just sleep. Instead, he focused all of his attention on his body, balancing these four completely different powers. He had already begun to see results. Right now, he was more than 10 times stronger than when he had just become a demon. And, just a casual strike from him contained many years of battle experience. His grasp of timing and control over his strength were all extremely exquisite. How could the leader of a small tribe in the wilderness be his opponent? The second question is, where's the bone-eating tribe? Chrysanthemum Fragilis said, why are you looking for the bone-eating tribe? I'm going to invite them to tea. What's that got to do with you? Anyway, if you don't answer these two questions, I'll first kill you, then kill you. This place is so big anyway, so there's bound to be someone who knows. Xianxia man's heart tightened. Though his threat was close to a joke, and the appearance of a child could only be called cute and not terrifying, it was precisely this kind of disrespectful attitude that caused her to recall how she normally treated those mortals. That was how she didn't take her life seriously at all. If she were to infuriate him today, she would probably really be met with a fatal disaster. He revealed an amiable smile. Little Dee. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes. Are you mocking me? And I'm not. Immediately, Chrysanthemum Fragilis felt like she was suffocating. The person crouching beside her did not seem like a child, but a vicious monster. Sure enough, people like that were temperamental. I'll teach you how to address me first. Do you still remember what I said earlier? Li Qingshan flipped Chrysanthemum Fragilis over and slapped her on the bottom. Father! Before the slap had even landed, Chrysanthemum Fragilis cried out. You barbarians really don't have any backbone at all. Fine, you win. Now answer my question. Li Qingshan was taken aback before smacking her on the head. Chrysanthemum Fragilis sucked in a deep breath and said seriously, it's best if you don't kill me. Who's the backer of our fragrant flower clan? The White Lotus sect. Since you know about the White Lotus sect, you should know about the White Lotus Mother and the Black Lotus cult leader. Both of them are important figures who have undergone the second heavenly tribulation. If you kill me, they won't spare you. If you were the White Lotus Mother, I'd leave right now, but it's a pity that you're the damned leader of a barbarian tribe. You're not even a disciple of the White Lotus sect. Li Qingshan sneered. If he had a little more time, once his strength completely recovered, he would even be able to wipe out the White Lotus sect alone without any pressure. Why would he be afraid of a threat like that? Chrysanthemum Fragilus's heart sank. He actually did not even take the White Lotus sect seriously, and he knew everything about her. He had been hiding in the fake mountain for so long, so he had probably heard all of her secrets. Let's play a game. The rule of the game is that you're not allowed to mention the words White Lotus Society. There was once a guy who used his boss to threaten me, so I told him not to mention his boss anymore. I hate being threatened. He mentioned it again, so I slapped him across the face and sent him to the next world. Oh, this guy's strength is around the White Lotus mothers, and Lotus. Yes. Chrysanthemum Fragilus nodded in a hurry, but she did not believe him at all. Someone on the same level as the White Lotus mother was already unimaginably powerful, so just what kind of existence would his boss be? Do you really think I've grown up scared? If you understand, then get your daughter to come over immediately. My second daughter, Aziz, has already arrived. Chrysanthemum Fragilus snorted gently. What's wrong with you? You won't let me say those 3 words. She's gone to the White Lotus sect? What's she doing? She's already become a disciple of the White Lotus sect. Chrysanthemum Fragilus responded extremely quickly. Don't tell me he's come for that wondrous item of unknown use? What? Write a letter and tell her to come back. New disciples are forbidden from contacting the outside world for 3 years. Li Qingshan kicked Chrysanthemum Fragilus. I wonder if she'll come back to attend your funeral if you die. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to ask someone else. If I'm lying, I'm willing to die. I can tell you where she is. Li Qingshan sat down on Chrysanthemum Fragilus and leaned on his hand, sighing. And here I thought my luck had turned for the better. Whatever, I'll just treat it as switching from Blackwater Cave to the White Lotus sect. Anyway, I'll have to pay a visit. A strange scene appeared next to the hot spring. A voluptuous, beautiful woman was lying on the ground. Although she was wearing a muslin dress, it was soaked by the steam and was almost naked. A 5 or 6-year-old child was sitting on top of her, sighing in distress. You should know where the bone-eating tribe is, right? Li Qingshan decided to get revenge first. He was in no hurry to find the azure field. It was not like he could use an arcane treasure with his current cultivation anyway. I know. Let me go, and I'll bring the map over. Chrysanthemum Fragilis beamed inside. As long as she could send away this wretch, anything could be discussed. Afterwards, she immediately reported this to the White Lotus sect. The best outcome would be to perish together with the bone-eating barbarians. The bone-eating tribe isn't that easy to infiltrate. If you want to die, that's up to you. Why are you looking for a map? Just bring me there. I'll take you there? No, Chrysanthemum Fragilis turned him down in a hurry, but when she met Li Qingshan's scarlet eyes, she was unable to say anything else. Right now, the enemy was powerful while she was weak, so there was no room for her to turn him down. I can take you there. Can you let me put on some clothes? No problem. Li Qingshan stood up. Chrysanthemum Fragilis arrived beside a clothes rack and took off her wet clothes first before slowly putting them back on. She racked her brains anxiously for a plan. What do I do? Run? She glanced at the child who squatted beside the hot spring and played with the water, and she immediately dismissed this thought. He was not by her side, which meant he was not afraid of her running away. Call for reinforcements to attack? She would probably be killed before reinforcements could even arrive. Hurry up. I'll give you 5 seconds. Li Qingshan held a ball of water in his left hand and a ball of fire in his right before combining them, merging the water and fire. Under his current state, the spirit turtle and phoenix were both equivalent to the first layer. This was the first time the 2 powers had truly achieved equilibrium. Water and fire supported each other, reinforcing and countering each other. He felt an unprecedented harmony. The tiger demon and ox demon had both become docile. Chrysanthemum Fragilis made her way over in a hurry and smiled. The journey is long, sir. Why don't you eat something first before setting off? Our fragrant flower house's fragrant flower wine is renowned for its fragrance, and we have various delicacies too. Li Qingshan pursed his lips. He was rather tempted. It must have been a very long time since he had eaten. The taste in his mouth was almost bland. Although he no longer needed to eat to survive now, this was one of the great joys of life. Food and lust were part of human nature. He could not do anything about lust right now, so he could only start with food first. Since he was traveling, he obviously had to try the delicacies of various places. Don't waste time. Once we return from destroying the bone-eating tribe, you can slowly serve me. Chrysanthemum Fragilis called out, but if the two of us go to the bone-eating tribe, we'll be heading to our deaths. Please let me gather people. I'm willing to assist you in your crusade against the bone-eating tribe, sir. Don't worry, you won't have to do anything when the time comes. You can just watch from one side. I'm the most generous person. As long as you take me over, there'll be even more benefits for you when the time comes. Chrysanthemum Fragilis did not want this benefit, and she even wanted to turn it down. Li Qingshan said indifferently, if you really don't want to go, I won't force you. I'll go. 2 hours later, the two of them silently left the fragrant flower market on the pack beast. In order to fool others, the pack beast was only a regular pack beast. It moved slowly, but this method was the most efficient when it came to long journeys. Li Qingshan had plenty of time right now. If he traveled for a few more days, he could recover a little more strength. He sat at the front comfortably, resting his head between two plump mounds. A fragrance lingered in the air as he admired the scenery of the Mist Province along the way. It was quite an enjoyable experience. Chrysanthemum Fragilis was not in such a good mood, and she spoke even more carefully than she did in the fragrant flower market. She trembled in fear, afraid that she would anger him with something. She did not want to die outside for no reason at all. 8 days later. Hee, you little pervert, you're touching me again. I don't have any breast milk for you. If you touch me, I'll touch you too. Chrysanthemum Fragilis giggled and extended her hand into Li Qingshan's clothes, feeling around until she reached below. This was not the Ichuan courtyard or the brothel. Instead, it was the Mist Province's rainforest that was rife with danger, on the back of a wooden pack beast. Chrysanthemum Fragilis fawned over him, and Li Qingshan was not a cold-blooded person either. In just 7 or 8 days, he had already gotten used to her. On the surface, he already seemed like an adulterer, but the adulterer was a little young. Let go of me, Li Qingshan said helplessly. In the beginning, he thought she was purposefully fawning over him, but he never thought this woman would actually become addicted to him over the past few days. She would kiss and touch him whenever she had the opportunity. It was no longer clear who was taking advantage of who, but he felt like he was losing out a little, especially when his private parts had been grabbed. He's still too young. Who knows when he'll grow up a little? Chrysanthemum Fragilis giggled. She had also understood that Li Qingshan was clear-headed. He would not lose his temper over a small joke like this. Only at a time like this could she see his helplessness and let out a sigh of relief. She found it even more delightful, like touching a tiger's bottom. I'll definitely make you taste its power in the future, Li Qingshan said viciously. Ah. I can't wait any longer. You better grow up faster. Chrysanthemum Fragilis was rather eager. He was already so cute at such a young age. Wouldn't he be mesmerizing when he grew up? This was not because she was infatuated. Instead, she realized Li Qingshan had no intention of harming her, so she did not feel as much hostility anymore. She actually began to enjoy this special, thrilling journey a little. They traveled for another day and 2 nights. Early in the morning, the forest was shrouded in mist. The sunlight made it through the gaps between the leaves with difficulty, scattering bits of gold. We're about to enter their territory. Let's go on foot and sneak over. Chrysanthemum Fragilis pulled on the reins and made the pack animal stop. There's no need. Let's keep advancing. I've come for revenge, not to steal. Are you sure you're fine? Apart from what I've said, they might still have other tricks up their sleeves. Chrysanthemum Fragilis was still rather worried. If the child in her arms could not defeat the bone-eating tribe, she would not be able to escape from the bone-eating tribe's pursuit. Cut the nonsense. Let's go. Alright, you. Chrysanthemum Fragilus's eyes flickered. She bent down and kissed Li Qingshan's lips. After a series of French kisses, Li Qingshan pushed her away. This was the first time she discovered being sexually harassed could be such a troublesome matter. Chrysanthemum Fragilus licked her lips reluctantly. With a shake of the reins, the pack animal advanced slowly. After walking for a while, the sound of rustling came from the forest. Black shadows moved back and forth. The pack beast stopped its footsteps restlessly. No matter how Xianxia Man shook the reins, it was unwilling to take another step forward. The bone-eating tribe that countless barbarians treated as a land of death seemed no different from any other stronghold in nature. It did not give off an evil, bloody aura. The bamboo buildings constructed from verdant bamboo instead gave off quite the ambience, which made Li Qingshan think of Cloud Wisp Island. However, the people who emerged from the bamboo buildings were bone-eating shamans that seemed inhuman. There were men and women, large and small, but they were all vicious. Bone-eating shamans began eating humans from a young age to increase their strength. The children who could not practice shaman arts through cannibalism would become food for other shamans. There were many children like that, so although there was basically no pressure to survive, the bone-eating tribe had never been particularly large. They were not like regular shaman tribes, which still developed with shamans as the core and mortals as the foundation. The jungle behind them rustled, and several dozen shamans emerged, surrounding the two people on the pack animal. Chrysanthemum Fragilus, how dare you come to my place? Do you really think I'm afraid of eating you just because you have the White Lotus sect? The bone-eating chieftain stared at Chrysanthemum Fragilus on the pack animal in hatred, extending his long, scarlet tongue and licking his claws. He could still clearly remember the losses he suffered in the fragrant flower market. Chrysanthemum Fragilus's heart trembled slightly. She subconsciously tightened her embrace of Li Qingshan and sneered. I've come today to claim your lives. The bone-eating chieftain laughed madly, and the bone-eating shamans all snickered. Strangely too. Only the bone-eating shaman priest who arrived afterwards frowned firmly, his gaze landing on Li Qingshan. Oi, so you're their leader? Li Qingshan broke free from Chrysanthemum Fragilus's embrace and stood on the pack animal's head, pointing at the bone-eating chieftain and yelling. The bone-eating chieftain said, "How bold of you, kid, to actually speak to me like that. Your flesh sure seems very tender. I'll make it perfect for eating you raw and drinking later." Li Qingshan smiled. You've chased me for so long, yet you don't even know who I am? I'm chasing you? The bone-eating chieftain was filled with doubt. Chief, he's that infant. The bone-eating shaman priest arrived beside the bone-eating chieftain with his cane and said with a deep, hoarse voice. It's you. The bone-eating chieftain was mildly taken aback, and his laughter became even louder. Alright, thank you for your protection, ancestor. I've been looking for you for so long, yet you've delivered yourself to me today. I didn't think there'd be something so good in the world. Do you know that the bone-eating tribe lost several dozen clansmen because of you? Their voices were filled with bone-deep hatred, as if Li Qingshan had committed a grave mistake by not obediently giving himself to them. Li Qingshan sneered and shook his head. No, no, no. Not 40. He paused for a moment. All of them. Capture him. The bone-eating chieftain roared furiously. Several hundred bone-eating shamans surged over together, letting out furious roars that sounded like the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves. It was quite a harrowing disturbance. Chrysanthemum Fragilis paled. Li Qingshan leapt up gently, flying over the bone-eating shamans and landing on a bamboo building. He turned around and pointed a finger, just happening to touch the head of a charging shaman. The power of tremors erupted. With a crack, the shaman's spine snapped, and he fell powerlessly. Li Qingshan could already wield the power of tremors with ease. Originally, he could have shattered his heart. The reason why he spared his life was only because he had a use for him. Over a dozen claws took advantage of this opportunity to reach towards him. The vicious smile he had just revealed stiffened. With a series of cracks, 7 or 8 of them fell off the bamboo building together. None of them actually managed to see what kind of attack Li Qingshan had used to attack them. Li Qingshan leapt off the bamboo building and landed in the densest area of the bone-eating shamans. He shuttled around and unleashed the power of tremors at will. As long as he touched the bodies of the bone-eating shamans gently, their bones would shatter. In the blink of an eye, a swathe of the bone-eating shamans collapsed. After reaching a certain level of skill, it could completely become overwhelming power. Be careful. He has demonic arts. Don't touch him. But if they did not touch him, how were they supposed to capture him? The bone-eating shamans all retreated. Although they possessed a murderous nature that did not fear death, they had no idea what to do when faced with an opponent like that. He really is strong enough. Chrysanthemum Fragilis was overjoyed. The bone-eating shamans who originally surrounded her eagerly all had their attention drawn away by him. How could she let go of an opportunity like this? With a bellow, she swung her palm and powered the fragrant flower goo. A fragrant breeze drifted through the air. The pack animal beneath him directly collapsed to the ground, while the shamans nearby tottered on the verge of collapse too. The bone-eating shaman priest's cane paused, and the shriveled head at the top opened its empty eye sockets. Two wisps of black smoke twisted together, turning into the shape of a two-headed snake that bit towards Chrysanthemum Fragilis. Chrysanthemum Fragilis slapped the snake's head away with a palm strike. She refused to continue fighting, leaping backwards. Kill him. Kill him. Don't hold back. The bone-eating chieftain bellowed out and charged towards Li Qingshan at the very front. His colossal body was like a speeding chariot. He threw a punch, and the wind whistled like a cannonball had been fired. Li Qingshan stood where he was without moving at all. The wind from the punch surged into his face, and his scarlet hair ruffled. He turned to his side with a smile and threw a punch. Die. The bone-eating chieftain ravished with joy. Their sizes differed by more than 10 times, and the fist was even larger than his head. The punch was enough to crush him to a pulp. Bang! The two fists collided. Li Qingshan's chubby little fist sank deeply into the bone-eating chieftain's huge, black, hairy hand. Li Qingshan's tiny body did not sway at all. Instead, the colossal bone-eating chieftain was sent flying. His arm was flung away, becoming as limp as a noodle. Even his entire right shoulder had caved in, knocking over a group of bone-eating shamans. Li Qingshan snickered. You foolish barbarian. You're looking to die if you want to compete with me in strength. He seemed tiny, but if he reverted to his original form, he would be 2 or 3 meters tall at the very least. Their proportions were completely reversed. Unfortunately, the bone-eating chieftain's body was much tougher than regular bone-eating shamans, so he failed to snap his spine in a single strike. Li Qingshan was just about to follow up with another attack when he suddenly stopped and looked back. The two-headed snake condensed from black smoke had silently slithered over from behind, suddenly opening its mouth and biting towards him. Tiger Demon's breath. A gust of wind from Li Qingshan's breath tore the two-headed snake to pieces. It followed the black smoke and directly pierced the bone-eating shaman priest who had launched a sneak attack. Chief, go to the altar and ask for the power of the ancestors. The bone-eating shaman priest coughed up blood and bellowed, this is a disaster that will wipe out the entire tribe. Stop him. The bone-eating chieftain ordered loudly. Clutching his crippled arm, he rushed towards the stronghold. He was filled with regret and resentment. His losses in the fragrant flower market had already made him feel extremely pained, but he never thought he would actually provoke something so terrifying. However, as long as he asked for the power of the ancestors, he would definitely be able to kill him, devour his flesh and blood, and undergo the heavenly tribulation. The bone-eating shamans charged over fearlessly, wanting to use their lives to buy time for the bone-eating chieftain. Li Qingshan stomped his right foot and leapt up. The shamans leapt up and swung their claws with him, but they missed. They all raised their heads and extended their arms, waiting for him to fall. Be careful. Chrysanthemum Fragilis cried out. Her voice was filled with concern. If it were not for the fact that she hid in the distance on a tree, ready to retreat at any time, perhaps Li Qingshan would feel a little grateful. When he looked down, he saw many ferocious faces and mouths full of fangs. Li Qingshan smiled. A pair of glorious wings suddenly unfurled on his back, and he grew several meters taller again. His scarlet eyes locked onto the bone-eating chieftain's back, leaving behind a scarlet streak of light as he swooped down like an eagle swooping down to a rabbit. He did not have the time to see what trump cards these barbarians had, or perhaps they were putting on an act and looking down on others just because he was strong enough. Even a lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit. He only had a single objective here: annihilate the entire tribe. And, the simpler and easier it was, the better. A gust of wind swept over from behind, and the bone-eating chieftain suddenly looked back. Before he could even respond, Xianxia had planted a foot on his back. With a series of cracks, his spine broke inch by inch, and he collapsed on the ground, completely immobilized. He let out a howl of despair. Both the chieftain and the shaman priest had been defeated, so the morale of the bone-eating shamans plummeted. Xianxia did not stop at all, using the force of the stomp to fly back. With the assistance of his wings, he moved even faster, leaving behind a trail of fire. Wherever he passed by, the shamans all collapsed. I'll lend you a hand." Chrysanthemum Fragilis called out and leapt down from the tree, powering the fragrant flower goo as hard as she could. A fragrant wind drifted through the air, which was extremely effective against regular bone-eating shamans. Xianxia specially targeted the stronger shamans, and they all fell in a single strike. A while later, not a single bone-eating shaman remained standing. None of them managed to escape. Chrysanthemum Fragilis's face flushed with excitement, along with a sense of disbelief. The powerful bone-eating tribe was finished. Just like that. It was unimaginably easy. She raised her hand, about to unleash a massacre. "Stop!" Xianxia called out. "Why?" "I told you, I have a gift for you." Under Chrysanthemum Fragilis's surprised gaze, Xianxia unfurled his wings and walked past the bone-eating shamans one by one. Blood-red flames flew out of their bodies, and they shriveled up like they had been sucked dry. The bone-eating chieftain was utterly furious. "Stop. If you want to kill, kill me. Spare my clansmen." Xianxia snickered. "I couldn't tell, but you're quite loyal. Don't worry, none of you can escape." The bone-eating shaman priest said, "Spare my life, and I'm willing to be your servant. I'll tell you where the wealth of the bone-eating tribe is hidden. I can even help you obtain the power of your ancestors." The bone-eating chieftain roared, "You traitor!" The bone-eating shamans roared too, "Traitor! You sure are a clever person." Xianxia arrived before the bone-eating shaman priest and picked up his cane, twirling it around in his hand. "Though, I already have a servant, so forget about you." An extremely weak, bright red flame flew out. A while later, all of the bone-eating shamans had their life force drained away, reduced to a pile of withered corpses. Xianxia held a flame of life that was around the size of his head in his right hand. He smiled at Chrysanthemum Fragilis and said, "Come, manner, have a taste of the feast I've made for you." Although they had been getting along quite well in the past few days, this was called being prepared. He did not want someone to secretly leak this matter to the White Lotus sect. "I don't want to." Chrysanthemum Fragilis recalled the monster the merchant had turned into and retreated in fright. Xianxia smiled. "You have to be an obedient daughter. It's not like I'm trying to harm you, so what are you so afraid for? How many people can only dream of an opportunity like this? Let alone everything else, it'll be very easy for you to increase your lifespan by a few decades, and your body will become even tougher than these barbarians." Xianxia crouched down and extended his hand, gently caressing Chrysanthemum Fragilis's cheek. Although he spoke in a negotiating tone, it made Chrysanthemum Fragilis's heart tremble. She understood one thing more and more. No matter how cute a child he seemed, no matter how helpless he felt when he was being teased, he was still a powerful monster that she could not contend against at all. Once it touched on the fundamentals, she would not be able to put up any resistance or rejection. "I don't want to become a monster, or I'd rather die," Chrysanthemum Fragilis called out. As soon as she thought about how she would become as twisted and ugly as the merchants of Goldie Dock, she shivered. Even if it was slightly better, becoming a bone-eating shaman was completely unacceptable to her. "How can that be? He'll only become younger and prettier. Goldie Abow wanted to sell me out, which was why I stimulated all of the potential in his body, making him fight these barbarians to the death. Otherwise, he'd probably be even more powerful than you already. And the life force he imbues into his body is far too impure, which is why it's easier for him to lose control, and this ball of life comes from the same race. I've already refined it. Don't worry, as long as you're good, why would I harm you? Li Qingshan guided her patiently, but the more sincere and gentle his tone was, the more afraid Chrysanthemum Fragilis became. Even if she did not become a monster, it would still mean she would be under his control, unable to break free. She stared straight at Li Qingshan as tears welled up in her eyes. For a moment, she was speechless. Li Qingshan waited for her to calm down a little. Now, tell me your answer. I agree. Alright, let go of your body and mind. Li Qingshan blew gently, and the blood-red flames flowed towards Chrysanthemum Fragilis, merging into her body strand by strand. Ah! Chrysanthemum Fragilis let out a moan, and a great pleasure burst forth from her body. Her mind went blank, and after an unknown period of time, she slowly regained consciousness. She felt numb all over her body, and there was an indescribable restraint. It was as if she had been reborn, and an unprecedented power surged in her body. He was not like Goldie Abao, who was only a mortal who had been forcefully pushed to shaman. She had decades of cultivation experience. She quickly meditated and adjusted her breathing, guiding this energy back to the right path. The fragrant flower goo in her body was nourished and had another breakthrough. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "How do you feel?" Chrysanthemum Fragilis's first reaction wasn't to check how much stronger she had become. Instead, she took out her bronze mirror to see if she had become uglier. She couldn't help but cheer. That's great. In the past, although she didn't look old because of her qi refinement, she was a mother of 3 children after all. There were faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, and her skin wasn't as tight as before. Now, however, she seemed to have returned to her 20s. She was radiant. To a woman, especially a beauty, there was nothing more terrifying than watching herself gradually age in the mirror, and there was nothing more joyous than recovering her youth. Immediately, she felt like her worries just now were pointless. Although there were gains and losses, it seemed like her luck was pretty good right now. Deal with these corpses, Li Qingshan ordered. As he fiddled around with the walking stick, he picked up a small 100 treasures pouch from beside the shaman priest. He opened it and took a look. The space inside was only the size of a woodshed, and there were many random items. He had no idea what they were for, so he hung them on his waist casually. How are we supposed to deal with so many of them? Why don't we just leave them here? They'll rot in less than 10 days. Chrysanthemum Fragilis widened her eyes. There were several hundred corpses here. Just how large of a hole would they have to dig to bury them all? Be good. If you don't, you'll turn into a monster, Li Qingshan said unconcernedly, making his way into the depths of the stronghold. Originally, he had only mentioned it casually, but since he had said it, it became an order. He had gone to great lengths to extract life force for her to recover her youth and increase her strength drastically. Was this supposed to be the support of love? Yes. Chrysanthemum Fragilis immediately nodded. Li Qingshan arrived at the end of the stronghold and raised his head. An ancient totem was painted on the wall. It was just a few strokes, but it fully displayed its charm. It was lifelike, shaped like a tiger, but it was even more vicious. There was a pair of wings on its back, which did resemble the tiger demon slightly. However, the tiger demon was purely battle and killing intent, while the totem possessed deep malice. It opened its mouth as if it was about to swallow someone whole. If he had guessed correctly, this was the location of the bone-eating tribe's altar. It gave off a faint, frightening power. That was the result of countless years of worship from the bone-eating tribe. Li Qingshan pressed his hand against the wall gently. Immediately, the totem on the wall sprang to life, staring at him viciously. It let out a roar and lunged off the wall. The spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan bellowed out, and the totemic beast slammed against the spirit turtle's profound shell viciously. Bang! Cracks appeared on the spirit turtle's profound shell. What great strength! This must be the bone-eating tribe's strongest trump card. They actually have something similar to a guardian beast. Its strength has already approached Demon General. Fortunately, they didn't activate it, or it really would be rather troublesome. Clang! The spirit turtle's profound shell shattered. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings and took to the sky. The totemic beast also flapped its wings and took off, pursuing him closely. However, when it reached an altitude of several hundred meters, it was unable to advance any further. Clearly, it was unable to stray too far from the altar. Li Qingshan studied the monster closely. Sure enough, it seemed like a vicious black tiger, constantly swiping its claws past him. The totemic beast roared for a while before returning to the wall. Li Qingshan exhaled gently, and a gust of wind slammed against it viciously. The totemic beast turned around and lunged over, brandishing its claws and teeth. It obviously still failed to reach Li Qingshan. Whenever the totemic beast attempted to return to the altar, Li Qingshan would harass it. This went on for over 2 hours. The totemic beast gradually thinned out, finally vanishing from the surroundings. Li Qingshan arrived before the altar and threw a punch at the wall. The wall shattered loudly, and pieces of rock fell off. There was a gleam of light, and Li Qingshan extended his hand and caught it. It was a translucent skull that seemed to be both human and beast, shining under the sunlight. He had sensed something was hidden in the altar a long time ago, which was why he went to the trouble of dealing with the totemic beast. He looked back and asked, "What's this?" "This is the skull of the ancestor of the bone-eating tribe." Chrysanthemum Fragilis happened to make her way over. "Don't they say they eat their ancestors?" "This is a bone-eating shaman that has undergone the heavenly tribulation. It's probably just too tough, such that no one can bite through it." "Are there other bone-eating tribes?" Li Qingshan brought the skull to the tip of his nose and sniffed it gently, sinking into his thoughts. Of course. Bone-eating barbarians are everywhere in the Mist Province. There are tribes of various sizes. This can only be regarded as average. It's said that large bone-eating tribes have several thousand bone-eating barbarians. The vicious aura in the crystal skull was similar to the tiger demons. It was definitely not as simple as the skull of a powerful bone-eating shaman. It was probably related to the totemic vicious beast they worshipped. Apart from the second, third, and fourth layers of the phoenix transformation, Li Qingshan had to practice next, as well as the fifth layer of the tiger demon. Once he harmonized the various powers in his body and completed these 2 targets, even if he ran into the Dragon King of the Sea again, he would be able to advance and retreat with ease. As a result, even if it was even slightly related to his cultivation, he would place great importance on it. "What's the name of the totemic beast they worship?" Chrysanthemum Fragilis said, "Xianxia. It's a vicious beast that likes to eat humans. All of the bone-eating tribes worship it. Legend has it that in ancient times, a tribe discovered a dead Xianxia. After eating its flesh and blood, it became a powerful shaman of immense strength. It specialized in feeding on its own kind, producing countless bone-eating tribes." Xianxia. Li Qingshan's gaze shifted in thought, landing on Chrysanthemum Fragilis. "Have you done what I told you to do? There are so many corpses. There's no need to deal with them at all. Spare me, you." Chrysanthemum Fragilis had already been the matriarch for many years, so why would she be willing to do such menial work? After a while, she ran out of patience, so she just sat on the ground and watched Li Qingshan fight the totemic beast. "Go." "I don't want to." Chrysanthemum Fragilis said in a spoiled manner. Since she could not use force, she would use force. She would still be able to achieve her objective. She was already considering how she could use his power to obtain even more benefits. Li Qingshan snapped his fingers, and Chrysanthemum Fragilis collapsed on the ground. Her blood surged as if she had been placed in a fire to roast, but she could not utter a single word. The life force that had merged with her possessed his imprint. It could both extend her lifespan and strengthen her body, but it could also become a lethal poison. Just like how it was said, only petty people and women are difficult to nurture. He really had been a little too polite to her in the past few days. Perhaps she had already grown accustomed to bossing people around in the position of matriarch. But from now on, you have to learn to obey. What I value the most is fairness. Think about what you paid, and then look at what you got in return. Do you think it's fair? I won't stay here forever. It won't take me more than 2 years. And then you'll never see me again for the rest of your life. Hopefully, in this short period of time. If you can cooperate with me, at least you will be worthy of my reward. If you can't stand being bossed around, I can put everything back on track. What do you think? I won't dare to do it again. Chrysanthemum Fragilis felt her whole body relax. She was drenched in sweat and fear was written all over her face. I have faith in you. Under Li Qingshan's patient guidance, Chrysanthemum Fragilis quickly completed her task. She mounted the beast of burden and set off on her journey back, leaving behind an empty stockade in the middle of the forest. It would not take long before it was swallowed up by new plants. The sun set and rose. Time flew by. Li Qingshan grew up quickly. His scarlet hair gradually fell to his shoulders. The power that originally belonged to him returned to his body bit by bit. He was even stronger than before. It was time to take back what belonged to him. He suddenly opened his eyes and felt an aura coming to the side of the hot spring, but it was not Chrysanthemum Fragilis's. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Because he didn't want outsiders to know of his existence, he specifically asked Chrysanthemum Fragilis to set up a large area of the fragrant flower workshop as a restricted area. Here, he could enjoy delicious food and wine from all over the world. There was also a beauty. Although he couldn't really do anything, other than that, he could do whatever he wanted. Who is so bold as to barge in? Aren't they afraid of Chrysanthemum Fragilis's punishment? Through the rippling water, a young woman stood beside the hot spring. She was dressed in green clothes made of extraordinary material. She should have possessed an extremely noble status in the fragrant flower market. Her delicate appearance did bear some resemblance to Chrysanthemum Fragilis. Li Qingshan immediately guessed her name. She was Chrysanthemum Fragilis's youngest daughter, Xianxia Lu. Mother sure is stingy. She has the unaging spring of youth, yet she's not even willing to share it with her own daughter. Xianxia Lu muttered, looking around like a thief. She only said that to cover up her guilt. Over a year ago, Chrysanthemum Fragilis's strength suddenly increased drastically. She recovered her youth and announced that she had already destroyed the bone-eating tribe. She also gathered the leaders of the various tribes and held a meeting, establishing the Fragrant Flower clan as the leader. It was also at that time that she set up a restricted area in the Fragrant Flower workshop. As a result, there were rumors that the unaging spring of youth gushed out from the spring in the Fragrant Flower workshop. Regular people still doubted it, but the young woman believed it to be true. Mother is currently receiving an envoy from the White Lotus sect, so she definitely won't discover me. Even if she does, I'll be going to the White Lotus sect very soon. She can't do anything to me. If I don't try now, I won't have another chance. The young woman comforted herself inside and quickly undressed, revealing her graceful figure. She tested the water temperature with the tip of her foot first before slipping into the water like a fish. Didn't you say you're only 13? You sure have developed quite well. Li Qingshan evaluated in admiration. The women of the Mist province developed early. Many of them married at this age, but they aged especially quickly too. If they were mortals who did not practice internal martial arts or chi practitioners, they would age rapidly once they reached 30 or 40. By the time they reached 40 or 50, they would be like old women. I'm going to be traveling with her very soon. The arrival of the envoy from the White Lotus sect was actually because he had urged Chrysanthemum Fragilis to request the White Lotus sect to recruit a group of followers from the Fragrant Flower market. He planned on using this opportunity to infiltrate the White Lotus sect and take back the Azure Field. Although he could take it back openly once his strength completely recovered, he really did not want to wait any longer. He did not want the news that North Moon was still alive to reach the Dragon King of the Seasirs. Xianxia Lu lay comfortably in the hot spring as if the water really did have the miraculous effect of restoring youth. She immediately cast all of her worries to the back of her head and gradually became spirited. She dove into the water and began swimming. Suddenly, she discovered a pair of scarlet eyes staring straight at her. Gurgle! Xianxia Lu let out a cry of surprise and turned into a bubble. She swung her slender legs and quickly retreated to the edge of the hot spring. She covered her chest with one hand and shouted, "Who are you? Come out." A moment later, a small figure rose up from the water. His black eyes were clear and spirited, and his wet black hair hung down to his shoulders. It was Li Qingshan who had concealed his demonic characteristics. Whether it was his sharp teeth, claws, or the sharp horns on his head, they were all gone. He looked like a child of 11 or 12 years old. What a beautiful child. Xianxia Lu exclaimed in her heart and relaxed her guard. Who are you? Are you my mother's lover? As she spoke, she began to laugh. How could it be, he was still so young? Lover? Li Qingshan thought, she really is precocious. However, in the Fragrant Flower clan, it was really common for powerful women to find a few lovers. The little girl did not even try to hide it. Have you also come to steal the Fountain of Youth? How dare you? Xianxia Lu could not recall that there was such a child in the clan. Otherwise, she would definitely remember him very clearly. Thus, she guessed that his goal was the same as hers. She flipped her palm and wanted to restrain him, but then she thought of something else. If I capture him and give him to my mother, wouldn't I also be exposed? Xianxia Lu, you can't be so stupid. If such a beautiful child becomes fertilizer, that would be too much of a pity. I'll do a good deed and let her live. Little brother, hurry up and leave. If my mother finds out, you're dead for sure. Little brother? If your mother dared to call me that, I would definitely beat her until she called me father. This little girl actually has some kindness. Didn't you also come to steal the Fountain of Youth? Why are you letting me go? This is my family's Fountain of Youth, how can it be called stealing? You thief, you dare to say that to me. How dare you? Xianxia Lu's face was bright red. Her hands danced excitedly, and she came over to grab Li Qingshan. The unbloomed buds were close at hand, trembling slightly. Although they were not plump, they still had a certain charm. The two pink cherries were even more alluring. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll dig out your eyes. Forget it, you brat, don't you know anything? Hurry up and get out. Xianxia Lu did not try to hide anymore. She grabbed Li Qingshan's wrist and pulled him to the side of the hot spring, but he did not budge at all. Her two hands forcefully pulled him back. I couldn't tell, but you're pretty strong. Her face was bright red. Suddenly, her hand slipped, and she fell backward. She immediately flipped over and stood up, only to see him smiling. Xianxia Lu was even more annoyed. She changed from pushing to pulling, but it was obviously still useless. Li Qingshan smiled, and said I won't leave, so I won't leave. Who cares whose family it is? If you can throw me out, then I'm useless. Alright, if I don't throw you out today, little brat, then I'm useless. Xianxia Lu spread her slender arms, and hugged him tightly in her embrace. She pulled him up forcefully. As long as his feet did not touch the ground, he naturally would not be able to borrow any strength. This made Li Qingshan very happy. The soft and fragrant body was in his embrace, and the bud that had just developed was pressed against his face. It revealed a malicious smile, and he opened his mouth to take a light bite. Ah! Let go. Shut up, I'm not your mother. Xianxia Lu cried out in shock, and wanted to push him away. How could Li Qingshan let her go? He wrapped his arms around her slender waist that was like a weak willow, his hands lightly caressing her delicate body. Xianxia Lu already knew a little about the matters between men and women, but this was still the first time she had experienced something like this. How could the sensitive body of a young girl be a match for Li Qingshan? A strange feeling of numbness and itchiness arose in her heart, and her struggles gradually became powerless. Alu, what are you guys doing? An explosive shout startled Xianxia Lu back to reality. Turning around, she saw Chrysanthemum Fragilis standing at the edge of the hot spring, her face filled with shock and anger. Mother, this little bastard came to steal the unaging spring of youth. I'm not his match, quickly restrain him. Li Qingshan took the opportunity to let go of Xianxia Lu, and winked at Chrysanthemum Fragilis. Chrysanthemum Fragilis said, You make the first move. Xianxia Lu kicked Li Qingshan hatefully, grabbed her clothes, and ran out as if escaping. Li Qingshan spread his hands. Since we're traveling together, let's get to know each other first. When can we set off? Probably in less than 10 days, we can set off. Good, you'll get what you want very soon, and you won't have to listen to my orders anymore. You're not coming back? Chrysanthemum Fragilis said in shock. She had not thought that he would let her go so easily. Of course, is this place very fun? Li Qingshan stood on the surface of the water, and with a thought, the surface of the water became as smooth as a mirror. Under Chrysanthemum Fragilus's shocked gaze, another tiny north moon leaped out of the water. The long-awaited moon in the mirror. Gusts of wind surged, turning into a pair of semi-transparent wings on Li Qingshan's back. The wings of wind that he had not seen in a very long time. The fierce wind kicked up a huge wave in the hot spring. With a sudden flap of the wings, he rushed into the air and dove into the depths of the clouds in the blink of an eye. The fragrant flower house was as small as a mustard seed, blurry in the endless sea of trees. He cast his gaze towards the north again and whistled off. Although he was unable to borrow the atmospheric winds because his strength had yet to fully recover, he still maintained a straight line and constantly flapped his wings, moving faster and faster, leaving behind a spiral stream of air. With this innate ability, even a distance of 5,000 kilometers was nothing. It would take him a day or two at most to reach the border between the Mist Province and the Green Province. Afterwards, he would confirm his bearings and fly off in the direction of the Rui Commandery. Li Qingshan gazed at the sky and diverted a sliver of his attention to his mirror clone. He lowered his head and said, "A man, how do you plan on explaining my identity?" Only then did Chrysanthemum Fragilus return to her senses. What was that just then? It's just a clone. Chrysanthemum Fragilus was shocked. It's just a clone. In the past year or so, she had never seen him fight again. She had only watched him grow up day by day. Although she knew he was constantly growing stronger, she had no idea just how strong he was. Just now, with that fleeting glimpse, she understood just how powerful this child before her was. In the past, he had promised to give her freedom after using her for 2 years at most. She was still rather doubtful. If she were a man, she would never let go of a beautiful matriarch like her who could do whatever she wanted as a servant so easily. Now, she no longer had any doubts. To him, she was completely insignificant. Instead, she felt some slight reluctance and resentment inside. Li Qingshan said, "I'm asking you a question. What are you standing there for?" "I'll just say you're my man." Chrysanthemum Fragilus walked over with a swaying motion and knelt down to hug him. She kissed him deeply and said with a smile. Having concealed his characteristics as a demon, he lost some of his evil charm and gained more of a delicate handsomeness. "Isn't it, Daddy?" Li Qingshan said with a smile, but the lust in her heart was ignited again. She was dressed splendidly today. She wore an exquisite silver crown on her head and a gorgeous green and black dress that outlined her graceful figure. She was filled with a moving exotic charm. Lowering his head, he could see a deep ravine. Casually reaching into her clothes, he grabbed her ample bosom and lightly pulled the lapel. With a chi-la sound, a pair of jade rabbits leapt out. "Ah! You just bullied this servant's daughter, and now you want to bully this servant. The White Lotus sect will openly recruit disciples in the fragrant flower market. When the time comes, you can just go. I will tell Alu not to tell anyone about what happened today. I'll write a letter. You just have to pass the letter to Z and she'll return the item to you. But you have to promise me one thing." Li Qingshan said, "What is it?" "When it's over, you must come back to see this servant. Do you know how hard it was for me to wait for you to grow up? It's not easy for you to come back, but you just leave like that. Isn't that making this servant unreconciled for the rest of my life?" Chrysanthemum Fragilus complained. "I didn't know that it was hard for you?" Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows with a smile. They had only met by chance in the first place, so they each took what they needed. Although they had never actually crossed swords or legs, they did not lack other methods, so his complaints were completely unreasonable. Chrysanthemum Fragilus whispered a few words in his ear. Li Qingshan's heart was moved. Sure enough, this is the southern barbaric land. The atmosphere is really open. Okay, then we'll talk about it at that time. At that time, this servant will definitely make you satisfied, you. Chrysanthemum Fragilus pursed her lips and smiled. If the Fragrant Flower clan could get close to this backer, it would be more reliable than the White Lotus sect. The White Lotus sect had too many followers, and their resources were limited. Meanwhile, just a little bit of benefit from this person would be enough for her to enjoy endlessly. A few days later, Li Qingshan ended his comfortable, or rather boring, Days in the Fragrant Flower House. The envoy of the White Lotus sect started a ritual in the fragrant flower market. White lotuses bloomed one after another, as large as a round table. A fragrance filled the air, dazzling people. Afterwards, he began to recruit disciples. He only accepted children below the age of 15, as well as adult shamans with a foundation. Before this, the news had already spread. The bustling fragrant flower market became even more overcrowded. Who did not want their child to become a shaman? Joining the White Lotus sect was a shortcut to success. In the bustling market, children lined up and ascended the platform to have their talent tested. However, less than 1 in 10 people truly possessed the talent for cultivation, and the White Lotus sect was extremely strict when it came to accepting disciples. If their talent was too poor, they would not accept them either. Basically, only 1 in 100 would be accepted. In this place where there were no 100 schools of thought, where there were no large sects fighting over resources, the sole White Lotus sect did indeed have the right. Below the platform, under a pergola, Chrysanthemum Fragilis smiled. Envoy, you're far too meticulous. This is the foundation and legacy of the White Lotus sect. Holy Mother above, how could I dare to slack off? The emissary of the school of White Lotus was a benevolent old man with white hair and a white beard. He spoke slowly, and his voice was gentle and magnetic. Even for those children who did not have the aptitude, he comforted them with gentle words without a trace of impatience. It was impossible for others to associate him with an evil cult. At this moment, a child ascended the platform. Immediately, all of the lotus flowers bloomed, leading to a series of cries. The White Lotus envoy immediately put down the teacup in his hand. This was a sign of top-notch talent, and he had never expected to run into one in such a small place. When the child got closer, his eyes lit up. What a handsome child. What's your name? Which tribe do you belong to? I'm Goldiayu. My tribe was destroyed by the bone-eating tribe. It was the matriarch of the Fragrant Flower clan who saved my life. Li Qingshan was dressed in a set of attire commonly seen in the region. He bowed towards Chrysanthemum Fragilis and glanced at Xianxia Lu beside her. Xianxia Lu obviously did not have to undergo any tests. After sitting for most of the day, she just happened to be bored out of her mind. When she saw Li Qingshan, she almost cried out. She covered her mouth in a hurry and remembered Chrysanthemum Fragilis's instructions. Originally, she hated him to the core, but when she heard he came from Goldie Fort, she could not help but feel some pity. As it turned out, his parents had been eaten by the bone-eating barbarians. The bone-eating tribe suffered heavy losses in the fragrant flower market, venting their anger on Goldie Fort. It caused a disturbance, but it was forgotten very soon. The fragrant flower market used this opportunity to seize the gold mine in Goldie Fort and formed a new group of merchants. After destroying the bone-eating tribe, they became the strongest tribe in the region. The jungle of the Mist province was always like this. Tribes of various sizes appeared and were destroyed. The envoy expressed sympathy towards Li Qingshan's predicament and praised Chrysanthemum Fragilis for her righteous actions before accepting Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stood with a group of children who had successfully passed the test, only waiting for the day he set off. He sensed a pair of eyes constantly glancing over, so he turned around and smiled at Xianxia Lu. Xianxia Lu turned her head away in a hurry, afraid to look any more. At the same time, his clone had already set foot in the Green Province. However, after entering the Green Province, he became a little more careful, flying above the clouds as much as possible. When there were no clouds, he would find a way to hide himself. He did not want the Dragon King of the Sea to know he was still alive. When Li Qingshan was about to set off for a branch of the White Lotus sect with the envoy, the familiar landscape began to enter his view. It had been almost 3 years. He was finally back. Li Qingshan arrived in the Chain Mountains first. The formation was still in place, undamaged. He let out a sigh of relief. As it seemed, his identity had not been exposed, or his dwelling would have never been preserved in such a stable manner. Gu Yening and Hua Sengzan had been quite nice. They did not divulge his secret just because they received news of his death. As long as they did not say anything, no one would disturb his secluded cultivation. Even Han Xiongji would not. To cultivators, cultivation was the most important. Secluded cultivation without emerging meant they had reached a critical juncture. Cultivation itself was extremely time-consuming. The higher one's cultivation, the more so it was. Entering secluded cultivation for 2 or 3 years was nothing strange. There were also quite a few people who lamented that the lifespans of cultivators were long, far greater than mortals, but the amount of time they truly enjoyed life in the world might not even be as long as mortals. However, the people who said that would never be willing to become mortals. Is little and still not back? Has he undergone the heavenly tribulation, or is he currently learning the chant of Devanaga? Xianxia then turned around to Xianxia's dwelling. The stone door was firmly shut. He called out a few times, but there was no response. Right when he was about to leave, he suddenly glanced below his feet and could not help but be surprised. The ground outside the dwelling was actually covered in moss, which also meant she was either in secluded cultivation, isolated from the outside world, or she had not returned to the dwelling for a very long time. People came and went in Clear River City. It was just as bustling as before. The entrance to the Hawkwolf Guard was just as deserted as before. In a room at the top of the building, Hua Qinglu leaned on her hand as she listened to the reports of a Scarlet Wolf Guard quietly. She had used a few years to consolidate her various comprehensions from the wisdom imbuement, adapting to the status and identity of a Foundation establishment cultivator. She seemed to possess the bearing of a superior. However, from outside the window, Xianxia could not help but find her slightly unfamiliar. Compared to her, Chrysanthemum Fragilis, who he did not have any feelings for, seemed closer and more familiar. After all, it had been a few years. There was a reason why the cultivation community was apathetic towards human relationships. If it were not for the fact that cultivators all had impressive memories, there would probably be cases where they would forget the names of their friends and family after emerging from secluded cultivation. This was not an exaggeration. 3 years of secluded cultivation was not as simple as 3 years of separation from mortals. Every time they entered secluded cultivation, they would cast aside all external matters and delve into the profound world of cultivation. It was said that there were cultivators who would go into secluded cultivation for a decade and come out forgetting their names. Others would tell them who they were, but they would find the name very unfamiliar, so they would give themselves a new name. Being too close would harm one's self-will and affect cultivation, which was why it was better to forget each other than to help each other in difficult times. From a certain perspective, the reason why Xianxia could remain so close to Little and was because Little and did not have any pursuits of her own. She treated following him as the objective of cultivation, using his path as her own path. Hua Qinglu sensed something and gazed out the window, but there was no one there. Hua Qinglu suddenly looked back, but she saw nothing. A stream of wind circled around behind her, and she shivered inside. What speed! The opponent was not weak, but he had not launched an attack. He did not seem to have any ill intentions. Thus, she stood still and quietly used her divine sense to ask, "Who are you?" "I'm an old friend of your brother's." Xianxia used the spirit turtle's profound shell to block Xi Qinglu's soul sense. "I know all of my brother's friends." Hua Qinglu suddenly turned around, and flowing wind flew behind her again. "I don't have a sneaky friend like you. It seems that there are also people I don't know. Men have a lot of secrets. In short, I want to meet him and ask him some things. My brother is meditating in the Soaring Dawn Mountain." Hua Qinglu thought about it and still decided to tell the truth. No matter what the other party's intentions were, the Soaring Afterglow Mountain was enveloped in formations. Even golden core cultivators could not get through it. Leaving it to Hua Sengzan was better than leaving her in a disadvantageous situation. Soaring Dawn Mountain? Alright, thanks a lot. By the way, please keep this matter a secret. I believe this is also what your brother wants. Xianxia had once possessed a mental map of the Green Province. Afterwards, he gradually refined all the water in the Rui Commandery, so he understood the geography of the mountains and rivers. He immediately remembered where Soaring Afterglow Mountain was. That was originally where the Soaring Dawn sect stood. Their sect master seemed to have died in the commandery city of Rui, and their disciples had suffered heavy losses. As it seemed, the Hua family had used this opportunity to take over. After all, a sect without strength had no right to occupy such a holy place for cultivation. Alright, I'll keep it a secret for you, but you have to tell me who you are. One day in the future, perhaps you will know, but now is not the time. I want to know now. Hua Qinglu asked, but she did not receive a reply even after a long time. When she looked back, all she saw were the hazy white clouds and the setting sun in the west. After a moment of hesitation, she also hurried off in the direction of soaring Afterglow Mountain. She was just too curious. The Soaring Dawn sect was also a sect with over 1,000 years of history. Even though the sect's master had changed, the buildings in the sect had not been damaged at all. The palaces and pavilions were built along the mountain, giving off a majestic and elegant aura. In the main hall at the highest point of the Flying Dawn Mountain, Hua Sengzan paced back and forth in the empty hall. Leaning on the railing and gazing into the distance, the multicolored light gradually dimmed. All glory will eventually come to an end. At this moment, he recalled the death of North Moon. He still found it rather hard to believe. As a human and demon, he had risen up like a comet in just a few short decades, yet he had actually died in the jungle of the Mist Province so silently. But if one were to use reason to speculate, there was no way he could have survived the pursuit of one of the 10 demon kings, the Dragon King of the Sea. What should Xianxia do? Haitang probably knew nothing either. Although he was tight-lipped, he often harbored worries in his heart. This made him even more determined to cultivate. Right now, the world was in a state of chaos, and power was indispensable. At this moment, he felt the outer formation being touched. A voice shouted, "Wedge! Open the door!" Hua Sengzan looked into the distance and saw a child with red hair and red eyes smiling at him. He was stunned for a moment before realizing that this smile was very familiar. He said in disbelief, "Qingshan." Activating the layers of formations, Li Qingshan flapped his wings and flew over, landing on the railing gracefully. He smiled. "Your cultivation sure has advanced at an amazing rate in the past few years." Hua Sengzan's aura was calm. The fragrance of flowers lingered. He had already reached mid-foundation establishment firmly, close to breaking through to late foundation establishment. Clearly, he had begun to demonstrate his extraordinary talent after breaking free from his emotional entanglements. "You're still alive? That's fantastic, but I heard." "Don't worry. A single old dragon can't kill me. There will be a day when I go dragon slaying in the Ink Sea." Li Qingshan pointed towards the east. The clouds dimmed, and the stars began to twinkle. "I don't have to worry then," said Hua Sengzan. Li Qingshan asked Hua Sengzan about everyone's situation and learned that nothing had changed. Everyone was cultivating quietly, going into secluded cultivation for a year or so from time to time. The human and demon organizations of the Rui Commandery had all suffered heavy losses from their own people, so the situation was instead the most stable. There was also Gu Yenying, a commander who excelled in both sides, acting as a mediator, so there were basically no major battles. The other commanderies were not as peaceful. Although it was not full-blown war, the demon commanders and demon generals had already ignored the Treaty of Kings. They moved about on the surface, frequently engaging in conflict and fighting. The demon slayer organized by the Sword Collection Palace had already established a reputation in the north of the Green Province. Li Qingshan nodded. Suddenly, he realized that Hua Sengzan had even mentioned Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai. He had even explained the development of the Cloud Wisp Association in detail, but he did not mention Ru Xian. He asked, "Do you know where Ru Xian is?" Hua Sengzan asked in surprise, "You haven't seen her?" "Why would I see her?" Li Qingshan asked. "She went to the Mist Province to find you." "When did that happen?" "Soon after the news of your death arrived, she publicly announced that she was going into secluded cultivation. I knew it wouldn't be that simple, so I went to find her," she said. Hua Sengzan paused. Li Qingshan pressed down on his shoulder. "What did she say?" She said with a smile, "I refused to believe that bastard's death would be so laughable. He killed her son, so she hunted him down until he died." "Isn't that a joke?" "That does sound like something she would say. Though, I'm already in such a horrible state, yet she doesn't even know how to grieve a little," Li Qingshan said in dissatisfaction, but his eyes were smiling and touched. She had immediately set off several tens of thousand kilometers away to search for him as soon as she received news of his death, but he was also rather worried. Where was she right now? He spent most of his time in hiding, so it was not strange that she could not find him. You should talk to her. If I really died, it'd be useless even if she went. If I managed to escape, I obviously wouldn't be found so easily. That's what I said too, but she said that even if he really died, someone has to go and burn Joss paper for him, right? When she said that, her expression was very sad. I've known her for so long, but I've never seen her look like that. No one doubted that the Dragon King of the Sea would fail to kill a demon commander. With how clever she was, she clearly believed that too, but she still went. What a troublesome woman. Can't you just stay at home obediently? You even made me go look for you. Li Qingshan closed his eyes before opening them again. For a moment, he was tempted to abandon the azure field and immediately set off in search of her. At this moment, Hua Sengzan's expression changed, and he gazed down the mountain. What's wrong? It's Qinglu. Let her wait outside for a while. There's no need. It's quite late, so I should set off too. Oh right, why don't you find a master and become a disciple? Don't tell me you want to undergo the second heavenly tribulation and re-establish the Soaring Dawn sect as the sect master? I'm not as powerful as you. I want to go to the Sword Collection Palace and become a disciple after I break through to late foundation establishment. You want to join the Sword Collection Palace? If I want to find a master, it obviously has to be a great cultivator who has undergone the third heavenly tribulation. Of the three great sects of the Green Province, I can't just become a monk or go to the Umbraline sect in the south. Li Qingshan wanted to say, you're a Hawkwolf guard, so how can you join the Sword Collection Palace? They might not even be willing to accept you. Apart from the three great sects of the Green Province, there were a few great cultivators in the system of the Great Xia Empire. However, he immediately understood what Hua Sengzan was trying to say. He did not want to see Gu Yening again. Commander Gu gave me special permission to resign from my position as a Hawkwolf guard. She even sent me a letter saying that if I can't join the Sword Collection Palace, she'll recommend me to a great cultivator of the Umbraline sect. She just told me to wait for a few more years. She's basically been extremely benevolent to me. Looks like it's no surprise that I've fallen in love with her. Hua Sengzan smiled bitterly. This was something that most people could only dream of, but it filled him with very mixed feelings. What do you mean by extremely benevolent? She should know that you won't accept her at all. Li Qingshan said disapprovingly. That wretched woman had always been flawless, such that no one could find fault with her. She was not so slick that it was annoying, but she gave off a faint sense of alienation. She might even know that the Sword Collection Palace won't accept me, so she purposefully spread the news. In order to prevent me from joining the Umbraline sect, the Sword Collection Palace might be a little more confident. You really are hopeless. Take care of yourself. I'm leaving. Just when Hua Qinglu was about to lose her patience, the entrance finally opened. She arrived before Hua Sengzan and asked in surprise, "Is that really your friend?" "Just who is he?" Hua Sengzan said, "I'll introduce him to you in the future." Before long, Li Qingshan arrived at the dwelling of the wretched woman, the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind. He knew that she possessed an ink dragon talisman and that she had a close relationship with the Dragon King of the Sea, but he still came. He clearly knew that there was no deep friendship between them, yet he could still gain her trust. This could be regarded as a form of ability. He took a step forward and stepped from the chilly autumn night into the sunny, early summer. The lotus flowers rose and fell endlessly. The fragrance of the flowers permeated the surroundings, and the aura was fleeting. When he flew over the sea of flowers, he saw the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind in the distance. Gu Yening's white clothes were even more beautiful than the snow. She smiled. Looks like I was wrong. Absolutely wrong. Li Qingshan landed on the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind. What do you think? You didn't expect this, did you? Indeed I didn't. I didn't think that your shrunken form would be so interesting. Gu Yening smiled. The moment she saw Li Qingshan, she was indeed shocked. The Dragon King of the Sea wouldn't lie, but she was indeed alive. Her methods were truly unfathomable. Interesting my ass. If you had told me that Mou brat had such methods, I wouldn't have fallen for his trick. Li Qingshan said. You're not my man, hee, nor my son. I tried to advise you, but you didn't listen. How can you blame me? I'm not here to joke with you. I need spirit stones and elixirs of a certain attribute. Cultivating the second stage of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra wasn't as easy as cultivating the first stage. It required a large amount of resources, and he was currently penniless. All his assets were placed in the Azure field. Even with the Azure field in hand, such a large amount of resources couldn't be bought easily. He needed her help. Aren't you afraid that I'll sell you out to the Dragon King? No. Do you have the money to pay now? No. Outside the fragrant flower market, Chrysanthemum Fragilis and a group of clansmen watched as the envoy left with a long group. A third of them were shamans with a certain level of strength, while the remaining 2/3 were children below the age of 15. Li Qingshan was among them. Perhaps it was for a test or training, but they all walked. The envoy walked at the very front, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. He seemed rather graceful, like an immortal. Sir Envoy, you truly are extraordinarily graceful. No wonder the Holy Mother has sent you here for such an important job, someone praised. Chrysanthemum Fragilis sneered slightly. This job is important? He clearly has no future, which is why he's been sent here to waste time. What bullshit, envoy. He's just a lustful old man. In the past few days, he's found plenty of women in the clan to keep him company, yet he's still interested in her. Why doesn't he look at how many years he has left? Her only worry was Alu, but Ahong and Adzi had both joined the White Lotus sect now, while Ahong had already arrived at the headquarters of the White Lotus sect and become a formal disciple. Even an old coot like him would not dare to go too far. Not to mention, he was here too. The envoy glanced back from afar and waved his hand at Chrysanthemum Fragilis gracefully. He also sneered inside. A mere matriarch is actually turning down my request. Does she really think she's some chaste woman? Xianxia, that bitch, is bold enough to look down on an old man like me after she hooked up with the altar lord. He could not help but glance at Xianxia. He had to make up for all the vexation he had suffered from the mother and daughter pair with this little girl. It would be easy to coax a little girl who had yet to experience the world into bed. As long as he did not use force, even if her two sisters found out, they would not be able to do anything to him. Xianxia was completely unaware of all of this. She currently stared at Li Qingshan cautiously and with hostility. Li Qingshan did not look away as he walked forward slowly. Are there flowers on my face? There's shit. Xianxia said with a huff. He had clearly acted so boldly and rashly towards her in the hot spring, yet he actually acted as if it was only natural. He was practically detestable to the extreme, and her mother just had to say that she had to discuss everything with him. He really could not tell right from wrong. Who here did not treat her better than him? As the youngest daughter of Chrysanthemum Fragilis, Xianxia was born beautiful and adorable, so she was the center of attention in the team. All the barbarians, big and small, treated her with great respect. Some of the bolder ones even sang love songs and gave her all kinds of gifts. She felt that the outside world was not as dangerous as her mother had described it to be, except for this bastard with shit on his face. Li Qingshan turned around and smiled. Then you're a dog. How dare you call me a dog? Xianxia was taken aback before tugging at his ear furiously, but Li Qingshan grabbed her casually. Xianxia struggled a few times, but she was unable to break free, so she just allowed him to drag her away. She only muttered and cursed. Her face was slightly red, but she did not seem angry at all. Li Qingshan only treated it as a gentle breeze. Actually, in the past few days, because he was worried about Ru Xian, he did not really go out of his way to provoke Xianxia. It was just that this girl came to him time and time again, so he treated it as a way to relieve his boredom. Countless hostile gazes shot over from the surroundings. If it were not for the envoy at the front, there probably would have been quite a few people who would have stepped in to save the damsel in distress already. The older shamans shook their heads gently. This girl was clearly interested in this pretty boy, or why would she be unable to break free with her strength? After all, she was a true shaman. A cold light flashed through the envoy's eyes. This ignorant kid. Did he think he could touch the meat in his mouth just because he had some talent? Kid, you're called Goldie you. Did the bone-eating barbarians eat your parents? I wonder if they ate their hands or feet first, a young shaman with paint on his face said maliciously. Li Qingshan considered it before spitting out a single word, piss off. The young shaman's face changed drastically. With a swish, he drew his blade. What did you say? Stay further away. Oi, aren't you purposefully bullying him? What does the death of Ayu's parents have to do with you? Xianxia frowned. You're hiding behind a woman, you coward. The young shaman spat viciously and turned around to make his way to the front of the group. He sensed that the envoy was right beside him, and his anger had already vanished. He whispered, Sir, I've already looked into everything. Goldie Fort does indeed have a person called Goldie Ayu, but he's not this age at all. I tried talking to him a few times, but he ignored me. Even when I tried to provoke him, he wouldn't say anything. There's something off about this kid's origins. I'll deal with him tonight. Li Qingshan blinked his eyes. He had already sensed that there would be some setbacks on this trip, but the setbacks did not seem to be related to these barbarians. This was a reaction from the spirit turtle's spirituality. The sun set and the moon rose up. The bonfire rose up and blazed fiercely. After moving through the rainforest for an entire day, the shamans could still endure it, but the children had become utterly exhausted a long time ago. Li Qingshan sat under a large, gloomy tree far away from the bonfire without any change in expression. Xianxia sat right beside him and said proudly, If it weren't for my fragrance, you would have been bitten to death by venomous insects already. Li Qingshan only laid down casually and used her legs as a pillow without holding back at all. He crossed his legs and assumed a comfortable posture. Xianxia was stunned by his shamelessness. She furiously extended her hand and pinched his face, but her movements were far too gentle. It was more like intimacy than punishment, and her expression gradually became sweet. Ever since that day in the unaging spring of youth, a shadow had appeared in her heart. He was the first man who had kissed and caressed her like a woman, even though he was just a child. She never thought she would see him again a few days later, and the days they spent together made the shadow constantly deepen. She only felt like he was different from anyone she had ever seen in her life. He seemed to glow as he stood in the crowd, able to outshine everyone else in the surroundings. At this moment, a song rang out from beside the bonfire. It was a folk song about a young man courting a lady. 10 days ago, Li Qingshan still found it rather interesting, but now, he felt like he was sick of it, especially when the song was directed at Xianxia beside him. He sings so well. Do you know how to sing? Xianxia giggled when she saw how impatient he was. Of course. Li Qingshan said. In the past, he had even made Prince Xiqing's face darken. Why don't you sing it? If you want to listen, sure. Come, give me a kiss. I don't believe you. You definitely don't know how to sing. I won't fall for it. Li Qingshan raised his head and kissed her lightly on the lips. Without waiting for her to come back to her senses, he began to sing softly, under the moonlight, the phoenix tail bamboo, soft and beautiful like a green mist. The good lady in the bamboo house, dazzling like Yi Mingzhu. When the voice came out, even Li Qingshan himself felt that it was strange. The song by the bonfire immediately quieted down. Everyone turned their heads and perked up their ears to listen. They had never heard such a moving song before. It was beautiful and clear like the sounds of nature. When the song stopped, everyone was still immersed in the song. Xianxia, who was very close, had an expression of infatuation on her face. Li Qingshan shook his head. The voice of a young phoenix is clearer than that of an old phoenix. This can also be considered one of the benefits of phoenix transformation. It's too beautiful. Where did this song come from? Why have I never heard it before? Xianxia came back to her senses and said excitedly. She had completely forgotten her anger from being forcefully kissed. There's a lot you haven't heard before. Li Qingshan yawned. Suddenly, the tip of his ears twitched as if he was listening to something. At this moment, a group of people approached. They were barbarians of various sizes. They stared at Li Qingshan with vicious eyes. In the past few days, Xianxia had never spoken to anyone. Even if someone tried to talk to him, he would ignore them. He had nothing to say to these people. In the eyes of the bystanders, he was arrogant and out of the group, which made everyone unhappy. They had been holding back all this time because they feared the envoy of White Lotus. Now that they had received a hint, they all leapt out. The flames of jealousy burned fiercely in their hearts, burning even hotter than the bonfire. Xianxia said, "What do you want?" "Goldia Yu, we want to challenge you." "Alu, this has nothing to do with you. Go away." Xianxia lay down leisurely on Xianxia's legs and said indifferently, "I can see that you're all filled with death, so let's just forget about it tonight." His gaze landed on the white-bearded, white-haired envoy of White Lotus beside the bonfire. His face also seemed eerie. He was afraid to directly use force against Xianxia, who had a background, but that did not mean he was afraid to lay his hands on a kid who was plotting to infiltrate the White Lotus sect. "You're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. Cut him down." The barbarians drew their blades with a swish and swung them down, using the method they were best at to deal with the problem. Xianxia was shocked. She had no idea why this group of people who were usually so friendly would suddenly become so vicious, trying to kill Yu. She was about to strike. The young shaman Xianxia had scolded away had already made his way over silently, planning to seize this opportunity to stop her. Blades flashed and blood sprayed. Suddenly, there were miserable cries. For some reason, the barbarians who had tried to slash at Xianxia had all landed their blades on themselves. They rolled around on the ground in pain, and 2 of them had even directly cut themselves to death. With that, everyone was stunned. Xianxia had no idea what had happened, while the young shaman was even more confused. The people around the bonfire were even more confused. Only the envoy's expression changed drastically. In that instant, he seemed to see a mirror. The water mirror's image had the effect of reflecting the enemy's attacks. Xianxia shook his head. Using it on these barbarians was basically overkill. "What did you do?" The young shaman bellowed at Xianxia in a threatening manner. The envoy stood up as well and said righteously, "Brat, how dare you harm the foundation of our White Lotus sect? I won't let you off today. Everyone, take him down." The young shaman was about to take action when a gust of foul wind swept over with a powerful suction force, sucking him into the darkness behind the tree. A huge python covered in patterns of money, radiating with demon chi, extended its head out from behind the tree. Its neck wriggled and it swallowed the shaman. "There's a demonic beast." The barbarians cried out. "No, it's a demon," Xianxia corrected. The snake demon suddenly turned its head and stared at Xianxia and Xianxia with its cold eyes. Its forked tongue flickered as it approached them. Xianxia felt all the blood in her body freeze. She had only heard of the terrors of demons, but she had never seen one. Now that she had seen one tonight, she felt it was even more shocking than the legends. Xianxia waved his hand impatiently. "Piss off and eat them." In the gloomy jungle, the bonfire surged, and the snake's eyes flickered. A foul smell permeated the air. "It listens to you." Xianxia stared at Xianxia. She had no idea what to say. She knew a long time ago that he was definitely not a mortal like he seemed on the surface. Just his monstrous strength alone was enough for shamans to surpass him, but she never thought he could actually order around a snake demon. Xianxia leapt to his feet and lifted her chin. "Aren't you the same? Prepare to set off. Don't be afraid, everyone. Kill the remaining wretched demon of the snake god cult. The altar lord, no, the Holy Mother will reward you heavily." The envoy of the White Lotus race ordered loudly and attacked first. He powered a spiritual artifact that resembled a fang and shot it towards the snake demon. The shamans roused their viciousness as well. They drew their weapons and used shaman arts, charging towards the snake demon as they bellowed out. The snake demon swung its tail and knocked away the spiritual artifact. It suddenly opened its gaping mouth and sprayed out mist. "Ah, my eyes. It's poisonous mist. Retreat." Among the howls, a shaman called out, "Die, wretched demon." Suddenly, he charged out of the poisonous mist. He wielded a gleaming steel blade and swung it at the snake demon's weak spot. The snake demon's colossal body that was over 30 meters long coiled up rapidly, wrapping around the shaman. With a spurt, he was ground to pieces, and blood sprayed several meters into the air. The steel blade spun and stabbed into the ground. What a bunch of stupid barbarians. That's a demon with an innate ability. If the old man from the White Lotus sect was willing to throw his life on the line, we might have been able to put up a fight. However, he's clearly only used a single strike before turning around and fleeing a long time ago. He really does run faster than a rabbit. The snake demon was like a twisting, raging mountain stream, slithering about rapidly. A while later, it had swallowed over a dozen people. Whether it was shamans who knew shaman arts or regular barbarians, none of them were its opponent. They could no longer hold back their fear, turning around and running off into the forest. The surging poisonous mist did not disperse. Suddenly, it turned into mist snakes and shot towards the fleeing barbarians. As long as they came in contact with the poisonous mist, the barbarians would immediately die, while the shamans would be firmly entangled. They would be deader than dead before long. To be able to use its innate ability to make such transformations, it doesn't seem like an ordinary monster. He heard the old man mention something about the snake god cult. Was this snake demon part of an organization? That explains it. Only with the teachings of a powerful demon would it have such spirituality. As Li Qingshan pondered, he picked up Xianxia Lu and flew into the forest, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. The snake demon raised its head and looked in the direction where he disappeared for a while before lowering its head, looking relaxed. In that instant, it felt a great terror, as if it had met its natural enemy. This was not an opponent it could defeat. Not bad, big fish. The people of the White Lotus sect deserve to die. These tribesmen actually abandoned the serpent deity and sought refuge with the White Lotus sect. They deserve to die. Not long after, a pale, thin man walked out of the forest. He looked around and nodded in satisfaction. The snake demon known as Big Stripe intimately leaned over and rubbed its head against the man, making hissing sounds as if it was saying something. What? 3 of them escaped? There's one of them from the White Lotus sect. Let's chase after him. However, the snake demon paced around, refusing to advance. It only hissed constantly. One of them is an extremely terrifying child, just as terrifying as your mother. Ma'am Gold Thread is a mighty demon general. Alright, we need to hurry back and report this to the Ma'am so she can make a decision. The man frowned in some disbelief. If that child was a member of the White Lotus sect, Big Stripe would have died already. The envoy of the White Lotus sect fled madly, and the forest around him receded. With his familiarity with the terrain and the barbarians as bait, he had actually managed to escape. His face no longer showed any kindness at all. He cursed viciously. Screw him. You all stay in the Z Lotus altar and enjoy yourselves, leaving me to take the risk. It must be that bitch, Chrysanthemum Fragilis, who's colluding with the remnants of the snake god cult. That kid is clearly a traitor. Once I report this to the altar lord, I'll slaughter your fragrant flower clan to the last. Oi, what are you blabbering about? What are you saying? The envoy of the White Lotus sect suddenly turned around. Before he knew it, the child called Goldiayu had run alongside him with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Xianxia Lu stared at him in disbelief. She struggled to believe that such an amiable old man would actually say something so vicious. His heart suddenly tightened. No, I'm definitely not this little bastard's opponent. What do I do? Watch out ahead. Li Qingshan pointed forward. What? A black shadow rushed over. With a great thump, the envoy slammed heavily into a tree before falling heavily to the ground. Leaves rustled and fell to the ground. Although he was protected by his true chi and did not suffer any major injuries, he still felt dizzy. His body was covered in fallen leaves and mud. He was in an extremely sorry state. Li Qingshan stepped on his head. Please continue leading the way. Take us to the Z Lotus altar. The envoy prostrated himself on the ground. I'm willing to join the sacred cult and become Sir Snake God's most loyal servant. The White Lotus sect really is regressing as time goes on. Li Qingshan pursed his lips. He remembered that the White Lotus sect had a technique that could control people's minds derived from the wisdom imbuement technique. It seemed to be called the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple. Once affected by the technique, unless it was someone as twisted as Qian Rongji, no one would not be affected and remain loyal to the White Lotus sect. Clearly, this old man was not qualified to be affected by the technique. He casually picked up the 100 treasures pouch and opened it to take a look. The space inside was also very small, containing some food, water, and pills. There was also a map made from the skin of some unknown animal. Although it was not a high-grade item like a mental map, it was drawn in great detail. He casually passed the map to Xianxia Lu. "Can you understand it?" Xianxia Lu glanced at it and nodded. "I can." Before she had even finished, there was a thump. Li Qingshan crushed the head under his foot. "Then let's go." "To where?" Xianxia Lu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. "Of course to the White Lotus sect's Z Lotus altar." "I want to go home," Xianxia Lu said with a long face. The outside world was too scary. "When we reach the Z Lotus altar, I'll send you home. Don't worry, there won't be any danger if you follow me. Let's find a place to rest for the night and set off tomorrow." Li Qingshan saw that she looked like she was about to cry, and felt a sense of tenderness for the fairer sex. He rubbed her head and spoke in a surprisingly gentle manner. Xianxia Lu nodded with tears in her eyes. Li Qingshan carried her in his arms, unfurled his wings, and flew away. His plan to sneak into the White Lotus sect had not changed. Otherwise, he would have to attack the Z Lotus altar head-on. Killing a Z Lotus altar lord was not a difficult matter, but he did not want to attract the attention of the entire White Lotus sect. As long as he said that they had been attacked by a large snake and that they had escaped, with Xianxia Lu as a witness, it would not be difficult to sneak in. The mist was so heavy that one could not even see their own fingers. Looking down from above, it seemed like the boundless sea of trees was covered in a thick blanket, or like a sea of clouds had descended from the sky. A mountain pierced through the sea of mist like a lone, drifting island. The wind whistled on the top of the mountain, and flags with white lotuses fluttered in the wind. Xianxia stood on the top of the mountain and cast her gaze at the sea of mist. She frowned slightly. Looking at the time, Alu should have arrived yesterday. Why is she still nowhere to be seen? Has something happened? Only after joining the White Lotus sect did she realize that the seemingly powerful White Lotus sect was not without opponents. It was just that she had not realized this when she was at her level. Although the snake god cult had been defeated, their remaining strength was still terrifying. Destroying a shaman tribe like the Xianxia clan was basically as easy as crushing an insect. "Ma'am, a man and a woman have arrived at the bottom of the mountain. One of them claims to be your younger sister." "Just the two of them?" "Yes." Xianxia arrived at the bottom of the mountain. A few disciples of the White Lotus sect had already gathered there. She dispersed some of the mist and saw Xianxia Lu and Li Qingshan through the formation. She asked in surprise, "Alu, where are the others?" "Sister, we ran into a huge snake. The others are all dead. We only managed to escape after so much difficulty." Xianxia Lu's eyes brimmed with tears as she constantly glanced behind her nervously, as if a huge snake would lunge out from the mist at any time. Li Qingshan was filled with admiration. No wonder people said women were natural actors. He could not tell that despite her young age, her acting skills were actually so good despite her innocent appearance. Of course, this was also the result of his training as a director and scriptwriter. "I can't lose to her either." With this determination, Li Qingshan bit his lip and grabbed Xianxia Lu's hand firmly. He held back his fear and acted like a pitiful child who completely relied on Xianxia Lu. The snake god cult. Xianxia was surprised. The expressions of the other disciples of the White Lotus sect changed as well. "Open the formation," Xianxia said. "Their identities are unknown. We can't let them in." A middle-aged man walked over from the mist. He was stern. His aura was heavy. He could already be regarded as a high-level chi practitioner. "She's my third sister. What's there to be confused about? What about that child? Don't tell me you know him too? Humph, don't tell me you're even afraid of a child." This involves the snake god cult. Without the altar lord's orders, I will not let anyone with an unknown identity enter the Z Lotus altar. If he really did come across the remnants of the snake god cult, he would definitely die. How could the two of them escape? The middle-aged man's face was full of doubt. All right. I won't fight with you, just let my third sister come in. I am the disciple of the Lord Emissary. I am also a disciple of the White Lotus sect. Don't leave me outside. Li Qingshan shouted and pinched Xiang Hualu. Xiang Hualu hurriedly said, that's right, second sister. He's called Goldie Yu. He's not some unknown person. He came with me from the fragrant flower market. If you leave him outside, he'll die. At this moment, a faint voice came from the top of the mountain. Let them in. I want to ask them what happened. Yes, Altar Master. Everyone replied. Xiang Huazi said, Alu, come with me. And you too, kid. Xiang Hualu and Li Qingshan stepped into the Z Lotus altar. Successfully. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled up slightly. As long as they got through this, the rest would be easy. He could sense that Xiang Hualu was trembling slightly, so he pinched her hand in comfort. Xiang Huazi glanced at Xiang Hualu. As a sister who had grown up together since young, she could clearly sense that Xiang Hualu had not relaxed after entering the Z Lotus altar. Instead, she had become even more nervous. It was probably because they were about to meet the altar master. Instead, it was the child beside her who was abnormally relaxed. That extremely handsome appearance was even more eye-catching. The group arrived at the main hall at the top of the mountain. A man in white robes embroidered with lotus flowers sat on a throne on a lotus pedestal and looked down coldly. His figure was strangely and terrifyingly thin, like a skeleton wrapped in skin and bones. His hair, a mix of black and white, drooped down sparsely. He seemed eerie and terrifying. Greetings, Altar Master, everyone said loudly. Li Qingshan had learned from Chrysanthemum Fragilis that most of the altar masters of the White Lotus sect were powerful shamans who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation in the jungle of the Mist Province. They had been subdued one by one and conferred the title of Altar Master, establishing 24 branches of the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Every single one of them was loyal to the White Lotus sect. As a result, while they were altar masters of the White Lotus sect in name, they actually still practiced the shaman arts of their own tribe, so they were obviously different from regular cultivators. Xiang Hualu told him everything that had happened. Everything she said was basically true, so she did not leave anything out. She even made up Li Qingshan's identity and origins quite well. If she did not send people to investigate carefully, it would be very difficult to expose her on the spot. As long as Li Qingshan took back the azure field from Xiang Huazi, everything would be fine. The altar master nodded from time to time. When he heard about how the snake had devoured the envoy, he even roared, "Those who offend our White Lotus sect must be killed no matter how far away they are. The remnant of the serpent deity does not have long to live." The followers followed and shouted, "Those who offend our White Lotus sect must be killed no matter how far away they are. The remnant of the serpent deity does not have long to live." Li Qingshan felt a chill in his heart, but he could hear that the altar master's slogan came from the bottom of his heart and was almost completely sincere. On the other hand, although the followers' voices were loud and clear, they did not have much sincerity in them. The altar master's gaze suddenly fell on Li Qingshan. Such a handsome talent can be born in such a small barbarian tribe? Li Qingshan lowered his head, speechless. He was like a nervous child who did not know what to do. "Brat, the altar master is talking to you." The middle-aged man who had refused to let Li Qingshan in just now said in a low voice. "He's still young, and he has suffered so much. He still hasn't come back to his senses. All of you, go and have a good rest. The White Lotus sect will not abandon any of its followers. The Holy Mother Bodhisattva is watching all of you from heaven. Azi, you stay." After the followers dispersed, the altar master said coldly, "Your younger sister is lying. There's something wrong with that brat." Xiang Huazi's heart trembled. "Our fragrant flower clan is absolutely loyal to the Holy Mother and altar master. I believe that fragrant flower clan is still loyal to the Holy Mother, but some people will always be bewitched. Go and ask carefully." It's not too late to mend your ways. What if they still say the same thing? Then bring them here. I have my ways to make them speak the truth. A cruel smile appeared on the altar master's face. Yes. Xianxia's heart trembled. If it really reached that step, she would really be in a state worse than death. Don't worry, I will also remember your contributions. As long as you do not show favoritism, you will not be implicated. Li Qingshan and Xianghua Lu had just settled in their respective residences when Xianghua came to find him. Before she could speak, Li Qingshan handed her Chrysanthemum Fragilis's letter. Xianghua accepted the letter in confusion. After reading it, her expression changed a few times. In the end, she rubbed her hands together and crushed the letter into powder. She said fiercely, "There really is something wrong with you. How did you bewitch Lu and my mother?" She had originally thought that Xianghua Lu had only been threatened. She did not think that Chrysanthemum Fragilis would also go crazy, actually telling her to cooperate with this brat's actions and listen to all his orders. This was the White Lotus sect. Did she really want the Fragrant Flower clan to be exterminated? Li Qingshan did not pretend anymore. He leisurely sat on a chair and said, "Please give that thing to me. You don't seem to have it on you. Let's go get it quickly. I have already offered the item you spoke of to the altar master. If you want it, then come with me," Xianghua said calmly. Between the White Lotus sect and a brat of unknown origins, there was no need to choose. Right now, she was only considering how to cleanse the Fragrant Flower clan of their crimes. It's that Z Lotus altar master from earlier? Is it still in his hands? Li Qingshan frowned. Regular people would not be able to tell that it was an arcane treasure, but the altar master would definitely be able to. He was clearly under the influence of the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple. His mind had already become rather abnormal. If he directly offered the Azure field to the White Lotus Mother out of loyalty to the holy religion, then it would be troublesome. Of course. Xianghua sneered inside. Sure enough, you're afraid. It's best if you refuse to see the altar master with me, or I'll kill you on the spot in the name of resistance. But to her surprise, Li Qingshan said in a hurry, "Let's go right now." Although Xianghua's words made him relax slightly, he did not dare to completely believe her. In case anything unexpected happened, it was better for him to retrieve the Azure field as soon as possible. Xianghua furrowed her brows and said nothing. Killing intent surged from her. She did not want him to speak carelessly in front of the altar master. Li Qingshan said calmly, "Take me with you, for the sake of you being Lu's sister." He seemed to be pleading, but Xianghua gasped. He did not want to hide his identity, nor did he want to flee. Did he not know the power of an altar master? Perhaps there was another possibility. That possibility was why her vicious mother would write a letter like that. "All right, come with me." The two of them returned the way they came, returning to the hall at the top of the mountain very soon. The altar master was still sitting there, gazing down with some doubt. He'd gotten an outcome from the interrogation so quickly? Before Xianghua could say anything, Li Qingshan took a step forward and gestured with his hands. "Have you ever seen something this size that seems like it's made out of cloth?" Two specks of cold light exploded in the altar master's eyes. He fished out an item from his sleeve. "Are you talking about this?" It was the Azure field. "Thank you, please return it to me." Li Qingshan exhaled deeply, completely at ease. In reality, he was overly worried. Heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple originated from the Great Wisdom Imbuement technique. Although it had the effect of almost brainwashing, allowing them to form a completely new logic of thought, it was not so simple to wipe out a cultivator's self-awareness and turn them into slaves. Furthermore, for the White Lotus sect, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. After the altar master saw the Azure field in Xianghua's hands, he quickly realized that this was a legendary artifact. He treasured it greatly, and it was even more precious than his own son. In the past year or so, there was not a moment that he did not want to refine it. Although he was loyal to the White Lotus sect, he also wanted to improve his cultivation and status, and surpass the other altar masters. In the hall, before Xianghua could even respond, she was sent flying by a shockwave. She widened her eyes in the air, only to see the altar lord's strangely thin body rapidly swell on the lotus pedestal. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a muscular, sturdy man. His glossy, black hair draped down, filled with exuberant life force. His presence rapidly rose, filling the entire hall. It's the hidden Oragu. This ignorant kid is dead for sure today. Don't get dragged down by him again. The hidden Oragu normally hid all of its aura and spiritual chi within its body. Although it would make people seem haggard, it could extend their lifespan and hide their auras. Once it erupted at a crucial moment, it would unleash great power. The shaman arts of the South were often referred to as the arts of shaman gu, which only demonstrated just how important this gu was. Many shamans cultivated by nurturing gu, which was divided into internal nurturing and external nurturing. Internal nurturing was nurturing the gu in the body, becoming one with the gu and unleashing various powers. It was similar to the demon cores of demons. External nurturing was refining various gu insects and controlling them to fight. There were many insects, but shamans made use of their low intelligence, creating a myriad of shaman gu arts. They could attack, defend, curse, or poison. They could do anything. However, this was abandoned by the orthodox cultivation community. After all, no one liked having an insect in their body, and as time went on, even their temperaments would be affected. They would become almost as cruel and cold as insects. The altar lord was furious. He drew his blade with a clang and swung down from several meters away. Golden light surged, turning into a blade aura that was several meters long. The blade is only a spiritual artifact. Looks like shamans really aren't particularly skilled at forging artifacts, but it does seem quite powerful. It's best if I don't cause any disturbances. Faced with the incoming blade aura, Xianxia did not dodge at all. He leapt up to receive the blade as he evaluated it inside. Water mirror's image. The altar lord immediately lost track of Xianxia. Instead, he saw himself. A huge mirror suddenly appeared before him, and his reflection in the mirror swung his blade. When his blade aura landed in the mirror, Xianxia's eyes widened. When his blade aura struck the mirror, it was as if he had struck nothing. However, the blade aura that was originally just a reflection in the mirror suddenly flew out and slashed towards him. Although it had shrunk slightly, it was still as sharp as before. Although the Z-Lotus altar lord was shocked, he did not panic. The lotus platform under his feet shone brightly. They transformed into pure white lotus petals. It bloomed. When the energy saber landed on the lotus, it shattered immediately. The lotus pedestal was a sacred item the White Lotus Mother had bestowed upon the altar lord. He sat on it and cultivated. Not only could it calm one's mind and increase one's cultivation speed, but there was also no need to worry about external attacks. Its defense was extremely strong. The surface of the mirror shattered soundlessly, and Xianxia appeared once more. He had already transformed into a scarlet-haired, scarlet-eyed, a pair of horns on his head, and a pair of wings on his back. With a flap of the wind flame wings, he transformed into a streak of scarlet light. Shapeshifted demon general. The altar lord suddenly experienced an unprecedented sense of fear when he met the scarlet eyes. When he thought of the situation when he first saw the White Lotus Mother, he basically lost the will to fight back. However, this was only a moment of weakness. He bellowed out and swung his blade again. However, he channeled most of his spiritual energy into the lotus platform beneath his feet. The white lotus blossomed even more brilliantly, wrapping around him layer by layer. He thought that he was in an invincible position. Tremors of the Ox Demon. Xianxia punched out, and the pitch-black vibrating force sliced through the lotus petals, shattering them into pieces as fragile as paper. How is this possible? Before the altar lord could even return to his senses, Xianxia had already arrived right before him. He swung down with his blade. Xianxia caught the blade with his left hand and gripped the altar lord's neck firmly with his right hand. The altar lord was shocked. He still wanted to fight back, but the vibrating force filled his entire body. He was unable to gather any spiritual energy at all, and he was pressed to the ground in the blink of an eye. Xianxia placed a foot on his head and held the azure field in one hand, studying it and fiddling around with it. He was filled with joy from recovering something he had lost. The azure field had not been refined by the altar lord. With his cultivation of the first heavenly tribulation, he was far from qualified to control an arcane treasure. Even with his current power, it would take some effort to refine it again. Everything had begun and ended in a split second. Only now did Xianxia fall heavily to the ground. She stared at this scene in disbelief. The powerful altar lord had actually been defeated and captured in a single moment. She could not help but rejoice that she had acted rashly. Just who was this child? No, he was not human. He was a demon. At the very least, he was a demon general that had taken on a human form. And the scarlet hair and scarlet eyes were strangely familiar to her. She thought of something she had investigated over a year ago and blurted out, "You're that baby." Li Qingshan glanced back at her and kicked the altar lord's head. What an idiot. What kind of person do you think possesses an arcane treasure? You actually dare to attack me. An arcane treasure. That wondrous item is actually a legendary arcane treasure. I actually possessed an arcane treasure before. Xianxia was even more surprised. The altar lord had never told her about this. He had only told her not to tell anyone about the existence of this arcane treasure. Apart from feeling shock, she also felt deep regret. However, upon further thought, arcane treasures were not something she could possess, or it would only lead to great trouble. The altar lord was proof. Are you a remnant of the snake god cult? If you kill me, the Holy Mother will definitely avenge me. The altar lord spoke viciously, but he did not dare to make any unnecessary movements as he lay on the ground. As long as the foot above his head exerted even the slightest bit of force, he would end up with his head on the ground. Survival was a human instinct, let alone someone like him who possessed a noble status and great strength. He had never expected the opponent to be so powerful, such that he could not use many of his techniques in time. However, since the opponent did not directly kill him and instead chose to capture him, he must have some misgivings. Do I look like a snake? A sliver of hope rose up in the altar lord's heart. Since he was not a member of the snake god cult, he did not have to kill him. Let me go, and I'll treat it like nothing has happened. No, I can even recommend you to join the White Lotus sect. Do I look stupid? Li Qingshan crouched down with a smile and removed the altar lord's 100 treasures pouch. He casually stuck it into his dantian, and when he pulled it out again, he had already grabbed a tiny, black insect that was 3 inches long. It constantly struggled in his hand, maintaining a connection with the altar lord. It seemed a little like a demon's demon core. The arts of Shaman Gu truly were interesting. A cold light flashed through the altar lord's eyes. The insect suddenly swelled up and became vicious, biting down on Li Qingshan's wrist viciously. Li Qingshan closed his hand gently, and with a flash of blue light, the insect returned to its original size. It lay there silently, without moving at all. The sliver of pity the altar lord had for the altar lord had been completely suppressed. The altar lord suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. His body rapidly withered away, returning to his original skeletal state. Clearly, losing the insect had damaged his foundation, causing his cultivation to regress drastically. I'll take the insect, but I'll spare your life for now. Li Qingshan pressed his hand against the altar lord's head, and blue light rippled out, completely suppressing his remaining presence and even his consciousness. He laid there without moving like a corpse. He obviously did not do this out of benevolence. Benevolence to his enemies was cruelty to himself. It was very likely for the altar lord to possess a life lamp in the main altar of the White Lotus sect. If he killed him, the White Lotus mother would probably kill her way over before long. He still wanted to refine the azure field here. Are you fine? Xianxia looked back, only to see Xianghua Lu leaning against a pillar as she asked fearfully. She heard that Xianxia had taken him to the top of the mountain again, so she had secretly rushed over, afraid that something would happen to him. The little girl really does have some feelings for me. All these days of training haven't been in vain. Though, she's still young and naive. If it were Chrysanthemum fragilis, she would never have risked her life. Li Qingshan smiled. In the past few days, he had been alone with a woman, spending all day and night together. It was not like he was some upright gentleman, and Xianghua Lu had only been reluctant, so he had taken advantage of her a long time ago. He was in a good mood right now, so he casually tossed the altar lord's 100 treasures pouch to her along with the hidden origu. Here, this is for you. As long as he refined the azure field, he would be able to retrieve all of his wealth. A barbarian's 100 treasures pouch really was nothing in his eyes. As for the shaman goo, it was even more useless to him. He already had enough paths of cultivation. The ocean pearl, the demon heart, and the divine talisman of great creation were all waiting for him to absorb them back into his body. How could he split his attention? This is a goo insect. Xianxia Lu received the 100 treasures pouch and the hidden origu in a daze. She looked at Li Qingshan, at Xianxia Lu, and then at the altar lord on the ground. She still did not understand the situation. Xianxia Zi's eyes were filled with shock and envy. He had actually given such an astonishing amount of wealth to Lu without any hesitation. Lu had only helped him tell some lies. Compared to her painstaking efforts in the Z Lotus altar, it was so easy that it made her jealous. No wonder mother told me to cooperate with him with all my strength. I've probably obtained many benefits as well. Compared to climbing up bit by bit, climbing up a large tree was naturally much easier. Furthermore, with his strength, it would be extremely easy to destroy this Z Lotus altar. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated and knelt down on one knee. Z is willing to pledge loyalty to Lord Au. At the same time, she said to the confused Xianxia Lu, third sister, quickly thank Lord's reward. The meaning behind her words was for Lu to put in a good word for her. Lord? Xianxia Lu found it very hard to associate this bad boy who bullied her whenever he was free with this word. Li Qingshan said, get up. The guy outside, hurry up and get in here. A Zhong is also willing to pledge loyalty to Lord Au. All these years, the matters of the Z Lotus altar have been handled by this lowly one. As long as Lord is willing, no one will know what happened here. I can guarantee it with my head. A man scrambled into the hall from outside the door. It was the middle-aged man who had tried to stop Li Qingshan from entering the Z Lotus altar, his face filled with flattery. When he heard that Xianxia Zi had returned and brought that beautiful child into the hall, he became curious and guessed that there was most likely a problem with that child. Xianxia Lu had been able to pass through the many obstructions and smoothly enter the hall because he had secretly used his strength. He wanted to implicate Xianxia Lu in this matter to deal a blow to Xianxia Zi who was vying for power with him. But he had not expected the great Z Lotus altar lord to be defeated so quickly. When a shout reached his ears, he did not dare to hesitate and immediately came in to pledge loyalty, only asking for a way out. A Zhong was overjoyed. As long as he had value, he could escape. Right when he was about to say something, Xianxia Zi cut him off. You can announce that he's in secluded cultivation. A Zhong glared at her, but Xianxia Zi completely ignored him. She stared straight at Li Qingshan and felt slightly regretful inside. She could only hate herself for not listening to Chrysanthemum Fragilis earlier. If she had stated her stance right from the beginning, she definitely would have benefited quite a lot. Now, she had to expend so much effort to salvage the situation, and she even had to compete with others. What are you glaring at my sister for? Xianxia Lu also stood beside Xianxia Zi without the slightest hesitation, which comforted Xianxia Zi greatly. At crucial times like these, it was still her family that could be relied on. She looked at Xianxia Lu, who had already grown into a slender and elegant woman. Just what did you dote on her so much? Was it because? Thinking up to there, she became even more confident and stuck out her chest a little. A Zhong thought, oh no, these bitches are using their beauty to bewitch people, but I'm not their opponent. He called out, Sir, Xianxia Zi is inexperienced. She's only been placed in such an important position because of her relationship with the altar lord. How can her words convince everyone? Xianxia Zi was furious, but she still wanted to argue. Alright, there's no need to be like fighting cocks. Then I'll have to trouble the two of you with what happens next. I just happen to be in secluded cultivation for a while, so I hope the people in the Z Lotus altar can settle down and not cause any rumors or make it to the headquarters of the White Lotus sect. I won't say any more threatening words. Just do as you see fit. If you want to die, I definitely won't stop you. Li Qingshan waved his hand in an unconcerned manner. He was not worried about whether they would betray him or not. Let alone the fact that two measly Qi practitioners had no means of long-distance communication. Even if they did manage to contact the White Lotus Mother, only death would await them. They would never do something as stupid as that unless they had been brainwashed by the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple. Zhong and Xianxia clasped their hands and accepted the order, backing out of the hall. They left behind Xianghua Lu, who was still rather confused. What, you can't bear to leave me? Li Qingshan wrapped his arm around her soft waist with a smile, stroking it gently. You, don't. Xianghua Lu's body immediately softened, and she powerlessly pushed him away. Her soft voice was more like a temptation than a refusal. Over the past few days, not a single part of her body had been able to escape his caresses, and she had even tasted lust for the first time. Li Qingshan gently kissed her lips. In a few days, I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be a woman, okay? Not good. I'm going to find my second sister. Xianghua Lu's face was bright red. She pushed him away and turned to leave, running out of the hall as if she was fleeing. Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile. That night, Zhong and Xianghua announced in the name of the altar lord that they would seal off the great hall and enter seclusion. No one was to disturb them. Their positions in the Z Lotus altar were very high. Furthermore, the fact that the altar master had been silently captured was too unbelievable. No one suspected anything. In the spacious hall, Li Qingshan sat on the lotus pedestal and began refining the azure field again. Actually, with his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to refine an arcane treasure. However, he had the experience of refining one in the past, and his imprint still lingered in the azure field, which gave him a certain chance. Red and blue light constantly flowed through his hand, entangling with one another and seeping into the azure field strand by strand. The blood-red inscriptions on it sprang to life, flickering with light. His heart was calm, and his soul sense began to penetrate the azure field. Before he completely entered a state of selflessness, he thought of Xianxia. He wondered where she was right now and how she was doing. With the senses of the spirit turtle, he could vaguely sense that she was still alive. She was not in life-threatening danger. However, his strength had yet to fully recover, so it was impossible for him to accurately sense where she was. Li Qingshan silently dismissed his thoughts. Once his strength completely recovered, he would obviously find out. 3 years ago, in the rainforest of the Mist Province. The sky was hazy, and torrential rain poured down, constantly pouring into a huge pit and forming a new lake. A slender woman in white walked out of the rainforest and stared at the lake sternly. The surface of the lake was shrouded in mist, constantly rippling like her mind. It was said that the Dragon King of the Sea had slain the North Moon once. Some kind of terrifying aura still lingered in it, preventing wild beasts from approaching it. Don't tell me he's actually already. Xianxia's heart ached, and she was momentarily at a loss. She had spent almost 2 months, crossing almost 15,000 kilometers from the Green Province to the Mist Province to find his traces. She knew there would be no results, but she still came. What a coincidence. How many times had she dreamed about this scene before her? The air was filled with the unique aura of the Mist Province, constantly stirring up her memories of the past. Even the water of oblivion could not suppress it anymore. Just how many things did a person have to forget, and how many burdens did they have to cast aside before they could continue moving forward? That's... Xianxia became cautious. All she saw was a black lotus suddenly emerge from the misty surface of the lake. The lotus bloomed, and a man in black robes and a crown made of a black lotus said gently, "You're right." He said gently, "Fellow, have you specially come to visit the ruins of this battle as well?" Unfortunately, far too much time has already passed. Many of the crucial auras and traces have already vanished. May I ask for your name, fellow? Xianxia shivered inside. This person had probably undergone the second heavenly tribulation already. Names are just code names. You can call me Black Lotus. The man who called himself Black Lotus smiled gently and walked over on the water. Xianxia found him rather familiar. Her heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me he's Altar Lord Black Lotus of the White Lotus sect? Have you heard of my name before, fellow? Venerable Black Lotus's eyes flickered slightly. I haven't. Then have you heard of the White Lotus sect? the sun rose and set. Time passed by slowly. Over a month later, the azure field suddenly circled around in the main hall of the Z Lotus altar. It shone with rings of blood-red light above Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and raised his head. He smiled faintly. I'm finally done. Sending his soul sense into the azure field, a familiar sight unfolded before him. A great banyan tree stood between the sky and the earth. The night roamers lived right under the tree. The azure field fought for itself on the ground, honing their martial arts. The haunts wandered through the wilderness. However, within a range of several hundred kilometers, there were many more lakes and rivers. He could still remember that this was the result of him channeling tremendous amounts of water spiritual chi into the azure field. You're still alive. A thought emerged from the great banyan tree, filled with faint surprise. Even with his intelligence, he never thought he would actually be able to escape alive after being hunted down by the Dragon King of the Sea. Li Qingshan sniggered. How can I be killed so easily? You better not tell anyone. Trees don't speak carelessly. The banyan tree king laughed aloud. The tree trembled, and the night roamers all raised their heads. They had no idea what had happened to make the banyan tree king so happy. This is yours. Take it. The 100 treasures pouch returned to Li Qingshan's hands once again, along with 3 other items. A deep blue bead that possessed the vast aura of the ocean. A blood-red crystal, condensed from endless malice and killing intent. The 3 lights were 3 cultivation methods, as well as 3 paths. If Li Qingshan absorbed any one of them into his body, his strength would increase drastically. However, Li Qingshan was in no hurry to do that. After undergoing Nerva rebirth, the most important thing was to use the time of growth to slowly balance out the various powers in his body. If he devoured all 3 at once, it would only disrupt his original pace, which was why he could only choose one of them. The ocean pearl should be the best choice. It could raise his strength back to early golden core immediately. Combined with his recovered strength, there would only be a very limited number of people who could threaten him in the Mist Province. However, after a moment of thought, he still chose the demon heart, as it was a little more compatible with the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, and it would not disrupt the balance between water and fire in his body. And, speaking of which, who knew how much more powerful the demon suppression statuary was compared to the arts of the boundless ocean? The reason why it did not demonstrate great power was actually because there was a crucial step he had never taken, which was to completely give up on the arts of the boundless ocean and convert his cultivation to the demon suppression statuary. In the past, the unraging monk had converted the Saraira he had cultivated arduously into a demon heart, which was why he had truly succeeded in practicing the demon suppression statuary. Without this step, the demon suppression statuary would actually be an empty shell. Li Qingshan had to rely on his powerful demonic nature to barely unleash some of its power. The reason why Li Qingshan had never taken this step was because of many considerations. This conversion required time. He did not have too much time and energy to spend on it. After all, demon cultivation was his foundation. Human cultivation was actually secondary. The arts of the boundless ocean was a little weaker, but it was more complete, so it was easier to practice too. Originally, he planned on converting the arts of the boundless ocean to the 9th layer of perfection, which would basically allow him to unleash the full power of the first 6 layers of the demon suppression statuary. However, as it seemed, it was time for him to make a choice now. If he did not use this opportunity to tidy up the various powers in his body, he would have to wait for this Nerva rebirth. He extended a finger, and the blood-red, crystal-like demon heart suddenly shone with intense light. He silently operated the demon suppression statuary, and the light slowly receded. It was translucent and glistening. Afterwards, he looked at the ocean pearl again. Under the control of his divine sense, the deep ocean pearl began to spin faster and faster, and its smooth and round shape gradually changed. It gradually approached the demon heart. A droplet of liquid suddenly flew out of the ocean pearl and landed on the demon heart. It immediately led to a powerful reaction. The red light flickered constantly, illuminating the entire hall. Under Li Qingshan's control, over a day had passed. Only then did the light gradually settle down, and the demon heart began to shine even more brightly. Afterwards, the droplet of the second droplet. Just like that, time passed day by day. The deep-sea pearl grew smaller and smaller, and the demon heart grew brighter and brighter. The demon heart that was originally blood red was now intertwined with a deep blue. The two colors merged together, making it seem even more magnificent. The benefits of combining the two powers went without saying. His current strength as a human cultivator was definitely much greater than before his rebirth. Right now, even if the White Lotus Mother directly charged over, he could advance and retreat with ease. 2 months ago, his mirror clone had sent him good news as well. According to their agreement, Du Yenying had helped him collect a large quantity of fire-attributed pills and spiritual stones. He directly paid for it. Of course, he had to thank Si Qing for her generosity and asking her to continue collecting them. With this sum of resources, he could begin practicing the second layer of the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva. However, there was no need for him to be in such a hurry. After a lengthy period of cultivation, he needed to rest slightly, so he took out the azure field. "Sister, where do you think Master has been these past few years? Why hasn't he summoned us even once? The Tree King clearly knows, but he refuses to tell us." In an exquisite treehouse in the azure field, Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo sat opposite one another. Smoke curled up from their tea. Everything in the room was carved from wood, engraved with complicated and beautiful patterns. The air gave off a fresh, natural fragrance, completely different from the gloominess and mysteriousness underground. He's probably focusing on cultivation right now. At his realm of cultivation, it's nothing strange for him to enter secluded cultivation for a few years. Actually, there are regular demons who can enter secluded cultivation for several decades at a time. It's best if you don't think about it too much. Focus on cultivation. Yi Liusu comforted Yi Liubo, but her gaze was rather unfocused. The most precious thing in the world of cultivation was time, but it was also the least valuable thing. What? Several decades. I'll die. Yi Liubo was tongue-tied. She leaned on the round wooden table powerlessly and groaned. Reunions are always short. Parting is forever. Liubo, don't you understand? Yi Liusu stroked Yi Liubo's hair gently and said gently. With his talent, becoming a demon king was nothing difficult. His lifespan would reach over 10,000 years. As night roamers, they might live a little longer than regular human cultivators, but they were nowhere close to demons. They would basically die before him. And that was not the cruelest part. It was possible for him to ascend even faster and even higher, ascending to an even greater world. That would not be a barrier of time, but a barrier of space. I don't care. I don't care. I want to follow Master for the rest of my life. I haven't even given birth to his child yet. Yi Liubo called out shamelessly like a child. Yi Liusu sighed. Just when she was about to say something, the scenery before her changed. A voice rang out from behind, as long as you try a few more times, you'll definitely have a child. Suddenly, she looked back and saw a 12 or 13-year-old child standing on the lotus pedestal a few steps away, smiling at them. The voice had come from him. Your Master. Yi Liubo recognized the familiar scarlet hair and eyes with a single glance. Who else could it be? Before Li Qingshan had even finished speaking, Yi Liubo lunged over and hugged him firmly. She murmured, Master, you've become so small. Yi Liusu also asked, what happened? Don't you know? It's a long story. Li Qingshan roughly explained what had happened. That's roughly it. I'm currently recovering, which is why I've become a little smaller. However, I'll recover very soon. After that, Li Qingshan told them to focus on cultivation and not to slack off. It's not like I have my sister's talent. Even if I cultivate for another century, I'll only undergo the second heavenly tribulation. I'm better off staying here and spending some more time with you. It'll be better than staying in that tiny box. It'll be so boring. After reuniting after so long, how could Yi Liubo just leave like this? She hugged Li Qingshan and clung to him. The space in there isn't small. Can't it hold you? Li Qingshan patted her bottom gently with a smile. I'm not strong enough right now, so even I have to endure it. However, there will be a day in the future when I can roam the 9 provinces, and you can roam the 9 provinces. Then we'll be looking forward to that day arriving sooner. Liubo, let's go. Yi Liusu said. Fine. Yi Liubo said reluctantly. As soon as they returned to the azure field, a pitch-black shadow suddenly appeared in the room. The shadow solidified, turning into a female night roamer who resembled Yi Liusu slightly, except her appearance was more mature and her figure was even more graceful. She was Yi Mingzhu. Mother. Yi Liusu said. Yi Liubo also bowed reluctantly. Liusu, what's happened? Yi Mingzhu frowned. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation and gaining control over the night roamers, her bearing had become even nobler than before. Her words and actions were both dignified, adding to her charm. Yi Liusu roughly explained what had happened. I see. Yi Mingzhu felt deep regret. As it turned out, he had been heavily injured in the past few years, losing control over the azure field. No wonder there had been no news from him. If she had known this earlier, she would have attempted to refine the azure field from within. Not only would she have obtained an arcane treasure, but she could even take it a step further and completely break free from the North Moon's control. She could definitely achieve that with her cultivation, but it was too late for regret now. She probed again, is Sir North Moon well? I still need some time to recover. Mother, you don't have to feel trapped here. He said that one day, in the 9 states, we can move freely. Yi Liusu comforted her mother with confidence. She could faintly sense the change in her mother's mood. She was definitely unwilling to stay in the tiny azure field forever. I believe that day will come. Yi Mingzhu smiled happily, but she didn't believe it at all. He had formed a deadly feud with the Dragon King of the Sea. It was clear that he would never be able to make a comeback. Can only hide like a mouse. Back at the top of the banyan tree, in the cave that belonged to her, her expression changed. His eyes were bright and gloomy. Perhaps, this was an unprecedented opportunity bestowed by the heavens. If he missed this opportunity, when he fully recovered his strength, or even became even stronger, there would be no more opportunities left. She had already endured this kind of life. She was trapped in this small space and ordered around like a servant. She was no longer the mistress of the Spider Shadow clan. She had crossed the second heavenly tribulation and possessed a great power that was unimaginable in the past. Therefore, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Just as Li Qingshan was about to put away the azure field, he suddenly sensed a divine consciousness coming from the azure field. Master, I have something to report. What is it? I want to report it to Master in person. Li Qingshan frowned and thought for a moment. He waved his hand and let Yi Mingzhu out of the azure field. He sized her up. This woman had become even more alluring. If there was a chance in the future, he might as well enjoy her. He asked, what is it? When Yi Mingzhu saw his appearance, she thought to herself, as expected. Clearly, this attitude was not of his own will. From his appearance, his current strength was probably only 50% to 60% of his peak. At most, he could be considered a demon general. I should be able to defeat him now. With various thoughts, she said sincerely, I'm worried about Master's safety. If there's anything you need Mingzhu for, please call me at any time. Indeed, if Li Qingshan needed help, she, who had crossed the second heavenly tribulation and possessed powerful assassination skills, was undoubtedly the best choice. You just want to see how much strength I have left. Li Qingshan supported his chin with his hand and said with a smile. He could trust Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo, but before he had the strength to protect himself, he would definitely not summon Yi Mingzhu out of the azure field. Otherwise, there would be the threat of a backlash. If he did not want to be betrayed, it was best not to give others this chance. I'm innocent, Master. Li Qingshan's prestige was still there. When Yi Mingzhu heard that, her expression changed drastically, and she immediately knelt on the ground. I'm greatly indebted to Master. The stars and moon can bear witness to my loyalty to Master. The midday sun shone through the exquisitely designed skylight into the hall, making the hall appear extremely bright. Her exquisite face did not have the usual nobility and arrogance. Instead, it was filled with grievance and submission. Is that so? Then why do you have to say these words in front of me? You can still say them to me in the azure field. Li Qingshan was interested. His scarlet eyes reflected the sunlight and glistened as he moved his fingers gently. How can I be at ease if I don't see master? Yi Mingzhu only wanted to get out of the azure field as soon as possible before his strength recovered. She did not expect that she would succeed so easily. She had not thought of a suitable excuse, but her reaction was not slow. Actually, I can't endure the pain of lovesickness. That's why I want to see master. Oh? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows as if he did not expect her to say that. He said with a smile, so my charm is so strong. Why? Do you want to become my woman too? Yes. Since the first time I saw master. Yi Mingzhu began to talk about her emotional journey of falling in love with Li Qingshan. Alright, I'm very touched. On account of your deep feelings, I'll reluctantly agree to it. Li Qingshan listened for a while. At first, he was quite happy, but after a while, his teeth ached. Although he did not cultivate the Xianxia transformation, he was not a fool who would fall for a few nice words. He did not believe a single bit of Yi Mingzhu's confession of love. Thank you, master. Yi Mingzhu said joyfully. Go back to the azure field first. I'll summon you when the time is right. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Although he had recovered to the age where he could do something, he was not that thirsty. I want to spend more time with master. Yi Mingzhu caressed her chest inadvertently, and her eyes suddenly became charming. Is that so? Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed slightly as if he wanted to see through Yi Mingzhu. His lips curled into an unfathomable smile, but it did not seem to be the joy brought by a beauty offering herself. Yi Mingzhu hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes. Then come over. Li Qingshan did not intend to do anything in this childish matter, but he suddenly changed his mind at this moment. Yi Mingzhu was about to get up when Li Qingshan said. Don't get up. Just come over like this. Yes, master. A trace of darkness flashed in Yi Mingzhu's eyes, and she knelt in front of him. Do you know? For some people, the more others suppress and humiliate them, and treat them like slaves, the more obedient they will be. On the contrary, if someone treats them well and gives them strength, the more ambitious they will be. They will never consider feelings or gratitude, and only consider the pros and cons. Mingzhu, are you such a person? Li Qingshan bent down, and his forehead almost touched Yi Mingzhu's. His red eyes looked deeply at her. Of course not. Yi Mingzhu's heart tightened. Has he guessed what I'm thinking? Since she had come out this time, she had no plans on returning to the azure field. As long as she merged into the shadows of the Mist Province's jungles that never saw the light of day, no one would be able to find her. The world was vast, and she could go anywhere with her cultivation. However, she did not immediately turn around and flee after leaving the azure field, as she wanted to try something, which was to assassinate the North Moon. Since she had decided to betray him, she had to take action. The level of danger was the same. If she succeeded, she could take over everything from him. Even if the assassination failed, she could flee far away. She was confident that even if she could not win, escaping would not be a problem. By then, as long as she spread the news that he was still alive, he would still struggle to escape the fate of being hunted down and killed by the Dragon King of the Sea. This was the heaven-sent opportunity she saw. If she won, she would win everything, but if she lost, she would not lose anything either. Of course, she had to try it. That would be for the best. Li Qingshan smiled. Yi Mingzhu eased up inside. Looks like he's just too wary, which is why he's warning me like this, or he would have directly attacked me. This instead proves how weak he is right now. If it were in the past, he would never waste his breath like this. If he were bold enough to betray me, he would just directly kill me. In the past, he had casually given her the origin spirit pill not because he trusted her, but because he was not afraid of her doing anything at all. Now, he was afraid. She became even more confident in her plan. She needed to do something to make him completely lower his guard. As a woman, she obviously had to use one of her greatest weapons. I'm willing to do anything for master. That's fantastic. Li Qingshan did not hold back anymore. He suddenly lifted her up and pressed her against the lotus pedestal, ripping apart her armor without the slightest tenderness. He played around with the softness that had leapt out from her chest fearlessly. Yi Mingzhu let out a soul-stirring moan. She sneered in her heart, "You've finally taken the bait. But with your current appearance, I'm afraid you can only move your hands and feet." As if sensing her thoughts, Li Qingshan's figure suddenly grew bigger. His devil heart glowed with a bright light. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a handsome child into a ferocious-looking brawny man. He chuckled. Lotus petals bloomed on the lotus pedestal, completely enveloping them. The sunlight shifted bit by bit, slowly dimming until it completely disappeared. There were no lights in the main hall, and it was as dark as water. "It's getting late. Are you still not going to make a move?" Li Qingshan said with a smile as he stroked Yi Mingzhu's smooth back. "Master, what are you talking about?" Yi Mingzhu said lazily. "I'm just joking with you." Li Qingshan chuckled. Bang! The blood-red heart stopped beating, and the black poison spread like a shadow. The heart was corroded into a pitch-black color in the blink of an eye. He 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 he. Li Qingshan's laughter did not stop, and his expression did not change at all. Even the movements of his hands were still gentle. "Someone once sold my whereabouts to the demon slayer Fu Qingjin. You were the one who did it, right? So what if I am?" Yi Mingzhu turned into a shadow and blended into the darkness. Her voice echoed in the hall. "Not only is the heart not a vital point, it can't even injure him severely? If I had known this would happen, I would have attacked the brain directly. In the past, I didn't take you to heart. After experiencing this incident, I realized that I really shouldn't have left any latent dangers in the Azure Arena." Li Qingshan sat up, his long hair falling down to cover his face. He put his hands on his knees and shook his head hard, as if lamenting his negligence in the past. "Unfortunately, it's too late for you to understand. If I had waited for you to fully recover your strength, how would I dare to attack you? What I don't understand is, if you don't make a move, how can I justify killing you?" "Hee hee, North Moon, I had thought that you were a big shot, but it turns out that you are so timid. You gave me the chance to kill you for such a ridiculous reason. I will come and go as I please. What can you do to me?" Yi Mingzhu felt a chill in her heart, but she immediately dismissed it. He did not understand how powerful she was right now. As long as she was not trapped in a spatial domain like the Azure field, she could hide all of her aura and pass through any obstacles. Be it steel or formations, she could ignore them all. This was the way night roamers fought. The way of survival was the way of an assassin. Defeating the strong with the weak was nothing but a walk in the park. No matter how strong the enemy's defense was, he would be able to kill them with a single strike. Even if he failed, he would be able to escape far away. To you, Liusu's idea might be a laughable reason, but to me, it's not. As for who I am, that's not for you to judge. You've been spouting nonsense here. Why aren't you making a move? Are you afraid? Then I'll let you have 3 moves first. 3 moves? Was it still because of Liusu? What a good son-in-law. No, it's because you're just serving me well now, mother-in-law. The corners of Li Qingshan's mouth raised into a smile. A black sword pierced through the space between his brows. A shadow appeared behind Li Qingshan. Ignoring the tough cowhide and tenacious tiger bones, he pierced through its skull with a single strike. The second move. Li Qingshan didn't move, ignoring the shadow behind him. Yi Mingzhu was shocked. Where was his vital point? If an attack that one thought was fatal was useless in a fight, it could very well affect the outcome of the battle. Hearing those words, Xianxia sneered coldly. Since you dare to act so arrogantly, don't blame me for being ruthless. 100 Ghosts Night Tour. One by one, human figures walked out of the darkness like thin shadows. Some had swollen bodies, some had long limbs, and they were constantly twisting and changing like ghosts, approaching Li Qingshan on the lotus platform. Li Qingshan continued to sit there without budging, as steady as a mountain. The ghosts lunged over, and their heads suddenly split open, turning into huge mouths with crisscrossed teeth that bit down on Li Qingshan and tore at him viciously. Yi Mingzhu's heart sank. Did he not have any vital points on his body? The third move. With your strength, even if I let you have another 100 moves, what can you do? Li Qingshan said indifferently. Waves of demonic qi gushed out of his body, sweeping away all the ghosts. His body expanded until it was more than 3 meters tall. He had completely demonized. A sinister scarlet armor covered every inch of his skin, leaving only a pair of eyes that were similar in color to his demonic heart, a mix of red and blue, staring at the boundless darkness. The traitorous demon sword appeared in front of his knees. Its single eye turned, demonic light swirling around it. Yi Mingzhu's eyes widened. He's hiding his strength. What a powerful aura. This isn't demonic chi. She suddenly realized that although she had known him for a long time and had even had a fling with him, she did not understand him at all. It would not be easy to kill him. Without hesitation, she immediately sneaked out of the hall. If she couldn't kill him, then she wouldn't kill him. In any case, the Dragon King of the Sea would kill him for her. You still want to leave? Li Qingshan stroked the traitorous demon sword, feeling the new strength flowing through his body, but he still did not attack. Yi Mingzhu had already passed through the wall and arrived outside the hall. Just as she thought that she would be able to soar freely in the skies, she suddenly slammed into a black wall and was bounced back. What is this? At some unknown time, a towering black pagoda had appeared atop a lone peak, enveloping the entire hall. Yi Mingzhu dove down and slammed into the black floor that was also made of the same material. She bumped around in the pagoda like a headless fly, but she was unable to escape. It's the demonic intent in your heart, and it's also the demonic intent in my heart. The cultivation method you night roamers practice is called the Night Demon Scripture. What a coincidence. Swish. Countless pitch-black chains of demon suppression seemed to extend out of thin air, crisscrossing with one another. Yi Mingzhu turned into a shadow, thinking that she had hidden very well. In the blink of an eye, countless chains of demon suppression came shuttling back and forth, aiming at her position. She was shocked and flew away, but the chains of demon suppression were like maggots in tarsal bones, chasing after her. No matter how fast she was, dodging the pursuit of so many chains in such a narrow space was rather taxing. Suddenly, a huge net woven from chains fell towards her. She dared not test whether the net could touch her body or not. The shadow twisted and became extremely thin, passing through the opening of the net. However, she felt her waist tighten, and the net tightened as well. She paused, and countless chains of demon suppression wrapped around her. No matter how she struggled, she was unable to break free. From beginning to end, Li Qingshan remained seated on the lotus pedestal the entire time. The chains before him intertwined like a ball, with a black shadow bumping around inside. Why don't you show your true form? Li Qingshan waved his hand and dispersed the demon suppression tower. Spare me, master. Mingzhu will never do it again. Yi Mingzhu revealed herself and begged for mercy in a panic. Only now did she understand that everything was within his plan. The so-called opportunity to kill him and escape had never existed in the very beginning. Li Qingshan stood up and shook his body. Crack. A crack appeared on the scarlet armor, quickly spreading into a sea of cracks. The originally sinister and shiny armor suddenly became like a rock that had been dried up, covered in cracks and scattering. Like an eggshell shattering, a brand new appearance was revealed. His figure was much smaller, only slightly taller than an ordinary person. He still seemed to be wearing armor, but there was an additional dark blue color. His slender and smooth body flowed like the clouds and flowing water. Even his face was covered by a curved visor, making it impossible to see his brows. However, there were ripples of water, like surging waves or rising and falling tides. His joints were covered in swirling patterns, giving him a magnificent sense of beauty. After completely melting the deep ocean pearl, the demon suppression statuary finally transformed from an empty shell into substance, revealing the true form of a demon commander unique to Li Qingshan. I originally thought that you would be able to make me move a bit. How disappointing. The visor opened, revealing a face that was very unfamiliar to Yi Mingzhu. It was very similar to Li Qingshan's original appearance, except that it was not as angular as before, appearing softer. However, there were beast markings on both sides of his cheeks, and as he spoke, he revealed sharp fangs. Master, I beg you to spare my life for Liu Su's sake. I will serve you well. Otherwise, I will detonate the Night Demon Core and you will get nothing. If I say that as long as you hand over the Night Demon Core, I will spare your life, what will you choose? Yi Mingzhu fell into a dilemma. If she handed over the Night Demon Core, she would lose her final bargaining chip, but if she did not hand it over, she would die without a doubt. She thought again and again. As long as you swear. Before she had finished speaking, there was a flash of sword light. Yi Mingzhu's head, still wearing a stunned expression, rolled to the ground. If you only wanted to escape and not take the opportunity to assassinate me, I might have spared your life. Even at this point, you still want to threaten me? You're really seeking death. Li Qingshan put away the traitorous demon sword and held a black pearl in his hand. There seemed to be dark shadows lingering within it, forming an ever-changing devil's face. It was the night demon core. He then put Yi Mingzhu's corpse into his 100 treasures pouch and returned to his child's appearance. Then, he waved his hand to summon Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo, saying, Yi Mingzhu tried to assassinate me and has been killed by me. What? Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo both revealed expressions of shock. She said that she had something important to discuss with me, and that it had to be outside the Azure field. After we met, seeing that my strength had not recovered, she had ill intentions. Yi Liubo said hatefully. I could tell that there was something wrong with her expression during the day. So she was testing Master's strength. Mother! Yi Liusu murmured and became sorrowful. She did not doubt his explanation at all. If he did not want her to know, all he had to do was say that Yi Mingzhu had escaped. There was no need for him to tell her at all, and doing something like that suited Yi Mingzhu's personality. Deep regret filled his heart. It's all my fault. I've said too much to her. If he had not told Yi Mingzhu that he was currently in a weakened state, she would never have done anything given how cautious she was. And clearly, this information was not true either. I personally believe I have a clear conscience towards the night roamers, yet this is how I've been repaid in the end. It's truly disappointing. Once the time is ripe, I'll move the night roamers away. Master wants to abandon us? Yi Liusu cried out involuntarily. Yi Liubo's expression changed drastically too. Had he grown suspicious of all night roamers because of what happened to Yi Mingzhu? Not you, but everyone else. The only people I care about among the night roamers are the two of you. The fates of the others have nothing to do with me. I can't be bothered with oppressing them and using them for fun like Helicoverpa either. Why don't we all go our separate ways? Yi Liubo stopped worrying. Yi Liusu knelt down. Please take back your name, Master. The greatest difference between her and Yi Mingzhu was their ideals. Yi Mingzhu only needed to consider her own benefits and losses. When it mattered, she could even cast her daughter to the back of her mind, completely unconcerned about the effects of her escape. On the other hand, Yi Liusu considered the development of the entire night roamers. Originally, everything was going very smoothly. All she had to do was wait for the day he became a demon king, and the night roamers that followed him would obviously be able to stand in the world. Yi Liubo said, Yeah, Master. It's far too boring to stay in the Azure field alone. It's only fun with more people. If you want to revitalize the night roamers, then ingest this night demon pill and undergo the second heavenly tribulation as soon as possible. Li Qingshan passed the night demon pill to Yi Liusu. Yi Liusu stared at the night demon pill, but she did not accept it. Even though she had the dream of revitalizing the night roamers, even though Yi Mingzhu only had herself to blame, she was still her mother after all. How could she just accept the night demon pill so easily? Li Qingshan waited quietly for her to make her choice. He also felt rather strange inside. I killed her mother, and I'm even forcing her to do this. I really am a demon. At the end of the day, their relationship was not equal. This equality did not refer to strength or weakness. Xianxia was much weaker than him, but they were still equals. It was exactly because of the 3 words asking for nothing that Xianxia was never willing to take advantage of him. She even tried her best to avoid getting him involved in her matters, which instead benefited him greatly. As a result, he treated her as an equal, treating her as a confidant. However, night roamers were different. Since they had a request, and they had a master-servant relationship, they definitely had to pay a certain price. At the very least, it had to be loyalty. If she wanted benefits, but she did not want to pay any price, he would not fly into a rage and just part ways. Master, you're so biased. Yi Liubo suddenly called out, with elder sister's talent, she can undergo the second heavenly tribulation with ease, but I don't have any confidence at all. You don't give this high-grade night demon pill to me, instead giving it to elder sister. If that's not bias, what is it? That's reasonable. I'll reward it to you then. Li Qingshan smiled and tossed the night demon pill to Yi Liuobua. Yi Liusu let out a gentle sigh of relief and cast a grateful gaze at Yi Liuobua. Cultivate properly. The azure field isn't a paradise either. One day, I will leave this world. Li Qingshan said meaningfully and had Yi Liusu and Yi Liuobua return to the azure field. Then, he cast his gaze outside the hall and waved his hand. Come in. The sisters Xianxia Zi and Xianxia Lu, as well as the chief steward of the Z Lotus Altar's master, a Zhong, arrived in the hall. Though the demon-suppressing pagoda had only appeared for a moment before it was put away by Li Qingshan, the commotion it had caused was not small. The entire Z Lotus Altar was alarmed. Ah, you've gotten bigger again. Xianxia Lu exclaimed in surprise. It had only been a few months, yet he had grown up quite a bit again. He was slowly breaking away from his childishness and revealing his true bearing. You look like you've grown up a lot. Li Qingshan smiled. Is that so? Thank you for the hidden breath goo. Xianxia Lu's face reddened, and she was a bit bashful. These days, Xianxia Zi had taught her many things. That's right, what happened just now? It was just a rat that snuck in. Has anything happened in the Z Lotus Altar recently? Xianxia Zi grumbled, just a rat can cause such a great commotion. Just how big is the rat? A Zhong said, nothing happened. Really? Then something's going to happen very soon. Li Qingshan gazed towards the southwest. He could not sense the cultivation of Xianxia Zi and the others. Several dozen kilometers away, a demon chi rose up indistinctly, rapidly drawing closer. Xianxia Zi and the others were all confused. Boom! The demon chi collided with the formation viciously and produced a ring of light, suddenly illuminating the entire Z Lotus Altar. Even the hall trembled slightly. Oh no, it's the snake god cult. Xianxia Zi's face paled. The snake god cult had irreconcilable grievances with the White Lotus sect. Once they broke through the formation, they would definitely slaughter everyone here to vent their anger, yet the altar lord just happened to be crippled. The only person they could rely on was Goldia Yu of unknown origins. It was still unknown whether he would become enemies with the snake god cult or not. If they directly gave up on the Z Lotus Altar, they were dead for sure. Booms constantly rang out, and the entire Z Lotus Altar descended into chaos. Many people rushed towards the hall. Alright, you can go back and rest. Li Qingshan waved his hand. We're willing to advance and retreat with you, sir. A Zhong too. We're willing to die for you, sir. Li Qingshan saw through their thoughts and smiled gently. With a flash, he vanished from the hall. Xianxia Zi and a Zhong exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with shock and despair. In their eyes, both the snake god cult and the White Lotus sect were colossal, undefeatable existences. No one would be willing to openly oppose them, so choosing to flee was completely normal. They could even silence them along the way, avoiding the White Lotus sect's attention. A Lu called out, be careful, a Yu. It made Xianxia Zi and a Zhong glance at each other. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? At the center of the surging demon chi was a graceful, golden-haired beauty. She wore a short, strapless skirt that seemed to be woven from golden scales. She constantly used her demon chi to attack the formations of the Z Lotus Altar. She was certain something must have happened in the Z Lotus Altar, or the Altar Lord would have come out to face the enemy long ago. I haven't waited here for so long in vain. I've finally waited for this opportunity. Suddenly, a voice rang out by her ear, are you a member of the Snake God cult? I'm the Protector General of the Snake God cult, Gold Thread. Who are you? Gold Thread looked down and saw a handsome child standing in the sea of trees. This is the child they've been talking about. You don't have to worry about that. I have some matters I need your Snake God cult's help with. Alright, I'll talk to you after I take down the Z Lotus Altar. As Gold Thread said that, she suddenly felt that she could no longer swing her right arm. She felt a sharp pain, and she discovered in shock that a bloody hole had appeared in her right shoulder. Then she looked at the handsome child. His thumb and middle finger were locked together, and a crystalline droplet of water flickered between his fingers. He was the culprit that had heavily injured her. If the attack had been aimed at her head, she would have died already. Gold Thread withdrew her demon chi and landed in the sea of trees. She clutched her shoulder and stared at Li Qingshan in shock. Just who are you? You only need to ask once. Li Qingshan interrupted her rudely and crossed his arms as he sat on the tree root. With your strength, sir, what do you need our snake god cult's help with? Gold Thread's face sank. She was careful. His strength was unimaginable. Help me find this person, and I'll give you the altar lord's head. With a thought from Li Qingshan, water vapor gathered and turned into a woman. She was lifelike and lifelike. It was Ru Xian. If Ru Xian still remained in this land, there would definitely be people who had seen her. As a local organization, the snake god cult definitely had many eyes and ears. The White Lotus sect was obviously a better choice, but he did not plan on going to the main altar of the White Lotus sect. Why are you looking for her? A gleam of light flashed through Gold Thread's eyes. You've seen her? Li Qingshan had never thought his search for Ru Xian would go so smoothly. He could find traces of her just by asking the first person, no, the first snake. I haven't. However, with the strength of our snake god cult, we should be able to find her very soon. You better wait for the good news. Gold Thread turned around to leave. Li Qingshan smiled. You're not even asking for her name or cultivation. Are you bullying me because I'm young? Believe it or not, I'll skin you alive if you tell another lie. Where is she? Gold Thread's body froze, and a violent hostility rushed over. She felt as if she was in the mouth of a ferocious beast. If she said anything wrong, she would be chewed up and swallowed. In order to save her life, she could only say honestly, in order to protect her life, she could only answer honestly, she's in the main altar of the White Lotus sect. How do you know? The snake god cult had stood against the White Lotus sect for many years. If they did not even know anything about the upper echelon of the other party, who knew how many times they would have been destroyed a long time ago? The moment she saw Ru Xian, Gold Thread recognized her. She was the lord of the Clear Ripple Hall, Shiji, who was rather renowned in the White Lotus sect. Although she had never clashed with her before, she had heard that she was impervious to weapons and had a heart of stone, and her methods were cruel. Anyone who ended up in her hands would suffer a fate worse than death. It was extremely miserable, enough to make the vicious shamans pale. She was a capable member of the White Lotus sect, and the White Lotus Mother was very fond of her. The reason why she had refused to reveal it immediately was because she was worried that this powerful child of unknown origins would have some close connection with the White Lotus sect. Let alone gaining another powerful enemy for the snake god cult, they would probably even lose their lives. All she could do now was accept her fate. Li Qingshan was taken aback. Although he had a feeling that nothing would happen to her, he never thought she would actually already be the lord of the White Lotus sect. Her status was even greater than the lord of the Z Lotus altar. He had also gained a slight understanding of the system of the White Lotus sect. Back in the Green Province, the White Lotus sect originally did not have a hall lord. It was the White Lotus Mother who led a group of altar lords to carry out underground activities and terrorism. However, after coming to the Mist Province, they were no longer suppressed by the Hawkwolf Guard, so they were able to develop legitimately. As a result, the rank of Hall Lord was added. The 22 altar lords controlled the various branches, while the hall lords resided in the main altar. There was the heart cleansing hall that controlled punishment, the tiny lotus hall that controlled the nurturing of disciples, and so on. They controlled the various authorities of the White Lotus sect. If they did not possess extraordinary strength and were deeply trusted, they would not be able to sit in a position like that. What does the Clear Ripple Hall do? It seems to be for spying. Before Gold Thread could finish, once they discovered that there were clans or tribes that held grudges against the White Lotus sect and had ill intentions, they would take action to clean them up. Wherever the Clear Ripple Hall went, not even a chicken or dog would be spared. Really? Li Qingshan thought happily, could it be that that fellow is looking for me? It seems that worrying about her is completely unnecessary. With her intelligence and cultivation, she can do well anywhere she goes. The only thing I'm worried about is being brainwashed by the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple. However, I feel that there's no need to worry too much. Since even the Qian Rongji of the past was able to endure it, she shouldn't have any problems. He waved his hand at Xianxia nonchalantly. Looks like you're quite cooperative. I'll spare your life today. Xianxia felt as if she had been pardoned. She wished she could run away immediately and get as far away from him as possible. However, she paused and said tentatively, "Sir, just now, you seem to have promised me something." You're talking about that. You have some guts. Forget it. An hour later. Come and get it yourself. Li Qingshan took a step forward and disappeared into the dense forest in the next moment. Not a trace of aura was left behind. Come and get it myself? Xianxia seemed to be in thought. She paced around the forest for a while before suddenly stopping and gazing in the direction of the Z Lotus altar. I'll just wait an hour. In the Z Lotus altar, there was a hubbub of voices in the hall. The disciples of the White Lotus sect surrounded Xianxia, a Zhong, and the other two. Where's the altar lord? Where is the altar lord? A Zhong, didn't you say the altar lord was in secluded cultivation? Where is he? Xianxia, what the hell are you doing? If you don't explain yourself, don't blame me for being merciless. The snake god cult had attacked the sect, but the altar lord had not appeared the entire time. This situation was far too unusual. Coupled with the strange boom earlier, all the disciples surged into the hall. Zhong was a caretaker, but he was still unable to do whatever he wanted. Among the disciples of the White Lotus sect, there were quite a few who possessed similar strength to him, and there were many who were more experienced. They had grown tired of his arrogance a long time ago. In the end, they all charged in like a swarm of bees, only to see an empty hall. They could not help but become suspicious. Vicious faces filled the surroundings. Once shamans became vicious, they could kill without hesitation. I swear on my ancestor that this has nothing to do with me. It's the strange child these two bitches brought in that harmed the altar lord. I was worried about the altar lord's safety, which was why I was forced by them. In the face of danger, a Zhong shifted the blame to Xianxia and Xianghua Lu. Immediately, numerous pairs of bloodshot eyes stared at him. Old bastard, stop slandering me. Be careful that your son doesn't. Xianghua placed her hands on her hips and cursed at a Zhong. However, she grumbled inside. Just as the hall descended into a mess, a figure climbed onto the platform like no one else was present. Suddenly, he took out a person from his bosom and placed him on the lotus throne. It was the altar lord. Altar lord. Altar lord, what's wrong? Who are you? Swish. 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 He drew his blade and sword, brimming with killing intent. Who knew how many vicious shaman goo were ready to be unleashed? Are you fine? Xianghua Lu went up and asked. Sir, a Zhong tried to sell you out earlier. Xianghua riled up and pointed at a Zhong who was silently retreating in the crowd. His face immediately became sheet white. I heard you have an elder sister in the main altar of the White Lotus sect. Li Qingshan held a loose hand and made his way out of the hall. Xianghua followed behind in a hurry. Yeah. Sister Hong is a disciple of the main altar. Her status is much higher than ours. Let's go seek shelter with your elder sister. Why? Because the Z Lotus altar is about to be destroyed. Li Qingshan naturally wanted to use the same trick again. He wanted to go to the main altar of the White Lotus sect to find the Clear Ripple Hall master that he had not seen in a long time. Kill him. The White Lotus disciples swarmed forward, all kinds of goo insects buzzing and flapping their wings. A formless killing intent engulfed the entire hall. In that instant, it was as if time had stopped. Everyone froze on the spot, unable to move. The goo insects fell to the ground one after another. Li Qingshan pulled Xianghua Lu out of the door and went down the mountain in a short while. He looked back and saw Xianghua following closely behind. When she saw him looking over, she hurriedly bowed. Sir, aren't we going to kill those people to silence them? That's not for you to worry about. Li Qingshan said. When he came, there was one, and when he left, there were two. He was a step closer to fulfilling Chrysanthemum Fragilis's promise. Li Qingshan unfurled the mental map of the Mist Province that Gu Yenying had given him and took in the entire Mist Province. It was over 10 times larger than the Green Province. He found the location of the main altar of the White Lotus sect. It was rather far away from here. With their cultivation, it would probably take them several months to get there. It was better for him to find a suitable place to rest first. When the time was right, he could directly fly over with them. An hour later, a rumble rang out from the direction of the Z Lotus altar again. Light constantly illuminated the night sky. At this moment, it began to rain heavily. Lightning surged and roared as the two types of light intertwined. The golden thread reverted to her original form, a huge, golden-scaled python, constantly bombarding the formation. The formation was powerful, but without anyone to control it, it still failed to escape the fate of being destroyed. Let's go. Let's report the news that the Z Lotus altar has been destroyed by the snake god cult. Perhaps we can even become disciples of the main altar. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and clouds rose up beneath his feet. Just when the sun was about to rise, a streak of light flew over from the southeast and landed on the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. It turned into an old woman with white hair. Although her face was covered in wrinkles, she seemed extremely benevolent. The deep wrinkles on her face made her seem like she was smiling at all times. She held a white lotus in her hand. The White Lotus mother glanced around and frowned slightly. The Z Lotus altar had already been reduced to ruins. There was not a single living creature left, and the lingering demon chi had already become extremely faint. It was impossible to track down. Obviously, Gold Thread was not stupid enough to kill the altar lord first. Instead, she took down the Z Lotus altar and wreaked havoc before killing the altar lord. Originally, she wanted to ask him about the inside story of the White Lotus sect, but as soon as she woke up the altar lord, he immediately went berserk. The altar lord had been casually tossed into the Azura field by Li Qingshan. The aura of the Azura field had corroded him, so he had completely lost his mind. All Gold Thread could do was swallow him. What a piece of trash, the White Lotus mother said. As for the person who had caused all of this, Li Qingshan currently sat on a cloud leisurely, flying due south. Look, big sister. We're flying so high and so fast. Xianxia Lu leaned on the edge of the cloud and gazed down. The boundless sea of trees was like a furry, green carpet. Sir, this doesn't seem to be the direction to the main altar of the White Lotus sect. Xianxia said. This isn't the main altar of the White Lotus sect. Li Qingshan said. The main altar of the White Lotus sect was in the southeast. He obviously had his reasons for choosing this direction. He discovered a palm-sized region of water on the mental map of the Mist Province. It was due south, 1,500 kilometers away. A few hours later, the rising sun turned into the setting sun. A glimmer appeared on the horizon. We're finally here. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up, and he sped up. The glimmer turned into a boundless region of water very soon, reflecting the red glow of the setting sun. It was like a magnificent crystal embedded in the sea of trees. He flew straight to the edge of the region of water. Above the clouds, he was actually unable to see the end. Even Xianxia Lu, who had already grown rather numb to flying, sighed in amazement. Is this the ocean? Don't tell me this is the legendary Great Marsh of Cloud Dream. Xianxia said in surprise. Ever since she was young, she had heard people mention that there was a great marsh of Cloud Dream in the south. It was so vast, but she had never seen it before. That's right. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and sensed the dense water spiritual chi in the great marsh of Cloud Dream. Sure enough, this was a virgin land that had yet to be developed. On the map, it was only the size of a palm, but it was actually a region of water that spanned several thousand kilometers. It was even larger than the entire Clear River Prefecture. The lakes of the Rui Commandery all seemed tiny in comparison. If he wanted to refine it, even the water god seal in Li Qingshan's possession would be rather difficult. The Mist Province was a chaotic and lawless land, but taking out a water god seal as large as that was basically impossible. As a result, there were a few powerful clusters of demon chi rising up from the lake, but there was no water god present. He found a lone island and descended on a cloud. Li Qingshan did not take out the water god seal immediately to refine it. The time was not right yet. His trip this time was more for investigation and to find a suitable place to cultivate. His trip to the main altar of the White Lotus sect might be a little troublesome. He needed to push the sixth layer of the demon suppression statuary to the peak, and he took out a ring. The soaring dragon sword was not one of the 10 renowned swords of the Sword Collection Palace, but it was close. Perhaps what it lacked was a powerful swordsman for its name to spread across the world, or perhaps it just lacked an empty spot among the 10 renowned swords for it to fill. In terms of quality, the soaring dragon sword was definitely an arcane treasure. Arcane treasures were not divided into inferior or high quality, as every single arcane treasure was unique. They all possessed different spirituality and power. In terms of resources, the Azura field obviously consumed more than the soaring dragon sword, but in direct combat, the soaring dragon sword's destructive power was still slightly greater at the end of the day. The reason why Li Qingshan had never used his Summoner ring to refine the soaring dragon sword was because he did not want to attract the attention of the Sword Collection Palace. However, he had even fallen out with the Dragon King of the Sea now, so an additional Sword Collection Palace was nothing. Although the traitorous demon sword had other special abilities and could constantly grow stronger, perhaps becoming extremely powerful in the future, it still could not compare to an arcane treasure-renowned sword that had been passed down for several thousand years right now. Ayu, what are we doing here? Xianxia Lu asked in confusion. As the cloud descended, the swampland of Cloud Dream unfurled, becoming more and more vast and boundless. Even the rather scheming Xianxia momentarily forgot about her worldly possessions. Light reflected in her eyes as the speck of jade green rapidly expanded. Sightseeing. Li Qingshan smiled. The swampland of Cloud Dream was enveloped in a layer of mist that lingered throughout the year. The air steamed and hot winds surged, filled with heavy moisture. The vegetation on the islands in the lake was particularly lush. The dense greenery piled up, almost overflowing the edges of the islands. Like large flower pots, a flock of white water birds flew up from the islands, flying over the lake as they cried out before diving into another island. Under the setting sun, it was as beautiful as a painting. No natural scenic spot in his past life could compare to it. Calling it sightseeing was obviously a joke, but it was not exactly wrong. Wasn't this life just a tour? The cloud beneath his feet dispersed, and he stood in the center of the island. Towering trees filled the surroundings. They stood in great numbers, blotting out the sky. It was still dusk outside, but it was already late at night here. Li Qingshan patted a tree beside him that would require 10 people to wrap their arms around. The trees here were clearly much larger than those in the fragrant flower market. It seemed to be due to the climate. The further south one went, the taller the trees became. It was said that in the southernmost region, ancient trees that were hundreds of feet tall could be seen everywhere, and there were even some that were thousands of feet tall. It was known as one tree, one mountain. In other words, every tree was a mountain. However, the largest tree was obviously the banyan tree king. However, the island was not at peace either. The island was not peaceful either. A strange roar came from the dense forest. In an instant, thousands of birds flew up in fright and circled around the island. Xianxia Lu and Xianxia both trembled. This island clearly had a master, and it wasn't an ordinary demonic beast. Of the Banyan Saint Spirit King of Spirits, sneered Xianxia. King of the Tree of Saint, Xianxia of Dragon King of the Li of the Had. A silverback gorilla glared angrily at the tiny figure on the tree branch. It pounded its chest with its fist, roaring and howling. A foul smell filled his face with saliva. Li Qingshan wrinkled his nose. You don't mind if I borrow your place for a while, right? His demon heart flashed, and demon chi surged. King's figure shrank, and it turned to flee to the other side of the island. Thanks. Li Qingshan smiled and waved his hand. He returned to the Xianxia sister's side and said, I'm going to start cultivating. You two run around and play. Don't forget to make up a good excuse. Tell us how we escaped from the Z Lotus altar, what hardships we experienced along the way, and finally arrived at the main altar to ask for help. Xianxia Z, I'll leave this to you. After settling the matter, Li Qingshan found a secluded cave and dove into the azure field. On the peak of the snowy mountain, wild winds danced in his crimson hair. Demon chi surged out and poured into the summer ring. A moment later, the summer ring opened up, revealing a vast space. Li Qingshan did not have the time to see what was inside. A golden beam of light shot out with a dragon roar, shooting into the skies. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and looked up, not in a hurry to give chase. The flying dragon sword flew into the skies and slammed into an invisible barrier, bouncing back. That was the boundary of the azure field. Under Li Qingshan's control, it was not something that an ownerless Dharma treasure could break through. The dragon roar grew louder and louder. The flying dragon sword turned into a majestic golden dragon with scales and claws. The golden light swam rapidly, dragging a golden arc behind it as it rampaged through the azure field. It was bounced back continuously, unable to find a way out. Suddenly, it turned back and stared at Li Qingshan, who was on the peak of the mountain below, as though it had realized that he was the problem. It's true that divine swords have spirits. Li Qingshan let out a long roar and leapt up. The snowy peak beneath his feet shattered, and he was already high in the skies. He threw a punch at the flying dragon sword. Famed swords were like fierce horses. Only the strong could tame them. The flying dragon sword suddenly turned into a streak of golden light and shot towards Li Qingshan. Boom! The golden dragon was sent flying. Although it was intelligent, it was still just a sword after losing the control of a swordsman. How could it contend against Li Qingshan's great strength of the ox demon? I was worried that I'd break it, so I didn't dare to use the tremors of the ox demon. Never did I think that I would fail to even defeat the golden dragon it conjured. It really is a good sword. Li Qingshan praised with a smile. He flew up, determined to refine the flying dragon sword. The flying dragon sword was extremely unyielding. It knew that it was no match, but it still charged over. However, the dragon's roar was slightly more solemn, and the golden light it gave off was even more dazzling. In the Sword Collection Palace, generation after generation of disciples would ascend the Sword Collection's peak in search of their fated sword. It seemed like they were choosing a sword, but in reality, the sword was choosing a successor. Only then would it be drawn. However, Li Qingshan wanted to leave it with no choice, forcefully becoming its master. It might not have had the concept of dignity, but the will that its past masters had left behind in the sword was only 4 words: it would rather break than bend. Boom! 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 They clashed 3 times in a row. Li Qingshan did not take a single step back, sending the flying dragon sword flying 3 times. The golden light dimmed, and the golden dragon conjured became much thinner. However, it still showed no signs of yielding. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. If this continued, even if he could refine the flying dragon sword, its intelligence would be worn away at the same time, causing its quality to drop. It really was a famed sword that had been passed down through the Sword Collection Palace for generations. It really was not something that outsiders could lay their hands on so easily. The flying dragon lunged over once again. With a flash, Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed the dragon's horn, flipping over and standing on the dragon's head. Demonify! Li Qingshan suddenly assumed his demon commander form. The curved visor surged with waves. Waves surged on his curved visor, demonstrating his excitement. Chains of demon suppression. Several dozen black chains extended from thin air. It stretched out from the void, locked onto the golden dragon, and abruptly tightened. The golden dragon let out a sorrowful cry and turned back into a 3-foot-long blade. Li Qingshan grabbed the dragon-shaped hilt. However, he still felt the sword tremble in his hand. It refused to yield. He could not help but smile. What's too hard is easy to break. Let's see who's more patient. Li Qingshan left the azure field. Now that the flying dragon sword had been completely sealed up by his power, it was no different from keeping it in his summer ring. He did not have to worry about the Sword Collection Palace tracking him down. Droplets of water dripped from the tips of the stalactites in the dark, silent cavern, landing in the shallow water below. Li Qingshan sat with his legs crossed. His eyes were firmly shut, and he did not move at all. The flying dragon sword wrapped in chains rested across his knees. In his vast sea of consciousness, he constantly visualized the ox demon and tiger demon. The demonic nature in his chest surged, becoming as firm as a boulder, eager to kill and fight. At this moment, demon suppression statues appeared in his sea of consciousness. The nameless demon folk had transformed from human to demon, but they refused to yield to their demonic nature the entire time, constantly fighting against it. They did not achieve the great enlightenment of casting aside the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot. Instead, they fought against themselves endlessly with a tenacious will. This spirit seemed to be connected to the ox demon and tiger demon. The demon heart has no regrets. We are unwilling to achieve great enlightenment. We are only willing to grasp the sharp blade firmly and stare at the dripping blood. The demon heart shone with rings of light, extending a meter out of the body and condensing without dispersing. Sometimes, it would turn into the tiger demon that fought against the world, sometimes it would turn into the indomitable ox demon, and in the end, it would turn into a demonic person, constantly changing into the various forms of the demon suppression statues. The stronger the demonic nature, the brighter the demon heart, and the greater the power of the demon suppression statuary. Before he knew it, Xianxia's method of cultivation had already become drastically different from the unraging monks. It had even deviated from the imagination of the creator of the cultivation method. Normally speaking, existences with demonic nature like the ox demon and tiger demon would look down on the demon suppression statuary. They would only walk towards the apex of the demonic path, either destroyed by the demonic nature, or become a powerful figure of the demonic path. Only the wisdom and forbearance of the spirit turtle and the nobility and virtue of the phoenix could suppress such a powerful demonic nature, creating a sliver of possibility within the impossible. Surging demon chi flowed along the demon suppression chains and wrapped around the flying dragon sword. Since he could not use force, then he would use a different method. He would use his own will to influence it. It was just like when he faced a rebellious teenager. If he used force alone, it would only lead to even more intense resistance. He was better off taking it slow and making it accept a new principle. Fu Qingjin used the heart of the sword as his own heart, but he lost himself in the end. He only found himself after the sword broke. However, Xianxia wanted to make his own heart the heart of the sword. If he succeeded, not only would the flying dragon sword retain its spiritual nature, but it would even strengthen after receiving the powerful will of its new master, Xianxia. However, who knew how many times more difficult it would be? Could he really defeat the heart of the sword forged by the previous masters of the flying dragon sword? Even Xianxia himself was uncertain. If he really had no other choice, then all he could do was erase the spiritual nature of the flying dragon sword. Several days later, he smiled and opened his eyes. A sliver of demon chi had already seeped into the flying dragon sword, leaving behind a demonic mark. Just like how it was easy to learn the bad, it was difficult to learn the good. It was very difficult for a rebellious teenager to become a good student who developed morally, intellectually, physically, but becoming a hoodlum was as simple as it could be. In the words of the cultivation community, it was easy to become demonic, but difficult to enter the path of cultivation. The sword is a weapon of slaughter. Rather than destroying it for the sake of pointless perseverance, why not follow me and kill to our heart's content, realizing our original intentions? Xianxia laughed softly. The flying dragon sword trembled endlessly, but its will to resist weakened somewhat. A dam of 1,000 li could be destroyed by an ant's nest. Once a hole appeared, the rest would follow naturally. The black mark continued to expand. In a mere 3 days, it had dyed the entire flying dragon sword. Its color became somewhat deep and gloomy, but its edge became increasingly sharp. Only the dragon eye at the hilt continued to shine with golden light. After another day, the dragon eye suddenly became the same color as the demon heart. It let out a deafening dragon roar, from low to high, echoing endlessly in the entire cave. Xianxia's soul sense flowed like water, entering the soaring dragon sword along with the demon chi. Suddenly, a world unfolded before him. Countless figures stood with swords in their hands, wielding countless soaring dragon swords as they danced through the air. Flicking, stabbing, hacking, and slashing. Countless exquisite sword techniques combined into a majestic path of the sword unique to the soaring dragon sword. The famed swords of the Sword Collection Palace were precious not just because of their power, but because they were the legacy of the Sword Collection Palace's power. The figures were the comprehensions and wills of the past masters of the soaring dragon sword over the path of the sword. Perhaps they paled slightly in comparison to the profound sword intent of the three absolutes calligraphy, but they were clearer and easier to comprehend. Streaks of light crisscrossed in the depths of Li Qingshan's eyes. He nodded from time to time as if he had comprehended something. Quite a while later, he dismissed his thoughts and comprehended the path of the sword. He felt like he had benefited quite a lot again. Though, I don't need so many voices. The surging demon chi spread out in the world within the sword. The countless figures vanished, merging into a single person in the end. It was Li Qingshan's demonified self, more condensed than any of the figures in the past. He swung the soaring dragon sword gently. Clang, the demon suppression chains broke apart inch by inch. The flying dragon sword let out a long dragon cry, and its overall shape changed greatly. The perfectly straight blade became curved, and a layer of fine dragon scales covered it, giving it a sinister air. The golden light was gone. Dark light flowed, like a dragon and a sword. It was obvious with a single glance that it was a demon artifact. Unless they were extremely familiar with the soaring dragon sword, they would never be able to connect the two together. Li Qingshan's fingertip brushed past the spine, and the edge of the sword thrummed gently, becoming submissive. It began to dance slowly. His movements were extremely slow. The light from the sword swam around him like a dragon, flowing and profound. However, in terms of compatibility with the sword, even the soaring dragon elder paled in comparison. Their minds were one, like an extension of their limbs. From today onwards, you will be called the Demon Dragon. Fragrant Flower Market. Chrysanthemum fragilis currently soaked in the hot spring. Within the rising steam, a figure walked over and called out her name, Chrysanthemum fragilis. It was a woman's voice. It was extremely pleasant. However, it was rather cold. It sounded like metal. Who is it? Chrysanthemum fragilis leaped out of the water and struck out with her palm. Layers of mist dispersed, revealing a white-clothed woman with an ice-cold expression. He turned a blind eye to the incoming energy. However, when Chrysanthemum fragilis saw the woman's clothes, she was shocked. He twisted his right hand. The energy swept past the woman, and with a loud bang, a wall was split open. The woman's clothes were embroidered with lotus flowers. It floated slightly. Sir, may I ask which hall master of the White Lotus sect is it? Chrysanthemum fragilis said. That was the attire of a hall master of the White Lotus sect. Normally, she wouldn't even see an altar master here, so why would a hall master of the White Lotus sect grace her with her presence? Clear Ripple Hall. So it is Hall Master Sure who has graced us with her presence. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Please allow me to change my clothes. Chrysanthemum fragilis was shocked. She had also heard of the great name of the Clear Ripple Hall, or rather, the infamous name. It made her tremble with fear. The infamy that the Clear Ripple Hall Master Shurji had made in these 3 years was simply too resounding. If she was offended, the Fragrant Flower clan would face the calamity of extermination. No need, this is fine. I am here to investigate the matter of the Z Lotus altar. Shurji said coldly, standing with her hands behind her back. What happened to the Z Lotus altar? Chrysanthemum fragilis' heart trembled. 3 months later, Li Qingshan stepped out of the cave. Specks of sunlight twinkled between the leaves like stars. He raised his right hand, and a ferocious demon dragon coiled around his wrist. 3 months of cultivation was still not enough for him to unleash the full power of the 6th layer of the demon suppression statuary, but it was close. Coupled with the demon dragon sword, he had basically recovered most of his strength. Congratulations on emerging, sir. You. Xianxia Zi and Xianxia Lu rushed over. How's your story coming along? As long as I don't investigate it in detail, there definitely won't be any loopholes. Xianxia Zi said confidently. Then let's go check it out. Li Qingshan unfurled the mental map of the Mist Province and found the Lotus Flower Peak where the headquarters of the White Lotus sect resided. With a wave of his hand, a cloud rose up, and he flew off. The Lotus Flower Peak appeared on the horizon, like a lotus flower that was about to bloom. It glowed with rings of white light, illuminating the night sky. Let's just leave her here. Li Qingshan gazed at the lotus flower in the distance and descended on the cloud. He switched to walking and rushed to the foot of the lotus flower peak under the cover of night. Everything went much more smoothly than he had imagined. He did not even have to say the words he had prepared beforehand before being let in. It was even easier than entering the formations of the Z Lotus altar. This originated from a form of confidence. Even if the cult leader of the snake god was bold enough to infiltrate the headquarters of the White Lotus sect, he could only enter but not leave. Xianxia Zi mentioned Xianxia Hong's name, but the person who came was an unfamiliar man with a cold expression. He asked, "You're the disciples who escaped from the Z Lotus altar?" "Yes." "Come with me." The man turned around and made his way up the mountain. "May I ask where we're going, brother?" "You'll know once we get there." Moving along the mountain path, Xianxia Zi and Xianxia Lu were both uneasy. They subconsciously moved closer to Li Qingshan. Very soon, they arrived before a building. A boulder at the entrance was engraved with the words "Clear Ripple Hall," lifted up by a lotus flower. "The Clear Ripple Hall." Xianxia Zi cried out involuntarily. A sliver of fear appeared on her face. Li Qingshan thought, there really are a lot of people who know about the Clear Ripple Hall, but if they have not personally seen her and identified her, they would not know even if they knew. "Our hall leader wishes to see you and ask about the Z Lotus altar. Be careful when you speak later. If you show any disrespect." A sliver of killing intent flashed through the man's eyes. Xianxia Zi said in a hurry, "I wouldn't dare." They passed through the hall and arrived in a quiet courtyard at the back. The man bowed politely. "Hall leader, I brought her. Ru Xian." Li Qingshan almost blurted out these two words. He stared straight at the woman in white. Who else could it be apart from Ru Xian? However, Ru Xian did not seem to recognize him. She was indifferent. "How dare you?" the man called out, and Li Qingshan imitated Xianxia Zi and Xianxia Lu and bowed. "Disciple of the Z Lotus altar, Goldia Yu, greets the hall leader. You can leave first." Ru Xian waved her hand, and did not even look at Li Qingshan. She arrived in front of Xianxia Zi and Xianxia Lu, and placed her hand on their shoulders. She said softly, "Your mother told me everything. There are spies in the Z Lotus altar." "Was it you?" "We are not spies." Xianxia Zi cried out involuntarily. Under that pressure, she could not maintain her calm at all. She could not help but raise her voice. Xianxia Lu was even more speechless. "Then it's you." Ru Xian glanced at Li Qingshan. "That's right, it's me." Li Qingshan suddenly turned into his crimson-haired and crimson-eyed form. He looked at Ru Xian with a burning gaze. "Ru Xian?" Li Qingshan frowned. This was not her usual tone of voice. "I never thought you'd actually find your way here. However, the Ru Xian of the past is already dead. Right now, I am the leader of the Clear Ripple Hall, Shiji." Ru Xian's voice was filled with distance and indifference. "Don't tell me you really plan on spending your days with that bullshit White Lotus mother." Li Qingshan went up and grabbed her hand. It was as cold and hard as jade. "Shut up. The White Lotus mother saves the world and saves all life. If you continue to speak rudely, don't blame me for being merciless." Ru Xian shook off his hand and said resolutely. "Oh, I'd like to see just how merciless you are." Li Qingshan's eyes turned cold. Of course, he was not angry at her. She had clearly been struck by the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple, and her mind had been completely twisted. What a White Lotus sect! Before he had even finished speaking, a hand whistled towards his heart. Ru Xian had actually tried to kill him mercilessly. Li Qingshan did not dodge. There was a sliver of pain in his heart, but it was mostly anger. His chest ached. The tip of her finger pierced through his skin. It was much easier than Ru Xian had imagined, but the hand stopped. "What, didn't you want to kill me?" A gleam of light flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes. "I know I'm not your opponent, and I don't want to make a powerful enemy for the White Lotus sect. You can go." Ru Xian pulled back and returned to her senses, turning her back to him. "I've come this time to take you back to the Green Province." "I won't be returning to the Green Province." Ru Xian looked back. The determination in her eyes made Li Qingshan's brows furrow even tighter. You've been struck by the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple, but I will heal you. Li Qingshan took a step forward. His expression was equally resolute. Now was not the time to be conflicted. No matter what she said or did, he had to take her away from the White Lotus sect. Li Qingshan, do you know what kind of place this is? The spell formation of Lotus Peak has been activated. You won't be able to escape even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms. Xianxia said righteously, a mischievous glint flashing in the depths of her eyes. 3 years ago, after meeting Venerable Black Lotus, she was invited to join the White Lotus sect, but her purpose was to use the power of the White Lotus sect to search for the whereabouts of Li Qingshan. However, Li Qingshan had hidden himself too well. It was only after the destruction of the Z Lotus altar that she finally found some clues. He found Chrysanthemum Fragilis, convinced that he was still alive. Fortunately, he wasn't in front of her at that time. At that time, she really lost her composure. Of course, she also tried the heart-cleansing ripple technique. The effects were nothing special. Perhaps it was because she practiced the heavenly tome of Cloud Furnace, or perhaps there were just too many things she could not let go of, but it did affect her a little, but it was nowhere close to the level of brainwashing. He had made her worry for so long for nothing. It was such a great opportunity to reunite after so long. If she did not tease him a little, it would be far too much of a waste. However, she could not continue, or this guy would actually attack her. She had already begun to anticipate his expression. Li Qingshan was ready to strike. He wanted to directly subdue her, shove her into the azure field, and take her away. Xianxia sucked in a breath gently. Just when she was about to speak, the faint fragrance of lotus flowers drifted over, and a white-haired old woman approached the courtyard with her back bent. Cough, cough, you're right. Shiji, with me here, no one can take you away. The White Lotus Mother. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He should have hidden his aura very well, unless Xianxia had secretly reported this to the White Lotus Mother. Originally, he had some doubts, but as it seemed now, she really had been brainwashed by the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple. Xianxia was taken aback as well. She had specially told them to directly bring anyone from the Z Lotus altar to see her if they came to the Lotus Flower Peak, as she did not want to attract the White Lotus Mother's attention. Why has the White Lotus Mother come? We're in trouble now. If she continued to pretend to be brainwashed by the clear ripple heart-cleansing technique, then Li Qingshan wouldn't give up until he took her away. The White Lotus Mother definitely wanted to kill her as a traitor as well. She still could not find a solution. You know me? The White Lotus Mother's voice went from old and hoarse to young and pleasant. The wrinkles on her face vanished in that instant, turning into a beautiful young lady who seemed to be in her 20s. The white lotus in her hand bloomed as she pointed it at Li Qingshan from afar. The lotus flower peak shook, and a streak of white light shot into the air, dispersing in the air and enveloping the entire mountain. All of the formations had been activated. The headquarters of the White Lotus altar that had already been a dangerous place became even more dangerous. Bitch, release the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple, and I'll give you a quick death. Li Qingshan turned into a tall, slender demon commander in red and blue armor. The fury in his heart was reflected on his curved visor, surging with rage. It had already been a very long time since he had been so furious. Even when he was forced into a dead end by the Dragon King of the Sea, he treated it as another risk. But now, he had basically been touched. With the demon dragon sword in hand, dragon cries rang through the entire lotus flower peak. Only death can cleanse away something as impure as this. A cold light flashed through the White Lotus Mother's eyes. How dare he speak to her like that on the lotus flower peak? He really was reckless. Hold on. Xianxia wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Lotus bloom. The lotus in the White Lotus Mother's hand completely bloomed, turning into rings of pure white light that resembled the petals of a flower. They flew towards Li Qingshan layer by layer. Li Qingshan felt threatened as well. The lotus was anything but ordinary. It was very likely to be the arcane treasure that the White Lotus Mother had slaughtered several 100,000 people to refine, like Gu Yenying had mentioned. It seemed pure and innocent, but it was filled with a deep, evil nature. However, his killing intent became sharper and sharper. He drew the demon dragon sword with a clang, and the dragon's cry immediately turned into a dragon's roar. With a flash, sword chi shot out like a rainbow, splitting the layers of petals in half. An arcane treasure. The White Lotus Mother was surprised. She understood just how rare an arcane treasure was. In order to refine the lotus in her hand, who knew how much effort she had put into it, but all of it was worth it. The petals seemed fragile, but even golden core cultivators would struggle to escape death if they were sucked in. The lotus had played an important role in defeating the snake god cult. Lotus bloom. The White Lotus Mother bellowed out, and the white lotus shone with even more resplendent light. It conjured white lotuses that constantly bloomed. There was nothing around Li Qingshan, only thousands of white lotuses that gathered around him. The power they contained wanted to forcefully grind him to pieces. Dragonification. The demon dragon sword flew out of his hand, turning into a demonic dragon that danced around Li Qingshan. It even used a profound sword technique in its dragon form. For a moment, sword chi rampaged. The demonic dragon danced about, ripping the lotuses to pieces. It was unable to approach Li Qingshan at all. However, the lotuses continued to multiply, giving him no room to catch his breath. This was a clash between two demonic arcane treasures. The shockwave knocked Xianxia away. All she saw was the clear ripple hall she had stayed in for almost 3 years, crisscrossing between the two lights. It was completely destroyed. It was reduced to fragments. Specks of white light. They gathered over from all directions. The White Lotus Mother seemed even younger as she murmured to herself. Under her control, the entire clear ripple hall seemed to become a lotus, wrapping around Li Qingshan. The White Lotus Mother has the geographical advantage, but his strength hasn't completely recovered. If this continues, he'll be in danger. Xianxia thought with a frown. Suddenly, she saw Li Qingshan step onto the dragon's head within the white light. The demon dragon flew forward, and the lotuses surged over. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and demon chi wrapped around it as it spun rapidly like a vortex. The ocean pearl had vanished, but it had been converted into a brand new power in the demon heart. Meanwhile, the various methods of circulating power from ocean wielding still existed, and they had been demonstrated once again in a brand new manner. The vortex form. The demon chi spun rapidly like a drill, piercing through the countless lotuses and pressing towards the White Lotus Mother. Just where did such a powerful figure come from? The White Lotus Mother shivered inside. She was surprised, but she did not panic. With a flip of her left hand, she grabbed a pure white lotus seed and flicked it away. The lotus seed turned from white to red in the air. Boom! Like a bolt of lightning, the violent flame swallowed Li Qingshan, turning him into a sea of fire. The White Lotus Mother stood on the lotus pedestal with her bare feet. The surging flames were unable to approach within a meter of her. She sneered. Every single lotus seed of divine fire was extremely rare. It required the lotus to be planted in a lake of fire and fire to gather the fire spiritual chi. Only a single lotus seed could be produced after a decade of meticulous nurturing, so its power was obviously extremely great. At this moment, there was a dragon's roar, and Li Qingshan emerged on the dragon. He parted the sea of fire and threw a punch at the White Lotus Mother. The White Lotus Mother was surprised. He seemed completely unscathed. Lotus closure. The petals on the lotus pedestal below her closed up, wrapping around her as they flickered with white light. She felt no fear at all. If he swung the demonic sword over, she would still be in some danger, but it was impossible for him to break through her defenses with just his fist. Bang! The petals twisted and collapsed. Li Qingshan's punch smashed through the lotus, landing on the White Lotus Mother's face. Even though he had yet to fully recover from the strength of the ox demon, how could a regular technique stop him even without the power of tremors? Die. Cult Masters, that a Zhong has already made it to the Lotus Flower Peak. Xianxia reported to a man and a woman in a hidden underground cave over 100 kilometers away from the Lotus Flower Peak. The man possessed a dignified bearing. He wore faint, golden robes, and he wore a circlet with a golden snake coiled around his head. The woman had a graceful figure. She wore a silver white dress and a circlet with a silver snake circlet on her head. Since ancient times, the snake god cult had always had two cult masters, and there was no distinction between them. They were the cult master of the left and the cult master of the right. One was a human, while the other was a snake demon. Unbeknownst to Xianxia, a scheme had already taken shape. Xianxia did not kill everyone in the Z Lotus altar. Instead, she left one person alive, and that was a Zhong. The cult master of the left of the snake god cult, the man with the golden snake crown, was rather doubtful. "Do you think it'll work?" Xianxia said, "I'm 50 to 60% confident. That kid definitely doesn't belong to the White Lotus sect. If that old hag White Lotus learns that someone has destroyed the Z Lotus altar and even infiltrated the Lotus Flower Peak in an attempt to take away the Lord of her Clear Ripple Hall, she'll never let the matter go. That kid is no saint either. When the time comes, it'll be a heaven-sent opportunity. For us. 50 to 60% confident? That's enough. If you succeed, you'll have done a great deed for the snake god cult. I'll definitely reward you. White Lotus, Black Lotus, I want you to die a horrible death," the cult master of the right said viciously. His snake eyes flickered with a vicious light. Tremors rang out from afar, and the cult master of the left riled up. They really have begun. Xianxia struck the White Lotus mother's face viciously, and violent energy poured out. The White Lotus mother's beautiful face twisted and collapsed. With a bang, it exploded, and blood and brain matter scattered everywhere. He brushed past her. The White Lotus mother's headless corpse still stood on the lotus pedestal without moving at all. The demon dragon turned into a sword and returned to Xianxia's hand. He snorted coldly. "So that's all you've got?" The headless White Lotus mother suddenly moved again. With a flash, lotuses bloomed with each step she took, pulling away. Xianxia was rather surprised. Normally, even demons with powerful vitality would probably die if their heads were directly blown up, let alone human cultivators. She really does have some skill to be able to last so long against Guyening. At the very least, it's a skill to take a beating. Another head grew out of the White Lotus mother's empty neck in the blink of an eye. She stared at Xianxia in disbelief. If it were not for the wondrous cultivation method she practiced, she basically would have failed miserably at such an easy task, dying to the punch for no reason. "Just who are you?" She understood something. Even on the Lotus Flower Peak, enveloped by the numerous formations, he was not a weakling that she could crush as she pleased. Instead, he was like a vicious beast trapped in a cage. "The person who will kill you." Two streaks of white gas sprayed out from the back of Xianxia's shoulder plates, and he suddenly accelerated, shooting towards the White Lotus mother. Suddenly, he sensed danger and came to a halt. A streak of white light brushed past his body, leaving behind a startling wound on his back. Even the body of a demon commander could not block such power. If he were directly struck, it would be no laughing matter. He lunged to the left again. A streak of white light pierced through the afterimage he left behind. In that moment, streaks of white light shot over. Xianxia's figure flickered, constantly turning and dodging with the senses of the spirit turtle. At times, he would fly to the foot of the mountain, and at other times, he would fly to the peak, leaving behind a long, white streak. Under the White Lotus mother's control, the protective formation that enveloped the entire Lotus Flower Peak began to operate madly. "I don't care who you are. Only death awaits those who dare to barge into my White Lotus sect." Xianxia roared with laughter as he flew. The White Lotus mother's expression became stern. The rays of white light did not disperse. Crisscrossing, she waved the lotus in her hand and pointed at Xianxia. Inescapable net, cut. Hundreds and thousands of white lights crisscrossed and sliced towards him. Xianxia was alarmed. The light was as dense as a spider web. He had sealed off all escape routes. He seemed to be scared silly. He stood motionlessly in the air above the lotus peak, still releasing the interweaving beams of light, displaying his might to the extreme. In an instant, the place where he stood became a blazing white focal point. The White Lotus mother's expression eased up slightly. No matter how tough his body was now, he would not be able to escape the fate of being reduced to ashes. Moon reflection. The focal point flashed, and thousands of rays of light shot out in all directions. Li Qingshan's eyes became as calm as still water. Pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell danced around him, reflecting every single ray of light back. Under his exquisite control, the spirit turtle's profound shell changed angles, and the rays of light instead became his weapons. From the buildings on the Lotus Peak to the disciples and hall masters of the White Lotus sect, several dozen rays of light shot towards the White Lotus Mother. Several dozen streaks of light shot towards the White Lotus Mother. At the critical moment, she powered the formation in a hurry and deflected most of the streaks of light, but there was still one that she could not deflect or dodge in time. It directly punched a huge hole through her body. Basically all of her organs had been incinerated. Only a thin layer of skin and flesh around her waist remained, holding her upper and lower body together. The White Lotus Mother stopped the attacks from the formations. Ignoring her wounds, she gazed at the Lotus Peak. The headquarters of the White Lotus sect that she had managed for over a decade had already been reduced to ruins. Basically all of the buildings had been destroyed, and countless elite disciples of the White Lotus sect had died. Even 3 hall masters had died. She could not help but become furious. Xianxia's eyes were filled with surprise as well. She already knew he was powerful, but she still found it unexpected when she saw it in person. Originally, she thought it would be an extremely dangerous battle, but the White Lotus sect was slaughtered instead. Li Qingshan had never expected the water mirror's image to be so effective. His strength had yet to recover completely. Originally, he planned on using the water mirror's image to open up a path of survival the moment all the rays of light gathered on him and catch the White Lotus Mother off guard. However, the moment he used the water mirror's image to reflect the rays of light, he changed his mind, as it was just too effective. Basically all of the attacks were reflected. Compared to physical attacks like blades, fists, and kicks, it was clearly easier to reflect light. And, while the rays of light were powerful, they did not possess the will of a cultivator. They were just pure, blind destructive power, which was why he had grasped the opportunity. The light vanished, but before he could even celebrate, he felt his head spin. Using the water mirror's image took an extremely great toll on his mind. He was already extremely exhausted. The demon chi in his demon core had basically run out. If the White Lotus Mother continued to use the formation to attack him without any regard, perhaps he would be the one heavily injured. Fighting against the White Lotus Mother in the headquarters of the White Lotus sect was indeed extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could cost him his life, but he had far too many tricks up his sleeve, which was why he seemed so relaxed. If it were not for his phoenix bloodline, the fire lotus seed alone would have been enough to injure him. If it were not for the strength of the ox demon, it would have been impossible for him to smash through the White Lotus Mother's protective technique in a single punch. Then, with the home advantage, she would be able to constantly recover her strength, making her invincible. And, if it were not for the water mirror's image, probably no second heavenly tribulation humans or demons could face the attacks of the protective formation head-on, let alone launch a counterattack. This was the power of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. It basically allowed him to deal with any situation. Even though he did not possess an advantage in terms of overall strength, it allowed him to gain the upper hand in every single clash, forcing the White Lotus Mother into a retreat. Li Qingshan ignored the stunned White Lotus Mother. He gripped the hilt of the demonic dragon sword with both hands and raised it high into the air. The light from the sword extended to several hundred meters, producing a tremendous dragon's roar. He aimed it at the lotus flower peak below and swung it down in a devastating manner. There was a flash of resplendent light in the surroundings. It was like a meteor piercing through the sky. The lotus-like mountain split down the middle, collapsing to the 2 sides. It produced a deafening rumble, and the ground shook gently. Without the spiritual vein of the lotus flower peak as a foundation, the formations all collapsed. Xianxia flew in the air and watched the startling sight. Looking at this shocking scene, is the White Lotus School destroyed because of my joke? Li Qingshan exhaled and felt his anger ease up slightly. He looked back at the White Lotus Mother, but his killing intent burned even more intensely. The White Lotus Mother used her wondrous technique again to heal her horrific wounds. She seemed to become slightly younger. When the pair of eyes filled with killing intent looked over, her anger turned into coldness. Die! Li Qingshan bellowed out. The demon dragon sword. roared furiously. The White Lotus Mother used the wondrous technique of blooming lotuses with every step again. Lotus flowers bloomed in the sky one after another. They bloomed everywhere. Her figure drifted about, flashing through the lotus flowers one by one. Before long, a White Lotus Mother stood on every single lotus flower. Her figure drifted about, flashing through the lotus flowers one by one. Thousands of them scattered in all directions. The lotus blossoms was one of her most powerful moves. She could move between the lotus flowers. Even if he found her true body, he would only be able to attack an illusion. Whether it was for offense or defense, it was wondrous, and her escape was even more mysterious and unpredictable. The reason why she could escape so many times when she clashed with Gu Yenying was because of this move. Chains of demon suppression. Li Qingshan shuddered, and thousands of black chains shot towards every single lotus flower. From afar, it seemed like a huge spider, spitting out thousands of strands of silk. The lotus flowers shattered, and only a single chain was knocked away by the White Lotus Mother. That was where her true body was, and there was not a single lotus that she could move away from. Li Qingshan whistled over with a trail of white smoke. Demon suppression. The demon suppression tower descended from above, crushing down viciously on the White Lotus Mother. Obviously, she was not a benevolent person. She possessed a powerful demonic nature, so the demon suppression tower she drew over was particularly lofty and powerful. It was impossible to dodge. As she gazed at the pitch-black tower, it was as if she wanted to suck in her mind and seal it up. Boom! 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 The White Lotus Mother flicked her finger and produced 3 fire lotus seeds, sending the demon suppression tower flying. Just when she wanted to continue fleeing, a bloodied sword protruded from her chest. She turned around, and the ripples on her curved mask formed a vicious grin. An icy cold voice rang out from behind, "You're dead. Is the lotus flower about to wither?" The White Lotus Mother frowned slightly. She was filled with pity. She did not put up any more pointless resistance. The sword was an arcane treasure. As long as the sword she spat out, she would be directly shattered to pieces. No matter how ingenious her technique was, she would not be able to recover. Only death awaited her. "Please show mercy, fellow." A streak of black light shot over. Venerable Black Lotus called out from afar. "Black Lotus, go. The lotus flower will bloom and wither by itself. Don't avenge me." The White Lotus Mother said. Her talent was extraordinary, and she had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, but she was not this person's opponent. "May I ask how the White Lotus sect has offended you?" Venerable Black Lotus flew over and bowed politely. Li Qingshan's curved visor rippled. He could still remember the altar lord of the past. His bearing was extraordinary, even more so than before. In the past in ancient Wind City, he had once had the opportunity to kill him and Han Xianxia, but he did not do so. It was not because he looked down on them, treating them like ants. As a result, he was in no hurry to take action. He explained the entire story indifferently. "Remove the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple, and I gave her a quick death. Seeing how you're a reasonable person, I'll spare your life today." Black Lotus complained, "Fellow, you're talking about Shiji. But in my knowledge, she hasn't been affected by the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple at all." "What? That's impossible," the White Lotus Mother said. In her memories, the effects of the technique on Shiji were extremely great. It was exactly because of this that she trusted her so much, bestowing her with such great authority and status. If she really was loyal to the White Lotus sect, would she behave like this right now? Black Lotus pointed at Ru Xian from afar. As the Lord of the Clear Ripple Hall, she did not show any sorrow or anger over the destruction of the White Lotus sect and the White Lotus Mother's death. Instead, she seemed rather embarrassed. Afterwards, she waved her hand at Li Qingshan with a smile. How could Li Qingshan not understand what was going on? He roared out, "You bastard. Hee, I was just joking, I was just joking." "Shiji," the White Lotus Mother said in shock. Her expression said, "I never thought you'd betray me." She was even more reluctant to accept the reality that the White Lotus sect had been destroyed because of a joke. She roared at Black Lotus, "If you knew earlier, why didn't you tell me?" She has no ill intentions towards the White Lotus sect, and she's contributed quite a lot in the past 3 years. I thought it would be fine. That's called fine. The White Lotus mother pointed at the lotus flower peak that had been split in half and bellowed. The affairs of the world never go according to your expectations. Calm down. At the very least, it's much better than when we first came to the Mist Province, isn't it? Black Lotus was gentle. Then he turned around and said to Li Qingshan, "Look, fellow, it's all a misunderstanding. Why don't we just stop here and bury the hatchet?" However, Ru Xian said, "It's not a misunderstanding." The White Lotus mother said furiously, "What else do you want to say, you traitor? I've treated you well over the past few years. Will you only be satisfied if you kill me? What I, the traitor, want to say is, why have you suddenly appeared at my place, Holy Mother? There's no such coincidence in the world. That's why I said it's not a misunderstanding. You've probably fallen for a trap." Originally, Ru Xian planned on joking around with Li Qingshan before sending him away from the Lotus Flower Peak. As long as the White Lotus mother had appeared a little later, the situation would not have developed to this extent. In the Z Lotus altar, a person called a Zhong escaped as well. He reported everything to me, and I'm certain he didn't lie. The White Lotus mother was slightly taken aback. Ru Xian said, "He didn't lie, but what he said was probably what you wanted to hear from someone else, and he omitted a lot of the truth." The White Lotus mother returned to her senses slightly. Under those circumstances, could a measly chi practitioner really escape? It's the snake god cult. When Li Qingshan heard the name Zhong, he immediately understood. He had specially used his killing intent to stun everyone so that the snake god cult could silence them. It would be impossible for him to escape with his own strength. He wanted to use others, but he never thought he would be used by others instead. We'll find out right away whether it's true or not. As they said that, 2 streaks of golden and silver light shot over. The 2 leaders of the snake god cult arrived together. "Sir, we've come to assist you. Let's destroy the White Lotus sect together." "White Lotus, I never thought you'd have a day like this too." They hid and watched from afar. When they saw the Lotus Flower Peak destroyed, they felt indescribably delighted. However, they were also stunned by Li Qingshan's great strength. Most of their thoughts of subduing him had been extinguished. When they saw that White Lotus and Black Lotus were about to die to their swords, they suddenly began talking and no longer had any intentions of fighting. As a result, they could no longer hold themselves back and rushed over. Even if they could not subdue Li Qingshan of unknown origins, they had to completely kill White Lotus and Black Lotus and take back the snake god cult's heritage. "It really was you." The White Lotus mother flew into a rage. Then Black Lotus bowed towards Li Qingshan. "We've never harmed you or Shiji, nor do we stand against you in any way. This is all the scheme of those 2 despicable people. Please investigate this clearly and don't be used by others." The White Lotus mother said, "Let me go. I'll die with them. It won't dirty your hands. You can go." Li Qingshan drew the demon dragon sword and waved his hand. The demon dragon sword produced a long, reluctant thrill. Apart from Ru Xian, everyone was surprised. However, he had his own plans. In the past, Altar Lord Black Lotus had spared him and Han Xiongji. If he spared them today, he could basically put an end to this. "I hate being played around with very much," Li Qingshan said to the 2 leaders of the snake god cult before glancing at Ru Xian viciously. Black Lotus clasped his hands at Li Qingshan and thought, "Thank you for your kindness, fellow." Then he shot a glance at the White Lotus mother. Although the White Lotus mother was extremely reluctant, she still bowed reluctantly. The 2 cult leaders of the snake god cult were surprised. They never thought the situation would turn out like this. "Don't even think about leaving here alive today." The cult leader of the left swung his hand, and a cloud of golden sand flew out. It flickered with light and enveloped Black Lotus and White Lotus mother. Although it was not an arcane treasure, it was a complete set of arcane artifacts. Every single grain of golden sand possessed the might of an inferior arcane artifact. They did not seem to be of great quality, but there were thousands of them. No matter what kind of opponent they encountered, as long as they enveloped them, they would be reduced to dust immediately. Li Qingshan was vaguely enveloped by the golden sand as well. Fellow, you've spared them today, but they'll definitely come for revenge in the future. If you don't want to do anything, just watch from one side. We're willing to serve you. A strange, ring-shaped weapon appeared in the cult leader of the right's hand as well. Its edges flickered with light, splitting into 2, then into 4. Before long, there were over 100 of them, revolving around him. Li Qingshan ignored them. Instead, he extended his hand towards Xianxia. His hand was also covered in armor, and the light on the back of his hand extended to the tip of his fingers. It was sharp and rather vicious. Xianxia placed her hand in his. It was still as tough as jade, but it seemed to be warm now. The ripples on his curved visor formed a smile. It's time to go back. Then he said to the cult leaders of the snake god cult, are you prepared to die? The smile on his visor became a vicious grin. Do it. Kill him as well, the cult leader of the left called out. You're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I don't believe you still have much strength left after a bitter battle, the cult leader of the right said coldly. The golden sand enveloped over like mist. The circular blade was like a blade, cutting through everything. I really am a little tired. Li Qingshan admitted calmly. He was mentally exhausted right now, and his demon chi had run out. Even most of his demon chi had been used up. The White Lotus Mother was not some random person after all. She could not be killed so easily. However, as long as I can move one hand, I can still kill people like you. Li Qingshan gripped the demonic dragon sword tightly and thought to himself, this time, I'll let you start a massacre. Suddenly, white lotuses bloomed and blocked the golden sand ring blades. The White Lotus Mother brandished the white lotus in her hand, while Black Lotus held a black lotus in his hand, conjuring black lotuses. They seemed much weaker than White Lotus, but their teamwork was flawless. Not a single speck of sand was able to penetrate them. Li Qingshan said, didn't I tell you to leave? Do you think he doesn't want to leave? Don't tell me you can't see with this thing on you? Xianxia extended her hand and knocked Li Qingshan's visor. The surface rippled. All right then. I'll send you on your way. Li Qingshan swung the magic dragon sword, but Xianxia grabbed his hand. Why don't we take a break and recover some strength first? You're so naggy. Haven't you heard that women shouldn't interfere with men's business? Tisk, it's not like I'm a woman. And, do you even count as a man? Xianxia was unconvinced and mocked him. Don't anger me. Be careful that I don't leave you here. That's exactly what I wanted. Long live the Holy Mother. I want to live or die with the White Lotus sect, hee hee. Xianxia was determined, like the most loyal follower. In the end, she could not help but laugh. The corner of the White Lotus Mother's eye twitched. She was tempted to kill this traitor with a single palm strike. Li Qingshan said, don't you think it's a coincidence? How is it a coincidence? 3 organizations, and they just happen to be a man and a woman, or a man and a woman, or a man and a woman. Whatever you want. Do we count as an organization too? Alright, what are you trying to say? They just happen to be a couple. The kind that's deeply in love. Hee hee. Don't laugh like that. That's cursing in my hometown. What a coincidence. What coincidence? It's the same in my hometown. Fuck you. The White Lotus sect and the Snake God cult fought to the death outside, while Li Qingshan and Xianxia stood in the center of the battlefield and chatted idly. It made them feel rather displeased for some reason. Sir, we can't last much longer. Black Lotus said. The White Lotus Mother was currently weakened, while he had only undergone the second heavenly tribulation a few years ago. He was already in a disadvantageous situation of being surrounded and attacked right from the beginning. He was unable to keep up with the 2 cult leaders who were in peak condition for too long. Move aside. Let the professionals do it. Li Qingshan bellowed out, and a dragon-shaped streak of light whistled over. It pierced through the golden sand and the circular blades, forcefully carving out a path. The White Lotus Mother grabbed Black Lotus, and the lotus pedestal beneath her closed up, wrapping around them. She charged out of the tunnel. Chase them. Don't let them go. The cult leader of the left shot a glance at Li Qingshan with killing intent before pursuing the White Lotus Mother. Suppress. Li Qingshan casually extended a finger, and the demon suppression tower descended from above. Clearly, the cult leader of the snake god cult was no kind soul either. The demon suppression tower was extremely majestic. It crushed down viciously with the power to suppress everything. The cult leader of the left sensed great danger. He raised his hands, and the golden sand gathered into two huge, golden hands, forcefully stopping the demon suppression tower. Heh, you're still glaring at me? Haven't you heard that the grievances of a single eye must be avenged? Suppress. As Li Qingshan said that, he brandished the demon dragon sword into a streak of light, knocking away the circular blades. The cult leader of the left was obviously unable to pursue the White Lotus Mother, while the cult leader of the right did not dare to pursue them alone either. All he could do was watch them flee into the distance, unleashing all of his fury on Li Qingshan. The cult leader of the right's snake eyes shone with silver light as she used the innate ability of demons. Xianxia said, "Don't make eye contact with her. You'll turn into rock." However, she was a step too late. Li Qingshan had already made eye contact with the pair of snake eyes. He immediately felt his body stiffen, as if his flesh was about to turn into rock. The cult leader of the left used this opportunity to open his mouth and spit out a streak of golden light. It produced a shrill cry, whistling towards Li Qingshan's head. Even though it was not as powerful as the white light from the protective formation of the lotus flower peak, it was close. And it contained the cult leader of the left's will. Even if he could use the water mirror's image, he would struggle to reflect it back. In the face of danger, Li Qingshan shuddered. He used the innate ability that he rarely used, the strength of the earth. He felt like he was connected to the boundless earth. He had always been a rock on the earth, so why would he be afraid of petrification? The silver light surged back, and the cult leader of the right felt a piercing pain in her eyes. Tears streamed down her face. In the past, when she used the innate ability, even if she failed, she had never been restrained like this. In that instant, she seemed to see the boundless earth. It was vast and thick, and it was not something a mere innate ability could shake. Li Qingshan raised his arm and cut open the golden light with his sword. He then asked Xianxia strangely, "How come you're fine?" "I've always been a rock." Xianxia knocked the back of her hand. It was as if jade and stone were striking each other, producing a clanging sound. "You won't be like this in the future, right?" Li Qingshan understood that this was the manifestation of her cultivating the heavenly book of cloud furnace to a higher realm. However, he couldn't help but feel sorry that she had become such a jade beauty. What does it matter? It just happens to break some people's unrealistic fantasies. Xianxia seemed to see through his thoughts and said with a chuckle. "It doesn't matter if I'm a rock," Li Qingshan said resolutely. The cult leader of the left roared and pushed upwards, sending the demon subduing pagoda flying. The golden sand condensed into a fist and punched at Li Qingshan. "Good." Li Qingshan punched back. The demonic aura turned into a whirlpool and collided with the golden sand, producing an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other. Boom. The two fists collided. Li Qingshan's body didn't even shake, but the cult leader of the left flew out. His arm exploded into pieces, and broken bones flew everywhere. The cult leader's eyes widened in disbelief. How can his strength be so strong? Heh, another one who can fight me head-on. Li Qingshan withdrew his fist and saw that a layer of the armor on his hand had been scraped off, leaving behind a deep wound. There were a few grains of golden sand left in the wound, and they were desperately drilling into his body. As soon as the devil chi surged, it immediately demonized the golden sand. There were a lot of golden sand, which meant that each grain contained very little intent. Even a magic treasure like the flying dragon sword, which contained a strong intent, could be demonized by him, let alone a small inferior magic tool. This person is too powerful. Let's merge. The cult leader of the right withdrew his circular blade and flew to the side of the cult leader of the left. Merge. Li Qingshan was surprised. Xianxia said, "The snake god cult has always been a fusion of man and snake. The man is a snake goo, and the snake is a man goo. Once they merge, they will become the true cult leader of the snake god cult." Their strength will increase greatly, so be careful. The two types of light intertwined and melted in the air, turning into a humanoid figure with a snake's tail. It seemed to be a mixture of a man and a woman. There was a golden and silver snake circlet on its head, and it wielded a circular blade in its left hand. Its exploded right arm rapidly recovered with the powerful life force of demons. The golden sand stuck to it, making it shine with golden light. How dare you ruin our plans? Do you really think we can't kill you? The voices of a man and a woman mingled together. A pair of snake eyes stared at Xianxia viciously, but it no longer dared to use its innate ability carelessly. Then let's give it a try. Xianxia placed the demon dragon sword on his shoulder. The cult leader let out a shrill howl and spat out another streak of golden light. The golden sand danced and the circular blade flew, leaving behind a silver trail as it lunged over. Clearly, it had used its innate ability. The golden sand, the golden light, and the circular blade all shot over together, but their target was not Xianxia, but Xian beside him. He didn't hesitate to go through so much trouble just to find this woman. She must be extremely important to him, and her strength is only at the first level of heavenly tribulation. It's impossible for him to let her be killed. If he wants to protect her, he will be greatly restricted, which will become his fatal weakness. Xian did not dodge, or in other words, she could not dodge at all. Suddenly, a vicious, terrifying figure appeared behind her, passing through the golden sand and the circular blades and lunging towards the cult leader. Before the cult leader could even understand what the figure was, another blood-red swirl appeared before them, devouring them. Before they could even react, they charged headfirst into it. Xianxia withdrew the azure field. Merge. Don't you know 1 + 1 = 2? Alright, let's cut the bullshit. Let's talk slowly after I deal with them. Xianxia tossed the azure field to Xian and dove into it. Xian fiddled around with the azure field. Suddenly, she exhaled deeply and completely relaxed. Her eyes were filled with smiles as she flew towards the edge of the sea of trees. A while later, the White Lotus Mother and Black Lotus returned. They gazed at the lotus flower peak that had been split in half and looked at one another. The cult leader's aura had vanished. He had obviously died to his hands. The headquarters had been destroyed and countless disciples had been killed, but they had also eliminated a great problem. Was it a profit or a loss? The White Lotus Mother said, just what are his origins? With such a high cultivation, he definitely isn't a nobody. He seems to use a demonic art. Is he a demonic cultivator from one of the sects in the south? It feels familiar. Black Lotus suddenly thought of a possibility, and a gleam of light flashed through his eyes. 3 years ago, the Dragon King of the Sea had killed the demon commander of the North Moon in the setting moon lake. He had encountered Shurji there. He could tell from many aspects that Shurji had come to the Mist Province to find someone, but she had never found him. Until today, when he had come looking for her. The answer was already on the verge of being revealed. The White Lotus Mother asked, "What have you thought of?" "Nothing." Black Lotus shook his head with a smile. With his understanding of the White Lotus Mother, if she knew his identity, she would definitely think of a way to get revenge. At the very least, she would make this matter public. However, there was no point in doing that. It would only lead to trouble. If he had guessed correctly, his strength was even greater than what he had demonstrated today. He had managed to escape in an open clash against one of the 10 demon kings. Just that alone was enough for people to feel reverence. The White Lotus Mother said in annoyance, "You better not underestimate me too much. I won't do anything stupid pointless. Once I undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation, whether it's Gu Yenying or this guy, I'll make them all regret it." Yes, yes. Long live the Holy Mother. You'll unite the 9 provinces. Don't try to brush me off. When the time comes, I'll definitely make you suffer. Have a taste of the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple. The White Lotus Mother ground her teeth. Black Lotus was helpless. Under the thick shade of the trees, Xianghua Lu woke up from her sleep and rubbed her eyes. Where is this place? Weren't we in the clear ripple hall? Xianghua Zi opened her eyes as well. He could clearly see the figures surrounding him. He turned pale with fright. Night roamers. Yi Liubo asked in surprise, "You know about night roamers? Could it be that he was discovered as a spy? He was gifted to the night roamers tribe? The odds are against him." Xianxia gazed into the distance. Who knew how many night roamers there were vaguely in the forest? Many other folk lived in the jungles of the Mist Province. Night roamers could be regarded as a large race among other folk, so they obviously did not just exist beneath the Clear River Prefecture. However, most of these other folk lived further south, so Xianxia had only heard about them. Apart from the giant lumbermen and a few other mutant races, most of the mutants were hostile to humans. Any other folk could be described as a natural-born shaman. They possessed various mysterious powers and were extremely dangerous. At this moment, a rumble rang out in the distance. "What's wrong now?" Yi Liubo turned into a shadow and arrived at the very top of the great banyan tree, gazing into the distance. Beyond the canopy was a blood-red world, enveloped by a faint, blood-red mist at all times. As the power of the Azure realm constantly seeped in, even she dared not stray too far away from the great banyan tree. Regular night roamers could be corrupted even more easily, turning into madly slaughtering monsters. However, as long as they could endure it, their strength would increase drastically, which was why night roamers would often leave the great banyan tree to undergo trials regardless of the danger. But what was strange was that while the demons had mutated and become extremely aggressive, sometimes even attacking night roamers who ventured out for trials, none of them had gone mad. Was it exactly because they lacked rationality that they did not care about losing it? Yi Liubo dismissed her thoughts and sensed a powerful aura appear in the lake in the distance. What did Master toss in this time? Boom! With another great rumble, the leader of the snake god cult threw a punch. The fist condensed from golden sand smashed an Azure general into minced meat. Waves of air erupted and kicked up a huge wave. The minced meat twisted and churned in the air, turning back into a human form in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, he stepped on the waves and charged over fearlessly, working together with the other Azure generals and launching constant attacks. What is this place? It's in one of his arcane treasures. What a heavy murderousness. Is this the legendary Azure field? He actually has an arcane treasure like that. The leader of the snake god cult asked and answered himself with two different voices. He flew over the surface of the lake and used the circular blade to cut another Azure general in half. However, the Azure general's wounds healed in the blink of an eye. The leader of the snake god cult was much more powerful than the Azure generals. Originally, it should have been a one-sided slaughter, but the Azure generals possessed extraordinary battle techniques and startlingly great life force. They fell into battle formations and worked well together, which actually caused him quite a lot of trouble. Moreover, his body began to experience various discomforts. Red rashes appeared on the back of his hands, and they showed signs of spreading. It's all because of that figure earlier. If this were any other time, he would be able to suppress and remove it with some effort. However, the killing intent of the Azure field had already begun to affect his mind. Coupled with the constant harassment from the Azure generals, he struggled to calm down immediately. "Oi, don't you want to kill me?" A figure with a sword on his back suddenly appeared. He stood on the surface of the lake with his hands behind his back, blocking the leader of the snake god cult. The leader of the snake god cult suddenly came to a halt, and the Azure generals caught up. "Back down," Li Qingshan ordered as his murderousness surged. The Azure generals did not dare to act rashly. They all backed down and watched the battle from afar. "Sir, we've never had any grievances in the past. Do you really want to fight to the death with us?" The leader of the snake god cult began to feel diffident. "That's not what you said earlier. Cut the bullshit and do it." Li Qingshan raised the demon dragon sword and pointed it at the leader of the snake god cult. The demon dragon roared out impatiently. "Kill him and take the Azure field." The leader of the snake god cult roared out and shot over as a streak of silver light. A pair of magnificent phoenix wings unfurled on Li Qingshan's back. He flapped them gently, and with a flash, he turned into a string of blurs. The leader of the snake god cult missed. He turned around in disbelief, and the edge of his sword swung over. Blood splattered. The leader clutched the wound on his shoulder and retreated. How can he be so fast? Don't tell me he's been hiding his strength the entire time when he clashed with the White Lotus Mother earlier? Li Qingshan nodded. The demon suppression statuary and the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine really are quite compatible. On the Lotus Flower Peak, he did not want to expose his identity as the North Moon, so he did not use his innate abilities. He only used the demon suppression statuary to fight. He only used the strength of the ox demon that did not stand out too much from time to time. Now that he had fused the 2 powers together, it would really be a joke if he still could not defeat 2 stray dogs. Hold on. The leader of the snake god cult called out. Li Qingshan completely ignored what he said and launched a palm strike from afar. Tremble. The leader of the snake god cult felt like he had been struck in the chest by a huge hammer. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and with a flash, he assumed a defensive posture in a hurry. The golden sand condensed into a wall before him. Li Qingshan's right hand was wrapped in black cracks. He pierced the golden sand with a single strike and grabbed the leader of the snake god cult's head. He crushed it forcefully, and with a crack, the skull shattered. With a swing of the sword, blood splattered everywhere. He had split the leader of the snake god cult into 2 again. The demon dragon sword turned into a dragon's shadow and returned to Li Qingshan's wrist in satisfaction. Li Qingshan stored the corpse into his sumeru ring and extracted a strange golden core from its body. It was pale gold in color, and there seemed to be a small silver snake swimming within it. It contained a strong power. Li Qingshan directly threw it into his mouth, dispelled his demon commander transformation, and returned to the outside of the azure field. The spring gurgled, and a stream splashed down, landing in the clear green pond. Xianxia sat on a green stone beside the pond. The plague ghost flashed and pounced into her body. She smiled and rubbed Li Qingshan's head. You look much more pleasing to the eye now. Li Qingshan slapped her hand away. It's time to go. To where? Xianxia looked up. The blue sky was bright and beautiful, and white clouds floated in the sky. Of course to Qing province. Li Qingshan looked at her with a puzzled expression. I don't want to go back. You can go by yourself. Xianxia's eyes were misty. You can't be planning to stay in this forest for the rest of your life, right? Li Qingshan was shocked. When you go back this time, it should be about time for you to get married. I want to continue south and take a look at the coast of the South Sea. Otherwise, I could invite you to go with me. The coast of the South Sea. Li Qingshan thought for a moment. Must I go? Definitely. Li Qingshan said, then wait for me. We're friends, so there's no need to be like this. I don't want to stay for 2 or 3 years. Could it be that you've fallen in love with me and want to fall in love with someone else? Xianxia said mischievously. The lake rippled, and her eyes twinkled. I'm not doing this for you. I'm going to find the flower of water and fire. Didn't I tell you before? Does it not exist? Woman with long hair and short vision, who knows if what you said is true or not? Li Qingshan said as he stroked her hair. Xianxia still wanted to say something, but Li Qingshan said, I once swore that I would travel across the 9 provinces, so how can I stay in the Rui Commandery for the rest of my life? If you trust me, then wait for me. With your current strength, no matter what you want to do in the South Sea, it won't be enough. I'll find you a good place to cultivate. Their eyes met. No matter how firm her heart was, she couldn't bring herself to reject him. It was because they understood each other. So he didn't ask her why she insisted on going to the coast of the South Sea. He would never persuade her to turn back. She also knew that no one would be able to change the mind of this man in front of her. If he was forced into a corner, he would definitely resort to violence. 7 days later. On the dreamy cloud swampland. Torrential rain poured down. The turbid waves rose into the air. The sun did not rise for several days and it was as dark and gloomy as night. Xianxia stood at the lakeside, gazing into the depths of the lake. Hearing the roar from the great swamp. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, directly striking the center of the great swamp. A huge eel burst out of the water, wrapped in dazzling lightning. It just happened to be struck by the lightning, so the lightning became even more intense. A tiny figure stood on its huge head, clad in magnificent armor that blended red and blue. It wielded a demonic sword that resembled both a dragon and a sword. Within the surging lightning, the demonic sword was raised high into the air, producing a deafening dragon's roar as it stabbed deeply into the top of the eel's head. With a sorrowful cry, blood splattered across the armor. It remained unfazed, like a merciless god of slaughter. The wind and rain subsided, and the clouds parted. The sun dispersed. Xianxia stood above the great swamp and said sternly, "The last one." The water god seal appeared, and surging water spiritual energy gathered. Steam rose above the great swamp. The spirit turtle appeared, sinking into the depths of the great swamp as if it could suppress everything. After who knew how long, the water god seal suddenly erupted with extremely dazzling light, becoming much larger than before. However, the figure of the spirit turtle vanished, as if it had completely merged with the great swamp. Xianxia sucked in a deep breath and sucked the surging spiritual chi into his lungs. It was pure and dense, making him feel refreshed. "I can use this place as the foundation of my dwelling." Xianxia smiled freely. As long as he completely recovered his strength, dealing with a third heavenly tribulation demon King Soul Nascence with the great swamp as his foundation would not be a problem at all. Of course, if it was someone on the level of the 10 demon kings, then it would be best if he fled first. Although the water god seal had not grown by much, the power from an entire region of water was countless times greater than the power from countless rivers and lakes combined in the Rui Commandery. From the perspective of a water god, it was a completely different level of power. Xianxia flew back, passing through the resplendent streaks of light between the clouds. Xian watched this and felt rather intrigued for a moment, but she soon shook her head. "This guy." Xianxia arrived before her and handed the water god seal to her gracefully. "You can play with it for a few days. Don't forget to leave behind your aura. Even if you come across a second heavenly tribulation enemy, you can still kill them." Xian gazed at the water god seal deeply. She could not help but be drawn away by its deep, resplendent light. Suddenly, she raised her head and glanced at Xianxia. She said in surprise, "You still haven't left." She waved her hand with a smile. "Then I'll be leaving first." She turned around and made her way into the great swamp of Cloud Dream. She snickered sinisterly. "Men sure are easy to fool." The corner of Xianxia's eye twitched. Even she could not help but be drawn away by its deep, resplendent glow. She had spoken far too loudly at the end. With a flash, he blocked her way and smiled obscenely. "Do you know what this is called in my homeland?" "What's it called?" "It's called keeping. Usually, the woman has to pay a price." Xianxia licked his lips. "Is that so? Then what price do you want me to pay?" Xian took a step forward with a smile. She seemed to be sure that Xianxia would not dare to do anything. Xianxia sized her up and said helplessly, "Forget it. You have it easy. I'm leaving." Xian leaned forward and moved her beautiful face close to Xianxia. Xianxia's breathing paused. Just when he thought that something was going to happen, he heard her say in his ear, "Go early and come back early." Her breath smelled like orchids and was filled with mischief. Xianxia pushed her away in annoyance and leaped up into the sky. He looked back from afar. She had already become as tiny as a mustard seed. She was still standing by the great swamp of Cloud Dream. If he stayed any longer, he might really not be able to control himself and do something. "Are you afraid that I will leave alone?" Xian looked at the water god seal in her hand. Even if it was for this precious water god seal, she could not leave the great swamp of Cloud Dream. As long as she stayed in the great swamp of Cloud Dream, as half the master of the great swamp of Cloud Dream, she could activate the water god seal at will. There would not be many who could harm her. Such meticulousness and thoroughness was really unlike him. Since that was the case, then she would cultivate properly. Xianxia sent Xianghua and Xianghua Lu back to the fragrant flower workshop and stayed for a few more days. Just now, he was leaving. As for what he did, only he knew. However, in the end, he still saw Xianghua Hong. In order to prevent this loyal disciple who had been brainwashed by the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple from hearing any rumors, Xian had sent her out in advance. She was very lucky to escape and was then sent back by the White Lotus sect. Li Qingshan stretched and sniffed his body. There seemed to be a lingering fragrance of flowers on him. As expected, the land of gentleness is the grave of a hero. At this moment, the smell of sulfur entered his nose. On the horizon, a black smoke rose into the sky like a beacon. There was a chain of volcanoes, the land of nirvana and rebirth. Li Qingshan flew towards the erupting crater, passing through the thick, sulfuric smoke. The scorching magma rushed over, swallowing him up and kicking up a huge, dazzling splash. The volcano stopped erupting. Before long, it began to rain again. A group of barbarians appeared at the foot of the mountain. The old barbarian in the lead bellowed, "Kids, hurry up. Don't fall into the pit of fire and get roasted." "Yeah," the barbarians answered loudly. They all carried bamboo baskets on their backs and began searching the ground carefully. If Li Qingshan and the stone egg had been conscious, he would have discovered the barbarian who had picked him up was among them. He seemed much more mature, and he had gained another son in the past few years. It was a good thing, but it also made the pressure on his shoulders heavier. However, the barbarian who had picked up the azure field was not so lucky. He was bitten to death by a venomous snake in the forest a year ago. The lives of mortals alternated between life and death, day after day. A few years occupied a very large portion of their lives. When they thought back to the matters of a few years ago, it was already a very distant matter. However, for the cultivators who lived in seclusion for a long time, did time become heavier, or was it diluted? Probably no one could answer that. Li Qingshan flapped his phoenix wings and rapidly dove deeper. The fire spiritual energy became denser and denser, but the influence of the underground magnetic field grew stronger and stronger. The circulation of demon chi began to stagnate, and he could not even activate his Sumera ring anymore. "I might have some of the phoenix's bloodline, but I still can't dive into the depths of the magma like the golden Cicada Spirit King. It's said that there are many bubbles of the earth's lungs deep underground. They're much more powerful than any divine lightning, and they're much more dangerous. Going too deep would instead be detrimental to cultivation," so Li Qingshan rose up again and found a suitable depth. He spun around, and the flames of the earth revolved around him, forming an egg. He took out the pills he had bought from Gu Yenying from his Sumera ring and ingested them one by one, beginning to practice the second layer of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. In the depths of the marsh, even the sky darkened. The water god seal shone with faint light. The surroundings were tranquil. "I should be able to maintain a basic balance like this." Ru Xian took out Zhu Lai's heart and murmured to herself. She gently broke free from her legs and suddenly turned into a blue fishtail. He swam deeper into the forest. The sun and the moon shuttled back and forth. Time flew. Wisps of fire spirit merged into Li Qingshan's body. It was converted into pure cultivation. Now that he had the experience of the first stage of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, he felt that the second stage was much easier. Actually, the first two stages of the 9 transformations of demons and gods. These were all the foundations, so it wasn't particularly difficult. When Li Qingshan first cultivated the bull, tiger, and turtle transformations, it went very smoothly at the beginning. However, the phoenix's scripture of Nerva conflicted with the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, so it was suppressed, which was why it was so difficult. Now that he had grasped the basics of merging fire and water, he also knew how to control the spirit turtle so that it would not affect the phoenix too much, so it was obviously much simpler. During this process, his body also gradually grew bigger. When he opened his eyes again, he heard the long cry of the phoenix. He suddenly realized that it was his own voice. He sucked in a deep breath and smiled in relief. He had finally reached the second stage of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. However, after the phoenix became stronger, it was forced to face a new problem. The perfectly round demon core became sluggish again. The fusion of fire and water that he had just achieved after so much difficulty began to clash again. Correspondingly, the second ability of the phoenix transformation did not appear either. However, this was within his expectations, so he did not feel disappointed. Right now, he already knew how to go about it. All he needed to do was spend some time slowly getting used to it. The most important thing was that his figure and appearance had finally been completely restored. Although he still needed around a year or two to truly complete the Phoenix's nerva this time and balance the various powers in his body, there was no need for him to be in too much of a hurry. He believed that once the Phoenix's nerva was complete, he would merge fire and water again, and his strength would reach an unprecedented height. There would not be a lot of existences in the 9 provinces that could threaten him anymore. The next morning, Xianxia stood on the edge of the Mist Province and gazed towards the north. Green Province, Xianxia, have returned. Xianxia was currently cultivating on the mountain. Suddenly, he sensed something and arrived outside the hall. A tiny sword paced around outside the formation, unable to enter. What's this? A flying sword delivering a letter. Xianxia frowned and waved his hand. The tiny sword flew over with a swish, and he held it in his hand like it was nothing. The tiny sword shone brightly, crisscrossing with the patterns of clouds and condensing a strand of sword chi as if it had been tempered countless times. There was a line of tiny words engraved on it. I've long heard of your great name, fellow. Your talent is extraordinary, and your brilliance is astounding. I'm filled with admiration. May I ask to meet you and meet you with the sword? We can discuss the prodigies of the world together. Xianxia of the Sword Collection Palace greets you respectfully. The time and location were written at the back. The tone was rather polite, but every single word contained sword intent, displaying its sharpness. This was a letter of challenge. It's still here in the end. Xianxia sighed. On the other side of the Xianxia dwelling, there was a tiny sword nailed to the rock wall. Suddenly, the dwelling that had remained silent for a very long time opened loudly. Xianxia strode out and bellowed out, I've emerged from seclusion. The birds took flight in fright, and the mountains echoed. Xianxia laughed aloud. Suddenly, he saw the tiny sword on the opposite wall. He extended his hand and grabbed it. The tiny sword flew into his hand, and he finished reading the words on it. What's the Sword Collection Palace doing sending people here again? What kind of crappy name is this? Xiaoqiao? I wonder how it compares to Fu Qingjin. It sounds a little more annoying. Fucking hell, they even changed my Mooncourt Lake to Clearcourt Lake. Xianxia casually stowed the sword letter into his summer ring and flew towards Clear River City. In the Hawkwolf Guard, Hua Qinglu was currently bent over her desk diligently. Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared before her. Her heart skipped a beat, and she leapt up. When she saw who the feet belonged to, she could not help but blurt out. Big Brother Li. You've emerged from seclusion. Thank you for the past few years. I really haven't been a good commander at all. It's been a few years since I last saw you, and you've become even more handsome. Xianxia sniggered. I've stopped being a little girl a long time ago. Hua Qinglu said. Then you're the big girl. Come, tell me what's happened in the past few years. Hua Qinglu told him everything that had happened in the past few years. Xianxia had heard most of it from Xianxia. Even after so much time had passed, nothing had changed on the whole. The pace of cultivation was actually much slower compared to the world of mortals. There were fewer changes. It was very rare to hear about someone dying in an accident or getting married or having children. Most of the time, it was just their cultivation progressing. What's going on? Xianxia placed the tiny sword on the table and asked the question he wanted to ask the most. You received it too. Hua Qinglu took out an identical, tiny sword. As it turned out, the renowned foundation establishment cultivators of the younger generation in the Clear River Prefecture had all received a sword letter like this, inviting them to the greatest lake of the Clear River Prefecture, Clearcourt Lake, in 7 days' time for a gathering of heroes. The bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling its light over the lake. In the middle of the lake, there was an island with undulating mountains. It was the former Qing court sect, which later became the abode of the Moon Devil. The pavilions and terraces were still there, but they were no longer as prosperous as they were in the past. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it seemed a little desolate. But tonight, he had become the center of attention of the entire Clear River Prefecture once again. This Xianxia of the Sword Collection Palace wields one of the 10 renowned swords, the Breaking Water Sword. He's at the peak of foundation establishment, and it's said that he's already comprehended the true essence of the sword, becoming one with the sword. He's even more powerful than Fu Qingjin in the past. He's declared that he wants to challenge all the geniuses of the younger generation in the 81 prefectures of the 9 commanderies of the Green Province. He's already challenged 21 prefectures, and he's yet to taste defeat. His name has spread through the world. Above the Great Lake, the soaring dragon ship broke through the clouds and soared into the sky. A few vague figures stood on the deck. Hua Qinglu introduced Xianxia's situation to Li Qingshan. Wei Yangxing added, in the beginning, he visited them one by one, but many of them found an excuse to avoid him. Later on, he sent out a sword letter and invited all the challengers in the prefecture. Anyone who didn't show up would become a laughingstock. This is to build up the might of the Sword Collection Palace and strengthen the unity of the Demon Slayer. However, it's only 81 prefectures, so it'll already be impressive if even half of them go. Is he bold enough to go to the southern commanderies? Hua Sengzan shook his head. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and stood at the bow of the ship. The wind blew, but he was as still as a mountain. It made Hua Qinglu sigh inside. Big Brother Li's bearing is becoming more and more unfathomable. Just how much stronger has he become in the past few years of secluded cultivation? Is he Xiaochu's opponent? Li Qingshan looked down at the familiar Mooncourt Lake. The island was dark. There were no lights in the pavilions. Only specks of spiritual light flickered on the mountaintop. Those were the geniuses of the various sects. The most powerful aura was at the peak of the mountain. A black-robed man was sitting cross-legged. He looked to be in his 20s or 30s, but he had an aura of vicissitudes. This must be Yin Xiaochu. Li Qingshan touched his arm. There was a dragon-shaped shadow hidden there. Having refined the soaring dragon sword, he knew the origin of this aura. It was the will of the previous sword masters. 1,000 years passed. After experiencing the vicissitudes of life, the successor would naturally be influenced. Unless it was like Li Qingshan, who used his own will to suppress the will of the sword. Yin Xiaochu seemed to sense something. He looked up at the sky. Their gazes met from afar. Yin Xiaochu's eyes shot out 2 sharp sword essences. Straight up into the sky. Infusing sword intent into one's vision to stun people was a great technique of the Sword Collection Palace. If one's cultivation was high enough, they could even destroy the enemy's sea of consciousness. However, when the sword intent shot into Li Qingshan's eyes, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Yin Xiaochu, who had intended to let Li Qingshan suffer a loss, felt a chill in his heart. Who is this person? Then, he glanced at the so-called geniuses around him. Is there finally a worthy opponent? Li Qingshan retracted his gaze with a smile and turned his head. The breaking water sword? Hee, Danqing, did you bring a brush and paper? How can I not bring something that makes a living? As one of the invited geniuses, Chu Danqing seemed rather absent-minded today. His eye sockets were slightly dark, and his eyes were bloodshot. Who knew what he was thinking? Only when he heard Li Qingshan's question did he return to his senses. Hua Qinglu knew that Li Qingshan had specially gone to find Chu Danqing during the small gathering last night. Ever since then, his mind had wandered off, and he had even bid farewell and left first. Only tonight did he emerge from the soaring dragon ship. She could not help but become rather curious about what Li Qingshan had said to him. Li Qingshan smiled. Take them all out. Prepare to paint a painting. Sure. What painting? Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and thought seriously. Let's call it the painting of divine might, where the wise and valiant Li Qingshan defeats the brainless, pretentious Yin Xiaochu. The deck suddenly fell silent. Everyone seemed like they had been struck by lightning. Even the corner of Han Tie's eye twitched. Chu Danqing smiled bitterly. I feel like this name is an insult to my painting. Then you can choose the name. I'll be going down first. Li Qingshan waved his hand and leapt off the bow of the ship, landing right in front of Yin Xiaochu. He smiled. Li Qingshan. Greetings, Commander Li. The geniuses from sects set aside their arrogance and bowed. There was no one in the Clear River Prefecture who did not know the Scarlet Hawk Commander Li Qingshan. Yin Xiaochu. Yin Xiaochu could not help but straighten up and stare at Li Qingshan deeply. The first disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga's unraging guardian king, Xianxia, the Scarlet Hawk commander of the Clear River Prefecture. I heard that he practices the greatest secret technique of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, the demon suppression statuary. His strength far surpasses regular foundation establishment cultivators. Because he hasn't joined the monastery to cultivate, he possesses the title of the greatest secular disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Even a prince has suffered greatly at his hands. When I left the Sword Collection Palace, junior brother Fu also told me to be careful of this person. He's definitely not someone easy to deal with. Though, hasn't he always been cultivating in secluded cultivation in the Chain Mountains in the past few years? Why has he suddenly emerged? Xianxia was not afraid of Xianxia. He possessed absolute confidence in his own strength. He just cared a little about the two words, Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Of the three great sects of the Green Province, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga mediated the balance between them, which was why the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbraline sect could maintain such a long period of peace. However, he cast his worries to the back of his head very soon. The path of the sword was about advancing forward fearlessly and fearlessly. He would never cower in fear. Since he's bold enough to come, I'll just take a hit at the Chan Monastery of Devanaga's reputation. Let's see whether the legendary demon suppression statuary has an undeserved reputation or not. Your sword is called the Breaking Water Sword. Xianxia looked at the sword on Xiaochu's knees. The dark sheath seemed simple and unadorned, with a few lines of poetry vaguely engraved on it. However, it was a little curved, not perfectly straight. That's right. My sword is called the Water Sword. Xianxia smiled and waved his hand casually. The moist water vapor condensed into a transparent water sword in his hand. He flicked the edge gently, and there was a clang. Very well then. I'll see how it goes today. Xiaochu's eyes narrowed. He was clearly making fun of his sword. To a swordsman, this was the greatest form of provocation, and it was filled with contempt. This was different from any opponent he had encountered in the past 21 prefectures. Danqing, are you ready? Xianxia said to Chu Danqing, who had hurried over afterwards. Yep. Chu Danqing took out a brush and paper as he was told. He was ready to paint. Let's change the name of this painting to The Water Sword Destroys the Breaking Water Sword. Xianxia called out. He pointed the tip of his sword at Xiaochu and smiled. Draw your sword. Even now, he did not act like he was facing a powerful enemy at all. He was as relaxed as if he was taking a stroll in the park. The successor of the 10 renowned swords of the Sword Collection Palace, the supreme swordsman who had challenged 21 prefectures in a row, was only a weakling that he could defeat easily. Xiaochu stood up slowly and drew the breaking water sword slowly. In that moment, clear light shimmered. The bright moon paled. It paled as well. And everyone's faces. The geniuses that had been invited from the various sects and clans could not help but hold their breaths. All of the light gathered on the sword-wielding Xiaochu. His clothes drifted about. He stood aloof from the world. It seemed like he was about to be blown away by the wind. However, what attracted them even more was. It was still the breaking water sword. The blade was curved and slender, like a crescent moon. It gave off rings of light. Xianxia's gaze was attracted by it as well, but he remained unfazed, as if he could not sense the threat from the breaking water sword at all. Without a doubt, this displeased Xiaochu even more than cursing. He had traveled through the 21 prefectures, but he had never been treated like this. As a result, he said nothing more and swung his sword. No one could describe the breathtaking nature of this strike. It cut through the moonlight, cut through the flowing water, and cut off all the worries of the world. Chu Danqing wanted to paint the elegance of this strike subconsciously, but he was unable to put his impulses into action. Han Tie instinctively imagined what he would do if he faced this strike, but he admitted helplessly that he had no idea how to block it. It was no wonder he had heard that many geniuses and experts from the other prefectures would be defeated by a single strike from Xiaochu, while the spectators would often lose the courage to face him, directly choosing to forfeit. However, little did he know that this strike was the most powerful strike Xiaochu had unleashed ever since he left the Sword Collection Palace. In order to sharpen his heart of the sword, he had never used the power of the breaking water sword in his past battles. He only used it as a sharp, treasured sword, which was undoubtedly equivalent to binding his hands and feet in battle. But at this moment, Xianxia broke through all restraints and became one with the sword. Using the momentum of his consecutive victories, he poured all of his strength and belief into the strike. Breaking water. Li Qingshan stopped smiling and swung the water sword in his hand. It was as swift as a dragon emerging from the ocean. I've got it. Chu Donqing's eyes suddenly lit up, and his brush began to move. Last night, Li Qingshan had passed the 2 scrolls of the 3 Absolutes calligraphy to Chu Danqing, asking him to complete the final repairs so that the supreme calligraphy, painting, and sword manual could once again appear in the world. Before this, Li Qingshan had already refined them separately and comprehended the sword intent within them. He then corroborated it with the sword intent from the soaring dragon sword. In the end, it was his own belief, condensing the unparalleled sword intent that belonged solely to him. The dragon soared through the 4 seas, rampaging through the world. The seas surged, vast and boundless. The 2 swords collided. The breaking water sword swept past the water sword and landed on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan raised the broken sword in his hand and sighed. A sword casually condensed from water still can't compare to a true arcane treasure at the end of the day. The breaking water sword was not just an arcane treasure. The Sword Collection Palace possessed many arcane treasure-grade swords, but there were only 10 renowned swords. They possessed the wills of the past masters of the sword and were powered by the secret sword techniques of the Sword Collection Palace, so their power could not be compared to regular arcane treasures. Even among the 10 renowned swords, the breaking water sword was renowned for its destructive power that could cut through everything. The spectators all felt that Li Qingshan was being a little too careless if he wanted to take on it head-on by condensing a random sword out of water. However, at this point, it was meaningless to use this as an excuse. Han Tie frowned slightly. This did not seem to be his personality. He seemed crude and straightforward, but he was actually the person with the most thorough thoughts. In particular, when he fought against others, he was basically extremely clever. He would never be defeated because he underestimated his opponent. As the victor, Xianxia's behavior was rather strange as well. Big brother! Hua Qinglu cried out involuntarily. She would probably see the terrifying sight of him being cleaved in two. Hua Sengzan said softly, "Don't worry. It's fine." Li Qingshan smiled at Hua Qinglu and tossed the broken sword aside. It turned into mist in the air and returned to the void. Then he asked Xianxia, "How was it?" Xianxia opened his eyes and looked at Li Qingshan as if he had encountered something unbelievable. His lips parted and he said with some difficulty, "How was it?" There was an uproar in the surroundings, and some were even puzzled. It was clearly Xianxia who had broken Li Qingshan's sword with a single strike, and had slashed at his body. Even if he had held back and did not kill him with a single strike, with such a divine weapon, Li Qingshan would have died at the very least with just a little bit of force. How could it be that Xianxia had admitted defeat instead? Xiaoqiu's eyes were also filled with unwillingness. Failure had come too suddenly, and it was filled with an unreal feeling. Then, he understood, and suddenly fell from the peak of success. The moment their swords collided, he was shocked. His opponent was clearly not a swordsman, but the sword will he possessed was no weaker than his. Although he still relied on the sharpness of the broken water sword to cut off Li Qingshan's sword and fell on Li Qingshan's body, it could not move an inch further. Li Qingshan's right hand was in a demonized state. His 5 fingers were as sharp as knives. He tightly grasped the broken water sword, and the devil chi was surging between his fingers. He did not borrow the strength of the ox demon, but only the power of the demon commander. He easily suppressed the breaking water sword, which was at the end of its tether. If he had a better sword, even if it was just a low-grade magic tool, the situation would not be like this. Furthermore, his demon suppression statuary has only revealed the tip of the iceberg. As Xiaoqiu thought to himself, a deep sense of unwillingness welled up in him. He had not even seen his opponent's true strength, yet he had no choice but to admit defeat. This feeling was really unpleasant. But if he couldn't even accept failure, then he wasn't qualified to be the owner of the broken water sword. But regarding Yin Xiaochu's decisiveness in admitting defeat, Li Qingshan was also a little surprised. He originally thought that Yin Xiaochu would still struggle a little more. It was a good opportunity for him to display the power of the demon suppression statuary and announce that he had transcended the second heavenly tribulation. Once it reached Si Qing's ears, he would be able to carry out the next step of the plan. Li Qingshan let go of the broken water sword and said patiently, "I think you can try again. After all, I haven't hurt you yet. There's no need. I'm no match for you. Even if I try 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it'll still be the same. Fellow Taoist, you have a great teacher and a great disciple. Your reputation is well-deserved." Yin Xiaochu took a step back, sheathed his sword, and cupped his hands in greeting. The breaking water sword was different from the green ruins sword. It could not create green ruins illusions. He couldn't let the sword master turn into a spiritual light and scatter. He was invincible. The sword intent of the broken water sword was concise and decisive. With a wave of the sword, no matter if it was a human or a ghost, a demon or a demon, it would not be able to escape. They were about to be severed. Although it was only one strike. He had poured all of his heart and soul into this. Now that his sword intent had already suffered a setback, he would only be asking to be humiliated if he continued fighting. However, he really wanted to know. Just how strong was he? Forget it then. Li Qingshan sighed. If he had known this would happen, he would have held back a little. At the very least, he would have fought for 300 rounds or something. Back then, Fu Qingjin was able to force North Moon into a corner. But now, Yin Xiaochu, who was stronger than Fu Qingjin, could not even make Li Qingshan use his full strength. As expected, experts are lonely. But I still have to work hard to become even more lonely. May I ask what realm of cultivation you're at right now, fellow? Yin Xiaochu could not help but ask. He just could not understand how his opponent could defeat him with the breaking water sword without even a single arcane artifact on him. Their comprehension of the way of the sword should not be too different. The demon suppression statuary was powerful, but he practiced the secret sword techniques of the Sword Collection Palace too. Kid, you sure know your place. Li Qingshan praised and sighed. He said earnestly, you don't have to be too dejected. I've already undergone the second heavenly tribulation, so my cultivation is slightly higher than yours. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle might not even be certain. How old are you? Yin Xiaochu was shocked. Every heavenly tribulation was a huge dividing line for cultivators. He had never thought of such a simple answer, and it was none other than because it was too inconceivable. Based on his age, how could he possibly overcome the second heavenly tribulation? Even among the geniuses of the Sword Collection Palace throughout history, it was extremely rare. In a small place like the Clear River Prefecture, how could he achieve this without a master or clan? I've been in secluded cultivation for too long, so I don't really remember. I'm probably not even 30 yet. I basically completed my initial objective. The world didn't laugh at me for bragging. Ha ha ha. Yin Xiaochu was speechless as well, as if his defeat at Li Qingshan's hands had dealt him an even greater blow. He had challenged the geniuses of the various prefectures of the Green Province because he believed he was a genius among geniuses. Yet now, someone who was inferior to him in every aspect had left him in the dust, setting foot into an even higher realm of cultivation. Apart from Hua Sengzan, who knew about Li Qingshan's other identity, everyone else was dumbfounded. Everyone knew what undergoing the second heavenly tribulation meant. Establishing a sect and dominating an entire region was nothing more than a walk in the park. They might not be able to do whatever they wanted in the 9 provinces, but they could come and go as they pleased. There were already very few existences that could threaten them. However, it was very difficult to say what undergoing the second heavenly tribulation before the age of 30 meant. Did it mean they had a very high chance of undergoing the third heavenly tribulation and truly becoming one of the rulers of the 9 provinces? It's getting late. You should continue your challenges. Danqing, how's your drawing coming along? Li Qingshan called out loudly. It's done. Chu Danqing stopped his brush and said. Li Qingshan walked over to take a look. There were 2 figures drawn on it. Although the figures were blurry and there were no facial features, it fully displayed the two's completely different temperaments, allowing people to distinguish between Li Qingshan and Yin Xiaoqiu at first glance. The drawing of the two swords was even more wonderful, as if they were about to leap out of the painting. He had also written the name of the painting. According to what Li Qingshan had said, it was called The Water Sword Destroys the Breaking Water Sword. However, the issue was the scene that Chu Danqing had drawn was the scene of Yin Xiaoqiu cutting through the water sword with a single stroke. Hey, you really know how to seize the opportunity. If people who don't know about this battle were to see this, wouldn't they laugh at me? Chu Danqing said, this battle has already become famous all over the world. Who doesn't know about it? Fair enough. Li Qingshan nodded. That was his original objective in the first place. At this moment, Yin Xiaoqiu's voice rang out from behind, please fight me, fellow Hua. Li Qingshan never expected him to continue challenging people. He thought, he's just experienced a great defeat, yet he can immediately rouse himself. This person's temperament can be described as resolute and resolute. As a disciple taught by the Sword Collection Palace and a successor of the 10 renowned swords, he really does live up to his reputation. I wonder how Zijian is doing. I'll have to ask him about it later. Afterwards, Yin Xiaoqiu challenged everyone present one by one. Not only did he defeat everyone, but he even defeated all of them in a single strike. If it were not for Li Qingshan, his accomplishments would have become even more glorious tonight, and his name would have spread through the Green Province once more. But now, even the people being challenged seemed rather absent-minded. They would glance at Li Qingshan from time to time, as if they were looking at a monster they had never seen before. Their eyes were filled with surprise and respect. The gathering of heroes came to an end very quickly. As everyone dispersed, the news of Li Qingshan undergoing the second heavenly tribulation spread rapidly. Yin Xiaoqiu reported this to the Sword Collection Palace as soon as possible. The master of the Sword Collection Palace also sighed. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga has produced an impressive disciple. Such outstanding talent is basically rare. The prefectural city of Clear River was brightly lit. Although it was already past midnight, the streets were still filled with people. It was bustling and noisy. The dazzling lanterns and bustling stages all attracted people to stop and linger around like it was some grand festival. However, today was not a festival. Most of the common people had no idea why they were celebrating. They only knew that the prefectural city had become lively with a stroke of the pen from the prefectural city. They vaguely knew it was because of the Scarlet Hawk commander, Li Qingshan. However, the entire cultivation community of the Rui Commandery was shaken up by this. Li Qingshan's name rang through the Green Province, spreading to the other provinces. The lanterns on the upper floor were resplendent. A grand banquet was currently being held. Streaks of light constantly flew over and were invited into the building. However, only Foundation establishment cultivators who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation at the very least had the right to set foot on the platform on the top floor, and they had to be a little more careful with their words and actions. In a corner of the platform, Gu Yenying and Han Anjuan were discussing something. Han Anjuan, who had always been stern, smiled slightly too. The Marquis of Rui listened to them from one side, and to their left and right were all Golden Core cultivators who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Although there were fewer of them due to the disaster of the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures, and everyone had concealed their auras, the presences they gave off still made people feel slightly pressured. They're here. Gu Yenying suddenly looked back at the horizon. Under everyone's gazes, Li Qingshan descended from the sky with Han Xiongji. Li Qingshan was dressed in a set of azure tight robes. His bearing was as lofty as a mountain, making him look around proudly. Han Xiongji was dressed in splendid clothes too. She wore a fiery red palace dress that was as bright as fire, outlining her graceful figure. They were truly a perfect match, as if they were a match made in heaven. In the past, there had even been people who found it difficult to understand why the daughter of the Han family would take the initiative to pursue a kid from the countryside. It was rumored that Han Anjuan had vehemently objected to it. Because of this, she had almost fallen out with the Han family. In the end, she even ended up living together with him without any status. Although the cultivation community was not as particular about birth and etiquette as the secular world, It had basically become a laughingstock among the aristocratic clans of the Clear River Prefecture and Rui Commandery. They all said that Han Xiongji had become infatuated. However, Han Xiongji never cared about these rumors, and Li Qingshan didn't have the time to listen to such gossip. Now, everyone admired Han Xiongji's foresight. Such a peerless genius was enough to make a large sect flourish. It would be easy for him to establish an aristocratic family that was not inferior to the Han family. No matter how pessimistic Han Anjuan was about this relationship, he couldn't help but nod slightly at this moment. Merely from the perspective of a cultivator, he couldn't help but sigh with admiration. He had admired Li Qingshan from the very beginning. The reason why he refused to accept Li Qingshan as his son-in-law was not because he despised Li Qingshan's low birth as the rumors said. On the contrary, he was worried that his daughter would not be able to control such a man, and it was indeed so. In his entire life, the only woman with such magnanimity was probably the smiling Gu Yening beside him who held a folding fan. Fortunately, she had abstained from romantic relationships, so it was impossible for her to have any thoughts about Li Qingshan. Otherwise, his daughter really would be done for. Li Qingshan was not an irresponsible person either. What he did was equivalent to declaring his relationship with Han Xiongji once again. Han Tie was happy for his elder sister too. His brother-in-law did things as he pleased, completely different from infatuation. At least he had not let down his elder sister's love. Daughter, speaking of which, you knew Commander Li first. I think you even saved him back then. In the small garden on the top floor, the patriarch of the Hua family said to Hua Qinglu. His voice was filled with pity. Even though Hua Qinglu had become much more mature after the wisdom imbuement, she could not help but roll her eyes at her father before raising her head again. Back then, she was still a little girl. She was ignorant about the matters between men and women. Now that she thought about it, she did feel a hint of regret. If she had taken action first back then, this lustful elder brother would not have turned her down at all with her charm. Sigh, first impressions are the strongest in everything. Suddenly, she shook her head. What am I thinking about? Big sister Han treats me like her own younger sister. How can I think about something so shameful? She was not envious of the limitless glory. She just wanted to stay by his side legitimately. Once feelings arose, it was difficult for her to forget them. Female cultivators really did have the heaviest tribulations of love. Suddenly, she understood her elder brother a little. Since she had already fallen in love with a man like that, what interest would she have in other men? She would be better off focusing on cultivation. Hua Qinglu sighed gently. This could be considered a good thing. At the very least, she was not as obsessed with the word love as Hua Sengzan was. Because of Gu Yening, Hua Sengzan did not appear tonight. Even if he drank 1,000 cups of water of oblivion, he would still fall in love at first sight if they met again. This was something he understood. The patriarch of the Hua family shook his head. The Han family had really struck it rich. However, he also understood that even if his daughter was willing, he might not have agreed. His objections would definitely have been even more intense than Han Anjuan's. Who would have thought that a country bumpkin could actually reach such a level in a mere dozen or so years? Everyone had different thoughts as they cast different gazes at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan remained unperturbed. He looked down and smiled. This celebration was Lu Chongqing's suggestion. Originally, Li Qingshan might not have accepted it with his personality, but when he considered his own plans, he still agreed. However, since he was already here, there was no need for him to care about keeping a low profile. Tonight, he would make Li Qingshan's name known throughout the world, completing the ambition of that mountain village teenager in the past. In that instant, Li Qingshan's aura completely erupted. Demon chi surged, and malice surged into the air. The stars and moon dimmed in comparison. Everyone felt a tremendous pressure weigh down on their heads, filled with pressure and aggressiveness. Even their breathing became rather difficult. If it were not for the fact that this power only spread out in all directions aimlessly and did not target a single person, no one present apart from the Golden Core cultivators would have been able to endure it. The Golden Core cultivators were even more shocked. Didn't he just undergo the second heavenly tribulation? How is he so powerful? If they really fight, there probably aren't a lot of people present who are his opponent. On a tall tower in the distance, Xianxia stood with his sword on his back. He silently closed his eyes and sensed the aura. He sighed. Is this the demon suppression statuary? It really is powerful. No, it's not just the cultivation method. It's also because of this person. The Chan monastery of Devanaga has produced such a genius. Among the younger generation of the Sword Collection Palace, no one can surpass him apart from first senior brother. Fortunately, he doesn't come from the Umbraline sect, or he would definitely become a great problem. Stop showing off. You can go down now. Han Xiongji secretly pinched Li Qingshan. In the beginning, she felt rather proud of receiving the attention of so many people, but as time went on, she began to feel uneasy. Aren't I trying to make you proud? Li Qingshan replied with a smile. Humph, I think you're doing it for your own happiness. Han Xiongji said. So be it if he had suddenly entered secluded cultivation for a few years, but the first person he went to after emerging was actually Hua Qinglu. She had actually only found out he had emerged from secluded cultivation after receiving a notification. Li Qingshan knew why she was angry. Following the principle of a lion using its full strength even when hunting a rabbit, he first completely refined the half of the cursive sword calligraphy he had obtained from Mou before handing it to Chu Danqing. Afterwards, he comprehended the sword intent within it. He spent 2 days on this. Time was tight, so he did not have the time to go to her. In her anger, Han Qiongji did not even watch his battle with Yin Xiaoqiu. Of course, she also knew that he had undergone the second heavenly tribulation a long time ago, so there was no reason for him to lose, let alone face life-threatening danger. Li Qingshan also knew that he had done something slightly wrong, so he tried to persuade her. It's all my fault. Don't be angry. I'll definitely make it up to you tonight, so you can resolve the pain of yearning you've endured these past few years. I don't want to. You can go find other women to pass your time. Han Qiongji turned him down flatly, but her heart softened. She was very curious about what she would have to do so that she would never be able to forgive this reckless man. As long as he said a few more sweet words, all of her anger would vanish. Which woman can compare to my Zhi? Li Qingshan said with a smile. He landed on the second floor, and he did not purposefully hold back, nor did he purposefully release his emotions. He clasped his hands in greeting, then took his seat and toasted the golden core cultivators one by one. The first was obviously Han Anjuan. His father-in-law did not say anything, and he drank all the wine in his cup in one gulp. Next was his superior, Gu Yenying. Commander Gu said, "Congratulations." Then she said, "Come to my waterside pavilion of listening wind tomorrow." Li Qingshan said, "That's exactly what I intend to do." Afterwards, Li Qingshan drank to his heart's content. The entire building was filled with guests and hosts. Qian Rongji withdrew her gaze and began patrolling the building. This was her duty as a white wolf guard. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "May I ask if you're Senior Qian Rongji?" Qian Rongji turned around and saw a handsome young man standing there. He said, "I'm Lin Xian, also from the 100 schools of thought of the Clear River Prefecture. I'm still cultivating in the school of Taoism right now, so I've heard of Senior's great name a long time ago." Qian Rongji had heard of this name before. He was a rising star from the 100 schools of thought of the Clear River Prefecture. He had made quite a name for himself in the past few years, but she had seen far too many geniuses in her life. Let alone Li Qingshan and Little, and even she herself had been crowned as a genius now. She had once received Yin Xiaoqiu's letter of challenge, but she had completely ignored it. As a result, she did not believe a measly chi practitioner like that was worth his attention. She only found his gaze to be sincere and his bearing to be gentle, which made her recall a distant memory for some reason. What's the matter? The next morning, lotus flowers flowed endlessly in the waterside pavilion of listening wind, filling the surroundings with a refreshing fragrance. Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying sat before one another, tasting tea together. They were very leisurely. Gu Yenying placed down her teacup. "In other words, you've made up your mind about going to the Mist Province." Li Qingshan smiled. "The world is pressing. With my cultivation, I can't possibly remain a Scarlet Hawk commander, and according to my knowledge, there's no empty position for me in the Green Province." Gu Yenying said, And, with your name right now, neither the imperial government nor the Hawkwolf Guard will let you leave. Even the Chan monastery of Devanaga can't do anything about it. Having a resounding name was both a good thing and a bad thing. A supreme genius who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation before the age of 30 was something that even the imperial government could not help but value. They had to keep them within the system. Although the Chan monastery of Devanaga was renowned throughout the Green Province, it was impossible for them to contend against the Hawkwolf Guard or even the Great Xia Empire. Oh right, you should return to the Chan monastery of Devanaga to take a look. There's no rush for that. Li Qingshan planned on pushing the first 7 layers of the Demon Suppression Statuary to the peak before attempting the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall. That girl of yours has already emerged. Du Yening said, I just received the news. That's fantastic. Li Qingshan stood up. He was tempted to rush to the Chan monastery of Devanaga immediately, but he paced around before sitting down again. He still had to prioritize. It was true that Little and had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, but he probably had to become the head monk and learn the chant of Devanaga before he could meet him. Even if he rushed over right now, the door would probably be shut in his face. It was better to stick to the original plan. Xiqing definitely won't let go of the opportunity for revenge. You'll probably face quite a lot of danger if you go to the Mist Province, and it won't just come from Xiqing. Du Yening tapped her palm gently with her jade folding fan. Since the Mist Province was known as a lawless land, then it was obviously filled with hostility towards the Hawkwolf Guard who represented the law. Apart from these superficial conflicts, there were also many hidden dangers. I've even offended the person I can't afford to offend the most, so what danger do I still have to be afraid of? Li Qingshan smiled. Was there still any danger that could be greater than the Dragon King of the Sea's pursuit? His relationship with the Demon King of the Mist Province, the Banyan Tree King, was quite good. Du Yening smiled. Fair enough. You don't have to agree too readily. I'll help you fight for it. The Hawkwolf Guard will compensate you accordingly. Then I'll be troubling you. It's nothing. Oh right, which commandery do you want to go to? The South Sea Commandery. Du Yening raised an eyebrow. That's easy. None of the commanderies of the Mist Province are more dangerous than the South Sea Commandery. I shouldn't ask too much, but I really am rather curious. Why do you suddenly want to go to such a distant place? I agreed to accompany someone to the coast of the South Sea. A woman? A friend. He left the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind and arrived in Han Xiongji's dwelling. Han Xiongji was waiting for him. Seeing him return, she asked in a hurry, Qingshan, what did Commander Gu say? Looks like she's going to be promoted. Li Qingshan sat down with a smile and picked her up, placing her on his lap. Where to? I probably have to pay a visit to the South Sea Commandery. South Sea County. Han Xiongji cried out involuntarily. In the records of the Hawkwolf Guard, there were not many places more dangerous than the South Sea Commandery. White Hawk commanders and White Wolf commanders had died there. Don't worry, your husband is about to go and gain experience. There aren't many people in this world who can hurt your husband. Then I will go with you. Cultivate in peace. I won't have anything to worry about, Li Qingshan said softly. Han Xiongji understood this as well. With her strength, even if they went, they wouldn't be able to help him much. Instead, they would easily become a burden, preventing him from using his fists and legs. Then you should wait for Little and to come out of seclusion. She will definitely be able to help you. She has already come out of seclusion. Great. The Chan monastery of Devanaga probably won't release their most outstanding disciple. Come adventuring in the Mist Province with me. Li Qingshan shook his head. He was not optimistic about it. The Chan monastery of Devanaga basically guarded against him like he was a thief. They were tempted to never see Little and again. Then what are we supposed to do? Han Xiongji frowned. What are we supposed to do? It's not like I'm made of clay. Even if I'm alone, I can still turn the Mist Province upside down. Li Qingshan saw how furrowed her brows were, and he was touched inside. He pinched her cheek with a smile and embraced her firmly, kissing her ear. He said gently, Xiongji, the 3 years of mourning have passed. We can officially get married. Han Xianxia was very tempted, but she said, wasn't that time in the past official? Of course it was. Then isn't that enough? There's no rush for something like this. You better make good use of your time right now and cultivate properly. I don't want to become a widow right after getting married. Han Xianxia broke free from his embrace. Li Qingshan thought about it and agreed with her. If he had to travel to the South Sea before he could even have a honeymoon, that would not be too good either. As a result, he smiled. Madam, we'll be apart more often than not. The night of love is too short, so let's go at it again. The samadhi flames of white bone blazed as a white bone sarira revolved, possessing a luminous and wise Buddhist nature. Dragon cries rang out, sometimes soft, sometimes loud, as if they were slowly reciting an eternal scripture. His eyes suddenly snapped open. They were clear and flawless, like glass. Little and sad under a verdant Bodhi tree. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were boundless emptiness. Apart from this body and this tree, there was nothing else. This place was known as the Bodhi realm of emptiness, a miniature world similar to the azure field. It possessed a Buddhist nature and was a place of cultivation provided by the Chan monastery of Devanaga. There was nothing outside the body and nothing outside the mind. The concept of time had become non-existent. If his mind was not resolute and he was not wise enough, not only would it be useless, but it would even be harmful. Throughout history, countless eminent monks had comprehended the way here, but there were also many who suffered from chi deviation and lost their minds. But to her, this place was no different from the bustling, secular world. All she lacked was a single person. Li Qingshan cultivated in the dwelling for a few more days. Suddenly, he opened his eyes one day and arrived outside the dwelling, gazing in the direction of Great Buddha Mountain. After a moment of thought, he was finally unable to hold himself back anymore, setting off for the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Below Great Buddha Mountain, pilgrims continued to wrestle against one another in an endless stream, rushing over from all directions to pay their respects. Suddenly, a streak of light flew over. The guardian monk called out, "Who goes there? Flying is forbidden on Great Buddha Mountain." Li Qingshan landed before the entrance and clasped his hands. Secular disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan. The monks were surprised. All of them had heard of this name before. The reception monk returned in a hurry to pass on the news. A while later, on Great Buddha Mountain, bells and drums rang out, and the gates opened wide. Monks lined the path to welcome him. I've only ever heard of the Buddha saying that all life is equal. Today, I've finally experienced it for myself. Li Qingshan smiled gently. In the past, when he came to pay his respects to the monastery with little Anne, he had suffered quite a lot of setbacks. But today, he had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, and he had done it before the age of 30. With such a supreme genius, even the Chan monastery of Devanaga had to lower themselves and consider his feelings and thoughts. He strode in, making his way straight to the top of Great Buddha Mountain. Even when he arrived at the entrance of the inner courtyard, he did not stop at all, arriving before the grand hall. Just now, he stopped and gazed inside. The dauntless monk sat in the center, with the various head monks beside him, and behind him was the Buddha, overlooking all life. Logically speaking, secular disciples, even true disciples of the inner courtyard, might not necessarily have the right to enter the grand hall. But now, there were no longer any obstructions before Li Qingshan. He stepped over the tall doorsill, brought his palms together, and bowed. Disciple Li Qingshan greets the dauntless abbot and the various masters. Ba. With the Buddhist chant, the monks returned the greeting. They no longer possessed the slightest arrogance. The dauntless monk was solemn as he studied Li Qingshan. The rumors were true. He had indeed undergone the second heavenly tribulation. May I ask where little and is right now, abbot? Li Qingshan cut right to the chase. The dauntless monk said, One Will is currently studying the chant of Devanaga, preparing to succeed as the head monk of the Was nunnery. She's temporarily unable to meet with you. Sure enough, Li Qingshan thought, I wonder how long she'll need for now. The chant of Devanaga is the very foundation of the monastery. The Buddhist Dharma is vast and profound. If you want to completely master it, it'll take 30 to 50 years at the very least, up to 180 years at the very most. One Will's Buddhist bones are naturally formed, and she's intelligent and wise, but it'll probably take a decade or so. The head monks all nodded in agreement. The abbot is right. I began studying the chant of Devanaga 30 years ago, but even now, I feel like I've only scratched the surface. Yeah, the Buddhist Dharma is boundless. It'll take a lifetime, no, an entire lifetime to comprehend and explore. Li Qingshan cursed inside, "What the fuck, you damned bald donkeys, it's all because your ability to comprehend is too low." Afterwards, the dauntless monk tried a series of threats and promises, trying everything he could to get Li Qingshan to accept the precepts and become a formal disciple of the monastery. He expressed that he only needed to shave his head, and he would immediately become the head monk of the Hall of Arhat. There were countless other benefits as well. Eating well and drinking well was not out of the question. The other head monks chimed in too, which annoyed Li Qingshan. He suddenly bellowed out, "Enough! How dare you yell at the Buddhist hall?" The dauntless monk shot him a glance, glaring furiously. Li Qingshan laid out his hands and said lazily, "Masters, please spare me. I'll never, ever, ever become a monk. I have neither a Buddhist nature nor a root of wisdom. All I like in my life are fine alcohol, delicacies, and beauties. Not all the heavens under Buddha Tathagata are monks. You can just treat me as a foreign demon that accidentally converted to Buddhism. Ba. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. Then I'll roam the four seas and go with the flow." No matter how furious the dauntless monk was, there really was nothing he could do to him. If a regular disciple were bold enough to speak like that in the Grand Hall, he would have directly subdued them a long time ago and sent them to the disciplinary courtyard for reflection. The monks all shook their heads and sighed. Li Qingshan acted like he feared nothing, but he was troubled inside. How was he supposed to see little Anne? A few casual words were fine, but if he really barged in forcefully, the dauntless monk would definitely deal with him for the sake of the monastery's dignity. At this moment, a gentle voice rang out from behind, "Qingshan." Li Qingshan suddenly looked back. A young woman stood before the steps. She wore faint, grey monk robes, but even that struggled to hide her beauty. Her long, dark hair that resembled seaweed reached her ankles. Her clear, flawless eyes were filled with deep joy. When she saw him, she smiled. She was alluring, and the hall dimmed in comparison. Little Anne. The two of them strode over at the same time, standing in front of the Grand Hall and embracing one another firmly. At that moment, Li Qingshan felt like his heart was filled to the brim. Little Anne's glass-like eyes shone brightly too. All they could see was each other. They had forgotten about everything around them. The dauntless monk frowned heavily. He was almost tempted to launch a palm strike. The monks all had different expressions. Some raised their eyebrows, some widened their eyes, some curled their lips, some pinched their noses. They were all indescribably strange. A sight like this had appeared before the greatest holy land of Buddhism in the Green Province, the Grand Hall of the Monastery of Devanaga. It was very displeasing to the eye no matter how he looked at it. She was originally arranged to cultivate in a place called the Bodhi Realm of Emptiness. That place is cut off from the world. Even if she can emerge, how does she know he's come to the monastery? The dauntless monk was perplexed. "You've grown up again." Even with the dauntless monk's mental fortitude and cultivation, he could not help but fly into a rage right now. He bellowed, "Vile spawn, why don't you split up?" His voice contained a dragon's cry. He had already used the chant of Devanaga. For a moment, even Li Qingshan felt his mind waver. He could not help but let go of little Anne, but he immediately composed himself again. "Why must you be like this, abbot? This is a holy land of Buddhism. How dare you act like this? It's been several years since I've been separated from my loved ones, so what's a hug?" The abbot's heart is colored, but this disciple's heart is colorless. Li Qingshan did not back down. Little Anne stood beside him silently, grabbing the corner of his clothes and smiling faintly. He did not resemble the one Will that the monks remembered at all. The dauntless monk became even more furious. He had practiced the Buddhist Dharma arduously for all these years, so how could he be fooled by Li Qingshan's half-baked words? At this moment, a voice rang out from the back of the mountain. damned brat, you've come to Great Buddha Mountain, yet you don't even come greet your master first. You only care about fooling around on the mountain. Why don't you get your ass over here? Yes, master. Abbot, I'll be taking my leave first. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. He clasped his hands and left the hall, making his way to the back of the mountain. Little and followed closely behind. Even though it had been a few years since they last saw each other, and they had gone through their own experiences, even their appearances had changed quite a bit. However, the current situation was no different from the past. The unraging monk laid on the stone tablet of the demon suppression hall with his chest and stomach bared. He looked at Li Qingshan with a smile, filled with relief. His disciple had worked so hard. As his master, he felt honored too. However, when he saw Little and behind him, his relief turned into some helplessness. Over the past few years, Little N's name had basically shaken up Great Buddha Mountain. Whether it be his Buddhist scriptures, his debate, or even his cultivation speed, coupled with his talent for battle, he had completely surpassed regular people. He had become the most powerful star of hope in the history of the monastery. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation and condensing a Sarira, she had even become a figure of great influence in the monastery. Li Qingshan was close to 30 years old, while she was only in her early 20s. Even the reincarnated living Buddhas of Tantric Buddhism were not so powerful. Originally, the evaluation of her was that she was very confident in becoming a monk king, but now, the evaluation had already been changed to having the potential to ascend. If it were not for the fact that she was a woman, she would definitely be the next abbot of the monastery. Right now, if anyone was bold enough to touch her, even the Chan monastery of Devanaga would throw their lives at them. In other words, Li Qingshan was the unraging monk's disciple, so he was technically a part of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. He was also a startlingly talented prodigy. Otherwise, if a man were bold enough to try hugging her in front of the Grand Hall on top of Great Buddha, even if they were a prince of the empire, the dauntless monk would definitely fall out with them and spill their blood all over Great Buddha Mountain. Thank you for helping me out, master. Li Qingshan said. If it were not for the unraging monk's support, he would have never gone against the dauntless monk out of his mind. Did he really think the dauntless monk was someone to be trifled with? As long as you understand, the unraging monk said in exasperation. The dauntless abbot has gone too far. If I hadn't agreed, would Little and have come to the Chan monastery of Devanaga to become your disciple? Look at you now. You have a genius disciple, and it's even a buy one get one free deal with me as a bonus, yet you're actually thinking about burning the bridge after you've outlived your usefulness. Do you still want us to go out and chop people up for the Chan monastery of Devanaga in the future? Li Qingshan said with righteous indignation before turning to Little and, don't you think so? Little and smiled resplendently and nodded gently. Even Li Qingshan was taken aback by her momentary radiance. He sighed emotionally. It's been a few years since I last saw her, and this girl's looks really are getting stronger and stronger. The path of white bone and great beauty really is impressive. Afterwards, he turned around and continued to look at the unraging monk. He did not feel like he had been seduced at all. Even the unraging monk, a monk who ate meat and drank alcohol, who did not adhere to conventional etiquette, still felt the corner of his eye twitch when he heard what Li Qingshan said. He suddenly bellowed out, "TSK, you damned brat. The Chan monastery of Devanaga is a holy land of Buddhism, not some gang of the Jianghu. Who wants you to chop people up?" That's exactly what I meant. Please pass on this to the abbot. As long as he doesn't make things difficult for us anymore, he wants us to guarantee that we'll contribute to the Chan monastery of Devanaga in the future and add to its glory. The Buddha has said that you can't force anything, much less become attached to it. Li Qingshan had absolutely no interest in the true Buddhist Dharma, but he had read quite a lot of things like Chicken Soup for the Soul in his past life. He could pick up most of the tones of the various masters and eminent monks in there. Shut your mouth. If you mention the word Buddha again, I'll kill you with a single palm strike. The unraging monk sat up. Master, you've violated the precepts of anger. Aren't you unraging? All right. I'll stop talking. It's true that we're fated, but I just feel like there'll be a day when you bring me an overwhelming disaster, brat. The unraging monk let out a long sigh. He had watched over the demon suppression hall for many years, so he actually understood that Li Qingshan's words were crude, but they were not crude at all. If just lecturing on the scriptures and dharma could deliver everyone from suffering, what was the point of having abilities? The Buddha is merciful, and it also needs a guardian to purge demons and demons. To put it bluntly, it was no different from a gang of the Jianghu. Where there were people, there would be conflict, let alone the fact that the cultivation community was not limited to just people. You could choose not to chop people up, but if you lacked the power to chop people up, you would be close to death. Now that the world was in chaos, the demonic cultivators and heretics hiding in the cloud, mist, frost, and thunder provinces beyond the 5 central provinces were ready to make a comeback at any time. If the two of them could work together and work wholeheartedly for the monastery, it would be equivalent to gaining 2 pillars of support, and they would definitely become more and more important. As a result, even with the dauntless monk's decisiveness, he did not mention punishing the 2 of them in the Grand Hall just now. Discipline was important, but survival was what mattered most. If he could force 2 genius disciples to develop grudges and fall out with him because of a few words, then he would have a huge problem as the abbot. The unraging monk had summoned Li Qingshan to the back of the mountain to give his senior brother a way out of this embarrassing situation. I'll take responsibility for what I've done. If there are any disasters, I've always shouldered them all by myself. Li Qingshan said vehemently. Even when he was hunted to death by the Dragon King of the Sea, he did not try to rely on anyone. He made it through with his own strength. Suddenly, he felt someone tug at his sleeve. Looking back, Little and pouted slightly, rather displeased. Li Qingshan rubbed her head with a smile. And my Little and will shoulder it for me too. If we work together, there's nowhere we can't reach. Only then did Little and smile in satisfaction. The unraging monk said, what you said is reasonable, but senior brother doesn't have his own concerns too. For your cultivation and for the monastery's reputation. Li Qingshan said, he just thinks too much about us. If Little End were a man, he wouldn't be so suspicious. The unraging monk shook his head and glanced at Little Anne. With her appearance alone, if she were a man, the dauntless monk would probably find it even more difficult to put up with her. I'll talk to senior brother about this. Your demon suppression statuary has begun to embark on the right path too, so why don't you show it to me? As someone who also practiced the demon suppression statuary, the unraging monk could vaguely sense the demon qi in Li Qingshan's body. All right. Li Qingshan stood up and backed away. His eyes suddenly turned scarlet blue, covered by a curved visor. His entire body surged with demon qi as he assumed his demon commander form. He had comprehended the first 7 layers of the demon suppression statuary, but right now, he could only unleash the 5th or 6th layer. During the past few days he had spent in the monastery, he had attempted to continue cultivating, but he discovered that even with the support of his endless, powerful demonic nature, his cultivation speed could not avoid slowing down. If he wanted to truly master the 9 layers of the demon suppression statuary, he would probably need to undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Did you really undergo the 2nd heavenly tribulation a few days ago? The unraging monk asked. He knew that Li Qingshan practiced a cultivation method called the arts of the boundless ocean. He planned on converting his cultivation to the demon suppression statuary after condensing a golden core. This was also the same path he had taken in the very beginning, merging his Saraira with his demon heart. Originally, he thought Li Qingshan had only just begun treading this path, but from the posture he displayed right now, he had clearly succeeded, completing the conversion of his cultivation method and cultivation. This was not something that could be achieved in just a few weeks. I won't hide it from you, master. I condensed an ocean pearl a few years ago, which is also known as a golden core. I was just afraid of Si Qing's revenge, so I've always kept it a secret. I see. I should have thought of that a long time ago. The unraging monk shook his head with a bitter smile. Undergoing the 2nd heavenly tribulation before the age of 30 was already startling. Who would have thought he had already kept this news a secret for several years? His talent was no less than Little Anne's. Little Anne was under the guidance of the dauntless monk and the other masters in the monastery, but he had completely relied on himself. Such cultivation speed was truly startling. The Chan monastery of Devanaga really was blessed by the Buddha for accepting these two disciples. They were quite fortunate. Aren't you afraid of Si Qing's revenge now? I've already made my preparations. I want to go to the South Sea Commandery for training. Since it's all within your plans, then I won't say anything more, said the unraging monk. This disciple of his had brought him far too many surprises, and he had always been meticulous and well prepared. Even if it was a dangerous place like the South Sea Commandery, he was not too worried. As long as he did not run into third heavenly tribulation experts, he would not be in any danger. I want to take Little and to the Mist Province with me, said Li Qingshan. That's impossible. Senior brother will never let him go. The unraging monk said firmly, do you know just how many demonic cultivators are hiding in the Mist Province? There are even large sects no weaker than the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Just how many attacks will a head monk of the Chan monastery of Devanaga attract if he goes there? It's exactly because there's danger that we have to go together, Li Qingshan said. As long as he had some time and his strength completely recovered, so what if he ran into third heavenly tribulation experts? Moreover, he believed that with Xiaoan's current strength, he would definitely be able to help him. He just happened to require an environment filled with danger so that the tiger demon could break through to the fifth layer through battle after battle so that Little and could obtain even more so that he could continue his cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty. I still haven't mastered the chant of Devanaga, but I've already memorized it firmly. I don't need to stay in the monastery to cultivate it. I'll go talk to the dauntless abbot. Little Anne, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly said. Unwavering determination flashed through his eyes. It had been far, far too long since they parted. This time, he had to be by his side no matter what. The unraging monk said, all right then. He changed the topic. Qingshan, are you ready to explore the demon suppression hall again? The unraging monk swung his sleeve, and the door of the demon suppression hall swung open loudly. It was like a huge, pitch-black mouth, sucking in the fierce wind. Li Qingshan's clothes and hair ruffled. The 8th floor of the demon suppression hall is still very dangerous to you. You can't be careless. You definitely can't enter the 9th floor. No matter how confident you are in your strength, what's suppressed there isn't something you can handle. The unraging monk put away his usual playful smile and said sternly. Li Qingshan said, I'm not someone who doesn't know what's important. The unraging monk said, I'll go talk to senior brother right now. As for the outcome, it'll be up to fate. Li Qingshan smiled. If we cultivators let fate decide, we'd sink into the mundane world a long time ago. In a century, we'd be reduced to dust. Little and also said, the abbot will definitely agree. The unraging monk shook his head. Only geniuses at their age and level could possess such drive. Strictly speaking, the cultivation community was just a slightly more special mundane world. Li Qingshan bid farewell to Little and leapt into the demon suppression hall. The door slammed shut. The resplendent palace once again appeared in front of him. Li Qingshan had a vague feeling that the demon suppression hall might be like the azure field, a wondrous treasure that could carve out a space. As the first person to practice the demon suppression statuary in the past millennia, and he possessed the great strength of the third heavenly tribulation, the unraging monk wondered whether he had refined it or not. With this thought in mind, Li Qingshan flew towards the center of the first floor and arrived before the golden door in the blink of an eye. The door opened, and the demon suppression statue stood majestically in the hall. The surroundings were littered with demon folk corpses. Has a disciple come in for training? As Li Qingshan advanced, he began encountering demon folk blocking his way. He could not be bothered with wasting time, so he directly transformed into his demon commander form and scared the demon folk into fleeing. However, the demon folk had all been cleared out in the center of each floor, where the demon suppression statue stood. He arrived on the 5th floor, and a conversation rang out from the golden door. Senior brothers, we can't go down anymore. It's very dangerous down there. The voice sounded familiar. Li Qingshan put down his hand that was pushing the door open and listened to what they were saying. Duoj, we came to the demon suppression hall to train. If there's no danger at all, would it still be called training? A voice said disapprovingly. So it's that brat Duoj. He's now taking up a promising job as a guide. Yes, including Duoj, there's a total of 6 people. All of them are experts who have undergone one heavenly tribulation, so they should be able to pass through the 6th level. Li Qingshan didn't want to meet with this group of monks, so he simply waited for them to go down first. At that time, he would be the first to reach the center of the 6th level and eliminate the devil general that was entrenched there. This could be considered as helping them reduce some of the danger. As expected, after arguing for a while, they still chose to head to the 6th floor. Duoj was the unraging monk's disciple, and his cultivation was not weak either, but he was still young. As a demon folk, he seemed rather weak when he tried to defend himself against the formal disciples of the monastery. Li Qingshan entered the 6th floor of the demon suppression hall. Sure enough, he did not see Duoj and the others, but he did not take it to heart either. He made a beeline for the 6th demon suppression statue. Boom! Li Qingshan kicked open the gilded door, and the demon generals all looked back cautiously. Before they could even make out Li Qingshan's appearance, countless chains of demon suppression shot over, directly piercing and mincing their bodies to pieces. When they flew back to Li Qingshan's side, they all carried demon hearts of various colors. Li Qingshan took out the traitorous demon sword. The demon heart that served as the eye had already become extremely weak. He could use it a few more times before cutting it out and swapping it for the demon hearts of the demon generals. However, after trying a few, the traitorous demon sword refused to accept any of them. He lectured, "You sure are picky with your lousy sword. All right, I'll kill a few demon commanders and give them to you." Right when he was about to set foot on the 7th floor, his ear suddenly twitched. Howls and roars rang out from outside the gilded door. It was the monks. Originally, he wanted to ignore them, but he remembered that they were still fellow disciples after all. If the unraging monk found out, he would lose face. And, he still had a junior brother like Duoj, so he had to take care of him a little. As a result, he flew off with a flash. Speaking of which, the monks really were unlucky. They had been moved to a spacious room on the 6th floor, and a group of demon generals just happened to be gathered there. When they saw them, they really became extremely furious when they saw their enemies. They immediately demonified all of them and attacked with their full strength. One of them died on the spot. They fell into a formation and resisted the endless attacks, no longer as high-spirited as they were just now. They all regretted listening to Duoj's advice and not coming to the 6th floor of the demon suppression hall. Normally, when they said things like cutting off one's flesh to feed the eagle, or sacrificing one's life to feed the tiger, they treated it as nothing special. Only when it was their turn did they understand what death is the most difficult thing in all of history truly meant. After demonifying, the demon generals became even more vicious. They either grew 7 or 8 arms, or 5 or 6 eyes. Their bodies swelled up to a dozen times their original size, opening several dozen mouths filled with sharp teeth, and so on. They assumed various strange and twisted postures as they attacked madly. A while later, the formation tottered on the verge of collapse. "Hold on, everyone. The unraging master is watching from above. He'll come and save us very soon. This is the trial of the demon suppression hall. No one will come to save us. We have to kill our way out together." This was something that had been made clear before they entered the demon suppression hall. If the disciples knew they were under the protection of a powerful senior at all times, why would they feel any sense of danger at all? The trial would become meaningless. In reality, having Duoj lead the way with his understanding of the situation in the demon suppression hall was already their greatest guarantee of safety. Duoj was also groaning inwardly. None of the senior brothers who had come to the demon suppression hall to train were easy to get along with. There were plenty of people who disliked him, and his master had never stood up for him. This was not the first time he had come across a situation like this in the past few years either. He rubbed the demon heart prayer beads around his neck. As long as he ingested one, killing all these demon generals would be nothing difficult. However, the last time he did this, he ended up devouring all living creatures before him and losing control of his mind, falling into a frenzy. Only when the unraging monk personally suppressed his demonic nature did he return to normal. The senior brothers might not be nice, but none of them have any ill intentions towards me. I don't want to eat them, even though their flesh is tender and tastes quite nice. No, how can I think like that? If I completely demonify again, I might completely lose control and turn into a demonic beast. At this moment, Sword Chi whistled over, sweeping through the entire room with surging malice. In that moment, all of the demon generals froze up. Under the surprised gazes of the monks, they collapsed, reduced to a pile of mangled corpses. You bunch of big baldies. Don't you understand that you should just listen to my advice and eat your fill? Li Qingshan stepped into the room with the traitorous demon sword on his shoulder. Who are you? Duoj said in surprise and joy, first senior brother. Just call me senior brother. There's no need to add the word first. Why? You're Li Qingshan. The monks were alarmed. Although they had heard of his reputation a long time ago, they never thought he would actually be so powerful, killing demon generals like slaughtering dogs. They walked over in a hurry to thank him. Senior brother, did Master send you to save us? Duoj asked. It's just along the way. I want to go to the 8th floor, so I'll be taking my leave first. Li Qingshan turned around to leave. The 8th floor. Do you know how many demon commanders there are? The monks asked in surprise. We'll know once we take a look. Li Qingshan smiled. Senior brother One Lamp is only undergoing trials on the 7th floor. You're bold enough to attempt the 8th floor? Are you tired of living? Who's senior brother One Lamp? You haven't even heard of senior brother One Lamp. He's the strongest disciple of our monastery. He's probably... The monk glanced at Li Qingshan, and his tone became rather uncertain. No matter how great his reputation was, it could not compare to the impact of witnessing it in person. Li Qingshan thought about it. These monks had probably spent quite a lot of time in the demon suppression hall, but they had yet to hear about him and little N. Instead, senior brother One Lamp had undergone the second heavenly tribulation in his 40s. He could be regarded as the cream of the crop among the disciples of the monastery. May I ask how he fares with One Will? Junior brother One Will obviously possesses exceptional talent, but he's still young after all. He's only undergone the first heavenly tribulation and hasn't condensed a Saraira yet. He's nowhere close to senior brother One Lamp. A monk beside him said, if junior brother One Will can actually overcome the bottleneck of life and death, undergo the second heavenly tribulation, and condense a Saraira, that'll be impressive. Another monk shook his head. How can condensing a Saraira be that easy? Moreover, senior brother One Lamp has practiced the scripture of great light arduously for all these years, and he possesses a Buddhist treasure. He's the strongest among the younger generation of disciples. He's renowned throughout the entire Green Province. Even if junior brother One Will condenses a Saraira, he's not his opponent. Perhaps we'll see that senior brother One Lamp very soon. Hee, Duoj, lend me one of your prayer beads. Don't be stingy. It's not like I'll take advantage of you. I'll return it to you once I get back. Li Qingshan extended his hand from the prayer beads on Duoj's neck and plucked one of better quality. He placed it into the hilt of the traitorous demon sword, and sure enough, it fused with it. Senior brother, you have to come back. Under Duoj's worried and reluctant calls, Li Qingshan strode away, arriving on the 7th floor of the demon suppression hall. With his posture as a demon commander, it did not take him much effort to reach the center of the 7th floor. He did not see that so-called senior brother One Lamp along the way, so he did not take it to heart. He pushed open the gilded door. Dazzling light shot out from the crack in the door, colliding with Li Qingshan's protective demon chi. The gilded door opened completely, and a monk sat in front of the demon suppression statue. He was ugly, with a droopy nose, upturned lips, and large ears. Just from his appearance alone, Li Qingshan did not find it strange at all why he had become a monk. However, his eyes shone with crystalline light. He seemed like a roaring fire, so bright that it was enough for people to ignore his appearance. The monk brought his palms together, and an oil lamp rested on his left knee. Compared to the light he gave off, it was just a tiny speck of light. However, the tiny speck of light seemed like the only source of light in the pitch-black night. It contained endless light, making it difficult for people to ignore it. Around the demon suppression statue, demon hearts were scattered on the ground, but there was not a single corpse or bloodstain. Umaba, I'll send you to paradise in the west. The monk pushed forward with his hands, and scorching light that could blind a person filled the entire hall. The power it contained was all-encompassing and all-pervasive. Li Qingshan knew where the demon folk corpses had gone, and his competitive spirit was roused. He wanted to see just what this senior brother One Lamp was capable of. He swung out with the traitorous demon sword that had gained a new eye. Sword chi whistled through the air, and a dark slash split the light and fire into two, directly approaching the One Lamp monk. The One Lamp monk let out a soft gasp of surprise. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations slightly. He had only ever seen such sharp and profound sword intent from the most outstanding disciples and elders of the Sword Collection Palace. He extended his index finger and tapped the oil lamp gently. Immediately, a streak of firelight flew out, intercepting Li Qingshan's sword chi and launching a counterattack. Interesting. Li Qingshan smiled. He pointed the traitorous demon sword at the One Lamp and began to swing it gently. As if he had sprouted thousands of arms, each hand gripping a traitorous demon sword. Layers of light constantly piled up, pushing towards the One Lamp monk like a heavy wall. The streak of firelight seemed extremely feeble, as if a gust of wind could blow it out. However, it forcefully passed through the wall of light and was reflected in Li Qingshan's eyes. However, it was already at the end of its tether. It was cut in half by a single strike. The One Lamp monk's surroundings shone brightly, blocking the whistling sword chi. His body swayed, and he stood up. His eyes were no longer just filled with surprise, but also deep fear. This demon commander is startlingly powerful, and the demonic artifact in her hand is impressive too. It'll definitely be a bitter battle this time. May I ask if you're senior brother One Lamp? I am Li Qingshan. The curved visor opened, and Li Qingshan stowed the traitorous demon sword away and bowed. You're Li Qingshan? The unraging master's disciple? What proof do you have? The One Lamp monk was mildly surprised, but he did not lower his guard at all. He had undergone many trials in the demon suppression hall, so he understood the viciousness and craftiness of demon folk extremely well. Many demon folk knew some illusions and arts of charm. Seduction was the most common method. There were also those who disguised themselves as children or old people to win sympathy, or they could express that they had realized their mistakes and were willing to convert to Buddhism. However, as long as they had the opportunity, they would strike valiantly. Many disciples who had come for trials had died to these sneaky tricks. In his memory, Li Qingshan should have been a young man in his 20s or 30s, so how could he possess such great strength? As a result, he was certain that this person was the demon commander in disguise. If you don't believe me, move aside. I want to go to the 8th floor. Li Qingshan strode towards the demon suppression statue. Stop. If you take another step forward, I'm going to strike. The One Lamp monk called out. Suddenly, he tossed the oil lamp in his hand into the air, and it landed right above his head. His monk robes ruffled, and even his skin shone with light. He had become a figure of light. Li Qingshan burst out laughing. With an oil lamp on his shiny, bald head, he seemed like he was one with the lamp. It was hilarious no matter how one looked at it. The One Lamp monk had cultivated for many years, so he obviously would not be fazed by his enemy's mockery. The light around him was withdrawn, becoming even more dazzling. He was ready for battle. All right. This can be used as evidence. Li Qingshan thought about it and took out a string of prayer beads, tossing it to the One Lamp monk. The One Lamp monk caught the prayer beads extremely carefully and checked them. The string of prayer beads was not some powerful arcane artifact or arcane treasure, but it did possess a heritage. All the monks with some status in the monastery recognized it, and it possessed the aura left behind by the unraging monk, so it was impossible to fake. He raised his head. You really are that Li Qingshan who made a mess in the courtyard of secular affairs. The Scarlet Hawk commander of what prefecture? The Clear River Prefecture. I can go over now, right? The One Lamp monk withdrew the light around him and tossed the prayer beads back, basically acknowledging Li Qingshan's identity. Then he asked in some disbelief, Junior brother, you've already undergone the second heavenly tribulation? Yeah, not too long ago. Junior brother, you're not even 30 yet, right? I'm almost there. The One Lamp monk clicked his tongue in wonder. Junior brother truly is a prodigy. You've caught the unraging monk's eye and been accepted as his first disciple. Have you returned this time to visit the unraging monk and prepare to shave your head and become a monk? I don't plan on that right now. The two of them conversed a little in front of the demon suppression statue. Li Qingshan only found the one-lamp monk to be rather slow and inarticulate, so he lectured him bluntly, persuading him to renounce the secular world and shave his head and become a monk. After being turned down by Li Qingshan, he sighed and shook his head as if he was exasperated at his failure to live up to his expectations. Li Qingshan chuckled. He was not angered. After all, the one-lamp monk did not possess the arrogance of the first senior brothers he had seen in the past. Moreover, when he persuaded him to become a monk, his intentions were even purer than the dauntless monks. His face was like, "Why can't you understand something so great? I've been a monk for several decades, so why would I lie to you?" After learning that little and had already undergone the second heavenly tribulation, the one-lamp monk's eyes flashed, and his heart stirred slightly. After little and formally joined the Chan monastery of Devanaga, every single disciple felt pressured, and the pressure he felt was particularly great. He had no parents, growing up in the monastery. With his extraordinary cultivation talent, he received the attention and care of everyone. He was one of the abbot's successors. However, as soon as Little End arrived, he took away quite a lot of his glory. Whether it was his Buddhist nature, root of wisdom, or his ability to debate, he was nowhere close to this child who was several decades younger than him, let alone his bearing and appearance. Originally, he possessed an advantage in terms of cultivation, but now that his only advantage no longer existed, he could not help but feel a little lost. However, he immediately roused his fighting spirit. "Please wait here, senior brother. I'll be right back." "Hold on, junior brother. The 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall is extremely dangerous. There are many powerful, cunning demon commanders. The Unraging Master once told me that you definitely can't go to the 8th floor. I'd advise you to stop here." Right when Li Qingshan was about to head to the 8th floor, he was stopped by the one-lamp monk, who tried his best to persuade him. "I've entered the Demon Suppression Hall this time to go to the 8th floor and learn the 8th layer of the Demon Suppression Statuary. My master has agreed to it too." The one-lamp monk became rather hesitant inside. "The Unraging Master won't let me go to the 8th floor, but he does. Does he think I'm weaker than him? But he's only undergone the second heavenly tribulation recently. Isn't he underestimating me a little too much?" He thought of a possibility. "Junior brother, are you going to disguise yourself as a demon commander and make your way to the demon suppression statue?" "Of course not. I'm obviously going to kill my way over. That's the only way to demonstrate the might of our Chan monastery of Devanaga." Li Qingshan flicked the traitorous demon sword with a smile. He had never worried about fighting too much. In order to practice the tiger demon transformation, he had to seize every opportunity in battle. "If that's the case, I'll go with you. We'll have a better chance if we work together." The one-lamp monk was in high spirits. Li Qingshan studied the one-lamp monk in a strange manner. Originally, he did not feel any sense of danger, but as soon as he said he wanted to go with him, he felt such a strong sense of danger. Did this monk seem honest and kind, but he was actually harboring malicious intentions? As a result, he tried to persuade him, "Senior brother One Lamp, since my master told you not to enter the 8th floor, he must have his reasons. You better stay here and continue cultivating. It's fine if you're alone, but do you think it'll be dangerous if I'm included? If there's no danger at all, how can you call falling out of love?" The one-lamp monk disagreed. He was certain the unraging monk was biased towards his disciple, but he just refused to accept it, wanting to go down and compete. These words sound a little familiar. "If you don't secretly try to trip me up, you'll obviously be quite the assistants." Li Qingshan curled his lip and thought. With how insistent the one-lamp monk was, he was unable to persuade him otherwise. He would just have to adapt to the situation when the time came. Just like how it was said that those who were not bald could not be venomous, those who were not venomous could not be bald. He really did have to be careful, just in case he ended up getting stabbed. As a result, the two of them worked together and ventured into the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall. On Great Buddha Mountain, the dauntless monk stood on the edge of a cliff, overlooking the thousands of believers and the distant mountains below. His Xianxia drifted in the wind as if it was about to drift away with the wind. Senior brother. The unraging monk bowed towards the dauntless monk's back, while Little and brought his palms together. What do you want to say? The dauntless monk asked without even looking back. The unraging monk told him what Xianxia had said, and sure enough, the dauntless monk became furious. Hack people? What does he take this place for? If we really want to hack, purge demons, do we even need him? Don't tell me you and I are just there for show? There will be a day when we return. The unraging monk smiled. That kid isn't a Buddhist and acts recklessly, but he's a person who knows how to repay kindness and is faithful to his word. There's no need to say anything more about this. Since he finds my monastery to be too small, I won't force him either. I'll let him go to the ends of the world, but one will never follow him, just in case it ruins her path of cultivation. Then the dauntless monk said to Little and One will, I won't look into you leaving the Bodhi realm of emptiness this time. You can go back and cultivate by yourself. This disciple is willing to spread Buddhism in the South Sea. Little and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Didn't you hear what I said just now? The dauntless monk frowned. How could I not understand Abbot's good intentions? However, how could the path of cultivation be arranged by others? Abbot, don't look down on me just because I'm young, Little and said. What if I insist on keeping you in the Chan monastery of Devanaga? The dauntless monk turned around and stared at her. Once a disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, you'll always be a disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. If you break the precepts of the monastery, I'm willing to accept all punishment. If not, Abbot, please give me freedom and let me find my own path of cultivation. Little and stared back without flinching. So this is the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall. It sure is large. Xianxia whistled. The 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall was no longer a labyrinth. There were only golden pillars that stood several dozen meters tall that extended into the distance. As far as the eye could see, it was impossible to see the end. The endless pillars were not the only thing that could not be seen. There was also the surging sea of people, no, demons. Countless demon folk of various shapes and sizes lived in this vast space, roaring and making a ruckus. With their sudden arrival, it immediately fell silent. Countless flickering eyes gazed over, filled with anger, hostility, malice, and killing intent. They were like silent, invisible waves that surged over one after another. Even with the one-lamp monk's mental fortitude and cultivation, he could not help but shiver inside. He groaned inside. He never thought the terrain of the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall would actually be like this. Didn't that mean there was no room for negotiation at all? As soon as he emerged, he would have to endure the attacks of thousands of demon folk. He heard Xianxia sigh from the bottom of his heart. What a nice place. The one-lamp monk widened his eyes. A nice place? Where? Even if this junior brother of his is a prodigy, isn't he a little too arrogant? Within his senses, there are already over 13 demon commanders. Who knows how many more are hidden in the depths of the Demon Suppression Hall? This is clearly a place of danger. I'm Xianxia. I've come to kill you. Xianxia called out loudly. His voice pierced through the sea of demons and reached the depths of the hall, echoing between the pillars. Like a stone that kicked up 1,000 ripples, the demon folk were thrown into an uproar. The sea of demons surged. Over a dozen demon commanders pressed over, and even further away, powerful waves of demon chi approached them as well. I'll kill all of you and give her a nice gift for our first meeting. Xianxia said softly before turning around and smiling. Senior brother, just protect yourself. Kill them. Kill the bald donkeys of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. I want to rip off their flesh piece by piece and eat them. The voices were tremendous, and the waves turned into a raging tide. Xianxia casually swung the traitorous demon sword backwards, and several dozen demon folk were ripped to shreds by the sword chi. Blood sprayed everywhere, blooming in that instant. The edge of the sword drew an arc, pointing straight ahead. The fingers of his left hand formed a sword, pointing at the countless demon folk. He gripped the hilt firmly with his right hand, pulling it back and tightening it. He stabbed out. In that moment, Li Qingshan vanished from where he was, appearing several hundred meters away. The edge of the sword pierced the head of a demon commander. A magnificent streak of light followed closely behind him, lingering in his field of vision for a very long time. It was impossible to tell whether it was the person or the sword that came first. Wherever the streak of light passed by, blood blossomed along the way. Dismembered corpses formed a path several hundred meters wide. The deafening battle cries came to a momentary halt. The first one. Li Qingshan drew back the traitorous demon sword. Violet blood flowed from the wound, but compared to the demon commander's colossal body, it was nothing at all. Demon commanders with their powerful bodies could still recover even if they were injured 10 times more horrifying. The demon commander let out a furious roar as if she wanted to lunge at Li Qingshan, but she leaned backwards and collapsed loudly. She did not even manage to demonify in time. She died with her eyes wide open. On the hilt of the traitorous demon sword, the demon eye swiveled around as if it was observing the surroundings. The long, narrow edge was enveloped in layers of evil light. Even the one lamp monk was dumbfounded. A demon commander had been killed just like that. Although it was the weakest demon commander among the dozen or so, and he could still defeat it, it definitely would not have been so easy. Li Qingshan bent his waist slightly and leaned forward. He held the traitorous demon sword horizontally across his waist and struck out. An extremely sharp, circular streak of light flashed past with him at the center. By the time Li Qingshan straightened himself out, there was not a single living creature within a radius of over 30 meters. In an instant, he had begun a massacre, and the stench of blood permeated the air. If one were to look at it from above, it would seem as if a huge paintbrush was first drawing a straight line on the ground before drawing a perfect circle. Demonify. Instantly, the dozen or so demon commanders in his field of vision demonified at almost the same time. They became giants with 3 heads and 6 arms, monsters covered in barbs, or seductive demonesses. But none of them took the initiative to attack. All of them adopted a defensive stance. Li Qingshan turned around and swung his sword at the space there. Clang! Metal clanged and sparks flew. A completely transparent figure appeared. It was an assassin-type demon commander. He never expected Li Qingshan's senses to be so sharp, discovering him as soon as he struck. Missing, he immediately fled into the distance. Chains of demon suppression. Li Qingshan bellowed out coldly, and the chains of demon suppression shot out, pursuing him relentlessly like a parasite. No matter how the demon commander assassin dodged and moved, the clattering grew closer and closer. He could not help but be frightened out of his wits. A gigantic pitch-black shield descended from the sky, cutting off the demon suppression chain's pursuit. A ferocious-looking demon commander, who resembled a statue in a mountain god's temple, stood there like a fortress with its muscular body clad in heavy armor. It bellowed, "The demon commander is the demon commander. What are you waiting for? If we don't kill them, none of us will be able to rest in peace. Do you really want him to defeat us one by one? No matter how much grievance we have between us, can it compare to our hatred towards the Chan monastery of Devanaga?" The demon commander seemed to possess very great prestige among the demon folk, so the demons immediately responded to him. But in the next moment, Li Qingshan cleaved through the waves and arrived before the shield wall, locking gazes with him. Die! The demon commander swung the huge, pitch-black shield in her hand. The ghost face on it suddenly sprang to life, wailing like a sharp awl, piercing the soul. Li Qingshan was unfazed. He swung his sword diagonally and cut through the huge, pitch-black shield. The demon heart on the hilt immediately shrank by a size. Right when he was about to take another step forward, he suddenly sensed killing intent from behind. The assassin demon commander had grasped the opportunity and struck again. If they work together and save each other, it really will be rather troublesome. They're still demon commanders after all. That's what Li Qingshan thought. He bellowed out, "Demon suppression." The demon suppression tower descended from above. With a rumble, it suppressed Li Qingshan and the 2 demon commanders together. At this moment, the demons responded. They all demonified and attacked the demon suppression tower furiously. Blades and axes swung, fire burned, and lightning struck. Even though the demon suppressing pagoda was extremely sturdy, It was riddled with scars and was on the verge of collapse. There were just far too many demon folk, and there were so many demon commanders and demon generals mixed in with them too. The quantity was enough to cause a qualitative change. Boom! The demon suppression pagoda shattered into pieces, and Xianxia walked out from within, one large and one small head in his hands. The third one. Good kill. The one lamp monk cheered loudly. He had already felt some despair, but Xianxia had slain 3 demon commanders consecutively, giving him a great boost in confidence and a will to refuse to admit defeat. Junior brother is so brave. Could it be that Master Buru will let him enter the 8th floor of the demon suppression hall? Could it be that I am inferior to him? He soared into the air and activated the great light scripture. A dazzling platinum light erupted from his body. Buddha light illumination. Under the illumination of the light, the group of demons let out miserable cries as black smoke rose from their bodies. The demon generals could still put up a fight, but countless demon folk were illuminated by the light. Like snow melting under the scorching sun, they were completely incinerated before long. Not even their demon hearts remained. The attack seemed to be even more powerful than Xianxia's, but most of the people it killed were regular demon folk. The demon generals were injured, but they survived tenaciously. The demon commanders were completely unscathed. That's not a bad way to clear out the battlefield. Go ahead and kill the regular demon folk, senior brother. Leave these demon commanders and demon generals to me. As Xianxia said that, he approached a demon commander with 3 heads and 6 arms in a flash. Each of his 6 arms wielded a weapon of various shapes and lengths, swinging it at Xianxia randomly. It seemed chaotic, but they actually worked together with great teamwork, weaving into a seamless, metallic net. Their battle skills were basically on par with Azura's. Clang! 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 In that moment, who knew how many times the edge of the sword clashed with the 6 weapons? The shockwaves were like the most violent of storms, reaching several hundred meters away. Even the demon generals were unable to approach them, while the demon folk were torn to pieces and killed. The demonic eye on the hilt swiveled, its pupils enlarging and contracting at times. It wanted to grasp a fleeting opening. Spear of great radiance. The one lamp monk's voice was neither joyful nor sorrowful. It was filled with a grand aura. The light around him receded, condensing into a resplendent ball of light the size of a fist before him. A streak of light shot out. However, how could the other demon commanders just watch as he assisted Xianxia and killed another demon commander? The air twisted, and the pencil-straight streak of light curved, making its way around the demon commander. In the distance, a one-armed demon commander extended his long, withered arm and reached forward with his 12-fingered hand. The one lamp monk shivered inside. All he saw was Xianxia suddenly lose his balance. The demon commander's 6 weapons all landed on him. A few demon commanders approached him. Seeing how his life was in danger, they channeled the scripture of great radiance heavily in an attempt to save him. At this moment, a charming demoness appeared before him. She smiled charmingly. "Little master, have you tasted the pure land of ultimate bliss? Do you want me to take you there? The pure land of ultimate bliss is a pure, Buddhist kingdom. How dare a demon folk speak such nonsense?" The one lamp monk scolded, but as soon as he said that, he knew the situation was bad. Smoke rose up in the surroundings. Suddenly, he was no longer in the demon suppression hall. Various illusions appeared. First, many beauties danced in the surroundings. Their movements were enchanting, obscuring their figures under the thin veil as their vermilion lips sang obscene songs. The one lamp monk brought his palms together and remained unfazed. Then, the beauties flew over one by one, murmuring into his ear and gently caressing his body. He continued to look straight ahead. Suddenly, the beauties all turned into venomous insects and vicious beasts, biting and devouring his body. The pain was unbearable and the itch was unbearable, but he remained as firm as a rock, chanting Buddhist scriptures softly. The illusions constantly changed. Threats, seductions, and insults failed to make the monk who had grown up in the Chan monastery of Devanaga waver at all. He closed his eyes slightly and chanted the scriptures. As long as the lamp of his heart remained burning, a ray of light would never be extinguished. Even infinite darkness could not encroach upon it. What great mental fortitude this monk has. If a little longer, I'll be the one who can't hold on for much longer. Though, I've managed to keep him busy for a while. He should be able to kill that traitor by now, right? The demoness was surprised, but she did not panic. She looked back. Her objective was to keep the one-lamp monk busy, preventing him from working together with Xianxia. The other demon commanders could use this opportunity to swarm over and kill Xianxia before turning around to deal with the one-lamp monk. However, as soon as she looked back, her expression changed drastically. 3 of the demon generals' heads were blasted high into the air by blood. It had only been the blink of an eye, yet another one had died. Just a moment ago, Xianxia had been locked in an intense battle against the 3-headed, 6-armed demon commander. Although the one-lamp monk's spear of great radiance had been deflected, the 3-headed, 6-armed demon commander's attention had been distracted. Xianxia had finally grasped an opening, and he was just about to swing down. An invisible force tugged at his right foot, shifting his center of gravity and making him lose his balance. He was immediately left wide open, and 6 weapons landed on him. In the air, Xianxia did not panic at all. With a flip of his wrist, the figure of a dragon coiled up and flew out, coiling around the demon commander's neck. The demon dragon sword was unleashed, displaying its sharpness. Boom! A demon commander 30 meters tall with the head of a pig and the body of a human, with spikes all over like a porcupine, wielded a huge hammer upside down and smashed Xianxia into the ground viciously. The ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Is he dead? Nonsense, if I don't smash him into meat paste, who can live? As the pig-headed demon commander spoke, the huge hammer in his hand shook violently. Under the hammer, Xianxia held the sword in his right hand and raised his left hand to block the hammer. He licked his lips. Grandpa isn't dead yet. With a push, the huge hammer flew back and smashed into the pig-headed demon commander's face. Blood splattered everywhere, and one of his long fangs was broken. In an instant, sword chi and dragon shadows danced wildly. Xianxia used the demon suppression statuary. Although it could not directly suppress and kill the demon commanders, it could still affect them and suppress their strength. The demon commander's attacks were weakened, and with the protection of the armor, it was difficult to deal fatal damage to him. He simply attacked and did not defend, killing until the sky darkened and blood flowed like a river. Suddenly, there was a bright light in the distance. Xianxia glanced over. Did one lamp also successfully escape? The ancient oil lamp in the one-lamp monk's hand suddenly shone brightly. A streak of firelight flew out, wrapping around the demoness who had used the illusions and enchantments. Like dry firewood, the demoness burst into flames. She was reduced to ashes amidst screams and curses. Spear of great radiance. The one-lamp monk raised his hands high into the air. The ball of light that was originally only the size of a fist suddenly swelled, becoming the size of a head. Spears of light shot out in all directions, piercing countless demon folk and demon generals and forcing a few demon commanders to dodge in a sorry state. Xianxia nodded to himself. The one-lamp monk truly did live up to his title as the strongest disciple. He was extremely powerful, far more powerful than many of the golden core cultivators he had seen in his life. A demon commander covered in tentacles charged towards the one-lamp monk. Several hundred tentacles shot out like javelins, all filled with venom. As long as they scratched his skin, his life would be in danger. Will of great radiance. The one-lamp monk brought his palms together and placed the oil lamp on his head, ramming his head into the demon commander. The oil lamp produced rings of light. The tentacles shattered before they could even approach. The tentacle demon commander was smashed to pieces. Xianxia laughed aloud. This move was powerful enough, but it was just too funny. The two of them worked together, and after 2 hours of intense battle, they killed almost 20 demon commanders. Finally, they swept through all the demon folk in the area. Even with the one-lamp monk's purifying light, the hall was still littered with severed limbs. Blood flowed everywhere, enough to drown their ankles. Xianxia sat on the corpse of a demon commander. His armor was riddled with wounds. If it were not for the suppression of demon suppression, it probably would have shattered already. He fiddled around with a few translucent demon hearts in his hand. As for the other demon hearts, they had all become food for the traitorous demon sword, which only demonstrated the brutality of the battle. After absorbing the power of so many demon commanders' demon hearts, the traitorous demon sword had clearly grown by quite a lot. Although it was still a certain distance away from an arcane treasure, as long as it continued to grow, there would be a day when it did. By then, it would work with the demon dragon sword, and he could directly kill his enemies with one in his hand. The other turned into a dragon and danced around him. It could be used from afar or close, both offensively and defensively. Its power would definitely be extremely impressive. The one lamp monk hovered in the air, resting with his eyes closed. His body flickered with light as he slowly recovered his strength. Rest well, senior brother. I'll go check out the demon suppression statue first. Xianxia made his way towards the demon suppression statue. For some reason, his sense of danger had become even stronger. Xianxia arrived before the 8th demon suppression statue, and a violent aura flooded his face. The demon folk who had been humanoid in the beginning had completely become a supreme demon, but his eyes were filled with benevolence and peace, contradictory yet harmonious. Xianxia took a step forward, and a will emerged from the demon suppression statue, rushing straight into his head. I'm the one who loves to fight and kill. I'm the one who indulges in sensual pleasures. I'm the one who upholds justice. Wherever my heart goes, I do whatever I want. Why do I have to be so clear-cut? Who cares if it's Buddha or demon? What am I suppressing? Thinking up to there, demon chi erupted from his body. Red and blue intersected, churning like light and mist. It was already quite different from the will the demon suppression statue had given off. There was no conflict between sinking into the demonic path or converting to the Buddha. I am me. The one lamp monk gazed at Xianxia's tall figure. His gaze was rather mixed, as if he felt some admiration, but also like he refused to admit defeat. His fighting spirit burned brighter and brighter as he made his way towards him step by step. Xianxia was currently submerged in his comprehension of the 8th layer of the demon suppression statuary. He did not move at all, as if he had not sensed the one lamp monk's approach at all. The one lamp monk arrived before Xianxia and extended his hand, raising his hands. Xianxia closed his eyes and said quietly, "Come. If you really have any ill intentions, I'll show you what I'm capable of today." However, the one lamp monk only brought his palms together and chanted softly, Ba. Xianxia imprinted the 8th layer of the demon suppression statuary deeply into his head. His comprehension of this profound cultivation method deepened once again. He looked back and asked, "Is there anything else, senior brother?" "I want to thank you, junior brother. If it weren't for junior brother Li, I would have died for sure if I had barged into the 8th floor. I also want to apologize to the unraging master. The master told me not to enter the 8th floor, but he sent you, junior brother. I actually suspected that the master was biased and underestimated me." What a sin, the one lamp monk said sincerely. "You're too kind, senior brother. On the contrary, I should be the one thanking senior brother for lending me a hand." Xianxia had a good impression of one lamp when he saw that the monk had admitted his dissatisfaction without apologizing for what he had thought. He felt that this monk was not a bad person and had an extraordinary temperament. But this was even stranger. Where did the sense of crisis come from? Junior brother's strength is far above mine. I'm just relying on a Buddhist treasure to show off. Even without me, junior brother can still come and go as he pleases. The one lamp monk spoke extremely modestly, which instead made Xianxia feel rather embarrassed. Senior brother is too serious. Let's prepare to go up. When we get out of the hall, I'll treat you to a cup of tea. Oh, of course it's tea. One lamp, however, shook his head and looked down at the bottom of the statue. Junior brother, you'll have to go first. I still want to go down. What? You're going to the 9th floor of the demon suppression hall. Xianxia was astounded. That was something the unraging monk had warned him about, and even if the unraging monk had not mentioned it, he would not have taken the risk. That's right. The one lamp monk nodded. Senior brother, you mustn't do that. The 8th floor is already so dangerous, so how can you go to the 9th floor? Xianxia tried to dissuade him. If I don't go through even more dangerous training, how can I become stronger? As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? As a Buddhist disciple, I should overcome all obstacles with a fearless spirit. The one-lamp monk's expression was firm. He actually seemed like he had steeled his heart. His fighting spirit was so high that it was almost fanatical. That's true, but... Li Qingshan frowned heavily. No matter how fearless he was not rushing to his death. There would always be an undefeatable opponent in life. When it was time to flee, it was time to flee. When it was time to cower, it was time to cower. There was nothing embarrassing about that. Conserving strength and preparing for another battle was the right path. Hitting a rock with an egg was not courage. That was just being stupid. There's no need to try and persuade me anymore, junior brother. I've already made up my mind. I'll be going first. The one-lamp monk made his way towards the 9th floor of the demon suppression hall with a hint of complacency, as if he had used this to prove that he was braver than Li Qingshan. You're powerful, but you don't have my determination and willpower. Buddhist disciples and secular disciples are different after all. Hold on. Li Qingshan had no idea how to react to this rather childish competition. He stood in front of the one-lamp monk and blocked his path. Junior brother, do you want to come with me? I'd have to be crazy to go with you. Li Qingshan swore inside. He tried to persuade him gently, senior brother, you better reconsider. If someone else wanted to die no matter what, he could not be bothered with them. However, the one-lamp monk was not a bad person. He had basically helped him earlier, so he could not just watch this disciple that the Chan monastery of Devanaga had placed great hopes on walk down the path of death. Otherwise, even the unraging monk would probably think he was in the wrong once he returned. Move. The one-lamp monk shot a glance at him, and he shone brightly. He was dignified and glorious. Li Qingshan felt like something was amiss more and more. Something must have happened. Returning to a moment ago, the one-lamp monk was trapped in layers of illusions, unfazed. He was just about to break free from the illusions when all of a sudden, his various discomforts all vanished. He no longer wavered from temptation, nor did he feel fear from threats. His body and mind relaxed and delighted. He thought happily, looks like I've broken through again. My arduous cultivation in the demon suppression hall hasn't gone to waste. The various illusions in the surroundings all vanished, and he discovered he was sitting under the Bodhi tree. In the past, the Buddha Tathagata had also undergone various tests under the Bodhi tree before finally becoming a Buddha. Before he could think too much, flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses sprang up from the ground, extending into the distance from under the Bodhi tree. Within the melodious chime of a bell, light illuminated everything, and a Buddhist kingdom appeared. An ancient, golden Buddha appeared on the horizon, faintly discernible. Where is this? A hint of intoxication appeared in the one-lamp monk's eyes as he asked subconsciously. This is the Western Paradise. The ancient Buddha's voice was magnificent, ringing through the entire world. The Western Paradise. The one-lamp monk's heart was filled with endless yearning. He had grown up in the Chan monastery of Devanaga, being nurtured by the Buddhist Dharma day and night. Money, beauties, venomous insects, and vicious beasts were unable to make him waver, but the pursuit of the Buddhist Dharma was his lifelong dream. At this moment, the demoness had already lost control over the illusions. The one-lamp monk made his way forward, heading towards the Western Paradise in his heart. But in that moment, the Buddhist kingdom also retreated. He sprinted forward as hard as he could, but the Buddhist kingdom constantly retreated too. It was so close, yet it actually seemed so far away. He was unable to take a single step closer. He asked in disappointment and dissatisfaction, "What's going on?" The ancient Buddha said, "You're so weak, so how can you have the right to set foot in my Western Paradise?" I'm weak? Yes. You need to become even more powerful than Li Qingshan, and one will. Only then will you have the right to become the abbot of the Chan monastery of Devanaga in the future, and only then can you set foot in the Western Paradise. The illusions vanished, but the voice continued to echo through his ears until now. Li Qingshan said, "Senior brother One Lamp, I won't stop you if you want to go to the 9th floor, but let's wait until my master returns first." Faced with the furious one-lamp monk, Li Qingshan swiveled his eyes and made up his mind. He turned around and raised his hand. Since first senior brother insists on this, then I hope first senior brother achieves enlightenment soon and reaches the western paradise of Pure Land of Paradise. That's more like it. Junior brother, you might be powerful, but you can't do whatever you want. You need to learn to respect others. I'm still your senior brother after all. The one-lamp monk calmed down. He lectured Li Qingshan a little more before making his way to the 9th floor of the demon suppression hall. Senior brother is right. Li Qingshan smiled. The demon suppression tower descended from above, crushing down on the one-lamp monk. You dash! The one-lamp monk cried out in surprise and fury. He shone brightly, but he was already a step too late. With a great rumble, he cut off what he was about to say next. But I'm used to being free. Li Qingshan laid out his hands at the demon suppression tower. Bang! The demon suppression tower shook violently. The one-lamp monk roared, Li Qingshan, how dare you attack a fellow disciple? Let me out. Li Qingshan extended a finger, and chains of demon suppression shot over, locking down the tower firmly. However, he was rather stern. Such a powerful demonic nature doesn't seem like something a Buddhist disciple should possess. Senior brother One Lamp, I think you should properly reflect on yourself in there. The power of the demon suppression tower did not only stem from Li Qingshan's cultivation, but it was also directly related to the strength of the opponent's demonic nature. The demon suppression tower was relatively huge. Sure enough, someone must have taken advantage of the one-lamp monk's weakness in the battle just now. Who was it? Regular demon commanders probably did not possess something like that, and all the demon commanders on this floor had already been slain. Coupled with the fact that he was determined to go to the 9th floor, Li Qingshan could not help but look down. He already had a rough idea, which made him even more cautious. Back when he was still on the 7th floor, a voice had almost confused him again. It was all thanks to the spirit turtle suppressing his mind and the unraging monk's timely arrival. Now that they were on the 8th floor, the power that the voice could exert was probably even stronger. At this moment, the demon subduing pagoda faintly lit up, and it was getting brighter and brighter. Not good. Li Qingshan retreated. The demon suppressing pagoda shattered. One lamp held the lamp in his hand. A halo appeared behind his head, making him look like an enlightened monk. However, his face was filled with rage as he glared at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly. He didn't say any nonsense. If only a few words could wake him up. Then it wouldn't be an inner demon. If it was someone who had a very close relationship with the lamp monk, it might be possible, but they had only known each other for a few hours. On top of that, he had even become the target of Reverend One Lamp's competition. Saying anything would just be a waste of breath. One Lamp glared at Li Qingshan, then turned around and walked to the 9th floor of the demon suppression hall. Coward! Li Qingshan said. One Lamp stopped in his tracks. Trash! Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed and continued. One Lamp turned around abruptly. What did you say? I said you're no match for me. You're running away because you're afraid of me. You're a coward. Li Qingshan said with a smile. One Lamp had an artifact in hand, and his cultivation was extremely strong. If he wanted to stop him from reaching the 9th floor, he would have to use the power of a demonic cultivator. In comparison, it was easier to humiliate him. If it was the normal One Lamp monk, cursing him wouldn't even make him frown. But now that his mind was in a mess, he was especially sensitive. Spear of Great Light. The One Lamp monk let out a furious roar. The platinum light turned into spears and shot towards Li Qingshan with lightning speed. If I can use Water Mirror's image, I'll definitely show you what it means to pay someone back in their own coin. Li Qingshan swung the traitorous demon sword. Light wove into a net, cutting and shredding the streaks of light. However, the light around the One Lamp monk grew brighter and brighter. There were more and more spears of great light, denser and denser, raining down like a storm. Li Qingshan's swordsmanship was powerful, but he was gradually unable to hold on. His sword missed, and the spear of great light pierced through his body. In that moment, he was struck by countless streaks of light and sent flying. Behind the curved visor, Li Qingshan remained calm. Sure enough, enemies who have lost their cool are easier to deal with. You've only just recovered, so how long can you last with such a frenzied attack? Even without the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, just his body as a demon commander was enough to endure these attacks. The only thing that could affect him was that Buddhist treasure. As long as he waited for the one-lamp monk to run out of strength, he could subdue him with a single counterattack. Afterwards, he could immediately take him to the upper floors of the demon suppression hall and wait for the unraging monk to return. Just as Li Qingshan was planning inside, a powerful and brutal will barged into his mind. A voice roared out, "Die." It was like a clap of thunder had exploded in his head. Li Qingshan felt dizzy, basically unable to control his body. A battle between experts only lasted for a split second. Even though the one-lamp monk was under the control of his inner demons, he would never let such an opportunity slip by. He chanted the name of Buddha. Will of great light. A ring of light appeared above the one-lamp monk's head, slamming heavily into Li Qingshan's chest. His armor immediately shattered and scattered. What a hilarious move, but it's not so funny when it's used on me. Hold on, don't tell me this move is the famed rocket headbutt? Li Qingshan was sent flying. He stabbed the traitorous demon sword into the ground, and only then did he come to a halt. He lowered his head and smiled viciously. Don't panic, you bastard. I'll cut you to pieces sooner or later. It seemed like he was cursing him, but it was not all that different. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan recovered control over his body. The light before him was blinding. The one-lamp monk charged over viciously as a streak of light. Are you done yet? Demon Suppression Tower. Li Qingshan powered his demon heart, and a colossal demon suppression tower enveloped him. With a boom, the demon suppression tower shook, and the one-lamp monk was sent flying back. The ring of light was forcefully shattered, and blood flowed from his bald head. Li Qingshan sniggered. With how powerful his demonic nature was, if he used the demon suppression tower to defend himself, it really did seem rather indestructible. The one-lamp monk became even more furious. He shook his head, wanting to continue fighting. Suddenly, the ancient Buddha's voice rang out in his head again, urging him to go to the 9th floor of the demon suppression hall. Perhaps the collision had taken effect, but he also began to feel that something was amiss. He looked at the demon suppression tower before him before looking back at the demon suppression statue behind him. For a moment, he became hesitant. Below the demon suppression statue, the door to the 9th floor suddenly opened. A great suction force appeared from the pitch-black hole. Fierce winds whistled, sweeping up the one-lamp monk and sending him flying through the door. He was at a loss. He did not know how to resist. He rammed into the door, about to fall into the 9th floor. His body suddenly came to a halt. One of the chains of demon suppression wrapped around the one-lamp monk's legs, while the other end of the chains of demon suppression wrapped around Li Qingshan's hand. He smiled. Bastard! Don't you dare get away with this. The voice bellowed furiously. If you don't let go, I'll just rip him in half. If it were anyone else, they might have hesitated, afraid to pull harder. However, what was Li Qingshan's personality? He switched from one hand to two, pulling backwards like a tug-of-war. Come on. Who's afraid of who? I'll fight you to the death. He silently crushed the string of prayer beads the unraging monk had given him. He really did not expect the situation to develop like this. Fortunately, he had the spirit turtle's warning, which kept him on guard the entire time. If he was accidentally pulled into the 9th floor, his life would probably be in danger. The guy trapped on the 9th floor was anything but ordinary. With a rip, the one-lamp monk's robes ripped open from his waist. Afterwards, the skin around his waist began to crack too. Blood gushed out like a fountain, swept into the door by the fierce winds. Sorry, senior brother one-lamp, but as a Buddhist disciple, if I don't enter hell, who will? Even if I die, I can't end up in the hands of the demonic cultivators. Don't you agree with that? Li Qingshan sighed, but he did not loosen his grip at all. If the one-lamp monk fell onto the 9th floor, he would have no chance of surviving either. It was even possible for him to be used as a bargaining chip against the Chan monastery of Devanaga. He was better off taking a gamble and hoping the unraging monk could come to his aid in time. However, as it seemed, he had to think about how he was supposed to explain things to the unraging monk if he did not make it in time. "Master, I've saved half of senior brother one lamp. There's no need to thank me." At this moment, the chains of demon suppression suddenly loosened. Oh no, something's happened. On Great Buddha Mountain, the unraging monk and the dauntless monk conversed. Suddenly, their hearts skipped a beat, and their faces changed drastically. They hurried off to the back of the mountain, arriving on the 8th floor of the demon suppression hall. "Xianxia, what's going on? Why is the lamp in your hands?" Xianxia sat in a corner of the hall, fiddling around with the one-lamp monk's lamp. The speck of light had already been extinguished. Before him was a demon suppression tower. "Master, you've finally returned. I've saved senior brother one lamp. It's a whole one." Xianxia placed special emphasis on this. With a wave of his hand, he removed the demon suppression tower. The one-lamp monk lay in there, unconscious. He did not seem to be injured at all, except his waist had been stretched out in a particularly slender manner. In the final moment, the lamp on the one-lamp monk suddenly erupted with light. Xianxia felt the force on the other side of the door loosen, so he conveniently pulled the one-lamp monk back. When he looked at the lamp again, it had already run out of oil. Who knew whether the one-lamp monk had been roused by the pain, or whether the Buddha's treasure was sentient and automatically protected its master? "What's happened?" At this moment, the dauntless monk and little and rushed over too. Xianxia told them everything that had happened and sighed. "If it weren't for me, the Chan monastery of Devanaga would have lost a genius disciple and an arcane treasure. If the abbot still doesn't release him, that would be far too unkind of you." Little and said, "Xianxia, the abbot has already agreed. I'll go to the South Sea Commandery with you." "That's fantastic." Xianxia was overjoyed. He smiled. The abbot is truly understanding. Even us junior disciples find it inspiring. The dauntless monk shot a glance at him. With a wave of his hand, a swath of golden light scattered down. The one-lamp monk slowly roused. His eyes were still rather blank. The unraging monk suddenly slapped his head. A firm warning. The one-lamp monk shuddered all over, and his eyes cleared up. He looked around and recalled everything that had happened, feeling both ashamed. He was tempted to smash his head into a pillar and die. He bowed deeply on the ground. "Abbot. Junior brother, it's all because my will wasn't firm enough, which was why the demons took advantage of me. Please punish me, abbot." The unraging monk said, "There's no need for you to blame yourself too much. What's suppressed down there is the soaring locust king, one of the 72 demon kings of the past. His cultivation far surpasses yours. Even I'm not his opponent. You've been cultivating in the Chan monastery of Devanaga since you were young, so your mind is pure. This is both your advantage and your weakness. Just like how the bright are easily tainted, my disciple has always been a rock in a latrine pit, smelly and tough, which is why I have no worries. I never thought it would make you develop a competitive spirit." "You're too kind, master." Xianxia laughed aloud. He did not take it to heart. "I'm nowhere near as talented as Junior Xianxia. I'm unable to repay you for saving my life, so please accept a bow from one lamp." The one-lamp monk bowed deeply towards Xianxia. Xianxia accepted it calmly. And smiled. "As long as you don't blame me for almost pulling you apart. If I end up in the hands of demons, I'll definitely be in utter misery. Even if I end up dying unfortunately, I still have to thank Junior brother for helping me." The dauntless monk felt pity again. According to the unraging monk, Xianxia had undergone the second heavenly tribulation a few years ago. With his talent and willpower, he was a once-in-a-century genius, definitely not below one will. If he could become a formal disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, he would definitely become a pillar of support. However, he was stubborn and could not be forced. Fortunately, the unraging monk had accepted him as a disciple, sowing karma with the Chan monastery of Devanaga. There was no need to worry about him not contributing in the future. Returning outside the demon suppression hall, the setting sun illuminated the valley, dyeing it bright red. The one-lamp monk sucked in a deep breath. He felt like he had returned to the world of mortals, so the dauntless monk told him to go back and rest. The one-lamp monk thanked Li Qingshan again before turning around and making his way back to Great Buddha Mountain. His footsteps became even more determined. Right when he was about to step into the protective formation of the monastery, an insect egg as tiny as a mustard seed, almost invisible to the naked eye, crawled out of the pores on the back of his neck and landed in the bushes. The one-lamp monk was completely unaware of it. The insect egg hatched very soon, turning into a locust the size of a pinky. It flew through the bushes and rapidly traveled away from Great Buddha Mountain, flying over 50 kilometers away. Just now, it stopped on a large tree and began to chew on the leaves furiously. The locust rapidly grew in size, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual chi of the world strand by strand. Before long, it had become the size of a fist. It flapped its wings and flew off into the distance. The dauntless monk said, "One will, if you insist on leaving, I can't force you to stay either. The Mist Province is different from the Green Province. The South Sea Commandery is extremely dangerous, and it's over 100,000 kilometers away. If there's any danger, even I won't be able to save you in time. You can only rely on yourself." Disciple understands. Little and said. The unraging monk replaced the prayer bead on Li Qingshan's head, but then he said, "Qingshan, just keep it as a souvenir. South Sea Commandery is too far away. I won't go there even if you crush your prayer beads. It's better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. Take care of yourself." "I understand." Li Qingshan curled his lips and cupped his hands, "Then we shall take our leave." Just as he was about to leave, a weak voice called out, "Senior brother. Duoj. Oh, I almost forgot. Here, this is for you. If you borrow one, return two. Don't say that I'm not loyal." Li Qingshan took out 2 Demon Commander demon hearts and handed them to Duoj. No, that's not what I meant." Duoj stuffed a handful of demon hearts into Li Qingshan's hands. "This is?" Li Qingshan was rather surprised. Only then did he discover that the prayer beads around Duoj's neck had become much shorter. The handful of demon hearts in his hands amounted to 30 or 40, shining resplendently and of extremely high quality. "I heard the South Sea is dangerous. These are for you. I don't have any use for them right now anyway," Duoj said in embarrassment. Li Qingshan was very touched. He gave him a bear hug. "Kid, I'll remember this favor of yours. I'll definitely return it twofold in the future." Afterwards, he glanced past the dauntless monk and the unraging monk in disdain. "Eminent monks of Buddhism? You're not even as enlightened as a measly demon folk." The 2 eminent monks were obviously unfazed. The dauntless monk had indeed considered bestowing a Buddhist treasure to little Anne, but after some consideration, he gave up on the idea. Although he could pour resources onto outstanding disciples, he still had to maintain basic fairness as the abbot of the monastery. Buddhist treasures were of great importance. One Will had only joined the monastery for far too short a time. She had already received far too much preferential treatment, and she had not contributed anything at all. She had left the monastery willfully this time, so if he bestowed another Buddhist treasure, it would definitely displease the other disciples. The unraging monk chuckled as if he had been expecting Duoj to do something like that. He was extremely satisfied. He also held an arcane treasure in his hand, prepared to give it to Li Qingshan. It was not a Buddhist treasure, but a demonic treasure. However, the time was not right yet. It was possible to say that 2 arcane treasures were already waiting for them. With their talent and cultivation, they already possessed the right. All they lacked was experience. This demonstrated the superiority of the Sword Collection Palace. They had the opportunity to obtain a renowned sword on the level of an arcane treasure as soon as they became a formal disciple. As long as they received the sword's recognition, no one could complain. However, the downside was that even if the Sword Collection Palace was about to be destroyed, the palace master could not bestow the sword to a disciple. He could only wait for the master of the sword to appear. Li Qingshan and Little and took off on a cloud, vanishing into the horizon. Woof! 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 In a melon field, a yellow dog barked madly. In a corner of the melon field, a naked man currently hugged a watermelon and gnawed away at it. He ate it without even spitting out the seeds. His body was sturdy, and his skin was withered and yellow. His dark brown eyes shone with a fervent light as he ate. His is far too delicious. He's finally out. His. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga, the Unraging Monk, Golden Cicada, and Li Qingshan. You're all F*** king dead. The farmer in the straw hat heard the barking and emerged from the straw hut with his tools. Son of a bitch, how dare you steal my watermelon? You don't want to live anymore. Who are you? The man suddenly raised his head, and the farmer felt like he had fallen into a cavern of ice, completely immobilized. Countless copies of himself seemed to be reflected in the dark brown eyes. The yellow dog whimpered and fled with its tail between its legs. The man licked his lips. It's been a very long time since I've eaten human flesh. The flesh of demon folk is stinky and sour. It's fucking disgusting. A while later, the man stood up in the melon field and wiped away the blood from the corner of his lips. He gazed at the western sky, and the last ray of light dimmed. A demon suppression statue was tattooed on his back, and it was different from any of the statues Li Qingshan had seen in the past. That kid sure has given me some inspiration. Otherwise, I won't be able to fool those two monks. When the time comes, I'll just let him die a little more painlessly. On the cloud, Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat as if he sensed something. He sat down with his legs crossed and got the spirit turtle to divine again. A while later, he opened his eyes and glanced back at Great Buddha Mountain in some confusion. He had clearly already left the demon suppression hall, so why was the strange sense of danger still lingering? Instead, it seemed to be lurking, showing signs of constantly growing and strengthening. What's wrong? Little and asked in concern. Li Qingshan smiled. Nothing. I just feel like the path ahead is a little dangerous. Though, there really haven't been a lot of times along the way that haven't been dangerous. As long as we're together, we'll definitely be able to overcome all difficulties and reach beyond the 9 heavens. Deep underground in the Clear River Prefecture, magma surged and a lake of fire blazed. Fellow Golden Cicada, we've come to complete our agreement. Li Qingshan assumed the form of the North Moon and called out loudly. His voice reverberated through the surroundings. A crystalline skeleton stood beside him. Milky white, half-transparent flames burned in its eye sockets. You finally returned. I've made you wait. Here, this is the chant of Devanaga you wanted. Li Qingshan took out a jade slip. Little and had already engraved the chant of Devanaga into it. The jade slip was tossed into the lake of lava. A swirl appeared in the lake, extending endlessly downwards as if it was leading to another world. The jade slip landed in there, and the swirl vanished. A long while later, the Golden Cicada Spirit King's voice rang out again. Sure enough, sure enough. Thank you. His voice was filled with emotion, not just because he was happy to obtain this supreme cultivation method. We're even now. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave first. Li Qingshan waved his hand and was about to leave. The Golden Cicada Spirit King said, the aura of the phoenix on you is growing heavier and heavier. It said that you were slain by the Dragon King of the Sea. The reason why you were able to escape alive is because of the phoenix's nerva, right? That's right. That battle was far too dangerous. To put it bluntly, I was just fleeing for my life. Do you have any other advice for me, fellow? Don't tell me you have other phoenix feathers on you, fellow? Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. The Golden Cicada Spirit King seemed to be rather familiar with phoenixes. Since he had a phoenix feather, perhaps he had even more. If he could obtain a few more, practicing the phoenix's scripture of Nerva would become extremely easy. The phoenix has already flown away for far too long. I've only kept that phoenix feather as a souvenir. I don't have any more. However, there's a divine Wutong tree on Fire Melt Mountain in the Mist Province. It was once the phoenix's dwelling. If you can cultivate there, it'll be 100 times more effective than cultivating in the lava. Li Qingshan said, Fire Melt Mountain. I think I've heard of it somewhere. I'm about to pay a visit to the south. I'll definitely go and take a look when the time comes. Once I fully comprehend the chant of Devanaga, I'll be able to make up for the final flaw in my cultivation and undergo the 4th heavenly tribulation. I'll leap out of this world. When the time comes, I'll give you one last gift as an exchange." As the golden cicada spirit king said, another item flew out from the lake of lava, landing in Li Qingshan's hand. It was a fiery red piece of jade. A sliver of his soul sense was embedded in it. It did not have any special functions. It was just something to be used as an alarm or a communication during crucial times. Exchange for what? Li Qingshan asked curiously as he played with the jade stone in his hand. An item that could make the golden cicada spirit king treat it so seriously as a gift was definitely not some common item. It might even be more precious than a phoenix feather. However, since it was an exchange, it meant that what he had to give up had to have a corresponding value. A phoenix plume feather for a chant of Devanaga. It was hard to say who was the winner and who was the loser. It was just each taking what they needed. But one thing was for sure, the value of these two items was roughly the same. You'll know when the time comes. The golden cicada spirit king was secretive. Then can you give me the gift in advance like you did with the phoenix feather? I have a lot of difficulties to overcome recently. Li Qingshan had an idea. After this transaction, they should have established the most basic trust between them. It would be good to have more strength. That won't do. I can only give it to you when the time comes. It's not that I don't trust you. I'm even more curious now. I guarantee that the value of this item is definitely not below that of a magical treasure. If it is used properly, I'm afraid it might even surpass it. All right then. I hope that you can undergo the fourth heavenly tribulation soon, so that you can leave this well and take a look at the other world. After settling one karma and sowing a new one, Li Qingshan and Little and returned to the surface. It was late at night right now, and the sky was filled with resplendent stars. For a moment, Li Qingshan had no idea where he should go. He had just gone through a lengthy period of cultivation, followed by a banquet in the tower, and then a great battle in the demon suppression hall. Although he was not exactly tired of it, he still wanted to rest a little and spend some time with this close relative of his that he had not seen in a very long time. As a result, he smiled. Time sure passes quickly. Before I knew it, you've already grown into an adult. Back then, you were still so little. Then don't touch my head anymore. Xiaoan used a pair of white hands to grab his big hands, gently clasping them in her palm. Little girl, you've really grown up. You were so obedient in the past, but now I can't even touch your head. If I had known earlier, I really wouldn't have sent you to the Chan monastery of Devanaga. You've been led astray by those bald donkeys. Li Qingshan sighed and lamented. Little and bit her lip and placed his hand on her head again. That's more like it. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and pulled her into his arms. The faint fragrance of sandalwood filled his arms, and his mind was at peace. He said gently, "Where do you want to go? What do you want to do first?" "I'll do whatever you want. I want to go home." Little and raised her head. Go home? You mean the Qingshan dwelling? Haven't you been in secluded cultivation for so long? Isn't it boring enough? Li Qingshan shook his head. You said it'll be up to me. Little and was serious. All right then. Li Qingshan said helplessly. In the Qingshan dwelling, a strand of silver-white moonlight shone in from the ceiling. Li Qingshan lay under the moonlight, gazing at the many stars in the cave. Little and lay in his arms quietly, gazing at him without blinking at all. Her seaweed-like hair flowed down like a waterfall, covering the stone platform and draping over the edge. A while later, Li Qingshan lowered his head. And then? There's nothing else. That's it. That's it. Little and embraced him even more tightly. All right then. You sure are easy to deal with. Li Qingshan sighed with a smile. He also found this to be quite a nice feeling. Then I'll stay a century. Little An's eyes shone, even more resplendent than the brightest stars. Huh? A century? Here? Yeah. Is it hard to deal with? For once, Little An's expression carried a hint of mischief. Only then did it match her appearance as a young girl. You'll get tired of it very soon. Li Qingshan pinched her cheeks, treating it like a child's words. I won't get tired of it. Little An paused, then repeated, I won't get tired of it. What she was pursuing was not in the distant other side, but right here. Working hard to cultivate was just to stay in this moment for a long time. In this quiet and undisturbed world, with only each other's existence, this was the ultimate happiness. Li Qingshan suddenly had a trace of impulse. Just like what she said, so what if it was a century or 1,000 years? But this impulse was just a flash. Compared to his dream, it was just a breeze that brushed past, hardly leaving any traces. He then felt apologetic. Was it because he wanted too much? Little and suddenly smiled. She turned over and rode on his body. She raised her right hand high, pointed to the depths of the starry sky, and said loudly, "I want to go above the 9th heaven." At that moment, even Li Qingshan was dazzled by the brilliance that bloomed. He suddenly realized how beautiful she was. Usually, she was more like a piece of white paper, a pool of clear water, clear and flawless. But at this moment, she was smeared with the most intense and brightest colors. It was a little strange, but also a little familiar. "Didn't you just say you want to stay for a century?" The two of them lay in each other's arms. Li Qingshan told him about what had happened after they parted, while Little and just listened quietly most of the time. The moonlight shifted before vanishing in the end, turning into sunlight. This repeated until the sun and moon alternated. That continued until Han Xianxia came looking for him. Han Xianxia stood at the entrance of her dwelling and gazed at the drifting clouds and mist in the Chain Mountains. She thought to herself, Ru Xian's dwelling isn't far from here, but she's already been in secluded cultivation for several years now. I wonder how she's doing right now. The stone door behind her opened, and she turned around, only to see Li Qingshan striding over. However, her gaze could not help but land on Little and behind him, and she could not help but become stunned. Even though she was also a woman, she still felt dazzled. Great beauty and white bone, the transition between life and death. Even though it seemed like everything had become empty, it could still manifest the pinnacle of beauty in the world. As her cultivation increased and she grew older, her beauty became even more powerful. It was not the arts of charm, but it surpassed them. If she could truly unleash it to the limit, it would be completely beyond the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty of the sect. She would be a celestial maiden that had transcended this world. "You're Little Anne." Han Xianxia returned to her senses after much difficulty. "What, you don't recognize me anymore?" Li Qingshan smiled. "How can that be? As long as I've seen you once, who can forget you?" Han Xianxia said with a smile, but her feelings were rather mixed. She was straightforward and open-minded, so she was not jealous of Little Anne's talent, nor would she be awed by his supreme beauty. And, based on her instincts, she believed that there was nothing romantic between them. Otherwise, even if she was not jealous, the Chan monastery of Devanaga would not be able to put up with it. However, they simply stood there, yet they gave off an indescribable sense of harmony. They were two people with completely different appearances and bearings, yet they possessed the closest connection. Even she was unable to get involved with them. She thought, this must be the Tao companion that father spoke of. From a certain perspective, she would rather Li Qingshan flirt around. She shook her head and tossed these thoughts to the back of her head. She said to Little Anne, "I heard that you've also undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Congratulations." Little Anne nodded slightly and looked at Han Xianxia calmly as if he was looking at a rock or a plant. Unless it was necessary, she did not like to talk to people, let alone etiquette and rules. She would only deal with it when it was necessary. In the past, Han Xianxia had lost her temper because of this attitude, and Li Qingshan had immediately fallen out with her. For her sake, he had made an enemy of Qiu Haitang without the slightest scruple despite only being a measly Qi practitioner. Now, Han Xianxia knew that she treated everyone the same way, not her. "As soon as you came back, you shut yourself in the cave residence. I thought you were going to go into closed-door training again. Last time, it was an accident. If I really want to go into seclusion for a long time, I will definitely tell you. However, I have plans to do so recently." Li Qingshan and Little Anne looked at each other. This was something they had discussed beforehand. After comprehending the 8th layer of the demon suppression statuary, Li Qingshan needed a certain amount of time to settle down and increase his cultivation. With the several dozen demon hearts Duoj had given him, there was even a chance for him to refine the traitorous demon sword into a true demonic treasure. He could even completely recover the strength of his demon body to the limit. Little and was the same. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation, he could take a step further with the path of white bone and great beauty. The skull prayer beads, Buddha slaying sword, blood sea banner, and so on in his possession all needed to be refined again. Li Qingshan had already prepared the required resources for him. He had collected many corpses from the battles over the years. In particular, during the battle on the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall, there had been tens of thousands of demon folk and numerous demon generals and demon commanders. It was enough for her to increase her cultivation further. That way, if the two of them worked together, they would be able to deal with any danger in the South Sea Commandery with composure, even if they did not kill gods and Buddhas who stood in their way. Even if they faced some existences at the third heavenly tribulation, they would not be afraid. Secluded cultivation. Han Xiongji basically had no idea what to say. To cultivators, secluded cultivation was definitely not a bad thing. Unless they had reached a critical juncture in their cultivation, where they needed to focus on breaking through bottlenecks, there was absolutely no need for secluded cultivation. All they had to do was maintain their regular cultivation. However, Li Qingshan entered secluded cultivation far too often, and his cultivation would increase rapidly every time he entered secluded cultivation. It was basically enough to make people feel rather numb to it. Li Qingshan said, but not now. It's best if we focus on rest for now. We'll probably have to wait until the new appointment arrives and we reach the Mist Province. Cultivation is more important. Just make your own plans. There's no need to specially contact me. I've grown used to it anyway. It's not like we're mortals, so there's no need to be so intimate with each other. Han Xiongji said in a very free and easy manner, but she also felt a hint of helplessness. Before Li Qingshan could answer, she said, I've come to find you for something else. Qingzan is going to the Sword Collection Palace. After the battle in Mooncourt Lake ended, Yin Xiaoqiu did not immediately move on to the next prefecture. Instead, he received an invitation from Hua Sengzan. That night, neither of them attended the banquet in the brothel. They went to Soaring Afterglow Mountain to drink together. Since Hua Sengzan wanted to join the Sword Collection Palace, he obviously went out of his way to befriend Yin Xiaoqiu. He had always possessed extraordinary charm. Although Yin Xiaoqiu's cultivation was higher, he spent most of his time in the Sword Collection Palace, focusing on the path of the sword. His experience obviously could not compare to Hua Sengzan. After a few jars of alcohol, they felt like they were old friends at first sight. When Hua Sengzan mentioned that he wanted to join the Sword Collection Palace, Yin Xiaoqiu immediately patted his chest and guaranteed that there would definitely be no issues with his talent. He sent a message to the Sword Collection Palace the next day. Perhaps due to the stimulation from the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, the Sword Collection Palace replied before long, asking him to undergo a test in the Sword Collection Palace. That night, the empty halls on Soaring Afterglow Mountain were ablaze with lanterns. To Li Qingshan's surprise, it did not seem like a gathering of guests like he had imagined. Instead, it seemed rather deserted. Logically speaking, Hua Sengzan had a wide circle of acquaintances, and the Hua family had a deep foundation, so they should have invited many guests for something as important as this. Landing on the terrace at the top of the mountain, he discovered that there were only around a dozen people present, and they were all familiar faces. They did not even set up a proper banquet. They just drank and chatted like it was a regular gathering. Everyone's gazes were drawn away by Little and beside Li Qingshan. For a moment, they were all speechless. Fellow, you must be one Will. I've heard of your great name for a long time. Now that I've seen you today, I finally understand what it means to know someone by reputation is not as good as meeting them in person. Yin Xiaoqiu stood up. His gaze was like a sword, hidden with sword intent. Instinctively, he wanted to test her out, but to his shock, he discovered that his sword intent was like a rock that had sunk into the ocean, unable to find a foothold. If he really wanted to strike, he actually had no idea how to swing his sword. Only then did he realize the difference in strength was so great that a breaking water sword could not make up for it. Little and said nothing. Li Qingshan ignored Yin Xiaoqiu and asked Hua Sengzan, why is there so little? Why didn't you find more people to celebrate? Hua Sengzan said, I still haven't become a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace, so what's there to celebrate? Don't tell me you're joking, fellow Yin. I'm a disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Li Qingshan was taken aback before smiling uncontrollably. A secular disciple, Yin Xiaoqiu added. Secular disciples possessed very low statuses in the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. They did not even have the right to set foot in the inner courtyard, let alone any great cultivation methods. They did not have any resources either. They only possessed the name of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, which deterred people from taking advantage of them. Then do you know who my master is? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He was a secular disciple, but he was no regular secular disciple. His master was a great cultivator who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, and he practiced a peak cultivation method too. What right did the Sword Collection Palace have to ask him whether he wanted to join them or not? Who doesn't know about the unraging master? Who doesn't know about him? Then I don't understand. Even if I want to join the Sword Collection Palace, do I really have to get past my master? Li Qingshan asked in surprise. In the cultivation community, the relationship between master and disciple was very important. In particular, when your master came from a large sect and was a great cultivator who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation, a relationship like this was unbreakable. I'm not asking you to become a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace or take someone as your master. Instead, you'll be like Elder Zhou Tong of the Clear River Prefecture, becoming a guest elder, Yin Xiaoqiu explained. Yin Xiaoqiu explained and reported how he had lost to Li Qingshan to the Sword Collection Palace, which raised a great deal of attention. It was not just because of his cultivation, but also because Yin Xiaoqiu had said, this person's path of the sword surpasses mine. This left the master of the Sword Collection Palace and the elders in disbelief. Yin Xiaoqiu had practiced the sword since he was young, practicing the profound sword techniques of the Sword Collection Palace. He had also inherited the sword intent within the Breaking Water Sword, yet he actually admitted he was not as good as Li Qingshan, which made them interested. Taking in cultivators who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation as guest elders was one of the traditions of the Sword Collection Palace. There was an opportunity regardless of their identity or background. Some guest elders even held the position of sect master of other sections. As long as they became guest elders, they could study the superior cultivation methods and sword techniques of the Sword Collection Palace. However, not all cultivators who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation had the opportunity to become a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace. They had to wield and practice the sword, and they had to leave their swords on Sword Collection Peak after death. The Sword Collection Palace had not only taken a fancy to the slovenly Taoist priest, Zhou Tong, as a guest elder, but also because of the lightning slaughter sword in his possession. With Zhou Tong's cultivation, living for several centuries would not be a problem at all. As long as he constantly refined it with the techniques of the Sword Collection Palace, even a lump of earth could be reborn, let alone the lightning slaughter sword that was already an arcane artifact. It had a very good chance of becoming a powerful arcane treasure. It was exactly through this method that the Sword Collection Palace constantly gathered the renowned swords of the world. Even an arcane treasure like the soaring dragon sword that cultivators could only dream of could not be counted as one of the 10 renowned swords, which only demonstrated just how deep their foundations were. I see. Li Qingshan came to a realization, and asked again, but you said to change to a good sword, can I also draw a sword from the Hidden Sword Peak? He had never had a good impression of the Sword Collection Palace. From the soaring dragon elder to Fu Qingjin, they had all forced him into dire straits in the past, but the temptation of an arcane treasure was far too great. He thought to himself, with my charm, when I get to that Hidden Sword Peak, those 10 famed swords will all come to me. Regular guest elders can't draw a sword from the Hidden Sword Peak, but you don't seem to have a suitable sword on hand, which is why we've made an exception. With your talent for the way of the sword, if you practice the sword techniques of the Sword Collection Palace, you'll definitely be able to reach a whole new level. Yin Xiaoqiu said seriously. Although he had lost to Li Qingshan, he did not hold any grudges towards him. He carried out the mission that the Sword Collection Palace had given him meticulously. This kind of bearing clearly did not come from his age and experience. A large part of it came from the influence of the Breaking Water Sword, which only demonstrated the value of a good sword to the Sword Collection Palace. However, there were some things that he did not make clear. The reason why the Sword Collection Palace was willing to make an exception and allow Li Qingshan to draw a sword from the hidden sword peak was because they had taken a liking to his way of the sword. Just like how, becoming one with the sword, not only did the sword assist the person, but the person also nurtured the heart of the sword. A good swordsman could improve a sword by an extremely large amount. I'll think about it, Li Qingshan said in thought. Please take your time to think about it. Xianxia said nothing more. Apart from Hua Sengzan, everyone present was shocked. Originally, they felt that Li Qingshan had undergone the second heavenly tribulation to be rather unreal, but they could not help but sigh now. Before they knew it, he had already reached this step. A sect like the Sword Collection Palace was something that they could only look up to. Even Hua Sengzan being able to become a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace was something worth celebrating, and he still had to go through a test. However, Li Qingshan had actually been directly invited to become a guest elder. The difference in treatment was truly quite great. They also understood a little why Hua Sengzan did not celebrate on a large scale. Otherwise, Xiaoqia's words would definitely have stolen the spotlight. Hua Sengzan invited Li Qingshan and the others to take a seat first. He smiled. No matter what happened in the past, no matter what happens tomorrow, we have to drink to our heart's content tonight. All right. Li Qingshan sat down with a smile, and sat down beside him. Han Xianxia sighed inside. Just when she was about to find another seat, she suddenly felt her waist tighten, and Li Qingshan had already pulled her into his arms. He asked with a smile, "What are you thinking about, madam?" Han Xianxia's face reddened. "Let go of me." Li Qingshan picked up the jar of alcohol and emptied it in a single gulp. He laughed aloud. "Forgive me for not being able to comply." The smell of alcohol assaulted her face, and Han Xianxia seemed to be slightly tipsy as well. The man who had once made her fall in love at first sight, when she had no idea what love was even more passionate than before. Just a single smile from him was enough to make her fall for him. It was like that in the past, and it was still like that now. Even if they could not become partners of cultivation, even if they spent more time apart than together, she felt no regret at all. Everyone laughed. Li Qingshan watched as her face became redder and redder, almost to the point where she could not contain her embarrassment. Only then did he let go of her and let her sit down beside him. He continued to hold on to her waist, preventing her from running away. Han Xianxia elbowed him viciously. She could only give up as she was unable to break free. She was embarrassed and annoyed, but there was a hint of joy in her eyes. The group of people drank and admired the moon. It was quite a good time. "Qingshan, if you can become a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace, we can travel together," Hua Sengzan said. "If it's possible, I'd obviously like to obtain a renowned sword, but I still need my master's permission. I can't make the decision on my own." Then Li Qingshan glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia was currently pouring himself a cup and drinking by himself, as if he had gone through the vicissitudes of life to drown his sorrows. However, in Li Qingshan's eyes, he was another pretentious peddler. The legacies he obtained from the sword did not truly belong to him at the end of the day. There was a subtle difference. Since this kid is bold enough to mention it, no, since the Sword Collection Palace is bold enough to mention it, don't tell me they're certain the Chan Monastery of Devanaga will definitely agree to it? Otherwise, wouldn't they be utterly humiliated? Or perhaps the Sword Collection Palace wants to form an alliance with the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, and they want me to serve as a link? Li Qingshan pondered and gradually made up his mind. Suddenly, he raised his head. "It's going to rain." Everyone raised their heads. The bright moon hung in the sky. Only a few thin clouds drifted through the inky blue night sky. It did not seem like it was going to rain at all. But very soon, fierce winds arrived, whistling past the top of the mountain like an invisible hand had pulled over a great curtain. The clouds were densely packed, shrouding the entire sky in the blink of an eye. They pressed down heavily on the top of the mountain as if it was within reach. "The rising wind before a storm," Li Qingshan said slowly. With the Battle of the Clear River Prefecture over, the 9 provinces gradually fell into turmoil in the past few years. Humans and demons constantly clashed, and demonic sects that had been suppressed for several millennia began to surface once more. They caused a great ruckus in the cloud, mist, frost, and thunder provinces. The great Xia Empire's control over the various provinces rapidly declined. This could actually be seen from the White Lotus sect. In the past, even if the White Lotus mother fled to the Mist province, she would have to tuck her tail between her legs and behave herself. How could the Hawkwolf Guard allow her to rebuild their headquarters so openly? Now, no one cared at all. And this was the border of the Mist province that was very close to the Green province and even the Dragon province. If it were another 100,000 kilometers to the south, it would be easy to imagine what the South Sea Commandery would be like. Once the order collapsed, it would be time to see who had the strength to plunder. The Sword Collection Palace and the Chan Monastery of Devanaga were both so-called orthodox sections. At a crucial time like this, it only made sense for them to strengthen their alliance. Yeah. Hua Sengzan sighed. None of the people present were stupid. They could tell what Li Qingshan was trying to imply, so they sank into their thoughts. For a moment, the platform fell silent. Only the wind whistled past their ears. Everyone had personally experienced the brutality of the Battle of the Clear River Prefecture, but as it seemed now, it was only a small disaster, the mountain breeze before the storm. There was an even greater disaster waiting ahead. Dark clouds obscured the moon, and rain poured down. The surroundings were pitch black. The sound of rain rang out, but surprisingly, there was not a single peal of thunder. The halls at the foot of the mountain flickered with lantern light, but they seemed to weaken as well, swaying in the wind and rain. Although the rain could not land on everyone's heads, without the light of the moon and stars, the atmosphere became rather suffocating. The righteous path of the world and the suffering of all living beings require the protection of the swords in our hands. Yin Xiaoqiu stood up sternly. His black hair drifted in the wind as he radiated with awe-inspiring might. With a clang, he drew the breaking water sword from its sheath and swung it at the pitch-black sky. There was a flash of light, like a bolt of lightning that had ripped through the night sky. A crack appeared silently in the clouds. Moonlight spilled through, and the stars flickered. Nice sword. Nice sword style. Everyone praised loudly. The clouds seemed close, but they were actually far away. Splitting the clouds with a single strike from such a great distance was truly a remarkable feat. I still have to thank you for the defeat you bestowed upon me the other day. It gave me quite a lot of inspiration, allowing me to gain a new comprehension of the path of the sword. Why don't you widen our horizons? Yin Xiaoqiu turned around and stared at Li Qingshan, both to show off the might of the breaking water sword and vaguely to challenge him. Your cultivation might be a realm higher than mine, but you might not be able to achieve what I can do. I'm not your opponent right now, but once I undergo the second heavenly tribulation, you definitely won't be my opponent. Li Qingshan stood up lazily and tossed the empty jar of alcohol in his hand off the cliff, pushing upwards with both hands. Ocean wielding? The cloud parting form. The clouds rose and fell, moving in all directions. Before long, almost half of the clouds in the sky had been parted, and the moonlight seemed even clearer. Li Qingshan said, Fellow Yin, I will report this to my master. If he has no objections, I'll accompany you to the Sword Collection Palace. After the banquet, everyone dispersed. Li Qingshan smiled and gazed at the rustling bamboo forest outside the window. As it seemed, he had guessed correctly. His identity as a secular disciple just happened to be useful for something like this. At the same time, he possessed two identities in two great sects of the Green Province. Although he was not at the core of either sect, his status was not low, and he just happened to be a demon. The affairs of the world sure were unpredictable. Qingshan, are you really going to the Sword Collection Palace to become a guest elder? Lu Chuanfeng asked from the side. He was careful, as if he was afraid of offending Li Qingshan with the slightest carelessness. Li Qingshan never put on any airs, but after all these years of fighting and killing, he had already established his might. He gave off a natural sense of awe. The Cloud Wisp Association had developed very quickly in the Rui Commandery. Lu Chuanfeng had specially invited Li Qingshan to Cloud Wisp Island today so that he could continue writing. Originally, he wanted him to remember his identity as a disciple of the School of Novels, but he never expected him to actually agree. Li Qingshan had a feeling that the divine talisman of great creation would come in handy one day, so he had brought little and here to relive the feeling of the past. There was no need for him to drink some water of recollection. With his current cultivation, there was nothing he could not remember if he tried to recall. As a result, he became a plagiarist and had little and edit it. It was extremely satisfying. How can I turn down someone else's warm invitation? Little and, take your time to edit it here. I'll go see that Xianxia again. Li Qingshan stood up. Right when he was about to take off, he glanced at the school of painting nearby and remembered that Chu Danqing had not attended Hua Sengzan's banquet on soaring Afterglow Mountain. He wondered how the Three Absolutes calligraphy had been repaired, so he landed on the island and grabbed a disciple of the school of painting. He asked, "Where's your patriarch Chu?" "El Commander Li. The patriarch is currently in secluded cultivation. He said that no one is to disturb him," the disciple said in a trembling voice. "You sure have troubled him," Li Qingshan said. He knew that it would not be easy to repair a treasure like the Three Absolutes calligraphy. If there was a chance, he would make up for it. As soon as Li Qingshan took off, a streak of light flew over from the direction of the Clear River Prefecture and landed on Cloudwisp Island. It was Hua Qinglu. She frowned slightly, struggling to hide her worry. Lu Chuanfeng hurriedly went forward to welcome him. "Commander Hua, why are you here? Is Commander Li here?" "Unfortunately, he just arrived at the soaring Afterglow Mountain." "Then he should already know." Hua Qinglu let out a long sigh. In the bamboo building, Little and stopped writing and looked out the window. Then, he lowered his head again and wrote stroke by stroke without any distractions. "Fellow Daoistine, my master has agreed. Let's get ready to go." Li Qingshan came to the soaring Dawn Mountain again, found Xianxia, and went straight to the point. "Fellow Daoist Li, something has changed." Xianxia was not surprised, but there was a hint of embarrassment on his face. "What change? Haven't you seen Qinglu?" Hua Sengzan interrupted. "I haven't." "What's wrong with Qinglu?" "So you still don't know? The Hawk Wolf Guard has already appointed you as the White Wolf Commander of the South Sea Commandery of the Mist Province." "The White Wolf Commander?" Li Qingshan frowned. Why was it only the White Wolf Commander? There was actually a White Hawk Commander in a crappy place like the South Sea Commandery? Whatever. He had come to the Mist Province mainly for Ru Xian anyway, as well as to search for the divine Wutong tree. He did not care about his position. But what does that have to do with anything? "I'll be in charge for a few days at night, so what can the Hawkwolf Guard do to me?" Li Qingshan suddenly understood. He smiled. "So the Sword Collection Palace is afraid I'll be killed in the South Sea and lose the treasured sword of your palace. Am I right?" "That's right. The South Sea Commandery is a savage, dangerous place. If the sword is lost there, it'll be very difficult for the Sword Collection Palace to find it," Xianxia said calmly. Every single sword on the Sword Collection Peak was a precious treasure that the Sword Collection Palace could not live without. With Li Qingshan's comprehension of the path of the sword, it was very likely for him to draw an arcane treasure sword. That was something the Sword Collection Palace could not afford to lose. Losing the Soaring Dragon sword had already left the Sword Collection Palace brooding over it. With North Moon's death, they lost all traces of it, unable to find it again. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. It might not be a good thing for you to take an arcane treasure to the South Sea. Xianxia had never imagined that North Moon, who was dead for sure, was currently standing right before him alive and well, discussing how he could retrieve another sword from the Sword Collection Palace. "I understand. Then I'll directly take up my post in the Mist Province. We'll talk about the sword when I return." Li Qingshan did not become angry. He had only agreed to become a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace to take advantage of them. Even now, he still felt hostility towards the Sword Collection Palace, so he obviously would not ask them to trust him. It was just a sword. It would make no difference whether he took it sooner or later. There was no hurry. With how generously Qingshan was, Xianxia instead felt rather embarrassed. He took out a jade slip. "Since you've agreed to become a guest elder of our Sword Collection Palace, please accept this jade slip." Li Qingshan accepted the jade slip and sent his soul sense into it. His eyes gradually lit up, and he smiled. "Thank you, fellow Een. I won't be holding back then." There were over a dozen nameless sword styles recorded in the jade slip. Some were graceful and agile, while others were simple and heavy. All of them were extremely intricate, basically the essence of various sword styles. There were almost 100 sword techniques as well. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that a single, 1-meter-long sword could produce so many variations. They really are a sect of sword cultivators after all. They really do have some tricks up their sleeves. Once I study them carefully, my path of the sword will definitely reach a whole new level, and I'll be able to unleash the full power of the demon dragon sword. However, what delighted him the most was not these sword styles and sword techniques, but a cultivation method called the heart of the sword. It was divided into 3 parts: offering the sword, refining the sword, and tempering the sword. It described in detail how to temper the sword and increase the quality of the sword. To the current Xianxia, this could be regarded as a timely reign. He just happened to want to refine the traitorous demon sword into a true demonic treasure. Although the traitorous demon sword could devour demon hearts and increase its strength, the rate of increase was relatively slow. Even with several dozen demon commander demon hearts in hand, he was not confident he could succeed. Now that he had this cultivation method, his chances of success had increased drastically. Even if it was not 100%, he was 70 to 80% confident. I've still managed to take advantage of you after all. Xianxia was satisfied. Then he asked, when do the 2 of you plan on setting off? Probably in the next day or 2. Xianxia replied. Suddenly, he gazed down the mountain. Someone's coming. That's strange. Why has he come to find me? At the foot of the mountain, a man stood in front of the entrance. He was dressed like a farmer and seemed very rustic, but he possessed a bearing that regular farmers did not possess. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and he was built of earth and wood. Beside him stood a teenager dressed in bright clothes. The teenager carried a sword on his back, and he seemed to be slightly uncomfortable. They were the leader of the School of Agriculture, Li Long, and Xianxia, who had changed his name to Li Xiaoyao and Li Qingshi. Li Xiaoyao said, "Master, why don't we go back?" Thump. Li Long rapped Li Long's head. "Damned brat, I brought you here because you said you wanted to learn the sword in the Sword Collection Palace. Now that we're here, you're chickening out. What kind of man are you?" "It's still cultivation. It's the same no matter where." "How can it be the same? Our School of Agriculture focuses on farming. We focus on life, so we have to adapt to the changes in life. The sword is a lethal weapon. It focuses on death, so it has to be unyielding and resolute. You're still young right now, so your temperament is still unsettled. If you farm with me for a few more years, it'll be too late even if you want to learn the sword." "Will he want me?" Li Xiaoyao said uneasily. To those who wanted to learn the Sword Collection Palace could be described as a holy land. In Xiaoqiu had defeated the genius cultivators of 22 prefectures consecutively, so he had made a name for himself. He felt quite pressured. How do you know if you don't try? If it doesn't work out, there's still other places. You don't have to be afraid either. He's powerful, but wasn't he still defeated by you by someone from the same hometown? When Li Qingshan was mentioned, Li Xiaoyao's spirit roused. Sure enough, he became a little bolder. Over the years he had spent with Li Long, his mind had matured quite a lot. He understood many matters of the past and also understood Li Qingshan's difficulties, so he no longer resented him. This second uncle who refused to acknowledge him remained his idol. At this moment, the formation was activated. Li Long pulled Li Xiaoyao to his feet and shrunk the ground beneath his feet, arriving at the top of the mountain in a short while. Seeing that Li Qingshan was there as well, he felt a little more confident. "What brings you here, Patriarch Li?" Xianxia asked with a smile. Li Long had always focused on the affairs of farming. In the past few years, he had spent most of his time cultivating in seclusion, so they did not have much contact. All he knew was that he was from the same hometown as Li Qingshan. "I heard that you're going to the Sword Collection Palace, so I've specially come to see you off. This is just a small gift, but it's not enough." Li Long took out the fruit basket he had prepared. There were apples, pears, and various other fruits. All of them were abundant with spiritual qi and had a bright luster. Hua Sengzan turned it down before accepting it. Only then did Li Long say, I also have a request. This child is my disciple, and he's always been in love with the path of the sword. I wonder if you can take him to the Sword Collection Palace to try it out, fellow Yin. Li Xiaoyao glanced at Li Qingshan and no longer dared to look at him anymore. Afterwards, he raised his head and looked at Yin Xiaoqiu with the broken water sword on his waist. His face was filled with respect and yearning. If he wants to become a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace, he needs to undergo a strict test. It's not something I can decide with a single word. This child's talent is mediocre, and he lacks courage and resolution. He's not suited to walk the path of a sword cultivator, so it's best if he continues cultivating in the School of Agriculture. Yin Xiaoqiu had inherited the sword intent of the past masters of the broken water sword, so he had some ability to judge people. It was already very difficult for this child to embark on the path of cultivation. The chances of him undergoing the first heavenly tribulation were very small. However, to the Sword Collection Palace, this was the most basic requirement, or he would not even be a formal disciple. Li Xiaoyao lowered his head. His face alternated between red and white. He's still young, and he's inexperienced. He does have some kindness in his heart, but he's completely focused on becoming a sword wielder. Even I can't persuade him otherwise. Li Long sighed gently and rubbed Li Xiaoyao's head, but he looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, just let him try, fellow Yin. If he can't pass the Sword Collection Palace's test, then there's no need to mention anything else. Just send him back. I didn't seem to have any extraordinary talent or courage back then. Really? I found you extraordinary the moment I saw you. This child's surname is Li too. Is he a relative from your hometown? Hua Sengzan smiled. Li Qingshan only smiled. I must learn this sword. Li Xiaoyao suddenly raised his head and said loudly. Oh? Why? Yin Xiaoqiu asked. My parents were both killed by evil people. You want to avenge them? Li Long shook his head. That evil person died a long time ago. Then why? Li Xiaoyao clenched his fist firmly. Within his weakness, there was actually a sense of determination. Li Qingshan nodded secretly. At least he had not been contaminated by his parents' foolishness and cunning. If that's the case, I'll take you along. However, whether you can become a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace or not will be up to your fate, said Yin Xiaoqiu. Yep. Li Xiaoyao nodded firmly, overjoyed. Then he looked at Li Long and became reluctant to part with him. Li Long said, stop acting like a little girl. Learn the sword properly. Don't embarrass our crouching ox village. Yes, master. Li Xiaoyao glanced at Li Qingshan again and secretly made up his mind. His talent was mediocre, but he believed there was hope as long as he worked hard. Then Yin Xiaoqiu said to Hua Sengzan, there's no need to linger around. Let's set off right now. I'll be in secluded cultivation for a while after I return to the Sword Collection Palace. Once I undergo the second heavenly tribulation, I'll definitely challenge fellow Li, no, elder Li again. Alright, but I'll have to draw a good sword from the Sword Collection Peak first. Although Li Qingshan was hostile towards the Sword Collection Palace, he could not help but admire their heritage. Both Fu Qingjin and Yin Xiaoqiu were heroes among men, possessing extraordinary courage. Even the soaring dragon elder was firm and resolute. It was not without reason that he had managed to last for so many years. Hua Sengzan said, it's a pity that I can't see you off, Qingshan. There's no need to be so polite. The mountains never change, and the rivers never stop flowing. We'll meet again. Li Qingshan clasped his hands and bade farewell. He watched the three of them vanish into the horizon before turning around and saying to Li Long, it's been hard on you these past few years. It's only natural for my own disciples to work a little harder. How far I can go in the future will be up to me. Li Qingshan returned to Clear River City and arrived at the entrance of the Hawkwolf Guard, gazing up. Upstairs, Hua Qinglu currently leaned against the back of the chair and gazed out the window. She furrowed her brows in thought as she gently tapped the armrest with her slender fingers. Ever since he had come out of his closed-door training, although they had only met a few times in a hurry, there were many ripples in her heart. However, since it was already too late, she could only accept this outcome calmly. She was not a little girl, nor was she Hua Sengzan. She did not want to be entangled with the word love. It was fine to see him once in a while. It was fine to be teased by him a few times. But now, even that was impossible, as he was going to the Mist Province. It would have been fine if it was just separation, but it just had to be the most dangerous South Sea county. How could she not worry about his safety? At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of the window and said with a smile, "What are you thinking about?" "Brotherly." Hua Qinglu stood up. Her red lips parted as she considered how she should inform him of this bad news. "I already know." "Where's the transfer order?" Li Qingshan stepped into the room and said with a smile when he saw how troubled she was. Hua Qinglu took out the transfer order, and Li Qingshan stowed it away after a single glance. It really was the White Wolf commander. "Oh right, Qinglu, your elder brother has set off just now." "Sigh, didn't he say it would take another day or two?" "Probably because he doesn't want to make a scene like sending him off. He's going to the Sword Collection Palace, so it's time for me to set off too." Li Qingshan gazed out the window with a smile. The sky that had just cleared up after the rain was so blue that it was almost transparent. His heart had already drifted away, to the South Sea Commandery that he had never met hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. He imagined the boundless South Sea. "What are you frowning for?" "I've been promoted." "Aren't you going to hug me in celebration?" Li Qingshan spread his arms. "Brotherly, aren't you worried at all?" "That's the South Sea Commandery, the southernmost region of the 9 provinces. It's a land of wilderness among wilderness. Not only do the Hawkwolf Guard not have any special privileges there, but they'll even receive hostility, yet you're still in the mood to joke around." Hua Qinglu panicked. "If I'm not joking around, am I supposed to cry?" Li Qingshan was rather touched by how concerned she was for him. "Go find Commander Gu and get her to help you out." "And your master?" "You're a disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga after all, and the Sword Collection Palace. Don't they want to make you a guest elder? Anyway, you definitely can't accept this job." "Sigh, it must be that bastard Si Qing who's pulling the strings. He's using his identity as a prince to run amok." Hua Qinglu said furiously. "Thank you, but I've already made up my mind. The South Sea Commandery is indeed a land of wilderness among wilderness. It'll definitely be riddled with danger. It's exactly because of that it's worth going. If I don't go to the ends of the world and the corners of the ocean, wouldn't I be wasting my life? As for that kid, Si Qing, there'll be a time for him to cry." Li Qingshan said proudly. He did not take Si Qing seriously at all. He could just find an opportunity to settle this small grievance in the future. "Big brotherly. Now that you've said that, even I want to go and have a look. I still haven't seen the real ocean. If it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid of dragging you down, I even want to go with you and become a White Wolf Guard." Hua Qinglu was infected by his lofty sentiments, and her worries vanished. Why would she need to worry about this man? He was Li Qingshan. She could not help but fantasize about the South Sea of the Mist Province. Ever since she was young, she had never been one to settle down. As a matter of fact, she even had an urge to go to the South Sea with him regardless of the consequences. "Come. It won't drag you down at all." Li Qingshan studied Hua Qinglu with a smile. After a few years, the little girl had become even more enchanting. Her features were picturesque, her figure was graceful, and her figure was slender and well-proportioned. If she gained a little more, she would be fat, and if she lost a little, she would be thin. She radiated with a delicate beauty. "If I really go with you, Big Sister Han will curse me to death." Hua Qinglu's face reddened under his gaze, and she stuck out her tongue. Why would she curse you? What do you want to do to me?" Li Qingshan took a step back and said in great surprise. "Big brotherly. Haha, I'm just joking. You're still very young. The path ahead of you is still very long. The greatest benefit of the cultivation community is that you'll never be able to imagine just how far you'll be able to go. Although you have to deal with the matters of the Hawkwolf Guard, you don't have to worry too much about it. As long as you constantly increase your cultivation, there'll be a day when you can go anywhere in the 9 provinces." Li Qingshan patted Hua Qinglu's shoulder and said earnestly. Yeah, I'll work hard on cultivation. I heard that the merfolk of the South Sea are all extremely beautiful, and their voices are bewitching. If the people sailing on the sea hear the songs of the merfolk, they'll jump into the water without any regard and drown to death. Don't be enchanted by them, Big Brotherly, Hua Qinglu said. However, she refused to believe that there was a woman who could enchant him with her beauty. In particular, after seeing Little and a few days ago, she was even more certain of this. That kind of inhuman beauty was something that even she was amazed by. Sigh, there's nothing I can do about it. You know that I've always been enchanted by beauty. I even saw my fellow countryman, Li Long, on soaring Afterglow Mountain earlier. We only spoke a few words before bidding farewell, yet I accidentally told you so much. Your warning is very reasonable. I need to learn from it. I'm going. Li Qingshan laid out his hands helplessly. Speaking of which, he had basically been enchanted by a merfolk, and it was not some enchanting song, but her poisonous words. What's the rush? You're going so far away, so you need to hold a farewell banquet. Hua Qinglu said in surprise. Forget it. We just had a gathering a few days ago. It'll be boring if there are too many banquets. Not to mention, it's not like I'm going somewhere nice. If I make it seem like I'm going to never return, how boring would that be? Li Qingshan waved his hand and turned her down. He said, "Take care," before turning around and making his way out the window. Hua Qinglu watched him leave. She was filled with mixed feelings. Who knew how many years it would be before they could meet again, and who knew how many dangers lay ahead? Big Brotherly. Is there anything else? Li Qingshan turned around, but before he could even finish, Hua Qinglu rushed over and kissed him on the lips. Afterwards, they immediately parted as if she had been electrocuted. She lowered her head and said softly, "Be careful on the way." Girl, what's the meaning of this? Li Qingshan licked his lips. The gentle and immature feeling remained. He raised her chin, and her delicate face was flushed with an intoxicating red. Her long eyelashes trembled, afraid to look into his eyes. What? What? Hua Qinglu's gaze drifted about. She began to feel deep regret. Just now, she had really been too impulsive. Li Qingshan said nothing more. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist and pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head and kissed her soft, pink lips before making his way in. He opened her teeth and held her tongue, savoring it without restraint. Hua Qinglu's eyes widened before closing them firmly again. This was the first time in her life that a man had kissed her like this. She felt like she was being violated, but she was powerless to resist. Her body was tense, but as he kissed and caressed her, she gradually relaxed, falling limp in his arms. Now this is called a kiss. Only after quite a while did Li Qingshan smile. When he saw how she was in a daze, allowing him to do whatever he wanted, he began to burn with desire. In the past, he probably would have been tempted to swallow her whole. However, after so many years of experience, he was no longer as lustful as before, so he let go of her gently. Big brother. Hua Qinglu was moved. This is the first time, so I'll punish you slightly. I hope you learn from this. If there's a next time, it won't be so simple. Li Qingshan joked around, but he was very serious. He had never been some kind of gentleman who could remain unperturbed. As a matter of fact, it could even be said that he did not turn down anyone. There was no reason for him not to eat the meat that was already in his mouth. However, Hua Qinglu had saved him before and called him big brother for so many years. Their relationship was extraordinary, so he could not do as he pleased. I'll tell big sister Han that you're bullying me. Hua Qinglu wiped her mouth forcefully and glared at him viciously. All her years of growth and experience seemed to vanish. She became that girl who was in her teens again. You're still bold enough to play the blame game? Alright, let's go talk to her right now and see who's in the right. Li Qingshan grabbed Hua Qinglu's wrist and made his way out. No. Hua Qinglu struggled in a hurry and broke free with great difficulty. She rubbed her wrist and said furiously, "Big brother, you're shameless." Li Qingshan laughed aloud. "Big brother Li, you still owe me something," said Hua Qinglu. "I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. Think about it properly while I'm in the South Sea." Li Qingshan left, and Hua Qinglu returned to her seat. She continued to think, but she was troubled by something else. They had only just begun their journey after flying through the mountains. Finally, they arrived at the border of the Green Province again. The boundless blue sea extended south to the ends of the world. Li Qingshan took out the mental map of the Mist Province and glanced at it. His gaze landed on a range of mountains. This was Fire Melt Mountain, where the divine Wutong tree resided. He specially asked the Banyan Tree King for guidance, but the matter was rather troublesome, as Fire Melt Mountain was where the royal court of the Fire Devourers currently resided, while the divine Wutong tree was the divine tree of the race. It was completely unapproachable. There was nothing strange about this. Everyone wanted a good place. In the end, it would definitely belong to the strong. After the phoenix had flown away, anyone who could become the new master of the divine Wutong tree would definitely not be weak. Li Qingshan said to Little and beside him, "Let's go to Cloud Dream Marsh first and see how Xian is doing." Alright. The great marsh of Cloud Dream was shrouded in clouds and mist, rising and falling. The marsh was filled with dense spiritual qi, vaguely condensing together. The vast expanse of light was controlled by a tiny water god seal. "She seems to be cultivating," Li Qingshan sensed. "Why don't we wait until we reach the South Sea Commandery and clear away the danger before letting her go over?" Little and said. "That works too. We'll let her properly cultivate here for a while." Li Qingshan nodded. Controlling such a large region of water was a rare opportunity for her with the bloodline of merfolk. Compared to cultivation, everything else could be set aside for later. As a result, the two of them flew over Cloud Dream Marsh and continued south. Their destination was not the South Sea Commandery, but the Mist Capital. The Mist Capital was located in the center of the Mist Province, where the Lord's estate of the Mist Province resided. It was the capital city of the King of Southern Yu, the second largest city in the Mist Province. The headquarters of the Hawkwolf Guard of the Mist Province was nearby. Under the gloomy sky, a huge, golden hawk with a wingspan of several hundred meters gripped the mountain firmly with its talons. Its eyes gazed at the Mist Capital in the distance, giving off a heavy sense of surveillance and warning. The Hawkwolf Guard had always been an important force that the Empire used to deter the outskirts of the wilderness. However, after several thousand years of trials and tribulations, even the golden hawk that had been refined with great effort seemed to pale in comparison. The Great Xia Empire had already lost control over the Mist Province. All that remained now was submission in name. As for the Hawkwolf Guard that was originally awe-inspiring, it had instead become a target of public criticism. Not a single organization welcomed it. It basically only had the organization of commanderies left in the Mist Province, and they were all cowering away. At this time, Li Qingshan and Little and were standing at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the golden eagle standing proudly at the top of the mountain. After being reported, under the guidance of an attendant, he set foot on the mountain. The vegetation on the mountain was lush, and the trees formed a forest. The scenery was beautiful. The pavilions, terraces, and buildings were all grand, and they were not influenced by the customs of the Mist Province. Instead, they bore the strong imprint of the Dragon Province. However, there weren't many people around, making it seem rather deserted. Occasionally, he would see a few people, but they were all qi practitioners who were not much stronger than mortals. They served as attendants and maintained the basic operations of this place. Li Qingshan arrived at the top of the mountain. There was a chain of halls here, splendid and magnificent. However, after walking around there, he did not see the Golden Eagle commander. He learned he was in secluded cultivation. In the end, under the guidance of an attendant in black, he collected his uniform and waist tablet as a White Wolf commander. Afterwards, he did not receive any special treatment, so he descended the mountain again. He felt rather confused. He was a White Wolf commander after all. That was an important figure in the Green Province. He could be regarded as one of the upper echelons of the Hawkwolf Guard, yet he was actually treated so coldly in the Mist Province. However, he had already understood the underlying meaning. No matter what kind of trouble you encounter, don't expect anyone to stand up for you. Even if someone kills you, no one will avenge you. Got it? Li Qingshan smiled and said to Little and, "If there's no place for me here, there'll definitely be a place for me. Let's go." As a result, he did not linger in the mist capital at all. He immediately made his way to the South Sea Commandery. The two of them moved and stopped from time to time. After over a dozen days of flying, they finally arrived at the commandery city of South Sea at dusk. The air became hotter and more humid. When they breathed in, they felt like they had inhaled water vapor into their lungs. Huge trees that stood several dozen meters tall could be seen everywhere, and trees over 300 meters tall were not rare either. If this were his past life, they would be skyscrapers that stood 100 stories tall, forming a primitive and three-dimensional world, and the commandery city of South Sea was built in there. More accurately, it was a huge tree that stood almost 1,500 meters tall. The trunk was covered in holes, and there were plank paths built around the trunk. People in strange attires moved in and out of the holes, walking on the plank paths like tiny ants. Incomparably thick branches propped up buildings and strongholds. People walked on the bridges woven from vines, moving between the branches. It was bustling and bustling, no different from an ordinary human city. Before he made Xianxia come to the South Sea Commandery, he had done some homework. He knew that the closer they were to the south, the taller and thicker the trees were. People all lived in the trees, and unless it was necessary, they would never go to the ground. Some people had never even set foot in their entire lives. It was very difficult for sunlight to penetrate the dense canopy, so there was no daylight on the ground. Thick mist constantly drifted about. That was a fatal miasma. Layers of fallen leaves piled up, forming a terrain similar to a swamp. That was a paradise for various demonic beasts and venomous insects. Even the plants that lived in the shadows all year round were filled with aggression. In such an extreme environment, let alone mortals, even cultivators were in danger. It was impossible for barbarian tribes composed of mortals to exist. Only powerful shaman tribes could survive, but they were forced to face the test of death at all times. As a result, the lines of good and evil became extremely blurry here. Only survival came first. Most people who survived in such an environment possessed indomitable, cruel, and cunning natures. For the sake of survival, they would do anything. Whether they were men or women, young or old, they all crazily pursued power. Demonic arts and evil arts that could rapidly increase their strength were widespread, no matter how bloody the cultivation method was or how severe the consequences were. A neutral and peaceful method of cultivation would never work here. If they could not even survive today, how were they supposed to think about 10 years later? Gambling with one's life went without saying. Life was worthless, whether it was someone else's or their own. The more people treasured their lives, the less they could live. As a result, regardless of whether demonic cultivators were powerful or weak, they could never be eradicated. No matter what cultivation method they practiced, the powerful cultivators who emerged from this land would all bear the deep imprint of demonic cultivators. From today onwards, we'll be spending our days in a place like this. It feels pretty nice. It's a pity that we're still very far away from the sea. Once we pass through the Hawkwolf Guard, let's go to the seaside and have a look. Xianxia said eagerly. He had practiced the arts of the boundless ocean for all these years, but he had never seen the sea of this world before. The true sea surged with great waves, boundless and boundless. As a symbol of the Hawkwolf Guard, a silver-white hawk stood on a thick branch high up on the huge tree. At first glance, it seemed rather balanced, just like a regular hawk perched on the top of a tree. Xianxia flew over and attracted countless gazes. An alert voice rang out from the Hawkwolf Guard. Who is it? On the tree branches at the feet of the white eagle statue, there were many buildings. They were all book houses that grew out of the tree branches. There were also huge baskets made of vines hanging under the branches, and there were figures moving about in them. A tree branch had been completely transformed into a garden in the sky. It was filled with a wonderful and exotic atmosphere. A group of white wolf guards wearing white clothes with white wolves embroidered on them walked out of a strangely shaped building. Although they were all cultivators who had passed the first heavenly tribulation, the handsome clothes they were wearing looked like stolen clothes no matter how one looked at them. They either rolled up their sleeves or tied their clothes around their waists. Most of them were barefooted. 8 out of 10 of them were looking at little and beside Xianxia. They didn't look like cultivators at all. They looked like lechers who had never seen a woman in 8 lifetimes. As for the remaining two, one of them was gloating, as if it had nothing to do with him and was just watching the show. The last one was full of surprise and said in a strange tone, "White Wolf Commander? Where's the White Wolf Commander?" "Of course it's the White Wolf Commander of the South Sea Commandery. Get your White Eagle Commander to see me." Li Qingshan was also a little surprised. He had been appointed as the White Wolf Commander, but this group of White Wolf Guards did not know, or were they deliberately pretending not to know? "Your Excellency, you sure talk big. You're just a White Wolf Commander. You should be the one paying a visit to our commander," a sloppy White Wolf Guard said. His ears and nostrils were pierced with countless rings, and his face was painted with dark green paint. It was obvious that he was from the witch tribe, and his expression was full of disdain. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?" Li Qingshan frowned. A mere White Wolf Guard dared to provoke him, so he must have something to rely on. Could it be that the White Eagle Commander was testing him? Or perhaps he had some powerful background. Seeing that he had such a cultivation at such a young age, he must have had a master's legacy. Perhaps he was from a demonic cultivator sect. "You will naturally know my name in the future. Lord Commander, why don't you tell us the name of the beauty beside you?" The White Wolf Guard had a lazy expression on his face. He did not take Li Qingshan seriously at all. Little and glanced at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled. His figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of the White Wolf Guard. He reached out and grabbed. "You." The White Wolf Guards did not expect this either. Li Qingshan was a newcomer. He actually dared to make a move just like that. Green smoke rose from his body, and a fishy smell assailed the nostrils. It was obvious that he was highly toxic. Li Qingshan ignored the poisonous smoke. She grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. "Do you know who my master is?" The White Wolf Guard's face was as red as a pig's liver. His legs struggled, but his expression was still fierce. "If you dare to hurt a single hair of mine, you won't be able to move an inch in the South Sea. When he comes to take revenge on me, I will naturally know. Besides, it's not like I'm going to walk, so what's there to be afraid of?" Li Qingshan said with a smile. There was no killing intent or hostility. This kind of guy was not worthy of him being serious. "This lowly one is Qianxia. I beg Lord Commander to be magnanimous and spare this lowly one's life. This lowly one will not dare to do it again. From today onwards, I will be your slave and follow you wherever you go. I am most familiar with South Sea Commandery." To Li Qingshan's surprise, the White Wolf Guard, who had a fierce expression just now, suddenly changed his expression and loudly begged for mercy. He did not care that so many of his colleagues were watching, and his expression was extremely fawning. He cursed in his heart, "This unlucky guy who was sent to the South Sea is not joking. He really wants to kill me. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. After today's disaster, he will suffer in the future. He still doesn't know how to behave after coming to South Sea Commandery. Does he really think that he is invincible after transcending the second heavenly tribulation? Hey, your name is quite elegant. Today, Commander will send you on your way." Li Qingshan was unmoved and swung him up. "Stay your hand." A streak of light flew over from the dense canopy above, turning into a skinny, withered old man with triangular eyes. His white clothes were embroidered with a white hawk spreading its wings. He happened to be the White Hawk Commander of the South Sea Commandery. "Greetings from subordinate Li Qingshan, Commander. May I ask for Commander's name?" Li Qingshan said without the slightest hint of respect on his face. He continued to hold the White Wolf Guard in his hand. This old bastard was clearly watching from above. Perhaps he was the one who had orchestrated everything today. "I'm Huang Xiqin, and you're Li Qingshan. I've been looking forward to meeting you. Huang Xiqin studied Li Qingshan before glancing at Little and beside him. The information he had received from Prince Xiqing a few days ago surfaced in his mind again. The two genius disciples of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga were both under the age of 30, having undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Their futures were limitless. Because he had offended Prince Xiqing, he had been sent here. Prince Xiqing wanted him dead, promising to reward him heavily afterwards. he could even transfer him back to the Dragon Province. Huang Xiqin had no interest in returning to the Dragon Province. After being sent here many years ago, he had already completely adapted to life here. He maintained contact with the various organizations in the South Sea Commandery, and he even served as a guest elder for a few sects in private. Now that the empire had declined and the demonic path had risen, his status had risen with it. No matter who wanted to unite the demonic cultivators of the South Sea Commandery, they would need him to liaise with them. Even the Mist Capital needed him. Having lost the motivation to attempt the third heavenly tribulation, he had used almost a century to weave a web of connections. Here, he possessed extraordinary power. When it mattered, he could even make great cultivators who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation take action for him. He did not care too much about Prince Xiqing's heavy gratitude, but he still decided to help him with this matter. Their identities were far too eye-catching. Since they had come to the South Sea, the more talented they were, the more they could forget about leaving this place alive. The arrival of two righteous disciples here was basically like throwing two embers into the boundless ocean. No matter how powerful they were, they could not avoid the fate of being extinguished. He was just going with the flow. Of course, there was always a way out. He also left the two of them with a chance of survival. As long as they obeyed his orders, understood their limits, and behaved like two good dogs who knew how to wag their tails, he did not mind helping them out and showing them a path of survival. He could also completely ignore Prince Xiqing's wrath. Everything depended on the benefits. But as it seemed now, the two of them really did not know how to behave properly. They had missed the great opportunity he had given them. In particular, that Li Qingshan was actually bold enough to directly attack his subordinates. He really was reckless. Huang Xiqin felt pity for them inside. Since they insist on walking down the path of death, I can't stop them either. This Li Qingshan was arrogant and staunch, so he was easy to deal with. Instead, the woman with the Dharma name Wenwu was unfathomable, and she was unbelievably beautiful. He was tempted when he saw her. However, this was all a small matter. Although the Chan monastery of Devanaga was tens of thousands of kilometers away, the people standing behind the two of them were monk kings who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation after all. He still had to be careful and avoid drawing trouble to himself. Huang Xiqin made up his mind and smiled. I didn't think you'd come so quickly. I never told these kids. Release him and come with me. I'll arrange a banquet right away to welcome you. The Mist Province is a land of wilderness, but it has its own charm. All right. Li Qingshan threw Chen Zhenyan on the ground in his hand, using around 20% of his strength. With a thump, a living person was smashed to a pulp. Blood sprayed everywhere. He did not even have the time to cry out. All he said was a few words of disrespect. Aren't you going a little too far? Huang Xiqin's face changed drastically. He never thought he would actually kill him, and he would do it right in front of him. It was basically a slap to his face. As for the woman, she remained expressionless. Was she really a Buddhist disciple? Then you better watch your words in the future, Commander. Li Qingshan said. He had not come to the South Sea Commandery to compromise. The fifth layer of the tiger demon had not become a low-key existence. Instead, it had become a result of slaughter. The more enemies he had, the better. If he were still in the Green Province, he would not be able to slaughter White Wolf guards so easily. The Mist Province was a lawless land, which was instead a good thing for him. He wanted to force Huang Xiqin to turn against him, and then he could be promoted to White Hawk Commander. Do you know who his master is? Huang Xiqin asked with a sunken face. When he comes for revenge, he'll obviously find out. Don't you think so, Commander Huang? Li Qingshan stared at Huang Xiqin and smiled. Then do you know that even a mighty dragon cannot crush a snake in its own territory? Huang Xiqin originally planned on expressing goodwill first and winning over Li Qingshan. Then he would use his identity as a White Hawk commander to arrange various dangerous missions for him. If he died, he could not blame him, but if he survived, it would be equivalent to gaining a powerful lackey. However, he never expected Li Qingshan to not take him seriously at all, nor did he have any intentions of befriending him. As a result, all of his plans fell through. Shut your mouth. I can tell with a single glance that you're up to no good, you old bastard. I, Li Qingshan, have come to the South Sea Commandery and become the White Wolf Commander not to waste my breath with you, but to purge demons and uphold justice. Those who submit to me prosper, and those who oppose me die. Ha 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 ha. Li Qingshan's wild laughter echoed through the forest, reaching the ears of everyone in the commandery city of South Sea. They all looked over, wondering just who was bold enough to speak like that. Was he mad? Although he wanted to appear righteous and awe-inspiring, his words and actions were full of villains. Huang Xiqin was dumbfounded. He could not imagine how the famous Buddhist holy land of Qingzhou could produce such a disciple. He did not understand any reason and did not follow any rules. Huang Xiqin, as the White Hawk commander, not only do you hold a position without doing anything, but you also collude with demons to harm the common people. Today, your crimes are unpardonable, and you cannot escape death. What else do you have to say? Li Qingshan stopped laughing and pointed at Huang Xiqin, shouting angrily. His eyes revealed a magnificent red light, and his body exuded a monstrous demonic aura. Although he did not know whether Huang Xiqin colluded with demons or not, who cared? He could be promoted if he killed him. In the future, when he saw that wretched woman, we would be on the same level. What evidence do you have? You're slandering me. Huang Xiqin was furious, and a great sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. Li Qingshan rebuked righteously. The surging demon chi suddenly shrank and condensed, turning into a demon commander. With the traitorous demon sword in hand, he stared straight at Huang Xiqin with a single demonic eye, completely fixated on him. Who the fuck is the demonic cultivator here? All of the White Wolf guards cursed inside. Normally speaking, demonic cultivator was just a general term. Those who practiced demonic arts and evil arts were demonic cultivators, and those who disobeyed the laws of morality were also demonic cultivators. However, whether it was the cultivation method or the way Li Qingshan behaved, it was basically a classic commentary for the term demonic cultivator. Yet, a person like that was actually accusing others of being demonic cultivators. Even though none of the people present were kind-hearted, they all felt the urge to curse out loud. Huang Xiqin had basically understood. This bastard had never planned on making things easy for anyone right from the beginning. He had come to cause trouble. Li Qingshan, are you bold enough to look down on me just because you have two people on your side? When I underwent the second heavenly tribulation, you weren't even born yet. Huang Xiqin's voice was old and hoarse in the beginning, but towards the end, it had already become as resounding and majestic as a bell. His figure swelled up, and fangs protruded from his mouth. White fur grew all over his body, and a tail extended from behind him. A while later, he went from a skinny old man to a half-human, half-ape. His two thick arms supported him from the ground as he stared at Li Qingshan murderously. He actually possessed the bloodline of demons. Many races lived together in the Mist Province. It was not like the Green Province, where humans and demons were clearly separated. Demons and humans, or even other folk and humans, procreating happened from time to time. As a result, many humans possessed the bloodline of demons. Some people's fathers or ancestors were humans, but in times of danger, they would actually activate the bloodline of demons. This was because some of their ancestors had intermarried with demons and passed down their bloodline. As they multiplied through the generations, they hid themselves. As a result, there was a saying that the south of the Mist Province no longer had pure humans. There would never be a large-scale war between humans and demons like the Clear River Prefecture. Or in other words, the war had never stopped, but it was only a battle for survival and a struggle for profit. Possessing the bloodline of demons was not a form of humiliation in the Mist Province. Instead, it was a form of pride. To be able to produce offspring with a human, one had to be at least a demon general of a powerful demon clan. Their bloodline could allow a mortal to enter the demon clan. He quickly gained a powerful physique. There were even some wonderful powers. Huang Xiqin let out a wild roar. A powerful aura mixed with demonic chi soared into the sky, and the thousands of green leaves on the treetop swayed and rustled. If the two of you wish to fight, then don't. Please go to another place, don't hurt Tree City. At this moment, a streak of light flew down from the crown of the tree, turning into a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes with a tall crown on his head. Li Qingshan found his attire to be rather familiar, which made him think of the Marquis of Rui, Jiangfu. Although there were many differences in the details, with the patterns and decorations being more similar to the south, the overall design was basically the same. "Are you the South Sea Commander-in-Chief, Marquis of Serene Sea?" Li Qingshan said. This was the uniform of the kings and marquises of the Great Xia Empire. It was similar to the uniform of the Hawkwolf Guard, both to display their status and to express their allegiance. However, just from the changes to the uniform, it was clear that there was not much of their allegiance left. "That's right," the Marquis of Serene Sea said coldly. Originally, he had been watching on from high up in the Marquis estate. He felt delighted that someone could make Huang Xiqin suffer, but when he heard Li Qingshan's arrogant words, he frowned deeply. Now that he saw how rude he was, he became even more displeased. Not only was he the ruler of the South Sea Commandery in name, but he also possessed a considerable foundation of strength, which was why he was able to sit firmly in this position. Several thousand years ago, the founding emperor had originally chosen experts who could hold their own in the various regions when he appointed the kings and marquises of the world. After several thousand years of succession, they had all become aristocratic clans that ruled over a region. As the lord of a territory, how could he allow other wild beasts to roar before him? However, he did not take Li Qingshan seriously at all. He called him a genius, but he was just a kid who had an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities. It was no wonder that he had been relegated here. On the other hand, he was more interested in Shaoan, who stood silently to the side. He had never heard of such a beauty before, and her talent and cultivation went without saying. If he could take her as his wife, it would definitely increase the prestige of his clan. He could think of a way. "You don't have to worry. I'll be very quick. You just have to watch from one side." A smile appeared on Li Qingshan's curved mask, and he waved his hand like he was shooing away a fly. "You." The Marquis of Serene Sea blanked out in anger. He had already begun to suspect that there was something wrong with his head. "Marquis, let's work together and kill this madman." Huang Xiqin was eager to drag the Marquis of Serene Sea into this. Although he was confident in his own strength, fighting against two people alone was still troublesome. "The matters between the two of you are the Hawkwolf Guard's business. I have no right to judge either. You're more than welcome to go elsewhere and settle things. No one is allowed to interfere." The Marquis of Serene Sea was not stupid enough to take the blame for Huang Xiqin, but out of consideration for their usual relationship, he would still lend him a hand. On the surface, he acted like he was impartial, saying that no one was allowed to interfere, but he was vaguely keeping little and out, depriving Li Qingshan of a powerful ally. Huang Xiqin rejoiced inside. It was worth it for him to spend so much effort on befriending him. It was just a pity that this kid had come too quickly and acted out too violently. He did not have the time to gather any helpers at all, or he definitely would have scared Li Qingshan to the point of pissing himself. "You're the mighty Marquis of Serene Sea, yet you're colluding with demonic cultivators? That's a crime punishable by death." Li Qingshan turned around and said in some surprise. Killing intent silently permeated the air. The Marquis of Serene Sea was dumbfounded. Who was this person? He actually left no room for negotiation, directly threatening him. No, this was no longer a threat. Instead, he was blatantly asking him, "Do you want to die?" By the time he returned to his senses, he was utterly furious. Just how many years had it been since someone dared to speak to him like that? "You kill that one, and I'll kill this one." Little and spoke calmly, pointing at Huang Xiqin and then at the Marquis of Serene Sea. It was as if he was not talking about two important figures whose names shook South Sea Commandery, but two nobodies that could be squashed to death at any moment. The Marquis of Serene Sea was enraged, and his killing intent continued to rise. In the next moment, he was about to launch an attack like a raging wave. No need. I'm going to use them to hone my swordsmanship. Over the past few days, Li Qingshan had studied the jade slip that Yin Xiaoqiu had given him quite a bit. He had gained some insight into swordsmanship and was lacking actual combat experience. These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over the Marquis of Serene Sea's head, extinguishing his rage and clearing his mind. He actually rejected his companions and wanted to fight against the two of us alone. He was either a madman or an idiot, or he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Based on the fact that he could cultivate to such a level at such a young age, it was clearly more likely that the latter was the case. I have no grudges with them, so why should I get involved in this mess? Even if I kill them, I'll just be in trouble. As a result, the Marquis of Xianxia withdrew his aura. You're lying, fellow. Under the orders of the imperial court, I've guarded the South Sea for generations to come. Why would I collude with demonic cultivators? He said to Little and gently, may I ask for your name, fellow? It was as if his killing intent just now was all fake, making it clear that he would not be fighting. Li Qingshan smacked his lips in pity. Huang Xiqin sensed that something was amiss too. He cursed the Marquis of Xianxia inside, but he let out a long sigh. All right, Li Qingshan. I can see that you're young and inexperienced, so I won't lower myself to your level. Just now, I'll pretend I never heard that. We're both members of the Hawkwolf Guard, so we still need to resolve our differences and work together sincerely. Don't you think? Li Qingshan interrupted him. Then do you want me to say it again? You old monkey of the demonic path. Cut the crap. Today, you'll die whether you want to die or not. Do it. Don't push me too far. Huang Xiqin bellowed at the sky. He wanted to take a step back and be at peace, waiting to gather helpers before striking out viciously. However, Li Qingshan did not give him the opportunity at all. I'm determined to kill you today. I'm still in a hurry to become a White Hawk commander. Before he knew it, Huang Xiqin's original confidence had completely vanished. He no longer had any confidence in victory. He even considered taking a step back first. Before he had even struck, his bearing had already been completely overwhelmed by Li Qingshan's. Li Qingshan formed a seal with his hand and extended a finger. The traitorous demon sword turned into a streak of light that whistled over. Huang Xiqin also drew a large, glossy, green blade. The hilt was engraved with a vicious ghost head. He swung it down and landed viciously on the streak of light. Clang! With an extremely sharp clang, the traitorous demon sword spun and flew back, splitting into three in the air before flying back. Under the control of Li Qingshan's soul sense, they constantly slashed at Huang Xiqin. Clang 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 clang. Huang Xiqin brandished the ghost head blade into a circle of astral blades, constantly knocking away the traitorous demon sword. It was unable to get close at all. He relaxed inwardly. This kid talks big, but his strength is only so. I was nearly fooled by him. Li Qingshan focused and constantly channeled his sword seal. The traitorous demon sword would occasionally transform into a streak of sword light that swam about and occasionally spit out sword chi. Clearly, he was using all his strength and was not deliberately showing weakness. The spectating Marquis of Xianxia also let out a sigh of relief. His sword kinesis is not bad, and his comprehension of the way of the sword can be said to be exquisite. For his age, he can already be considered a genius. Unfortunately, the sword can only be considered an arcane artifact. There are only a few sword techniques he can use. It's a fool's dream to think he can kill Huang Xiqin with this. Kid, hand over your life. Huang Xiqin was certain that this was all that Li Qingshan was capable of. He knocked away the traitorous demon sword with a swing of his blade and leapt up, conjuring a huge ghost that wielded a dark green blade aura over 30 meters long and swinging it at Li Qingshan. Not only was the slash extremely swift and fierce, sealing off all of Li Qingshan's room to dodge or maneuver, but the huge ghost let out a howl at the same time. It was soul-stirring. Having lost his sword, Li Qingshan seemed to be affected for a moment. He seemed rather lost. Seeing how the blade was about to land on Li Qingshan's head, Huang Xiqin instead hesitated. It was not because he had suddenly become kind, but because he was worried. Although the forces of the Chan monastery of Devanaga could not reach the South Sea, if a monk king took action and targeted him, everything he had established in the Mist province would fall apart even if he managed to survive. Originally, I wanted to keep you around a little longer, but you don't even have the determination to kill me personally? Such a weak opponent is really disappointing. Die for me. The silhouette of a dragon coiled around Li Qingshan's right arm until it reached his fingertip and whistled through the air. Aside from the mighty dragon's cry, not many people could see its true appearance. At the same time, the traitorous demon sword that had been sent flying spun in the air. The demonic eye on the hilt stared fixedly at Huang Xiqin as if it wanted to see through his entire body. It glowed with demonic light. Huang Xiqin's heart leapt into his throat. A sense of death enveloped him, and he suddenly let out a wild roar. The white hair on his body stood on end and surged with spiritual light, forming an impenetrable barrier. The silhouette of a dragon flashed past, piercing through the giant ghost, piercing through the spiritual light, and piercing through Huang Xiqin's head, leaving behind a frozen and stunned face. In that instant, the vast sword intent completely destroyed his sea of consciousness. He did not even have the time to self-destruct and perish together with Li Qingshan. The silhouette of the dragon returned to Li Qingshan's hand and silently coiled around it. This was the power of an arcane treasure, and it was a purely offensive arcane treasure at that. However, Li Qingshan had not only relied on an arcane treasure to kill Huang Xiqin in a single strike. Huang Xiqin's cultivation was very deep, at least at the mid or late stage. Who knew how many hidden techniques he had up his sleeves? If he only relied on the power of the demon suppression statuary, it would not be easy to kill him. At their level, it had always been very difficult to kill an opponent. However, he had lost the confidence to win from the very beginning, and he had recovered due to Li Qingshan's weakness. At the very last moment, he had hesitated again. This constant change in his emotions was fatal, especially his hesitation at the very end. It was practically suicidal. The traitorous demon sword had seen through his weakness with a single glance, and the demon dragon sword had killed him in a single strike. It was only a matter of course. When Huang Xiqin's corpse fell to the ground, Li Qingshan immediately went forward and searched his 100 treasures pouch. He also took out a strange golden core from his body. It was frosty white and oval in shape, like an insect's egg. It contained a powerful force. Presumably, it was a special golden core condensed by the southern border with the help of witchcraft. Finally, Li Qingshan placed Huang Xiqin's corpse into his sumeru ring. This white eagle commander of the southern border, who was insufferably arrogant, had disappeared from the world just like that. It was a pity that he still had many tricks up his sleeves. He had died just like that. He truly died with his eyes wide open. For a moment, there was not a single sound on the giant branch. All the white wolf guards were stunned. The cultivators who were qualified to live in the canopy and watch the battle subconsciously held their breaths. There was a faint clamor coming from below. People looked up and guessed what was going on. The Marquis of Xianxia shuddered. He knew just how strong Huang Xiqin was. He did not have the confidence to defeat him, but now, he had been so casually killed. He did not even have the time to react, much less escape. He suddenly realized that he had taken a stroll on the edge of death. If he had acted rashly just now, he would probably have suffered the same fate. He had just arrived and dared to kill his superior, much less the Marquis of Xianxia. He was not arrogant, but strong. He was not a fierce dragon that did not cross the river. Li Qingshan coughed twice. His voice was like 2 claps of thunder, jolting everyone awake. Well done, the Marquis of Xianxia praised loudly. Oh? Well done in what way? Li Qingshan dispersed his demon commander's demonification and teased. This Huang Xiqin has colluded with the demonic path and wreaked havoc on my South Sea commandery for many years. No one has been able to eliminate him. It's all thanks to you, fellow Taoist. You descended like a divine soldier from the heavens, upholding justice and supporting the righteous path. It's simply wonderful, the Marquis of Xianxia said sincerely. Ha ha ha, eliminating demons and upholding justice is my duty. Prefectural governor, you flatter me. What prefectural governor? If you don't mind, you can just call me by my name. I'm called. There's no need for that, Li Qingshan interrupted with a smile. His meaning was clear, I don't want to know your name at all. The Marquis of Xianxia said awkwardly, all right. Commander, please have a seat in the manor. Let me do my duty as a host and welcome you. All right. Li Qingshan then turned around and said to the White Wolf Guards, is there a way to communicate with the higher-ups here? Yes, there's a voice transmission room. Then help me send a voice transmission. White Hawk Commander Huang Xiqing colluded with the demonic path and has already been killed by White Wolf Commander Li Qingshan. We're still investigating whether the others are colluding with the demonic path. Li Qingshan paused and swept his gaze around. All the White Wolf guards shuddered before continuing. Don't forget to ask the commander to promote me to White Hawk Commander. The corner of the Marquis of Serene Sea's eyes twitched. That was way too blatant. The Marquis of Serene Sea invited Li Qingshan and Little N to the top of the gigantic tree. There was a pavilion made of twigs where they could look down on the sea of trees. A heavenly breeze blew and birds chirped. The scenery was extremely beautiful. As Li Qingshan sampled the delicacies and fine wine, he enjoyed the amorous song and dance. Everything was filled with the unique characteristics of the southern border and was exotic. At the banquet, the Marquis of Serene Sea apologized to Li Qingshan once more. Li Qingshan then magnanimously forgave him, expressing that he did not look like someone who colluded with fiendish cultivators. The Marquis of Serene Sea smiled apologetically and carefully investigated Li Qingshan's background. Actually, what he wanted to ask the most was whether that flash of a dragon earlier was an arcane treasure or not. However, after some thought, he did not ask that question. He was afraid of offending Li Qingshan, but he also had an answer. If it was not an arcane treasure, how could it have penetrated Huang Xiqing's defenses so easily? As expected of a genius from a major sect in the Green Province. He even has an arcane treasure. As the Marquis of Serene Sea, only the seal of mountains and rivers looks like an arcane treasure. If news of this spreads, he'll definitely become the target of public criticism. Everyone will come to snatch it from him. However, the Marquis of Serene Sea thought about it again and decided to keep his mouth shut. If he was faced with an ordinary person, all he had to do was to deny it. They would not fall out with him just because they suspected him. However, this unreasonable murderer, Li Qingshan, would probably not listen to his explanation at all. As long as he had the slightest suspicion, he would be bold enough to kill him just because he said, "You look like you colluded with fiendish cultivators." In short, this person is too sharp. I'd better avoid him for now and wait for the day he seeks his own death. Outside the Mist Capital, in the Hawkwolf Guard. An attendant hurried to the back of the mountain, arriving before a towering tree. The tree stood over 1,000 meters tall, not particularly eye-catching in the forest. However, the attendant bowed towards the tree politely. "Commander, the South Sea Commandery has sent a message." "What is it?" The tree suddenly opened its eyes. A tiny, golden hawk tablet hung from the top of the tree, shining brightly. "The South Sea Commandery has sent a message. The White Hawk Commander, Huang Xiqing, colluded with demonic cultivators and has already been executed by Li Qingshan. The others are still under investigation. They request to be promoted to White Hawk Commander." "Oh? Looks like he suits the South very well." If this were the Green Province, a White Wolf Commander killing a White Hawk Commander would definitely lead to a great uproar. It was even possible for the headquarters of the Hawkwolf Guard in the Dragon Province to investigate it. However, this was the Mist Province. The South Sea Commandery was the southernmost part of the Mist Province, a land of chaos. Huang Xiqing was not a loyal White Hawk Commander of the Hawkwolf Guard either. There was no need to investigate him colluding with fiendish cultivators at all. This was a secret that everyone in the south knew. Even in the Green Province, this would be a great crime, but it was nothing in the Mist Province. Agree to his request. As a result, Li Qingshan had already been promoted at a startling speed, becoming the new White Hawk Commander of the South Sea Commandery. If you want to be an official, you have to commit murder and arson to receive amnesty. Li Qingshan changed into the uniform of a White Hawk Commander, standing tall and graceful. He also wore a tiny silver hawk on his waist as he smiled at Little N. Afterwards, all he needed to do was wait for the various people to charge over and enjoy the warmth of the natives of the South Sea. However, no matter how he waited, he did not even see the shadow of his enemies. Even the master of the White Wolf Guard he had thrown to his death did not come to avenge his disciple. His days here were basically even more peaceful than in the Green Province. Li Qingshan was perplexed. Was this still the extremely dangerous South? He felt like he had gotten something wrong, so he returned to the Marquis of Serene Sea's estate. "Congratulations on becoming a White Hawk Commander, Commander." May I ask why you've graced us with your presence today? The Marquis of Xianxia asked carefully. Commandery Governor, tell me, why hasn't anyone come to kill me? Li Qingshan sat down without any politeness and asked with a frown. The Marquis of Xianxia was stunned. What kind of question was that? He even seemed very troubled, asking carefully, why has anyone come to kill you? Look, I come from a renowned Orthodox sect. That day, I even said I was going to purge demonic hordes and purge them for the sake of righteousness. Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. That should have spread. What are those demonic cultivators waiting for instead of killing me? You want them to kill you? The Marquis of Xianxia said in disbelief. Of course. Otherwise, why would I say those things? Hee, how embarrassing. What's that for? The Marquis of Xianxia looked at Li Qingshan like he was looking at a monster. As it turned out, he had said those things intentionally to mock the demonic cultivators of the South Sea Commandery and draw their hatred to kill him. What was wrong with him? I want to kill someone. It doesn't have to be a person. Anything will do. Li Qingshan said calmly. Now that it had come to this, he no longer wanted to hide his true intentions. He no longer wanted to say some nonsense about upholding justice. His main objective in coming to the South Sea Commandery was to fight to his heart's content. He wanted to satisfy the tiger demon's lust for slaughter to its fullest. Isn't the first precept of Buddhism the abstinence from killing? The Marquis of Xianxia was taken aback for quite a while. Li Qingshan sniggered. Purge demons for the sake of righteousness, purge demons for the sake of righteousness. The Marquis of Xianxia was very tempted to say, you don't need to explain anymore. You've probably been stifled in the Chan monastery of Devanaga. The south that others viewed as a land of danger was a place he had come to find an outlet. As a result, he let out a long sigh. Probably no one will come to kill you for now. Why? I heard that Huang Xiqin has quite a lot of friends. Isn't there a single one that's loyal? The Marquis of Xianxia coughed dryly. He could be regarded as one of Huang Xiqin's friends. After some indirect questioning, Li Qingshan finally understood why no one had come to make trouble for him. First of all, the powerful strength he had displayed when he killed Huang Xiqin was enough to intimidate the vast majority of demonic cultivators. Huang Xiqin certainly had a network of connections, but a dead person was like an extinguished lamp. This was the South, and no one would work for a dead person. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan's words and actions, which he thought could draw hatred, had completely backfired. Such arrogance and tyranny, killing without batting an eyelid, he was clearly a demon. Even the cultivation technique he cultivated was full of demonic qi. Even if he was a disciple of a famous Orthodox sect, he was still one of his kind in hiding. As a result, the demonic cultivators and demonic cultivator forces that had the ability to threaten Li Qingshan felt that they could befriend and rope him in. Li Qingshan shook his head. Sure enough, life was not always smooth sailing. In the past, when he had wanted to keep a low profile and cultivate, there had not been much trouble. Now that he had finally achieved initial success, this dangerous wilderness had become a place of peace. The Marquis of Xianxia also felt that it was a pity. If Li Qingshan had let Huang Xiqin go and allowed him to go back to make arrangements, there would definitely be countless troubles waiting for him. Huang Xiqin was a schemer, had a complicated network, and had endless plots and schemes. When the time came, Li Qingshan only needed to step into the first trap. Even if he could kill his way through, he would definitely become a public enemy in the end and end miserably. Li Qingshan's seemingly rash battle was like hitting a poisonous snake where it hurt, making him famous. Now, even his own family had to deal with him carefully, afraid that this lawless madman would suddenly kill him. All right then. These days, you can't take shortcuts. You have to do things step by step. If you want to kill someone, you have to do it in their home. How can you expect them to come to you? Li Qingshan slapped his thigh in reflection. The Marquis of Xianxia felt a chill in his heart. This was his home. His hands and his sleeves clenched into fists. Don't worry, I'm not someone who will kill the innocent. Heh, probably. Li Qingshan smiled and said words that did not reassure the Marquis of Xianxia at all. Then, he stood up and left the manor. The Marquis of Xianxia was stunned for a while. He sighed in relief and unclenched his fists. There was a small seal in his hands. It was his strongest weapon, the seal of mountains and rivers. The forced friendliness on his face immediately turned ferocious. When had he, the great Marquis of Serene Sea, been bullied like this by a foreign boy? As long as this boy did not die, he would never have a day of peace. The feeling of living in the same tree city with such a person was terrible. However, the Marquis of Serene Sea also felt that killing him was troublesome. He had been thinking about this problem for the past few days, but he could not think of a foolproof plan. It was not that he could not think of a way. The problem was that if he failed, even if there was just a bit of news, this madman would definitely kill him at all costs. A man of wealth would not sit under the eaves. With his status, there was no need for him to take this risk. In the end, the Marquis of Serene Sea let out a long sigh. "I'll put up with you. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. In this world, even gods and ghosts are afraid of the wicked." Xianxia returned to the branch where the silver eagle stood. He glanced back at the Marquis of Serene Sea's manor high above. He could naturally clearly sense the Marquis of Serene Sea's wariness towards him. He sighed with a smile. Kind people get bullied, and kind horses get ridden. If a person was too weak, the people around him would involuntarily bully him, even if there was no benefit to it and it was purely to satisfy their sense of superiority. When facing those vicious and evil people, even if they suffered losses and were bullied, they would choose to endure it. They would curse in their hearts and hope that fate would punish this person. The sky was hazy, and the surroundings were dark. It was almost night, and the humidity in the air was getting thicker. The mist province was prone to rain. Even when it was not raining, there were very few sunny days, let alone in the southern region that was close to the South Sea. Hua! The heavy rain poured down, landing on the tens of thousands of green leaves. There was a kind of quiet noise. The rain finally passed through the canopy after so much difficulty and turned into a gentle drizzle, dancing through the air and merging with the rising mist. They were indistinguishable and became hazy. Xiaoan held a book and sat on the wooden floor. Her white monk robes and black sandalwood hair flowed down her back. The rain outside the window constantly drifted in. She quietly flipped another page. Tall bookshelves surrounded her as she stared at this visitor she had not seen in a very long time. This was the archives of the Hawkwolf Guard. It recorded the various cases and missions ever since its establishment. After several thousand years, even with the protection of formations, the pages had already yellowed, and the words had already become blurred. Since ancient times, the number of cases had decreased, and the records had become sloppy, filled with half-heartedness. "Didn't I give you a jade slip? What are you still reading these stupid books for?" Xianxia walked in and sat down beside her. He had obtained a lot of spoils from Huang Xiqing's 100 treasures pouch. Pills, arcane artifacts, and talismans went without saying, but there were many specialties of the South as well as a jade slip that recorded the various information about the Hawkwolf Guard of the South Sea Commandery. "I've already taken a look at that." Little and leaned against him and flipped through another page. "What did you find?" Xianxia put his arm around her shoulder and leaned over to read the words in the book. "Xianxia, let's go into secluded cultivation, all right?" Little and nudged him with her head. "Sure. But we need to find a suitable dwelling first. Living on a tree feels like a monkey. Do you have any places you like?" Xianxia looked away from the book and smiled at her. "There are a few places. Let's go take a look." Little Anne's eyes shone brightly. She unfurled the mental map of the Mist Province and pointed at a few spots with her slender finger. If the Marquis of Serene Sea were present and saw the places she pointed at, he definitely would have cried out. Xianxia had a vague impression of these places as well, so he agreed immediately. "All right, no problem. Then, what do you think about this place?" Little Anne pointed at the terrain of a valley. "This should be a good place, but it's occupied by some unwelcome guests. I can't help it. For the sake of my little Anne, all I can do is clean it up." "I'll help you." As a result, the two of them happily made up their minds. Their first stop, Savage Mountain, the lair of demons. The path of cultivation consisted of wealth, companionship, method, and location. Although location ranked last, it was still indispensable. A good dwelling could drastically increase the speed of a cultivator's cultivation. Whether it was absorbing the spiritual chi of the world or comprehending the laws and ways, it possessed an innate advantage. Large sects like the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, the Sword Collection Palace, and the Umbraline sect were all established in such blessed lands, which was why they could continue to exist for centuries, millennia, or even tens of millennia. The south was extremely vast, but the number of true blessed lands was still limited. There were no weaklings who could occupy these places. They were either cultivators with great cultivation or sects with great influence. The two were often one and the same. Among all the blessed lands in the south, Savage Mountain ranked in the top 5. However, it was not a cultivator who occupied it. Strictly speaking, it was not a sect either. Who knew how many years ago, for the sake of Savage Mountain, the cultivators of the south had kicked up a storm of blood. However, even if someone managed to become its master, they would often die a violent death before long. The sect that occupied this place for the longest time was a powerful demonic sect in the past. Their influence almost rivaled the greatest sect of the south, the Myriad Poison Cult. However, several decades later, they were defeated by the combined efforts of numerous demonic cultivators. The sect was annihilated and buried in the dust of history. Afterwards, the demonic cultivators decided to share this place, establishing their own dwellings and electing 8 cultivators who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation as the 8 cave masters. They swore a blood oath to never encroach on one another. If an enemy invaded, they would fend off the enemy together. Finally, the competition ended. Just like that, it was passed down from generation to generation, constantly absorbing independent cultivators. The number of cave masters varied from time to time, but it also formed a tremendous force that no one could shake anymore. It was known as the Lair of Demons. Apart from the local demonic cultivators of the south, many cultivators who had broken the law and were wanted by the imperial government had fled here too. 1,000 years ago, the Hawkwolf Guard of the South Sea Commandery had labeled this place as a forbidden zone. A war that lasted for several centuries unfolded. As the Great Xia Empire declined and lost control of these distant places, the Lair of Demons no longer had any opponents, and its name became even more resounding. The funniest part was that the master of the White Wolf Guard that Li Qingshan had smashed to a pulp was one of the cave masters of the Lair of Demons. They really were like rats and snakes in the same nest. The cloud flew high into the air, passing through the canopy of trees, passing through the rain, and passing through the clouds. The sea of clouds rose and fell as far as the eye could see. The sun shone down on everything. The scenery was magnificent. Li Qingshan sat on the cloud with little and as a pillow on his leg. She smiled, remaining quiet and quiet like before. Many years ago, when she had just recovered her ability to speak, there was a period of time when she liked to talk very much, but it did not last for too long, as she had nothing to say to other people, but there was no need for her to speak too much with him. They looked at each other and smiled, knowing each other very well. However, Li Qingshan liked listening to her speak very much. Her voice was not the soft and sweet voice of a young girl, but it was ethereal, with a hint of the sound of gold and jade. "You've gone to a lot of trouble in the past few days." Li Qingshan touched her cheek. He said he was looking for a dwelling, but in reality, she was also helping him choose an opponent. They would not be so weak that he would find them boring, nor would they provoke third heavenly tribulation cultivators. Don't be too careless. They have a geographical advantage, and they all have their own tricks up their sleeves. Li Qingshan alone won't be able to defeat them, and he can't expose his identity as the North Moon either. That's simple. Just don't let anyone leave. Savage Mountain sat on the ground, curving into the shape of a horseshoe, forming a huge valley. As for the remnants, they formed countless ravines. This place was different from the other places in the south. There were not as many towering trees. There were many buildings in the valley, just like a bustling city. Li Qingshan stood at the entrance of the valley, in front of a gate that was dozens of meters tall. He raised his head and looked up. On the rock wall that towered into the clouds, there were 4 large words, "Death to trespassers." The 4 words were dripping with blood, as if they had just been written with fresh blood. "Who's down there?" Someone shouted loudly on the gatehouse. White Eagle Commander, Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said slowly, his voice like thunder, spreading throughout the entire valley. Ah! That person was shocked. He opened his eyes wide and carefully examined Li Qingshan's white clothes. Then, he laughed and said, Lord Commander, are you tired of living? You dare to stroll around my lair of demons? Aren't you afraid that our cave masters will come out and skin you alive? A roar of laughter came from the gatehouse, completely unafraid of Li Qingshan's identity and cultivation. I was just about to visit the cave masters. Open up. The laughter on the gatehouse became even louder. They had fought against the Hawkwolf Guard for so many years. Although they had already achieved complete victory, never had a White Eagle commander come to visit them. Someone even made a ruckus. The lair of demons is renowned far and wide. Even the Hawkwolf Guard has to bow down to them. As for the possibility that this new White Eagle commander had come to kill them, they did not even consider it. How was that possible? A while later, as if they had received some order, a tiny corner door opened up from below. Come in, Commander. Our cave masters wish to see you. Li Qingshan stood there without budging. Please open the front door. Thank you. Like a droplet of water falling into a pot of boiling oil, the laughter that had just died down began again. Haha, he said please, and he even said thank you. How hilarious. He really is from a renowned Orthodox sect of the Green Province. He's probably come to purge us demons this time. In the depths of the valley, the 5 cave masters of the Lair of Demons gathered on a tall tower for a discussion. Where's the first cave master? Why isn't he here yet? Said an ascetic. His forehead bulged, his cheekbones were high, and his eye sockets were sunken, completely bloodshot. His lips were blue, and there were 2 fleshy feet on his forehead. At first glance, he did not seem human at all. He seemed like he was wearing a ghost mask and a scarlet kasaya. Ghost ascetic, the first cave master has already been in secluded cultivation for 2 years. It's not like you don't know. How can you disturb him over something as small as this? Said a woman. She was beautiful. Although she was not supreme beauty, her figure was plump and plump. She was wrapped in rings of silk, half hidden and half exposed, which made her seem even whiter and more alluring. The ghost ascetic glanced at her as if he was wary. He said nothing more. He was only the 6th cave master of the Lair of Demons, while this plump beauty was the 4th cave master. She seemed human, but she actually came from a rare other human race known as the Silkworm Madam. If she was considered plump, then she would seem like a petite little girl compared to the man beside her. At first glance, the man no longer seemed like a human, but a squirming, white mountain of flesh. His facial features were almost completely squashed by the fat. He was the 2nd cave master of the Lair of Demons, the gentleman of heavenly blubber. His body rippled like a wave, and he said, it's nothing. That's the White Hawk Commander. Even Huang Xiqing died to his hands. I think he's come with ill intentions. Since he's bold enough to come, we can't let him leave here alive, or what will become of our Lair of Demons' dignity? The speaker was a man in his 40s. His dark, skinny face was filled with murderousness. He wore many golden rings, and a black scorpion was tattooed on his face. The scorpion's tail was split into 3 parts. Instead, he seemed the most like a normal person here, except his skin was slightly purple. The others maintained a certain distance from him. Way of the Poison, your disciple is dead, but you don't have the courage to avenge him, so you want to borrow our hands. The ghost ascetic was afraid of the Silkworm Madam, but he was not afraid of him, as Way of the Poison ranked last among the cave masters of the Lair of Demons. He was only the 8th cave master. Way of the Poison's face was filled with resentment. The white wolf guard Li Qingshan had killed was his proud disciple, yet he had been killed like a bug. How could he not hate Li Qingshan? However, there was nothing he could do even if he hated it. The Lair of Demons was not a sect, and unless an enemy came to invade, there was no unity to speak of. The other cave masters were more than happy that his proud disciple had been killed, so there was no way they would avenge him. He didn't dare to provoke the existence that killed Huang Xiqing by himself. He originally thought that it would be difficult to take revenge, but he didn't expect that the opportunity would come to him. How could he miss it? We swore a blood oath. If an enemy invades, we will work together. Do you dare to go against it? Way of the Poison shouted. Who said he came to become our enemy? Perhaps he came to surrender, just like that Huang Xiqin bastard, wishing to rope us in. Ghost Ascetic said. I think it's highly possible. Mate Sanyang said smilingly, as long as he's not crazy, he's not here to kill us. You want to work with the Hawkwolf Guard? Don't forget about the blood feud of so many years. Way of the Poison said furiously and sunkenly. Since the boss isn't here, I'm in charge here. Let him in and listen to what he has to say, or other people will think we're afraid of him. If what he says satisfies us, we'll let him die a quick death. If not, we'll let old Five's bugs eat him up bit by bit. The gentleman of heavenly blubber's fat jiggled, and something that resembled an arm actually extended from the pile of flesh. He pointed at the pocket man in the corner who had remained silent the entire time. The reason why he was called a pocket man was because he wore pockets of various sizes on him, basically swallowing him completely. It was even impossible to distinguish his gender. Apart from 100 treasures pouch, every other pocket was a bug pouch. He was the 5th cave master of the lair of demons, Mountain Worm. As soon as the gentleman of heavenly blubber said that, the other cave masters stopped talking. He was determined to kill Li Qingshan. They all thought about it and exchanged glances with one another. Yu Wufeng, once this Li Qingshan sect comes, I'd like to see how you can still cultivate in peace. Humph, you want to undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation and rule over the lair of demons? You're dreaming. The gentleman of heavenly blubber thought and glanced around. Do you have any objections? The cave masters all agreed to lure Li Qingshan in and kill him. The first cave master was cultivating, and the other 2 cave masters were not in the lair of demons. However, with the geographical advantage of Savage Mountain and the various formations and traps, a mere White Hawk commander definitely had no chance of survival. In the drizzle, Li Qingshan stood with his hands behind his back. His hair was black and his clothes were white. He stood tall and straight, but he maintained a calm smile the entire time. As the dark clouds hung low and low, Savage Mountain seemed even taller and steeper. It was gloomy and filled with hostility. Every single cave seemed like a cold eye. Even the hot wind that swirled around above his head seemed like it was mocking him. Knock. Then go ahead and knock. Let's see who'll open the door for you. Why don't you beg me? I pity you, and I might even help you open the door. Piss off to the Green Province. This isn't a place you should be in. The entire Savage Mountain was alarmed. Even more people gathered on the tower, pointing and mocking the lonely Qingshan below. There were men and women, monks and laymen. Some wore long robes and short skirts, and they carried feather fans and silk scarves. They were like people of the Central Plains. Some had painted their faces and bared their chests and abdomens. They possessed the distinctive characteristics of the South. There were also some who possessed the characteristics of demons and other folk, while some did not even resemble humans at all. For a moment, demons danced about, which just happened to match the name Lair of Demons. No one feared Li Qingshan. The more gentle and polite he was, the more unbridled their laughter became. It was like they were looking at a strange clown. With their identities, there were not many opportunities for them to mock an expert like that. This feeling was similar to watching a ferocious tiger from outside a cage. Angering the tiger, making it bare its fangs and claws and roar angrily, yet unable to harm itself because of the iron bars. This was a rare joy. Then I'll come and knock. As a result, Li Qingshan lowered his head and grinned, revealing his fangs. Then, he walked towards the huge door. Suddenly, Li Qingshan raised his head. A figure lunged down from the top of the city gates. It was a big, white fatty with a horned helmet on his head and a set of armor on his body. He let out a furious roar and swung his fists in the air. Bang! 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 The air exploded, and the fatty's descent rapidly slowed down. In the end, he landed heavily in front of Li Qingshan. You've got guts. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. This guy clearly hadn't even passed the first heavenly tribulation. The fatty sat up and saw Li Qingshan the moment he laid eyes on him. His pale face immediately paled even further before reddening again. He rapidly backed away and turned around, cursing at the top of the walls, "Who the fuck pushed me? His ancestor." A string of obscenities mixed with the dialect of the southern border. He had been like this just now, standing on top of the city wall and yelling happily. Caught off guard, a palm struck his back, and his body flew out uncontrollably. Hey, Fatty Luo fell down. He's King finished this time. Maybe this hero from Qingzhou will be merciful and not kill him. Roars of laughter erupted from the top of the city wall again. No one sympathized with his plight. Instead, they did their best to belittle him. Was there anything more exciting than watching a tiger on top of a mountain than someone falling down? Apart from the person directly involved, everyone was very excited and eager. Fatty Luo suddenly turned around and pointed at Li Qingshan. "I'm warning you, don't move. My master is the gentleman of heavenly blubber, the second cave master of the lair of demons. He's in there right now. If you harm me, he won't spare you." Li Qingshan smiled without saying anything. He pointed at the corner gate. As if he had just been pardoned, Fatty Luo turned around and fled. When he was about to enter the corner gate, he did not forget to turn around and say, "At least you know your place." There was a series of regretful boos from the top of the city walls. Fatty Luo's arrival on top of the city walls led to another hubbub. They became even more contemptuous of Li Qingshan below. Benevolence was not acknowledged here. The more vicious one was, the more respected they were. Li Qingshan finally arrived in front of the city gates and raised his hand. The huge ghost face painted on the city gates suddenly appeared, biting towards Li Qingshan. "Is anyone home?" Boom. The ghost face vanished, and the city gates shattered. Rubble flew everywhere. It was like 10,000 tons of explosives had exploded. Boulders 10 to 15 meters across whistled through the air like weightless pebbles. A group of demonic cultivators stood behind the gates. Suddenly, there was a great rumble. Rocks of various sizes charged over like furious bulls. Before they could even unleash their cultivation, they were struck by the boulders and immediately reduced to mincemeat. The demonic cultivators who watched on from the top of the city gates were directly swallowed by the dust and rubble. Quite a while later, the tremor subsided, but the rumbles continued to echo through the valley. A demonic cultivator on his last breaths, whose lower half had been crushed by a boulder, looked up. The city gates that stood several dozen meters tall had already vanished completely, reduced to a huge gap. Mangled corpses were strewn across the ground, and rubble was piled up. A figure emerged from the dust. When the figure approached, he saw the calm smile on his face, as if he did not think he had done anything impressive. The demonic cultivators near the city gates below the first heavenly tribulation had all been reduced to sieves by the rubble. Even if they had passed the first heavenly tribulation, they would die on the spot if they were hit by the boulders. Li Qingshan walked past the rubble and corpses, walking into the valley. In front of him was a wide road, facing the tallest peak of Savage Mountain. A tall tower stood on the peak. He could feel that a few powerful auras were gathered there. It was where his target was. In the tall tower, the cave masters were all shocked. He actually dared to attack. Mate Sanyang was very surprised. He destroyed the gates of the lair of demons and killed countless demonic cultivators. This was equivalent to forming a death grudge. There was no room for negotiation. This was completely different from what she had expected. Is he crazy? And you still say you're not here to be enemies with us? Way of the Poison looked at Ghost Ascetic mockingly. What a dense spirit chi. Li Qingshan walked along the main road with large strides. The deeper he went into the valley, the denser the spirit chi became. Just taking a breath of the air made him feel refreshed. Compared to this place, the cave abode in the Chain Mountain was simply too inferior. There weren't as many towering trees in the valley, so his field of vision was much wider. Savage Mountain, thousands of meters tall, was filled with all kinds of strange flowers and plants. There were even green pines welcoming guests, strange rocks, birds singing, and butterflies dancing. A few streams meandered between the mountains, turning into waterfalls that flowed straight down, passing through the clouds and falling into the green ponds, splashing thousands of pearls and jade. The scenery was beautiful, like an immortal realm. And in this immortal realm sat a large city. Rows upon rows of buildings of all styles. There were savage temples built from giant rocks, as well as large houses built from logs. Colorful totems could be seen everywhere, fully displaying southern borders' colorful customs. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have thought that this was southern borders' infamous lair of demons, and that the people living here were a bunch of lawless demonic cultivators? Even in a savage land like this, they were notorious. Compared to them, the villains and murderers outside were as pure and obedient as children. Li Qingshan happily enjoyed the scenery, as if he was looking at his new home. When he walked into the city, the bustling streets and alleys instantly quietened down. Watchful, vigilant, and hostile gazes came from the buildings on both sides of the road. The smile on Li Qingshan's face faded a little. He could sense the existence of layers of formations around him, or rather, he had already stepped into numerous formations of various sizes. Normally, sects would focus on external defense, setting up defensive formations and strictly controlling those who entered. Internally, they wouldn't set up too many barriers, making it easy for disciples to interact. But Lair of Demons was different. There were all kinds of people here, and people often came and went. The 8 cave masters were also on guard against each other, and the disciples and lackeys below them were even more conflicted. Because of the blood oath, the cave masters could at least maintain a semblance of peace. But the demonic cultivators below them often fought, often coming to blows at the slightest disagreement. Not only did the cave masters not stop them, they were even happy to see it happen. Incompetent people didn't have the right to live in Lair of Demons. This was the way of survival for demonic cultivators. Gu refinement was like survival of the fittest. There was no trust or love between people, only vigilance and exploitation. Wild beasts used urine to divide their territories, while cultivators used formations. Every building had at least one spirit array in operation, and a large area of buildings would be covered by an even larger spirit array. This is probably the place with the densest concentration of spell formations in the world. It's only because this is a paradise that these spell formations can be activated, and their power is probably far greater than normal. No wonder they dared to open the side door and let me in. It was like walking right into a trap. Are you waiting for me to sink even deeper? Heh, if it's just Li Qingshan, it'll be a narrow escape. After being silent for so many years, it's time for North Moon to come out and stretch his muscles. Suddenly, the sound of a child crying came from up ahead. Li Qingshan walked up and saw a child wearing red clothes and a tiger head hat sitting in the middle of the road, crying loudly. His voice was full of energy, and his voice was loud and clear. In this silent city, there was a trace of strangeness. "Little guy, why are you crying?" Li Qingshan smiled. He even crouched down, as if he was completely unaware of the strangeness and danger. He had always been kind to children. "My puppy is going to die." The child continued to wipe his tears with his head lowered. "Oh, where's your puppy? Let me take a look. I might be able to save it." "It's useless. You're dead for sure." The child suddenly raised his head. His red face carried a viciousness and gloominess that did not match his age. With that, an invisible, mysterious power immediately attached itself to Li Qingshan's body, invading his soul deeply. A curse. It was one of the most difficult attacks to defend against. It could often kill and injure the enemy invisibly. Once he was affected by the curse, it would be 10 times more troublesome than being poisoned. However, the conditions to cast the curse were extremely strict. After saying that, the child immediately bled from all his orifices and died. He was clearly just a puppet, and it was very likely to be one of the conditions to cast the curse. The smile on Li Qingshan's face disappeared. Under the suppression of the spirit turtle, his soul was cleansed, and the curse vanished without a trace. Damn it, is the difference in cultivation too great? A blind old man in tattered clothes holding a walking stick grunted. He felt that his curse had failed, and cursed under his breath. However, this was nothing. As the first person who dared to attack directly, his actions would definitely be rewarded by the cave masters. Even if the curse failed, the other party could do nothing to him. Boom! A strong gale swept up the broken pieces of wood, filling the room. A large hole appeared in the thick wall. Li Qingshan passed through over 10 layers of walls and 7 or 8 formations. He stood there, staring coldly at the blind old man. "Who are you? What do you want?" The blind old man retreated, trembling. "I'm just an old blind man who's about to die." He even pretended that he had nothing to do with this matter. However, his heart was filled with fear. How did he know it was me? My curse shouldn't have left any traces behind. Don't worry, I've always been a person who respects the old and cherishes the young. Come, give me the walking stick. The weather's nice today, I'll take you out for a walk. Xianxia took the blind old man's walking stick with one hand and grabbed his bony wrist with the other. Half pulling, half dragging, he walked back the way they came. The demonic cultivators watched him pass through their own halls in fear. The blind old man was trembling. He was no longer pretending. He was truly filled with fear, yet he dared not resist. Arriving on the streets, beside the child's corpse, Xianxia said calmly, "Come, open your mouth." The blind old man saw that he could not be merciful. He suddenly spat out a string of mysterious and difficult words. With a squelch, the walking stick was stabbed into his mouth. "Good boy." Xianxia stabbed the crooked, knotted walking stick inch by inch into the blind old man's body, all the way through and standing upright on the ground. However, he was still alive. Although many of his organs had been pierced, and even his dantian's qi was not spared, he was still a cultivator after all. His crooked body curled into a ball from the pain. "Whoever dares to touch him can accompany him," Xianxia said. He left behind this strange marking to attract the gazes in the darkness. He continued forward. Many restless figures in the buildings on the two sides of the road cowered. Xianxia felt like he was in a much better mood. After walking for a while longer, just when he was about to reach the end of the valley, he stopped and raised his head to look at the tall tower on the mountain. 5 pairs of eyes stared at him from afar. The spiritual energy in the air grew denser and denser. The region at the bottom of the valley was the center of Savage Mountain. It was a beautiful place. The dwellings of the 8 cave masters were all built here. Regular disciples could only build dwellings on the 2 sides of the mountain. This place was like the bottom of a pocket, the end of a trap. The formations laid down here could not be compared to the formations in the city, be it in terms of quality, scale, or power. Even if they did not take action, they could trap a second heavenly tribulation cultivator or demon commander to death. The 5 cave masters were all waiting. They were waiting for Xianxia to take another step forward. Then, it would be his death. A great battle was about to erupt. However, Xianxia just happened to not move. He just stood there, his lips curling into a smile. "Esteemed guest, why don't you come up the mountain for a chat and state your intentions?" The gentleman of heavenly blubber's voice rang out from the tower. Xianxia finally moved, but he did not move forward. Instead, he turned around and made his way to the left. A building that stood 100 feet tall was called Drunk and No Return. It was richly ornamented, with overhanging eaves and corners. With a gentle breeze, wind chimes rang out. It was so exquisite and magnificent that it did not seem like something from the south. And, despite knowing that Xianxia had arrived, the restaurant was still bold enough to open its doors. "Boss, bring me some alcohol." Xianxia stepped over the door sill. There was not a single customer in the restaurant, but many tables still had food and drinks on them. As far as the eye could see, there was only a girl around 16 or 17 standing behind the counter, clattering away at her abacus. She did it a few more times, as if she had calculated a satisfactory result. Only then did she raise her head and smile. "There's no boss, only the lady boss." "Sir, do you know whether it's a man or a woman?" She had bright eyes and white teeth, and she was bold and bold. As she shook her head, the silver accessories on her head clinked together. She walked out from behind the counter. She was dressed in blue, embroidered clothes and a flower-patterned, brocade skirt. "I don't care if you're a man or a woman. I only care if your alcohol is good or not. If it's not good, I'll tear down your restaurant." Xianxia arrived at the center table and sat down. He thought, the lair of demons sure is filled with masters. I killed one earlier, and here comes another. Of course, if I didn't have some skill, I wouldn't have the courage to face him. Though, she probably isn't as young as she looks. Sir, you're so fierce. I have plenty of good alcohol here. I guarantee you won't go back until you're drunk. Though, sir, you're not going to see us cave masters, but instead come to my tiny restaurant to drink. Don't tell me you're afraid and want to muster up some courage? The lady boss said with a smile. She seemed very innocent and very curious. As long as it was a man, they would never be willing to be called cowardly or afraid, especially by a beautiful woman. Li Qingshan was a man too. He shook his head. That's not right. It's not that I'm afraid of your cave masters, but your cave masters are afraid of me. What do you mean by that? The lady boss swayed her hips and walked over in a few steps. She directly sat on the table in front of Li Qingshan and asked with her body turned sideways. I'm the guest, and they're the host. I'm 1, and they're 8. I'm sitting in their main hall right now, but they actually don't dare to come out of their bedroom to see me. They're as shy and timid as little girls. Tell me, who's the one who's afraid of who? Li Qingshan said with a smile. I can't win against you in an argument. If you want to drink, then drink. But we have to settle the bill first. The lady boss bent down and moved closer to Li Qingshan. Her breath smelled like orchids, and the ravine on her chest was faintly discernible. I just sat down, and I haven't even had a cup of tea. Where did the bill come from? My table was originally full of people, but because you came, they all dispersed in an instant. None of the money for the food and drinks were paid. Tell me, shouldn't you pay the bill? Li Qingshan smiled. I'm here to dine and dash. I'm not even allowed to pay my own bill, let alone theirs. Oh, how impressive. There aren't many people who dare make me pay when I want to dine and dash. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He still had a smile on his lips, but it made the lady boss shiver. It was as if the person in front of her was not a human, but a ferocious beast looking at its prey playfully. Even if he did not show any killing intent, the pressure from the top of the food chain was enough to suffocate her. How fierce. If you want to drink, I'll treat you. What are you staring at me for? The lady boss pushed Li Qingshan's shoulder and said flirtatiously, but her expression and movements were rather stiff and unnatural. You don't have to be afraid. If the alcohol is good and the food is good, I'll still pay the bill. Perhaps I'll even pay double. Li Qingshan sat up straight. The smile on his bronze face remained the same. Who's afraid? You can't find a second place in the southern border for the wine and food here. Just be careful not to get drunk. The lady boss raised her voice. It's not your fault if you get drunk, it's your fault if you don't. Isn't this place called Drunk No Return? Today, we're not going home until we're drunk. We'll give you cave masters some courage. Let's see if they dare to come down the mountain and drink with me. The lady boss looked deeply at Li Qingshan. This man was not simple. Daring to barge into Savage Mountain was already courageous enough, and even rarer was that he could advance and retreat as he pleased. He did not seem like he was venturing into a dragon's lair at all. It was as if he was the dragon or the tiger, returning to his own lair, treating the 8 cave masters like women and the several thousand demonic cultivators as if they were nothing. This heroic spirit suppressed the entire lair of demons. Out of all the men she had seen in her life, not a single one could compare to him. The lady boss swayed her hips to get the wine. Her butt was round and perky under her skirt. It was truly a flirtatious sight when she moved. Li Qingshan snickered. He loved being charmed the most. However, when he thought about how little and was nearby, he could only look away with some regret. Chef, an esteemed guest has come to visit. Hurry up and cook. If it doesn't taste good, I'll slap you. The lady boss called out loudly and went into the wine cellar. Someone from the kitchen responded, "All right, lady boss." After a while, the lady boss returned with a jar of wine. Breaking the clay seal, the fragrance of wine permeated the air. A stream of light green wine flowed into a large porcelain bowl, filling it to the brim. Li Qingshan glanced at it. There's no poison in the wine, right? Without another word, the lady boss picked up the porcelain bowl and emptied it in one go. He shone the bottom of the bowl at Li Qingshan, then threw it on the table and wiped his mouth. Don't drink it if you don't dare. Drinking alone is tasteless. I was just about to ask you to drink with me. Li Qingshan said with a smile. All right. The lady boss did not stand on ceremony. She placed one leg on the bench and poured 2 more bowls of wine. It was faintly discernible and exceptionally alluring. Dang. The 2 bowls clinked against each other and drained the wine in one gulp. Li Qingshan praised, good wine. It really has a unique flavor. The lady boss's eyes hid a trace of pride. No matter how crafty you are, you drank the water I used to wash my feet. Now you want to drink wine without poison. Wait for your next life. But his cultivation is too high, so I'll trick him into drinking more. When the poison takes effect, he'll be at my mercy. This wine was called no-return wine. It was not poisoned in the wine, but it was specially refined to poison people. It was still a first-class wine, but it could only be tasted with an antidote. Without her persuasion, Li Qingshan drank bowl after bowl like water. In a short while, the jar of wine was emptied. I'll go get another jar. The lady boss's face was slightly flushed, and her smile became more sincere. She could take advantage of the slow onset of the poison to accumulate more. How can 1 jar of wine be enough? Bring out all the wine in the cellar. All right, you can do whatever you want today. If you're drunk, just sleep in my room. The lady boss's eyes were seductive as she went to get more wine. While they were talking, a fair-skinned fatty wearing a white hat and a white apron walked out of the kitchen and placed 8 or 9 dishes on the table. With a humble and amiable look on his face, he bent over and rubbed his hands. Please have a taste. The entire hall was filled with fragrance. Li Qingshan did not stand on ceremony and tasted the dishes. His eyes lit up, and he gave the chef a thumbs up. These dishes were even more delicious and unique than the one the Marquis of Xianxia had treated him to. The lady boss said that there was no other place in southern border that could match the wine and dishes here. It seemed that she was not lying. All right, if you like it, I'll continue. The chef's smile became more humble. His eyes narrowed into a line, and he bowed even lower. At this time, the lady boss returned with the wine. She brushed past the chef and exchanged glances. As a result, Li Qingshan drank the wine and ate the dishes as they came. He ate and drank to his heart's content. He teased the lady boss a little more, as if he had completely thrown his goal of coming to Savage Mountain to the back of his mind. The lady boss's smile grew even more beautiful. You've really barged into hell. Drinking so much in such a hurry, even a deity would not be able to save you. Only death awaits. In the tall tower at the top of the mountain, the cave masters watched this scene with cold smiles on their faces. In the beginning, Li Qingshan's refusal to continue forward had caught them off guard. For a moment, they did not know if they should take the initiative to attack. When Li Qingshan entered drunk no return and began to eat and drink to his heart's content, they sat still, the cold smiles on their faces growing more and more intense. He really dares to eat and drink here. Does he think he can resist all poisons just because his cultivation is high? Way of the Poison grinned, full of delight. Goo and poisons were inseparable. Southern border accounted for at least half of all the rare poisons in the world. The greatest sect in the south was the myriad poison cult. Let alone a mere golden core cultivator, some of their poisons could even kill demon kings with tough bodies. Silkworm madam, your disciple is going to do something meritorious, said the gentleman of heavenly blubber. Heh, this Li Qingshan seems to be eating your disciple's cooking. He seems to be quite happy. The human chef's culinary skills are renowned throughout the entire South Sea Commandery. Let him eat slowly. The gentleman of heavenly blubber laughed so hard that his fat jiggled. He was filled with malice. Something doesn't seem right. The ghost ascetic frowned. The lady boss had discovered this too. Her smooth abdomen had already bulged from drinking too much. She did not drink as much as him, nor could she refine it in time. She had ingested a large quantity of antidotes beforehand, and she was almost unable to hold on any longer, so why was he still standing? Let alone dying from the poison, he did not even feel any discomfort. Instead, his eyes shone brighter and brighter. She became more and more excited. She began to panic slightly. There's no more alcohol. Go get more. Li Qingshan emptied the jar of alcohol in his hand and casually tossed it onto the ground. The jar rolled around with a gurgle along with the other 20 or so empty jars. The lady boss hesitated. The refinement of no return was not easy. Li Qingshan had already drunk all of it, so where was she supposed to give him more alcohol? And even if she did, it would probably be useless. She did not see him circulate his cultivation. Did his body just happen to be able to suppress the poison of no return? Smack. Li Qingshan smacked her perky bottom and smiled. What are you blanking out for? Why don't you go? It hurts. What are you doing? The gates are wide open, yet you're trying to take advantage of me. The lady boss grumbled as she clutched her bottom. She let out a sigh of relief inside. As it seemed, he had not discovered the poison in the alcohol. Otherwise, with his strength of smashing through the gates of the valley in a single punch, she would have died on the spot. Cut the nonsense. Go, go. Li Qingshan waved his hand. All he wanted to do right now was drink alcohol. Even if it was poisoned, it did not matter. Yes, yes, sir. Sir. The lady boss snuck to the back of the building. The smile on her face disappeared. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She was already prepared to leave. This was the only move that could threaten him. If it was useless, then she would continue to stay. She would definitely not be able to escape the consequences. As for human chef, he could only pray for his own good. This Li Qingshan did not look like a violent and murderous person. As long as he did not discover what was in the food he ate. There were many layers of arrays in this restaurant. She was not afraid of being discovered by his spiritual sense. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Way of the Poison's voice. Don't go. Put the poison in his alcohol. At the same time, a small porcelain bottle was sent to her through the array. The lady boss hurriedly rejected. 8th Cave Master, he is not afraid of poison. If he discovers it, I'm dead. Bull T. There is no one in this world who is not afraid of poison. Don't worry, this poison is colorless and odorless. He will definitely not discover it. Way of the Poison used both the carrot and the stick. Master. Mate Sanyang said. Just do as I say. The few cave masters are people who know when to reward and when to punish. They will not mistreat you after this. 8th Brother Wei, my disciple is taking such a huge risk to avenge you. You have to show your gratitude. This is a poison-dispelling pearl. If you swallow it, you will be immune to all poisons. Let him continue to drink, the more the better. Way of the Poison did not care about the cost. The lady boss's eyes lit up. The poison-dispelling pearl was especially valuable in the southern border. Since things had already come to this, she might as well go all the way. She swallowed the poison-dispelling pearl and put the poison in the alcohol. She smiled again and returned to the main hall. You're so slow. Why did the taste of the alcohol change? Li Qingshan lifted the porcelain bowl and drank a mouthful. Your alcohol tolerance is too high. You finished that type of alcohol. I can only change it. If you don't like it, I'll take it back. The lady boss's heart was extremely nervous. It's okay. I'll take this. Come, let's continue drinking. Li Qingshan said with a drunken smile. Another bowl of alcohol went down his stomach, and the entire jar of poisoned alcohol was emptied. Li Qingshan remained seated, and the drunkenness on his face deepened. This time, even Way of the Poison's expression changed. The lady boss had no choice but to take more alcohol. She rubbed her slightly swollen head and cursed in her heart. What Way of the Poison, how dare you? Hurry up and change your name. Don't blame me now. Forget it, getting a poison-dispelling pearl for free isn't bad either. She came to the back of the building and saw another porcelain bottle filled with poison placed there. It was impossible to take advantage of a cave master in the lair of demons. Therefore, she poisoned, sent alcohol, and poisoned again. There was venom powder, and all of them had different poisons. In the end, Way of the Poison no longer cared about being colorless or odorless. He only cared about sending more and more poisons into her hands and then putting them in the alcohol. Although the lady boss wasn't afraid of poison, she had drunk too much alcohol. Her eyes were dazed, and she could barely conceal her malice. Before she knew it, it was as if she had fallen into a huge gamble. She couldn't stop, and there was no turning back. She had to poison Li Qingshan to death. However, Li Qingshan sat there steadily like a mountain. Moreover, he was growing taller and taller, as if he could come crashing down at any moment. Please, dear customer, I really can't drink anymore. As long as you don't let me drink, I'll do anything. The lady boss's face was rosy, but there was a faint trace of green in it. Her eyes were blurred and carried a trace of fear. Although the poison-dispelling bead could repel hundreds of poisons, there was still a limit. It didn't mean that she would be fine no matter how many poisons she ate. From just now until now, she had drunk countless bowls of wine and eaten at least 20 to 30 deadly poisons. Even the poison-dispelling bead couldn't take it anymore. Is that so? Li Qingshan wrapped his arm around the owner's waist, and the owner conveniently sat in his arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck and wiggled her perky bottom. She said coquettishly, "Oh my, you're taking advantage of me again. Forget it, I'll give up." She looked like she didn't care what he did. "Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself my mother? It doesn't matter, if you don't want to drink, I'll feed you." The smile in Li Qingshan's eyes deepened and another bowl of wine was sent to her lips. The lady boss's expression changed and she struggled with all her might. However, the arm around her waist became like an iron hoop, as if it was going to break her. Inexplicably frightened, she reluctantly drank another bowl and forced a smile. "Dear customer, you really can drink. How could I dare to be your mother? I'd be more like your wife. I think I've drunk enough, send me back to my room to rest." Li Qingshan didn't seem to hear it and smiled as he picked up the second bowl. She tightly closed her lips and shook her head to resist. She rubbed against Li Qingshan's arms and said coquettishly, "I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink." "It's not up to you now." Li Qingshan smiled as he covered her mouth and poured the wine down her throat. The wine spilled onto her blue embroidered clothes, causing white smoke to rise. It corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing a large patch of white skin that was still protected by the poison-dispelling bead. The lady boss's expression changed. Li Qingshan laughed, "This wine is so strong." As he spoke, he picked up another bowl. From this moment on, he did not touch a single drop of alcohol. He poured bowl after bowl into her mouth like a forced duck. The alcohol flowed down from the side of her lips. More than half of her clothes were corroded. Even her embroidered skirt fell apart. She was almost naked. A white ball struggled and twisted in Li Qingshan's arms. However, this lively scene didn't have the slightest bit of charm. Gradually, her face turned green. A layer of green qi floated around their bodies. This was a sign that he could not suppress the poison in his body any longer. Sir, please spare my life. I won't do it again." Tears streamed down the lady boss's face. "Eh? Is there poison in the wine? I don't have the antidote, so how can I spare you?" Li Qingshan smiled as he enjoyed the beauty in his arms. However, his hands were not soft at all. Bowl after bowl, he put her to death. It was drizzling outside the door, and the fragrance of wine filled the air, mixed with the sweet smell of poisonous gas. "Master, save me." The lady boss spat out a mouthful of alcohol and cried out miserably. "Li Qingshan, do you know what was in the dishes you just ate?" Chef's voice came from the kitchen. "Oh, what?" "Human meat. Adults and children's, men's and women's. Do you think it's beef, lamb, pork, or fish? Ha 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 ha. The human meat that I, Ren Chef, make is the best in Savage Mountain." "How does it taste?" Ren Chef laughed wildly, no longer showing any humility or politeness. Although there was no poison in the dishes, the evil intentions were even worse than poisoning the wine. Li Qingshan would definitely be shocked and furious, vomiting in disgust. After all, cannibalism was a rare cruelty even in the southern border, let alone in Qing province. As a Buddhist disciple, he might even develop a heart demon. As long as he was angered, he would immediately escape up the mountain and lead him into a trap. Unexpectedly, Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and said calmly, I see. I was wondering why the taste was so special. He lowered his head and patted his stomach. I ate your flesh to take revenge for you. At the end, he stood up straight, and 2 beams of light shot out of his eyes. He waved his hand. Come back. Ren Chef was overjoyed to see his plan succeed. No matter how strong he was, he would need a breath's time to pass through the layers of formations. It would be enough for him to escape. A sudden shout rang in his ears, and his head buzzed. His body stopped abruptly, and blood flowed out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. A black chain whistled over, wrapping around his waist and pulling him back violently. By the time he returned to his senses, Li Qingshan was standing sternly in front of him. He even held the completely naked owner of the shop in his arms. Her face alternated between green and purple, and her white, smooth skin showed faint signs of festering. Li Qingshan used 2 chains of demon suppression to tie them up and walked out of the restaurant. He glanced at the tall tower at the peak of the mountain, smiled slightly, and actually turned to leave. Those few cave masters were really able to keep their composure. Seeing that their own disciples were about to die, they still refused to descend the mountain. To devil cultivators, not to mention their disciples, even their parents and children were not as important as their own safety. They still held on to a sliver of hope that the drunk Li Qingshan would be infuriated and charge up the mountain to settle the score with them regardless of the consequences. If that happened, they would have achieved their objective of sacrificing 2 disciples. They did not expect him to leave just like that. This time, they really could not sit still anymore. The expressions of the 5 of them became extremely ugly. If they let a White Eagle commander break through the mountain gate, kill countless demonic cultivators, capture 2 disciples, and then leave so easily, the lair of demons of Savage Mountain would really become the biggest joke in the world. The 5 of them would become the joke of the joke, and they would not be able to face anyone in the future. Not only did Li Qingshan leave just like that, he left very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was almost out of the city, showing his determination to leave. However, his footsteps suddenly stopped, and his expression darkened. That child's corpse lay in the middle of the road, but the old man he stabbed with his cane had disappeared. The demonic cultivators might have been intimidated by his ferocity for a moment, but none of them were easily frightened. They had seen far more vicious and cruel scenes than this. Do you really think you're the cave master of the lair of demons? You want us to obey you with just 1 sentence? So, the moment Li Qingshan left, the old man who cursed him was saved by someone. Of course, they also took away all of his belongings. Very good, I won't ask who it is. Li Qingshan turned around. You finally dare to come down the mountain to see me. How bold of you. Master. Human Chef cried out in joy. The female boss also gazed at the silkworm madam eagerly, but the poison had invaded her body, so she could not even utter a word. Sir, you've clearly come to Savage Mountain to find us, yet you're afraid to come up here. You sure are bold. The silkworm madam sneered. Release him, and we can still talk things out. Otherwise, humph. The gentleman of heavenly blubber moved his mountainous body and suddenly took a step forward. The ground trembled violently, and his presence surged into the air, demonstrating the great strength of the second cave master. I originally wanted to become a cave master on Savage Mountain, but it seems like they're all like this. How disappointing. Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed. His disappointment was not feigned. Instead, it came from the bottom of his heart. Didn't they say there were 8 cave masters? And existences close to the 3rd heavenly tribulation? Why are there only 5 here? Are the other 3 hidden, or are they not on Savage Mountain? So much for going to the trouble of luring them down the mountain. I've overestimated them. You want to be a cave master? The silkworm madam squinted her eyes. So that was his objective for coming here? A mighty white hawk commander actually wanted to be a cave master of the lair of demons. What a joke. That's right. Li Qingshan held back his disappointment and said with a smile. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was rather surprised too, but if that was the case, his series of actions could be explained. If he really wanted to become enemies with the lair of demons, he would have unleashed a massacre in the city a long time ago. Why would he only kill demonic cultivators who had offended him? He seemed fierce and brutal, but he was actually extremely restrained. He did not seem like he would fight to the death. It was said that he had offended a prince, which was why he was sent to the south. As it seemed, he was interested in joining the demonic path. If it were 10 years ago, it really might have been possible for him to be accepted. The lair of demons had always accepted anyone as long as they were powerful enough. If a White Hawk commander could join them, it would be a great show of prestige. But now, only death awaited him. Otherwise, how could he force Xu Wufeng out of seclusion? Anyway, he had to trick him first, so he said, "I see. Then it really has been a misunderstanding. Our lair of demons has always been tolerant and accommodating. It's just that your identity is far too sensitive, which made us overly suspicious. If you had stated your intentions earlier, there wouldn't have been so many misunderstandings. We should have opened our doors wide and welcomed you up the mountain." "What? I'll never agree to it. If you want to be a cave master of our lair of demons, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror first? See if you're qualified or not." Way of the Poison panicked. If he really let Li Qingshan become cave master, it was very likely for him to be ranked above him with his strength. He would never be able to avenge himself then. "What's your name?" Li Qingshan gazed at the hateful Way of the Poison in some confusion. "The 8th cave master of the lair of demons, Way of the Poison," said Way of the Poison. "Oh, you must be that Chin something's master," Li Qingshan recalled. "That's right. Today, only death awaits you," Way of the Poison said sinisterly. It was not like the two people in Li Qingshan's hands were his disciples. He was eager for Li Qingshan to kill them so that the gentleman of heavenly blubber and the silkworm madam could taste the pain of losing a beloved disciple. "This is a major matter for our lair of demons. Even the first cave master will nod his head if he's here. Who cares if you agree or not?" The gentleman of heavenly blubber shot a vicious glance at Way of the Poison, and Way of the Poison shut his mouth. "This wretched disciple of mine can't hold on for much longer. Please release her so that we can sit down and discuss this slowly." The silkworm madam panicked inside. On the ground, the owner's alluring body had already swelled up, covered in blisters. She no longer had the slightest color as she moaned and squirmed on the ground. "Release her?" Li Qingshan glanced at her. "I'll definitely make her apologize to you in the future." "You can do whatever you want with her," said the silkworm madam. "Who poisoned her? You can deal with it yourself. It's not like I'm stopping you." Li Qingshan laid out his hands. "Old 8th Way, why don't you go deal with the poison?" "If it weren't for your stupid idea, how could this have happened?" said the silkworm madam. Way of the Poison was reluctant, but he knew that if he refused, not only would the silkworm madam hold a grudge against him, but even the gentleman of heavenly blubber would blame him. All he could do was make his way over. "So it's you again?" Li Qingshan smiled. "So what if it's me?" Way of the Poison raised his guard carefully. At the same time, he searched for an opening in Li Qingshan's defense, ready to deal him a fatal blow at any time. It's the father's fault for not teaching his son properly. It's all the master's fault. Your disciple has provoked me, yet you still don't know how to learn your lesson? You still want to avenge him? Die for me. No one expected Li Qingshan to attack without the slightest hesitation. Was it just a feint when he said he wanted to be the cave master of the lair of demons earlier? Way of the Poison was already prepared, but he never expected the punch to arrive so quickly. It was so fierce. In that instant, it filled his entire field of vision like a black cloud had enveloped the land. Black lightning crisscrossed within the black cloud. It was a crack formed by the power of tremors ripping through the air. Before the punch had even arrived, it had already completely shattered Way of the Poison's confidence. He's actually so powerful. Didn't he just undergo the second heavenly tribulation recently? There was no time to dodge, no time to counterattack, no time to call out. Way of the Poison pushed his poison arts to the limit. Green-black smoke rose up around him, thick and solid as if it was tangible. He hoped it could block the punch for a moment before immediately retreating so that the other cave masters could come to his rescue. However, the defense formed by the poisonous smoke collapsed as soon as it came into contact. Let alone block it, it did not even weaken the punch at all. Bang! The upper half of Way of the Poison's body turned into a bloody mist, flying towards the cave masters. Only his 2 lonely legs remained standing there. The 4 remaining cave masters had only just assumed a posture to provide assistance when they all froze where they were, dumbfounded. Way of the Poison was the weakest among the 8 cave masters, and he was more skilled in killing his enemies with poison instead of direct combat. However, he was still a powerful cultivator who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation after all, yet he had actually been killed by a single punch like that. Let alone block it, he could not even blow up his golden core in time. Just how terrifying was that? Li Qingshan, why you? The gentleman of heavenly blubber's fat jiggled as he pointed at Li Qingshan and bellowed furiously, but he subconsciously shrunk back. Don't be afraid. This person has grievances with me. He's constantly plotting against me. I only killed him because I had no other choice. If I became a cave master of the lair of demons, I would rather not be associated with trash like him. I'd rather not be associated with trash like him. Li Qingshan patted his hands with a smile and stowed away Way of the Poison's 100 treasures pouch and greenish-black golden core as he said nonchalantly. My disciple clearly did something wrong, so I helped him clean up the mess. Not only is he ungrateful, but he's even bold enough to seek revenge. You can't be that unreasonable, right? As Li Qingshan spoke, he kicked the lady boss. Right now, she looked like a huge tumor that crashed into the human chef's body. She flew out and exploded in midair. The human chef let out a blood-curdling scream. The pus mixed with dozens of poisons poured all over his body. His whole body was sore, itchy, and numb. Rolling on the ground, he crawled to the gentleman of heavenly blubber and extended his hand. Master, save me. However, the only person who could possibly save him had already been turned into a mist of blood. He couldn't be more dead. The gentleman of heavenly blubber took a step back, afraid to let him touch him. His face reddened. He glared at Li Qingshan with a murderous look. You. Very good. Then he let out a long sigh and said, I will give you a quick death. He raised his hand and prepared to strike down with his palm. Who gave you permission to give him a quick death? Li Qingshan took a step forward and threw another punch at the gentleman of heavenly blubber. The gentleman of heavenly blubber drifted backwards, demonstrating a lightness that completely contrasted with his size. Li Qingshan's punch landed in the air and produced a thunderous rumble. Right when the gentleman of heavenly blubber was about to say something, a tremendous force appeared through the air, sending him flying. Bang! 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 He smashed through several dozen structures. The ghost ascetic retreated. The silkworm madam retreated. The mountain insect retreated. None of the 3 cave masters were bold enough to take advantage of this opportunity to attack him. Instead, they chose to retreat immediately to avoid becoming his next target. If it was Way of the Poison, then so be it, but who was the gentleman of heavenly blubber? He had actually been sent flying by a single punch. It was my disciple who offended you first, fellow. We won't hold it against him. Please stop, fellow. Let's sit down and talk. Don't tell me you really want to fight to the death with our lair of demons? You definitely won't benefit from it. The silkworm madam said as she retreated. In the beginning, she had pretended to talk to Li Qingshan to lure him into a trap. Just now, she wanted to talk to Li Qingshan to save her disciple. Now, she wanted to talk to Li Qingshan from the bottom of her heart. She wanted to save her own life. I heard that becoming a cave master of the lair of demons requires a lot of tests. Come and test me and see whether I have the right or not. Li Qingshan let out a long laugh and leapt off in pursuit. His target was the silkworm madam. Suddenly, the dense spiritual chi in the valley began to flow wildly. The formations shone with multicolored light, overlapping and merging with one another. Li Qingshan was trapped in a sea of formations. Some slowed him down, while others made him dizzy. In the surroundings, fire blazed, sword chi surged, poisonous water sprayed, and boulders smashed down. In that instant, who knew how many attacks shot towards him furiously? The gray, gloomy clouds in the sky were illuminated into a magnificent color. Break! Li Qingshan bellowed and the demon dragon roared. A dark gold demon dragon sliced through the waves and opened up a path in the sea of formations, heading straight for the silkworm madam. After enduring countless attacks, the demon dragon turned into a long sword. Li Qingshan held it in his hand and slashed it down towards the silkworm madam. Dharma treasure. The silkworm madam's expression changed. She waved her right hand and threw out a white handkerchief. It expanded with the wind and like a cloud curtain, it headed straight for Li Qingshan. The white handkerchief was not only made of sturdy material, it also contained a soft power. Even the sharp sword chi could not pierce through it. Break! Li Qingshan punched out and the clouds dispersed. The white handkerchief was torn into pieces, revealing the shocked and beautiful face of the silkworm madam. Break! The sword light flashed and blood splattered. The silkworm madam felt the world spin and suddenly saw her own body. She had no head and her eyes were wide open in disbelief. This test is too simple, again. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan's eyes turned and he saw the back view of the ghost ascetic running. He laughed sinisterly. At this moment, the attacks formed by the layers of formations came at him again. Destroy. Li Qingshan stepped down with his right foot and the power of tremor spread out. Boom 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 boom. The ground rippled, rising and falling. Tens of thousands of tons of rock surged like a raging tide, as if a giant beast buried deep underground had come to life. All sorts of buildings were torn apart like paper boxes. The layers of formation suffered the same fate. It was like a magnitude 12 earthquake. The city was turned into ruins and the epicenter was right under Li Qingshan's right foot. The ox demon tremors at the beginning was called the ox demon trample. As for the countless demonic cultivators hidden in the city, if they were standing on the ground when Li Qingshan stepped out, even if they were not killed on the spot, they would be severely injured. That was why he did not care who had saved the old man who had cast the curse, because they were all going to die. At the same time, a crack in the ground chased after the ghost ascetic like a bolt of black lightning. Li Qingshan, you've gone too far. The ghost ascetic leaped up, his blood-colored kasaya fluttering in the wind. In midair, his body rapidly grew. When he descended from the sky, he was already more than 100 feet tall. 7 or 8 sharp horns grew out of his head, some long and some short. His mouth protruded forward like a wild beast, his fangs exposed. Blood-colored light surged between his teeth, and he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a blood-colored beam of light. Boom! The blood-colored beam of light bombarded the place where Li Qingshan was standing. The soil melted and turned into lava. Li Qingshan's figure moved to the side and brushed past the beam of light. The ghost ascetic turned his head, and the blood-colored beam of light swept towards Li Qingshan. At the same time, he waved his claws wildly, summoning dozens of blood-colored light balls that shot out beams of blood-colored light that interweaved into a dazzling light net. A crimson color suddenly appeared in Li Qingshan's long hair. His bronze-colored face began to change subtly, gaining a bewitching handsomeness. A pair of wind and fire wings suddenly spread out behind him. In an instant, he also turned into a beam of light that twisted and curled, passing through the light net at an impossible angle. He appeared in front of the ghost ascetic, stepped on his big head, and chased after Mountain Worm without looking back. The ghost ascetic's huge body froze, and cracks appeared on it. Blood-colored light shot out from it, like a surging eye under the cracked ground. The light grew brighter and brighter. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, the ghost ascetic turned into thousands of dazzling beams of blood-colored light, illuminating the gloomy sky red. Chains of demon suppression. The chains of demon suppression rushed towards Mountain Worm. Clatter! The sounds of the chains colliding were like the demonic sound of death. Mountain Worm let out an inhuman shriek, which was rather like the hum of insects. All of his pockets opened up. Various goo insects of various shapes and sizes surged out, turning into a cloud of insects that surged towards Li Qingshan furiously. Mountain Worm flew forward without even looking back. As long as he entered the vicinity of the central peak of Savage Mountain, he could activate the extremely powerful formations. However, he no longer hoped to lure Li Qingshan into a trap and kill him. He only hoped to escape alive. Li Qingshan did not look at the incoming cloud of insects or the fleeing Mountain Worm. Instead, he pointed in another direction. Demon Suppression Tower. Having been sent flying by the punch, the gentleman of heavenly blubber climbed up from the ruins. He was utterly furious. He practiced an extremely special cultivation method that allowed him to absorb all damage with his fat. Right when he was about to fight Li Qingshan to the death, he saw the silkworm madam's head being beheaded in a single stroke. He was taken aback. When the city was reduced to ruins by Li Qingshan's foot, he immediately turned around and rushed into the depths of the valley. He muttered inside, has he really only undergone the second heavenly tribulation? That's impossible. That's impossible. His cultivation had already reached late second heavenly tribulation, almost close to the peak. He was confident that he could kill the silkworm madam if he struck out, but he definitely could not do it so easily. A full-powered strike could also destroy the city, but it was impossible for such a large-scale attack to kill so many cultivators. The strength he had demonstrated had completely surpassed what cultivators at this realm of cultivation could possess. Right when he was about to escape, the majestic demon suppression tower descended from above. The gentleman of heavenly blubber's body shrank. His head and limbs retracted into the huge ball of flesh, rolling forward like a meat egg. He suddenly sped up, and the demon suppression tower missed. A petite figure dressed in a white moon monk robe stood in the drizzle, blocking the way. When the demon suppression tower missed, Li Qingshan said, "Oh no. If the gentleman of heavenly blubber really did roll back into the depths of the valley, then it would be troublesome." He could tell from the chi that the power of the formations could not be compared to the messy formations in the city at all. Things like formations had always been about quality, not quantity. The reason why he could stomp through the hundreds and thousands of formations in the city with a single step was not entirely because of his strength, but because the formations interfered with one another. They were in a precarious situation, yet they operated at full speed without any regard for the consequences. As long as he attacked one of them, it would lead to a chain reaction. However, who knew how many times more brilliant the arrangements of the formations on the central peak of Savage Mountain were? Due to the blood oath between the cave masters, they did not have to worry about being attacked. They were set up purely to fend off external enemies. The formations were linked together, and their auras were connected, forming a perfect whole. Moreover, they used the blessed lands of cultivation with extremely dense spiritual chi as their foundation. Once they were activated, even cultivators who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation would struggle to get through them. The purpose of the formations was to fend off the powerful with a geographical advantage. At this moment, Little N descended from above, blocking the gentleman of heavenly blubber's path. Only then did Li Qingshan stop worrying and focus on dealing with mountain insect. Rumble. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was like a rampaging tank of flesh. The gales he kicked up created a deep trench in the ground. His bearing was extremely magnificent. Even if a mountain stood before him, it would be forcefully smashed through. He was full of confidence in this move of his. There were not many people in the world who could match up to his head-on collision, let alone stop him from entering the spell formation. This girl who overestimated herself was definitely not one of them. Little and seaweed-like hair drifted in the wind. Her eyes remained as calm as deep pools the entire time. She took out a small, blood-red banner from her sleeve and waved it gently at the gentleman of heavenly blubber. The surging sea of blood seemed to contain an extremely vast world. It was the blood sea banner with a handle of white bone and a sea of blood. The gentleman of heavenly blubber ran headfirst into it. He vanished. Li Qingshan threw a punch too, but before his punch had even landed, Mountain Insect's body collapsed. He actually survived. Instead, he turned into countless black insects and fled. At this moment, a crimson streak of light soared into the sky. Streaks of light flew out from the ruined city and the caves on both sides of the cliff, fleeing in all directions. They were the remaining demonic cultivators of Savage Mountain's lair of demons. Originally, they had hoped that the cave masters would be able to take down Li Qingshan. Who could have thought that in the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan would be killed? 5 cave masters. 3 people died. Even the strongest gentleman of heavenly blubber had fled, and it seemed like he had failed to escape. It was only at this moment that he suddenly realized. The Hawkwolf Guard was their great enemy, the newly appointed White Hawk commander. They weren't here to join the lair of demons. They were clearly here to exterminate the lair of demons. Their previous actions were clearly to lure the cave masters down the mountain so that they could kill them. The cave masters could not be blamed for being careless. They could not even escape back to the middle peak in Savage Mountain. Now, all they could do was flee in the face of disaster. Fortunately, there were quite a lot of people left. Those who could set up dwellings on the mountain and survive under Xianxia's foot were all masters who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation. They turned into over 100 streaks of light and dispersed. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, he could not split himself up at the end of the day. If he could kill 20 or 30 of them, then that would be impressive. The scarlet streak of light that flew up first moved extremely quickly, like a meteor. It arrived at the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Clearly, it was very confident in its escape technique, which was why it stood out like this. Right when it was about to flee from Savage Mountain, a huge, white, bone claw suddenly extended out from the top of the mountain, grabbing at the scarlet streak of light and revealing the figure of a demonic cultivator. Before it could even beg for mercy or put its life on the line, the bone claw closed and crushed like a firefly. The light was extinguished, and the mangled corpse was tossed into a mouth filled with sharp teeth, which roared with flames. A string of prayer beads was missing from Little Anne's hand, the skull prayer beads. A huge, vicious skeleton demon extended out from the top of the mountain. Its teeth chattered as it let out a strange cackle. Laughter rang out from everywhere at the same time, echoing through the entire valley. It was a song of death that made all demonic cultivators shiver in fear. Skeleton demons crawled out from the top of the mountain. There was even one guarding the entrance to the valley, surrounding Savage Mountain tightly. Xianxia could vaguely remember that every single one of them possessed strength equivalent to a corpse commander. After Little and underwent the second heavenly tribulation, they seemed to grow in strength as well, becoming even larger and stronger. Under Little Anne's command, they were like a super army. They worked together with great teamwork, advancing and retreating freely. They sealed off all paths of escape, smacking and crushing the streaks of light like they were catching flies. Not a single streak of light managed to escape safely. At the end of the day, fighting alongside you gives me the most peace of mind. The phoenix cried out. Xianxia looked away. The phoenix wings blazed with flames, spanning several dozen meters across. With a flap of the wings, the flames of the phoenix dispersed the cloud of insects. Only a single black insect remained. It turned into a streak of black light and flew forward without any regard. 300 meters, 30 meters, 15 meters. It seemed like it only needed a split second to escape alive. It came to a screeching halt. The thumb and index finger of Xianxia's right hand pinched the black insect. He squeezed it gently, and the insect exploded. The fifth cave master of the Lair of Demons, Mountain Worm, was dead. Right now, Xianxia was surrounded by flames. Even his scarlet hair rose up like a ball of blazing flames. He had completely turned into a glorious, blazing phoenix, radiating with an incomparable aura of nobility and purity. He had also incinerated all the remaining toxins in his body. Originally, his body was tough, but it was not immune to toxins. At most, his resistance was a little stronger. The toxins from Helicoverpa in the past had made him suffer quite a lot. Even the spirit turtle could only purify them after some difficulty. The spirit turtle was extremely effective at suppressing auras and soul senses, but it was much weaker when used to suppress toxins. However, after reaching the first layer of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva and undergoing Nerva rebirth, this shortcoming was made up for. Not only could the endless flames heal his wounds, but it could also ward off disasters and eliminate all factors that wanted to kill him. The death represented by toxins was still unable to contend against the life represented by the phoenix. Although he could not claim to be immune to all poisons, a mere poison from way of the poison was still unable to harm him. Otherwise, with how bold and careful he was, he would never take such a risk. Right now, he was still very far away from beyond the 9 heavens. Although he had yet to master any of the transformations of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, he could be regarded as having achieved something in the world of the 9 provinces. The battles and slaughters of the ox demon and tiger demon had strengthened his body more and more. His will became firmer and firmer. The suppression and recovery of the spirit turtle and phoenix made his aura more and more pure, and his mind clearer and clearer. They complemented one another, forming a perfect whole. That was the current Li Qingshan. Qingshan, there's still one more. Little and shook the blood sea banner, and the gentleman of heavenly blubber flew out, hurtling towards Li Qingshan like a mountain of flesh. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation and condensing the white bone Saraira, all of her arcane treasures had become stronger and operated more freely, but she had not been able to refine them further. As a result, it was very difficult for her to trap a cultivator like the gentleman of heavenly blubber for long. Of course. The Buddha slaying sword appeared. Killing him was nothing difficult, but she obviously had to leave something like that for Li Qingshan to enjoy. The gentleman of heavenly blubber rampaged about in the sea of blood. He never expected her to actually possess an arcane treasure that could create a space of its own. Just as he was hesitating about how to get out, the sky suddenly lit up again. All he saw was a peerlessly handsome man with scarlet hair and eyes, smiling at him. All right. Li Qingshan smiled. By now, Li Qingshan had already vanished completely. The pair of curved horns on his head were engraved with the name North Moon. This was a declaration he had intentionally left behind. He swung his fist again. This was his strongest weapon. With a punch, he was unstoppable. Li Qingshan. All right. If you want to kill me, then I'll throw my life at you. I refuse to believe you have a spatial arcane treasure too. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was surprised and doubtful at first before making up his mind. He went from a mountain of flesh to a ball of flesh again, spinning at high speeds and kicking up a tornado as he slammed towards Li Qingshan. Boom! The ball of flesh collided with Li Qingshan. With Li Qingshan as the center, all the soil and rock within a range of 5 kilometers immediately broke free from the ground and flew into the air. Savage Mountain shook as a result. The gentleman of heavenly blubber's move was truly vicious. It did not rely on arcane artifacts or arcane treasures, nor was it any profound variations. It was just his fat and the extraordinary spiritual chi and strength in his fat to overwhelm his opponent in a direct confrontation. It was rather domineering, like he could defeat everything with brute force. Unfortunately, Li Qingshan also walked the same path. No matter when, the Ox Demon would always be his foundation. It contained Brother Ox's legacy of power and belief. He's actually blocked it in a direct confrontation. His strength has actually reached such a level. That's impossible. Even the strength of demon kings is nothing more than this. It's just a momentary eruption. I'd like to see how long you can last. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was in disbelief before immediately making up his mind. This move of his was indomitable. There was no way back. Li Qingshan's iron fist sank deeply into the gentleman of heavenly blubber's fat. The gentleman of heavenly blubber circulated his cultivation method furiously, and his fat trembled like waves, absorbing Li Qingshan's terrifying strength like a sponge. I have to crush him. I have to crush him. The gentleman of heavenly blubber roared inside, but Li Qingshan's power was endless. The vast earth was like a loving mother, endowing him with power. No one could defeat her prodigy through strength alone. Die! Li Qingshan bellowed out. At that moment, it was not just the Ox Demon. There was also the Tiger Demon, the Spirit Turtle, and the Phoenix. The 4 powers fused into the punch and sent the gentleman of heavenly blubber flying, slamming him heavily against the wall. However, when he looked at his fist, he frowned instead, as the gentleman of heavenly blubber was actually still alive. His strength had yet to recover completely after all. The period of growth after the Phoenix's nerva had yet to be completed. If he had not reached the second layer of the Phoenix transformation, he would only seem 14 or 15 years old right now. However, the feeling of fusing the 4 powers together was very nice. He had already begun looking forward to the strength he would feel when he fully recovered. As for the gentleman of heavenly blubber, all he had to do was give him another punch. Don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you as my master. The gentleman of heavenly blubber called out. The gentleman of heavenly blubber, who was as fat as a mountain of flesh, had clearly become much thinner. His figure was close to that of a super fatty, which made him seem less deformed. If it were not for his special cultivation method and his fat to block the damage, he would have followed in way of the poison's footsteps already, directly reduced to a bloody mist. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was truly frightened. Ever since he became a fatty, he had never suffered so much. He could not fight back at all. His opponent was clearly the White Hawk commander, but in the series of battles just now, he had clearly been using demon chi even though he had been suppressing and hiding it, and he was not a regular human-demon hybrid. The purity of his demon chi was on par with Demon King's. His gaze landed on the pair of curved horns, and his eyes suddenly filled with great surprise. North Moon. One of the 10 Demon Kings, the Dragon King of the Sea, had pursued a demon for several tens of thousands of kilometers, all the way into the Mist Province before finally killing him. Although the south was very far away, news of something as great as this had spread far and wide among the upper echelon of the cultivation community. The gentleman of heavenly blubber had heard about it too, and the demon that had been pursued seemed to be called North Moon. Fatty, you've heard of that name before? Li Qingshan immediately noticed. No. I don't know what it means, said the gentleman of heavenly blubber. He refused to admit it no matter what. There was clearly a great secret here. If this Li Qingshan saw it, he would definitely be silenced. If you say another word of nonsense, I'll punch you to death, Li Qingshan said. Yes, yes, yes. I think I've heard it somewhere before. The gentleman of heavenly blubber prostrated himself on the ground. Forget it. You said you want to serve me as your master. You can't just say it like that. I'm willing to swear an oath that I'll serve the White Hawk commander, Li Qingshan, as my master from today onwards. I'll be absolutely loyal, and I'll be willing to risk my life for you. If I break my oath, my guts will be torn apart, and I'll die a horrible death. I'll suffer the pain of samsara for all eternity. The gentleman of heavenly blubber raised his hand and said seriously. Do you take me for a child? I'll count to 10. Think of a way for me to accept it, or die. Li Qingshan stomped down on his huge head. Only someone sick in the head would believe a demonic cultivator's oath. There should be a blood oath scroll in Savage Mountain, said little Anne. The blood oath scroll was an extremely famous artifact of the southern border. Although it didn't have any combat power and could only be used to write oaths, its binding power was extremely strong. Once an oath was broken, the blood oath scroll would cause a backlash, and one's soul would scatter. It was almost a powerful curse, and it was also the foundation upon which the lair of demons was established. It maintained the most basic trust between cave masters. Little and had read through the records of the Hawkwolf Guard before choosing Savage Mountain as his first target. A large part of the reason why he wanted to obtain the Blood Oath Scroll was because of this Blood Oath Scroll. If nothing went wrong, this item would play a rather important role during his trip to the Mist Province. I can't do that. If the oath on the Blood Oath Scroll is forcefully erased, I will also die from the backlash. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was alarmed. Originally, he planned on fooling around before finding an opportunity to escape. As long as he was alive, there was hope. However, if he swore an oath on the Blood Oath Scroll, then it would truly be troublesome. You swore a blood oath to fight against foreign enemies together. Now that you betrayed us and defected to the enemy, you didn't die from the backlash, Little and said. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was left speechless. He definitely did not truly want to serve Li Qingshan as his master, nor had he committed any actual acts of betrayal. He was only stalling. Of course, that was not breaking the blood oath. This created a paradox. If he truly pledged his loyalty to Li Qingshan, he would be breaking the blood oath, and only death awaited him. If he only pledged his loyalty verbally, then his loyalty would be meaningless, and there would be no guarantee. Since that's the case, I won't let you struggle. I'll give you a quick death. Li Qingshan exerted force with his feet. No, there's another way. I can help you break the formation. The first cave master, Yu Wufeng, is currently in seclusion on the mountain. His strength far surpasses mine. If he doesn't come out, you won't be able to do anything to him. So there's another one on the mountain. He should have heard such a big commotion. Why haven't you come out yet? Are you shivering in your dwelling? Li Qingshan asked. Gentleman of heavenly blubber, are you really bold enough to help them get through the formation? Aren't you afraid of the backlash from the blood oath? An icy cold voice drifted over with the wind. Li Qingshan looked back and saw a thin, white-haired man standing on the top of the mountain with a sword on his back. His sleeves and clothes were in tatters, fluttering in the wind. "You Wufeng, you're watching us get killed without lending a hand. Aren't you afraid of the backlash from the blood oath?" the gentleman of heavenly blubber roared furiously. "You want to restrain me, you Wufeng, with a mere blood oath? Gentleman of heavenly blubber, you can just die obediently for the sake of my lair of demons. As for you, Li Qingshan, or should I say North Moon, if you're willing to obey my orders obediently, then so be it. Otherwise, I'll announce this identity of yours. If the Dragon King of the Sea learns that his enemy is still alive, he'll definitely be very unhappy." Yu Wufeng said. "Commander Li, I'll get through the formation for you right now and help you kill that bastard Yu Wufeng." The gentleman of heavenly blubber let out a furious roar and suddenly stood up. He swung his plump hands at Savage Mountain, and the formations began to operate, shining brightly. However, under the gentleman of heavenly blubber's control, they showed signs of dispersing. At this moment, a bloody handprint suddenly pressed against the gentleman of heavenly blubber's chest. Blood sprayed wildly from his mouth and he was blown away. Every single pore on his body oozed with blood, and he became drenched in blood in the blink of an eye. It happened so quickly that even Li Qingshan failed to react in time. The blood oath scroll had come into effect. However, the gentleman of heavenly blubber actually sat up again with a flip. He wiped away the blood on his face and continued to get through the formation, except he had become much thinner again. He seemed almost like a regular fatty now. "You've actually also..." Yu Wufeng paled in fright. "Yu Wufeng, do you think I can't do what you can? If you want me dead, then let's see who dies first." The gentleman of heavenly blubber smiled viciously with his bloody mouth. "Oi, your blood oath doesn't seem to be of much use." Li Qingshan scratched his head. As it turned out, while the blood oath scroll possessed a very powerful binding force, the blood oath scroll in Savage Mountain was ownerless. None of the cave masters could be at ease with letting someone else refine this arcane treasure, so they sealed it in the center of the mountain. If a new cave master joined them, they would need the agreement of at least half of the cave masters, and only then could they work together to open the restriction. The blood oath scroll was not a symbol of fairness and justice in essence. Instead, it was specially refined by ancient demonic cultivators, a tool to control enemies. Although it was placed in the depths of Savage Mountain, which was dense with spiritual qi, it still maintained a powerful binding force. However, with Yu Wufeng's cultivation, he could slowly eliminate the curse of the blood oath scroll as long as he put in a lot of effort. The gentleman of heavenly blubber's cultivation was a little weaker, but he could still weaken the curse to a level where he could endure it. If it had been refined and wielded by someone else, they would never have been given this opportunity. As soon as they showed this inclination, they would be punished immediately. The power that an ownerless arcane treasure could unleash was limited at the end of the day. The light from the formations dimmed very quickly. As the second cave master of the lair of demons, the gentleman of heavenly blubber knew these formations like the back of his hand, and he possessed the authority to control them. Getting through the formations was basically as easy as opening the door to his own house with a key. Yu Wufeng, who originally thought he was undefeatable, darkened. He desperately maintained the operation of the formations. The formations flickered with light and dimmed at other times. The two powers were locked in a stalemate. With a flap of his wings, Li Qingshan turned into a streak of fire and rushed into the depths of the valley. The formations seemed to want to stop him, but they shattered the moment they came into contact with the fire on him, collapsing and dispersing. Even though Yu Wufeng could barely hold the door, an unlocked door could be kicked open by Li Qingshan with a single kick. He threw a punch at Yu Wufeng on the top of the mountain. "You're called Yu Wufeng, right?" "That's right," Yu Wufeng said proudly. The sword on his back left its sheath with a clang. At that moment, the surroundings were filled with white light. Sword chi filled it, omnipresent. The fogbow pierces the sun. An arcane treasure. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He really is the first cave master of the lair of demons after all. So he's actually a sword cultivator, and his cultivation is already extremely close to the third heavenly tribulation. His path of the sword is even greater than mine, and he even has an arcane treasure sword like that. If I fight him alone, it really won't be easy to make him stay. He formed a seal with his hand and guided it smoothly. The figure of a dragon soared out, passing through the white light and colliding with the streak of white light. In a split second, the two swords clashed countless times. The dragon figure was forced back, and the streak of white light dimmed slightly too. The iron fist tore through the air, filling Yu Wufeng's eyes. The heavy aura it contained felt like a mountain had smashed down. Yu Wufeng was stern. Just now, he was watching silently from the sidelines. He was already amazed inside, but only when he personally clashed with him did he realize how ridiculously powerful he was. His swordsmanship was impressive, but it was only impressive before him. His fist was the truly terrifying weapon of slaughter. It made people feel like they could not face it head-on. No, I can't continue fighting, or my life really will be in danger today. Boom. Rubble flew and dust filled the air. A hole appeared on the top of the mountain. A streak of white light rushed out of the dust. Yu Wufeng had become one with his sword before fleeing into the distance with lightning speed. He had actually chosen to flee without the slightest hesitation. Commander Li, you mustn't let him escape, or we'll be in endless trouble in the future. The gentleman of heavenly blubber clenched his fists firmly and called out loudly. His face was filled with delight. He quickly glanced at Little Ant's back from the corner of his eye. He was clearly not as excited as he was on the outside. His main objective was still to use Yu Wufeng as bait to draw away the two of them, and then use the opportunity to flee. Don't run, Little Ant said without even looking back. His voice was as calm as water. It was neither a threat, nor an order. It did not even seem like he was talking to the gentleman of heavenly blubber. He was simply narrating something. I've already sworn an oath. I'll never go back on it. The gentleman of heavenly blubber's fat jiggled, immediately dismissing the thought of using the opportunity to flee. He had never seen such great beauty in his life, but what it evoked in his heart was not lust, but an indescribable fear. The white streak of light that Yu Wufeng had transformed into had flown less than 5 kilometers away when he was forced to stop. Huge skulls rose up in the surroundings, cackling strangely as if they had been waiting for a very long time. They flew around and assembled into the skeleton demon formation, trapping Yu Wufeng in there. Since when? Yu Wufeng looked back in shock, meeting a pair of calm, unwavering eyes in the valley. Flames blazed furiously as iron fists filled the surroundings. This time, Yu Wufeng was unable to dodge. Eat my punch first. Li Qingshan continued to show no mercy, throwing a punch. Yu Wufeng threw out a violet talisman with a flip of his hand. Specks of light suddenly appeared in Li Qingshan's eyes. Thousands of streaks of golden light shot out in all directions, like spears thrown by a god. The speck of golden light rapidly expanded in Li Qingshan's eyes. He could only tilt his head in time, and a long, bloody gash appeared on his cheek. Stabbing pain filled every part of his body. The skeleton demon formation had also stopped operating, but Yu Wufeng's expression became even sterner instead. The golden light struck the skulls, but they only left behind faint marks. They were unable to destroy them at all. As for Li Qingshan, he allowed his blood to spurt out. The blood turned into flames in the air before returning and merging with a ball of fire. His wounds healed instantly, without leaving behind a single mark. Even his aura was unaffected. Yu Wufeng originally wanted to stall for time before using the violet talisman to break through the formation, but he never expected Li Qingshan to be so vicious. Boom! A thunderous rumble echoed through Savage Mountain for a very long time. The fogbow sword flew through the air and stabbed into a boulder. First Cave Master Yu, do you think I have the right to be the cave master of this lair of demons? Li Qingshan grabbed Yu Wufeng by the throat and asked with a smile. Sir, your strength is startling. I'm nowhere near as powerful as you. Since I've already fallen into your hands, you can do whatever you want to me. Yu Wufeng closed his eyes. His clothes were tattered and drenched in blood. He was powerless to speak. Clearly, he was quite injured. Although his cultivation was higher than the gentleman of heavenly blubbers, he did not have a body of fat to nullify the damage. He was already fortunate enough that he had not been killed by the punch. He was powerful enough. I won't force you. If you want to die, I'll give you what you want. If you want to live, I'll give you a way out. Li Qingshan was not worried that Yu Wufeng would refuse. If he really were determined to die, he would not be talking to him here. Sir, you mustn't. Yu Wufeng is extremely crafty, and he's close to undergoing the third heavenly tribulation. If you don't kill him, you'll definitely suffer a backlash in the future. The gentleman of heavenly blubber flew over from afar and called out loudly. Before he finished speaking, little Anne, who was behind him, said, to retrieve the blood oath scroll, we need at least half of the cave masters. Otherwise, we will have to break the formation by force. The gentleman of heavenly blubber immediately became speechless. Killing Yu Wufeng was equivalent to eliminating a great enemy, and the seal of the blood oath scroll was not that easy to break through. As long as he was not bound by the blood oath, he still had a chance to escape. He never thought she would see through it again. Half. I've killed 4 of them, so there are still 4 left. The 2 of you add up to exactly half. Let's go, cave masters. We're going to retrieve the blood oath scroll, Li Qingshan called out with a smile. I haven't agreed yet. Yu Wufeng suddenly opened his eyes and said, I can submit to you, but you have to promise me one thing. Otherwise, I'd rather die. Fat cave master, fulfill his wish. Li Qingshan cut to the chase. Let's go negotiate with the king of hell. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was taken aback. Only then did he realize that fat cave master was referring to him. Right now, he only seemed like a slightly plump, middle-aged man with a protruding belly. For a moment, he became rather hesitant. He was absolutely willing to kill Yu Wufeng, but this bastard would definitely blow himself up and take him down with him. Hold on. Yu Wufeng said in a hurry. He never thought Li Qingshan's temper would be so tough. He sighed helplessly. If he possessed that kind of strength, his temper would definitely be very tough too. He glanced at the ruined city below the mountain. My great cause of unifying Savage Mountain has actually come to an end just like this. Master, I've let you down. In the end, when faced with life and death, Yu Wufeng still chose to live wisely. A large part of it was because he did not want to die to the gentleman of heavenly blubber's hands. That would be a great humiliation to him. With the gentleman of heavenly blubber leading the way, the 4 of them followed the secret path and entered the depths of Savage Mountain. The gentleman of heavenly blubber and Yu Wufeng worked together and opened the numerous seals, making their way all the way to the center of the mountain. Their field of vision suddenly widened, and a primitive hall appeared. The density of spiritual qi had reached a limit. However, the pitch-black hall was filled with dazzling light in Li Qingshan's eyes. The spirit turtle sent a warning. The danger hidden within was enough to threaten him. A formation was constantly operating. Here, even the most ordinary formation can unleash 10 times the power, and a formation that can be cast down here definitely possesses extraordinary power. If I have to forcefully get through the formation, even I would find it extremely troublesome. Raising his head and gazing over, there was a stone pedestal that was 3 feet long and square in the center of the hall. There was a pitch-black scroll refined from the hide of some unknown creature. There were many cracks on the edges. At first glance, it did not seem particularly surprising, but the evil nature within it could be clearly sensed even through the obstruction of the formation. I'll be troubling the 2 of you then, said Li Qingshan. The gentleman of heavenly blubber and Yu Wufeng could not help but exchange glances. Even now, they were still the masters of Savage Mountain. They could still control the formations that filled the entire mountain. In particular, the formation before them was called the 8-point formation. It was extremely powerful. If the 2 of them worked together, they still stood a chance. However, their gazes parted as soon as they met. After fighting openly and covertly for so many years, their hatred had already been deeply planted. Neither of them could trust the other. Moreover, the smiling Li Qingshan and the silent little and behind them made them afraid to act recklessly. The 2 of them raised their hands and received the recognition of the 8-point formation very soon. They bellowed out at the same time, and under their control, light began to ripple, surging over like the tide. Inscriptions drifted about, and 8 vicious beasts vaguely appeared. Their roars echoed through the center of the mountain. We're injured. We can't last for too long. If you want to retrieve the book, please come up quickly, said Yu Wufeng. Li Qingshan smiled and took a step forward, entering the 8-point formation calmly and fearlessly. Little An's dark eyes turned into the samadhi flames of white bone, blazing as he stared at the two of them. The Buddha slaying sword was already in his hand. If they dared to make any strange movements, he would kill them immediately. The 8 vicious beasts opened up a path, but they were still filled with reluctance. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, ready to lunge over at any time. Li Qingshan arrived before the stone pedestal and picked up the blood oath scroll before backing away. Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber sat on the ground, gasping for air, but their eyes were glued to the blood oath scroll. The arcane treasure they had dreamed of for all these years was right within reach right now. Li Qingshan opened the blood oath scroll, and an evil, demonic chi flooded his face. In that moment, a hideous, inhuman, black head actually appeared in his eyes, staring at him with its empty eye sockets as 2 streaks of bloody tears flowed out. In the blink of an eye, the illusion vanished, only leaving behind a pitch-black background and a line of bloody words. It was the blood oath contract that bound the cave masters of the lair of demons. At the very bottom of the contract, 8 figures could be vaguely seen. 4 of them seemed to have been gouged out of the background, leaving behind the outlines of the silkworm madam and the other 3. The other 2 were extremely blurry, as if they had been rubbed away bit by bit with an eraser. One of them even had a bloody handprint. It went without saying that they were Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber. Only 2 remained clear. They were the 3rd and 7th cave masters who were away. The blood oath scroll seems to be made from the skin of a demon folk, and it's a demon king at the very least. As Li Qingshan said that, he passed the blood oath scroll to Little An. If they were going to establish an oath, it would obviously be up to the meticulous her to do it. When Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber saw this, they were both extremely surprised. An arcane treasure like that has actually been given away so casually. Don't they have any wariness towards one another? Little An accepted the blood oath scroll. The samadhi flames of white bone surged, enveloping the blood oath scroll. Although it was ownerless, it was still an arcane treasure after all. It took him quite the effort to refine it. A tiny skeleton appeared at the very top of the blood oath scroll. This was the imprint she had left behind. Li Qingshan said, "How's it? Is this thing easy to use?" Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber were extremely nervous too. Their lives, freedom, and everything else all depended on the blood oath scroll. The number of cave masters of the lair of demons has always been maintained at around 8 people. Even at the very most, there won't be more than 10. That's basically the limit of the blood oath scroll's restraint. Once they undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation, the blood oath scroll can still be used, but it won't pose any life-threatening threat anymore. In other words, the blood oath scroll can turn 10-second heavenly tribulation cultivators, demons, and other folk into servants. It can be regarded as a decent arcane treasure. We'll need these people. I see. As long as you have this blood oath scroll, you can immediately establish a powerful sect or organization, and it can guarantee absolute loyalty. Li Qingshan nodded. The blood oath scroll truly was an arcane treasure. If it was used well, it would be even more valuable than a combat arcane treasure. Then he said with some pity, "Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have been a little gentler just now." However, cultivators could not be compared to mortals. Those cave masters were all experts among cultivators. If he did not kill them, as long as he left them alive, there would be countless troubles. They might even flee back to Savage Mountain and control the formations to become his enemy. They're too weak. It's a waste of a spot. Little An's calm words made Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber shiver inside. She had said nothing, but she had considered everything for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan only needed to point in a direction, and that would be enough. Li Qingshan smiled. Fair enough. The south is so vast. I refuse to believe I can't summon 8 subordinates. Oh right, can you change the blood oath? That way, I'll have 4 subordinates. The 7th cave master is probably trash too, but the 3rd cave master is worth looking forward to. Once the blood oath is written, it can't be changed. If you want to rewrite the blood oath, you can only choose to remove it or erase it. Then erase it. Li Qingshan said casually before glancing at the gentleman of heavenly blubber again. Not a single word of truth came out of this fatty's mouth. All of the gentlemen of Heavenly Blubber's fat jiggled. He said in a hurry, "You're wise, sir. I've never refined the blood oath scroll either, so I didn't know there were so many tricks in it." Little and extended her index finger and gently tapped the third and seventh cave master's figures. The vicious heads appeared on the pitch-black background of the blood oath scroll again. Smack. Two bloody handprints slapped on the two shadows, dripping with blood. To be continued. Somewhere in the south, there was a great swamp. There were no towering trees, only churning mud and miasma. A tiny, dark green flower bloomed quietly in the swamp, giving off a strange fragrance that tenaciously seeped out from the heavy stench of blood in the surroundings. Blood splattered across the man's chest. He stood among the remains of corpses and bones, gnawing on a thigh. His mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and his muscles were knotted with a faint gray color, as if he had been carved from stone. He gave off a vicious and brutal aura as he ate. "You pigs, how dare you touch my Xianxia flower? You're sick of living. Yes, yes, yes. We deserve to die. We didn't know this was Cave Master Stone's Xianxia flower. Please be magnanimous and spare us pigs." The group of people lay on the ground, trembling all over. In order to find this 1,000-year-old Xianxia flower, they had paid a great price. They never thought they would run into such a vicious person, killing almost half of their clansmen the moment he struck. They were filled with grief and fury, but all they could do was kneel and beg for mercy. "Humph, spare you? You can all die." Cave Master Stone sneered and raised his hand. Seeing how their lives were in danger, everyone's eyes were filled with fear, but none of them attempted to resist. This power was not something they could contend with. All they could do was close their eyes and wait for death. Smack. The sound was like a clump of wet mud being tossed onto the ground from high up in the sky. The attack they imagined did not arrive. Some people mustered up their courage and raised their heads. The awe-inspiring Cave Master Stone had vanished, replaced by a pile of bright red flesh. It was as if an invisible hand had descended from above, flattening Cave Master Stone in a single strike. Everyone was dumbfounded. They all thought it was a miracle. In the moment Little and killed the two cave masters, Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of Heavenly Blubber. Both felt a sense of sympathy. Of the 8 cave masters of the Lair of Demons, only the 2 of them remained now. Little and brushed the blood oath scroll gently, and the bloody words were wiped away, only leaving behind a pitch-black background. Afterwards, after a moment of thought, he began to set down new rules. The head of the dead demon king appeared on the blood oath scroll. 2 streaks of bloody tears flowed from its empty eye sockets, spreading across the pitch-black background. It was so bright that it was almost blinding as it flowed into bloody words. In the cultivation world, there were actually many ways to control the life and death of others. However, the person being controlled would definitely try to escape this situation at all costs. If they were forced into a corner, they would not hesitate to perish together with the controller. It was very easy for them to suffer a backlash. If Li Qingshan only controlled their lives, he couldn't always monitor them. They might not dare to go against him head-on, but it was very likely that they would betray his secrets, or think of all sorts of methods to deal with him. This kind of control is a waste of mental energy. The gains are not worth the losses. However, things were different with the blood oath scroll. As long as the restrictions were clearly stated, anyone who dared to violate the blood oath, even if they were thousands of kilometers away, would immediately die from the backlash, nipping the betrayal in the bud. The content of the blood oath scroll was obviously very important. The blood oath scroll was not very large, and the size of the bloody words was also fixed. It could only contain 100 or 200 words at most. It had to cover all aspects and not leave any loopholes. At the same time, it could not be too strict. For example, if the 2 were required not to have any thoughts of betrayal, it would definitely activate the curse, and the oath would be meaningless. However, it could not be too broad either. If the 2 were required to do their best once they received an order, it seemed to be a matter of course, but it could also easily lead to meaningless losses. It required extremely meticulous thinking and precise descriptions to grasp the limits. Little and wrote the new blood oath in one breath, and then handed it to Yu Wufeng and Li Qingshan to look over. "Swear it." The 2 looked over. The content of the blood oath scroll was not complicated, and it was not completely filled in. There were many blank spaces, but as they read through it one by one, cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads. If they really made this blood oath, unless she suddenly released them out of kindness, they would really be slaves for the rest of their lives, and the very loyal kind at that. Li Qingshan looked at them with a smile. How could they possibly resist? No matter how reluctant they were, all they could do was swear the new blood oath scroll. There was a flash of blood-red light, and two figures appeared at the bottom of the blood oath scroll. The blood oath was established. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. Congratulations, congratulations. Same to you, same to you. The gentleman of heavenly blubber returned the gesture with a chuckle. He glanced at the pale-faced Yu Wufeng and sneered. First Cave Master you wanted to unite the lair of demons, but you never expected there to be someone stronger than you. Serves you right for having someone like Commander Li in the world. Yu Wufeng's face darkened. He was not that thick-skinned. Li Qingshan and Little and obtained control over the formations on the mountain from the two of them before letting them go back to heal. They even returned the fogbow sword to Yu Wufeng in an extremely generous manner. Since they were hired thugs, they obviously had to be a little stronger. Though, we still have to prevent him from undergoing the third heavenly tribulation, Li Qingshan reminded. He'll never have an opportunity like that in this lifetime, said Little, and that's good. I can finally enter secluded cultivation in peace for a while. Li Qingshan let out a long sigh of relief. Little and smiled too. This was her favorite. As a result, Li Qingshan refined the 8-point formation and remained in the hall in the mountain dense with spiritual qi, beginning another round of secluded cultivation. Li Qingshan had two objectives this time. The first was to push the demon suppression statuary to an even higher level, and the second was to refine the traitorous demon sword into a true demonic treasure. The entire time, his paths of human cultivation and demon cultivation had actually been separated from each other. In particular, when he transformed into North Moon, his human cultivation would often not be of much help. At most, he could convert demon qi into spiritual qi in times of need and use it as spiritual qi reserves. And, no matter how many arcane artifacts he possessed, they would only be a hindrance. They would not be of much use at all. That was because the level of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine was just too high. Compared to Li Qingshan, North Moon was a giant, while Li Qingshan was a dwarf. The giant only needed to unleash a tiny bit of his strength, and he could assist the dwarf in defeating powerful enemies. Even if the dwarf did everything he could, he would not be able to provide much help to the giant. This long-lasting imbalance had even begun to make his human cultivation become dispensable, as if it was only there to support the facade that was Li Qingshan. However, the issue was that Li Qingshan's facade, as well as his identity as a Hawkwolf guard, became less and less valuable to him, almost to the point of being non-existent. All that remained were emotional ties, basically useless. Only when he completely converted his cultivation to the demon suppression statuary did the situation change. As one of the peak cultivation methods in this world, the demon suppression statuary was nowhere close to the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, but at the very least, he had gone from a dwarf to a regular person. He could finally assist the giant. The demon heart in Li Qingshan's body played quite a role in how he was able to defeat Yu Wufeng so easily when his strength had yet to fully recover. It made him stronger and faster. Once the Phoenix's Nerva concluded and he completely integrated the power in his body, perhaps North Moon would be able to equip a brand new set of demonic armor and merge the two powers together, allowing him to display his strongest form. Correspondingly, the power of arcane treasures could not rival arcane artifacts either. If he had not used the demon dragon sword to defeat the fogbow sword, how could he have won so easily? Every single arcane treasure was unique. They were so powerful that even Li Qingshan had to pay attention to their value. He focused on the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, but when his demon cultivation reached a bottleneck, he would walk the path of human cultivation. The two complemented each other, constantly strengthening himself, which became the best choice. End of chapter 780. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.